In the year 2020, portals leading to another dimension began to appear all over the planet, and this led our quiet world to the beginning of something incomprehensible. Many countries have sent their troops into this gate to learn more about it, but not a single soul has ever returned. Then, from these godforsaken gates, whole hordes of monsters with red glowing eyes began to enter the human world. These monsters had all-crushing power. All modern human weapons were no match for the monsters. Giant monsters of different shapes and sizes began to destroy peaceful people everywhere, and no one could stop them. But some patrons began to choose people, and they developed amazing powers and abilities. They were called hunters. When the hunters appeared in the vanguard, humanity began to strike back against the bloodthirsty monsters from another dimension. Hunter patrons could provide active fighters with additional power, such as increasing single-strike stats. Hunters received notifications about increased abilities or recovery and were able to strike even with a fiery fist. The fighters' abilities against monsters were many times greater than those of humans. They had the most powerful skills and destroyed monsters. But among the countless hunters, one appeared who could control fire and an army of immortal soldiers. He was called the Demon King. This hunter, whose strength was immeasurable, possessed a special skill called Player. Only this man had the special ability to improve his skills by hunting monsters from another dimension. However, under the influence of the 12 great heroes, who were considered gods by the people, the player's existence was erased from the pages of history. And the 12 great heroes, who called themselves gods, created Eden, and the hunters began to be considered a new stage in human evolution. Those people who could not become hunters were equated with slaves, and the monster destroyers became the real rulers of the world. For almost 100 years, such a world order reigned on Earth, and the monster hunters were the most privileged people. Our main character was a boy who also dreamed of becoming a hunter, and now he was running through the forest, training to become faster. The guy in the green shirt ran with all his strength. The training was grueling, so his whole face was covered in sweat. The boy's strength was exhausted. He stopped and rested his hands on his knees to rest and catch his breath after running. A man sitting on a tree branch asked him if he was finished already, to which the guy said that he had reached his limit and had no strength left. The man reminded the boy that he wanted to change the world, and with such an attitude he would not become a hunter because the patrons would not notice him. The hero asked if Hyun had surpassed his limit when the patrons noticed him, to which he was told that they had simply started supporting him. The guy looked at the coach angrily, frowning, and said that it was unfair that the patrons just started supporting the man. Hyun explained to the boy that life was unfair, and if the boy couldn't run now, they should do something else. The man held his hand out in front of him, and a weapon magically appeared in front of his palm. It emitted a bright blue light. It was a magical spear, which, judging from the grin on Hyun's face, the man intended to use for his next training. The hero caught the spear, which had now become an ordinary wooden one, and was amazed that this simple tool was the hunter's inventory. Hyun replied that there was nothing to be surprised about, and the guy would understand everything himself as soon as he also became a hunter. The boy said that once he found out that his parents were killed by hunters when Hyun gave him the book, he wanted to make it right. Looking at the sky, the hero admitted that he thought he would never become a hunter, even though the man had helped him get through all these years. The bald man slapped the guy and said it was a lie when our hero said that becoming a hunter was the will of heaven. Hyun asked the boy not to worry and assured him that he would definitely become a hunter, and then asked if he still had that book. With tears in his eyes, the boy replied that he kept the book because it was a memory of his parents and a story about a forgotten hero, wiped off the face of the earth by 12 deities. Clutching the book tightly in his hand, our hero said that if only this hero were still alive, the world would remain a better place. A mysterious blonde, whose body emitted a pink aura, observed what was happening on the forest path from the air. The girl stared at Hyun and his protege. She clearly didn't come to them just like that, because she was looking for them. Having finally found the guys, The sorceress extended her palm forward and released a charge of pink magical light from it. Song Gu-hyun immediately felt something was wrong and looked to the side. He noticed that someone was using magic against them. The sorceress in the air attacked the boys with powerful streams of magical energy. Pink stripes of light were directed at the heroes. The bald man looked up at the sky and noticed this. He prepared to protect himself and the boy from the sorceress's attack. To prevent the flow of magical energy from harming the boy, Song Gu-hyun pushed the boy aside with his hand. Song Gu-hyun had a lot of strength, so his punch sent our hero flying back several meters, and the guy hit a tree. The most powerful streams of magical energy reached their target, and a large explosion thundered where Song Gu-hyun stood. The sorceress who had carried out the attack silently watched high in the air as the explosion that was supposed to destroy the boys occurred. The main character remained safe and sound due to the fact that the coach saved him. He stared in front of himself, not understanding what was happening. The woman who carried out the surprise attack decided to land on the ground after the explosion, which the guy saw. The blonde sorceress turned her gaze to the boy with hatred in her eyes, her body radiating a pink aura. The boy's eyes widened and he froze when he recognized the hunter in the girl in front of him. He didn't understand what a hunter could be doing here. The blonde looked sternly at our hero and, without even greeting the boy, ordered the young man to bow before her. The main character at that very second fell to his knees and bowed before the sorceress. His body also acquired a pink glow. The boy was terrified because his body simply did what she ordered, and the boy could not move of his own free will. Several more guys with magical abilities appeared in the forest clearing, and they all surrounded the girl. The men in black suits immediately fell to their knees before the Queen of Eden and loudly wished Lady Athena good health. Our hero was still lying on the ground, trembling with horror and fear, when he realized that in front of him was now the ruler of Eden of the highest rank. Athena's aura was so powerful that it filled all the space around her, and the boy did not understand what the goddess of Eden had forgotten here. Apparently, Athena was hunting for Song Gu-hyun, so she ordered her henchmen to find the man and bring him to her, since he couldn't have run far. Those who served the goddess of Eden still bowed their heads before Athena. They immediately agreed to carry out the girl's order. Athena stood motionless, watching as her subordinates instantly evaporated, leaving behind streaks of blue mana. The goddess was sorry that they only managed to sit on Gu Heng's tail, and he disappeared, and also did not understand what our hero was doing here. The founder of Eden was worried that she did not feel a drop of magic in the guy. She carefully analyzed his body. The boy understood that he had with him the autobiography of the Demon King, which concealed the dirty deeds of the 12 heroes. Fortunately, Athena did not find this book, snorted and called the hero an unfortunate slave, turned around, and left him alone. The pink aura disappeared from the boy's body. The boy realized that the goddess had finally left, but he still did not risk getting up. Now the hero could control his body. He raised his head to look at Athena and breathed a sigh of relief because he was now saved. However, it was too early to rejoice, because when the guy raised his head, he saw the figure of the goddess hanging over him. The foundress of Eden returned because she sensed the magical power emanating from the youth, even though there was almost none left. The protagonist looked at Athena with eyes full of fear. His heart began to beat faster and his breathing quickened, which the woman noticed. Athena concluded that the boy had something that could not be revealed to her, so she ordered him to show it to her quickly and tell her everything. Our hero noticed that his body was moving again at the will of the voice of the gods. He ordered himself not to move, but his hand reached into his pocket. The boy realized that if the book fell into the hands of the goddess now, he would be a corpse, but his body meekly carried out Athena's order. The guy took out the book and handed it to the goddess with trembling hands. He was scared because his body did not obey at all. This book contained the story of the Demon King, who was the true hero of humanity. The boy understood that Eden did not want the whole world to know about this story, but the goddess Athena reached out her hand to grab the book. Thoughts swarmed in the hero's head that everyone dear to him would die, because Eden was forcibly getting rid of everything that they did not want. The protagonist was enslaved by the will of the goddess, but his consciousness was clear, and he understood that he could not give the book to Athena. The next moment, the book jumped out of the boy's hands and opened, its pages engulfed in destructive flames. Athena immediately used magic to stop the flames, and she protected the forbidden book with a powerful shield. The founder of Eden was delighted to finally find this book and recognized it as the autobiography of the Demon King. The goddess swung her arm and shouted that she didn't know where such a rabble got this book from, but she intended to take it. Athena was forced to stop and turn her wary gaze to the side when she heard her name being called loudly. This person turned out to be Choy Yon, who came running to protect the boy and the book and pushed the girl away using magic. One of the rulers of Eden flew to the side and fell to the ground, creating a large cloud of dust above her. Choy Yon, whose body was surrounded by a golden magical aura, reached for the forbidden autobiography lying on the floor. The main character sat on the ground and looked adoringly at his savior, tears streaming down his cheeks from the horror he had experienced. The man smiled and told the boy not to cry and then praised him for doing a great job of saving the book. Wiping away his tears, the boy asked his mentor who he really was, if he was able to overcome one of the 12 goddesses, Athena. Gu Heng apologized for not having time to explain everything earlier and asked if the boy really wanted to change the world. Taking the book in his hands, the boy didn't understand what was being said when Choy Yon said that he decided to bet on someone like him. A sword appeared in the man's hand, and he declared that the hunters had declared themselves gods, and that the rest were weaklings and livestock. Pointing his sword at the boy, Sun asked if the boy would want to save the world if he had power greater than the 12 gods. Choy Yon's unexpected and difficult question left the boy stunned, and he couldn't answer it for a long time. With a cry from Heimdall, the goddess Athena returned to the ranks, holding a sword and shield in her hands. She was about to attack our heroes from the air. The man panicked because the goddess was already advancing, and he needed an answer from the guy because he couldn't handle her alone. As if enchanted, the hero answered yes, declaring that he could master such power and would definitely change this world. Choy Yon, who was sweating from the tension, let out a sigh of relief and smiled because he was satisfied with his student's answer. The next moment, the man activated the magical power of his sword and pierced the boy with the tip of the blade. Our hero froze in surprise, not having time to react before the blow. His eyes turned golden, and his body was surrounded by an aura of magic. Finally, the bald man with a beard asked the boy to be kind to him if the boy met him there. The golden sword was sticking out of our hero's chest. He didn't understand what Choy Yon was saying. A powerful aura made him fly into the air. The main character began to gradually dissolve into the air, turning into small fractions, and finally he uttered the word Heimdall. Eventually, the boy's body rose very high into the sky and turned into a bright shining star. The contract was executed, and according to the agreement with the fallen angel, our protagonist received patronage. The guy teleported to another place. He was surrounded by high, sharp rocks. His body was shining with a bright golden light. The boy was completely transported to another space and looked in front of him in horror, not understanding what had happened. The youth was scared because just a few minutes ago his body was pierced by a sharp sword, but now there was not a scratch on his body. He clenched his fist, testing his new strength. His body felt different than before, and the voice that announced he had received patronage was also frightening. The hero rose to his feet. His body became more muscular and strong. He began to guess that he had now become a hunter. The newly minted hunter began to look around, not understanding where he was now. He was surrounded only by rocks. The boy looked ahead. He saw high, sharp stone cliffs there and the same ones hanging down. Everything around was in a magical light. The boy realized that the magical power he felt was coming from his body and guessed that he was inside the gate. But in this mysterious place, the main character was not alone. A strange creature with green legs was walking nearby. The young man immediately became wary and turned his gaze back when he heard some footsteps behind him. In order not to expose himself to danger, the guy decided to hide, so he jumped behind a rock and looked out from there. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he froze in fear when he saw in front of him the creature whose steps he had heard. The guy saw a green goblin with a sword in his hand in front of him, and now he was absolutely sure that he was inside the gates of the dungeon. The hero knew well that goblins were the initial and weakest monsters, but they were more dangerous than one could imagine. This is why they are called beginner killers, because their hearing and sense of smell are exceptional, and their hunting style is insane. The youth was not prepared to face such a skilled monster, as he was a newbie, and hoped that the goblin would leave and not notice him. But the hope was in vain, because the green monster with red glowing eyes turned its head and made joyful sounds. The goblin with a sword in his hand obviously noticed the presence of our hero and began to run towards him. The guy realized that he had failed to hide. Our hero didn't have any weapons with him, so he grabbed the first boulder he came across from the ground to defend himself. The hero didn't know if what he had learned would work against the goblin, and he could only hope for the skills he had learned. The guy decided to throw the stone away to distract the green monster and buy some time. The stone flew behind the goblin and made a loud sound, while the monster confidently walked towards our hero. The green monster bared its teeth and turned back when it heard the sound of a falling rock behind it. This allowed our hero to gain an advantage, and while the goblin was still unconscious, the boy ran up and grabbed the monster by the arm. In a rage, the boy with red glowing eyes decapitated the green goblin with one movement, giving him no chance of survival. The new hunter froze when he realized that he had such power that he could take the life of a goblin with his bare hands. He still held the monster's body by the hand and watched as the goblin's head bounced along the ground far ahead. Looking at his hand, the hero did not understand what was wrong with his new power, because he just wanted to scare the goblin and take his weapon. The protagonist clenched his fist, took the sword from the monster, and looked up at the sky, wondering if he had really become a hunter. He became wary when he heard a mysterious voice saying that the fallen angel had turned its gaze on him. The goblin wasn't the only monster at the dungeon gates. A moment later, a horde of other monsters began to run towards the guy. These were other goblins who, with evil smiles on their faces and loud laughter, were about to pounce on our hero. Seeing this, the boy realized that these monsters react to any sound made, which is why they came running here. Looking ahead, our hero saw in front of him a whole army of green monsters with spears and other types of weapons. The guy started to panic, staring at the picture in front of him because there were a lot of monsters with big green ears. And the worst thing, in the boy's opinion, was that behind them stood a guy with a mask on his head, the leader and boss of the goblin dungeon. Our hero dropped his hands, realizing that this was the end for him, because he had just awakened as a new hunter. The boy looked at the goblin leader with animal fear, realizing that he was no match for him. A drop of sweat ran down his face from the tension. But at that moment, the image of Song-gu-hyun appeared before my eyes, insisting that our hero was a man and held up very well. Afterwards, the boy remembered the man's question about whether the hero would try to change the world if he gained great power. The protagonist remembered that at that moment he made a promise to his mentor to change the world by gaining such power. Remembering his promise to Song-gu-hyun, the boy clenched his teeth tightly and tried to control his fear and panic. He grabbed the sword, his body began to emit powerful blue mana, and the guy gave himself the order that he could not die here. The fallen angel, aka the Demon King, set his sights on our brave hero, and he knew that such a chance would only come once in a lifetime. The protagonist heard a notification in his head that the fallen angel was applauding his fighting spirit and prepared to attack the goblin. At this time, a horde of green-skinned monsters were also ready to attack the boy, preparing their weapons. Magic power helped the newly minted hunter cut the goblin's body into two parts with one deft movement. The guy dealt more and more blows with the sword he had taken from the monster. He was merciless towards the monsters. One of the goblins decided to attack our hero from the air, so he jumped high into the air to do so. but when the monster swung to hit the boy with a spiked club, the boy immediately noticed it. The new talented hunter managed to quickly block the attack of the vile goblin and not take damage. But the green monsters were not called beginner killers for nothing, so the goblin's next blow with the club was successful. Fortunately, the monster hit his hand and the blow was not fatal, but our hero noticeably tensed up and became less confident. With the next attack, the guy managed to destroy the goblin, and a notification in his head said that he was able to increase his level. The hero remembered training in the forest, when he deftly cut falling autumn leaves into several pieces. The guy then wielded a simple wooden spear. His movements were so intense that a cloud of dust rose up around him. At that moment, Song-gu Yoon praised him, saying that this is what real geniuses look like, and our hero can become an unrivaled hunter. Already now, at the gates of the dungeon, the boy was living up to his mentor's hopes, destroying more and more goblins and raising his level. The bloodthirsty monsters were defeated, their lifeless bodies lay everywhere, swords were stuck into the ground. The boy stopped after a fierce fight. He still held the sword in his hand, ready to continue defending himself. The protagonist caught his breath, but did not relax, because there was still one monster left to kill. The new hunter looked to the side and saw that a wooden club was heading straight for his face, and now he would get hit on the head. But the boy managed to react, jumped high into the air and swung to strike the goblin leader. The attack was unsuccessful. The goblin managed to break the guy's sword in half with his club, and our hero fell to the ground. The protagonist tensed up greatly and looked at his opponent with fury, recognizing him as the leader of the dungeon goblin army. The boy understood that even if it was just a goblin, it was still a boss, and its power was different from the usual one. The hero knew that the rules stated that in order to defeat the goblin chieftain, one had to be a C-rank hunter, otherwise there was no point in trying. The boy was confused because he had just awakened and was currently at E rank or F rank, which was not enough to fight the chieftain. But the newly minted hunter did not want to give up. He cast a mad glance down, preparing for a difficult fight. The young man no longer had a sword, so the hero grabbed a simple wooden spear and squeezed it with all his might. He decided to put all his strength into this blow and heard a voice saying that the fallen angel would grant him power over fire. The spear is the weapon of the Demon King and the best weapon the guy owns, and now he has the authority to use it. The Demon King granted the boy power over fire, so the tip of the spear was engulfed in scorching flames. The protagonist jumped up, leaving a dent in the ground, and ran towards the goblin leader. The magical aura of blue light was activated, the spear was strengthened by flames, and the boy was intent on attacking the monster. Meanwhile, the boss of all the goblins in the dungeon was ready to attack, holding a club with spikes high above him. However, the club did not help the leader in any way, because a second later, a huge gaping hole appeared in his body, burning with fire. Our hero rushed through the chieftain with a spear in his hands. He managed to inflict fatal damage on the boss with one move. After that, the newly minted talented hunter stopped, and a notification in his head said that he had risen to a new level. The flames did not pass without leaving a trace on the weapon, and the wooden spear turned into a solid coal, its durability dropping to 0. The protagonist stood motionless, breathing heavily, and tried to comprehend that he had accomplished what seemed like an impossible task. His face was covered in dirt, bruises, and sweat, and he told himself that, as expected, things weren't going so smoothly after the boss fight. The battle with the leader did not pass without leaving a trace for the guy. His clothes were torn, and there was a large wound on his stomach. He told himself that this was all he could do, and after these words he lost consciousness and fell face down on the ground. Afterwards, other hunters came to the gate, not understanding who was able to kill all these goblins and even their leader. These arriving guys, examining the remains of the goblins around, noticed our hero lying unconscious, bleeding. The stranger, looking closely at the bleeding guy, shouted to the others that there was a survivor here. The wound was not fatal for the new hunter, but after a fight with the goblins, the guy was forced to go to the hospital. The boy was connected to a patient monitoring monitor, and all his vital signs were normal. To treat our hero, doctors gave him an IV drip with medications to help him recover from his injury. The hero lay on a hospital bed with his eyes closed, and cables were attached to his chest to monitor his heart. When the boy opened his blue eyes, he assessed the situation and immediately realized that he was in a hospital. The fact that the main character is wounded and is now in the hospital made him realize that everything that happened was not a dream. He replayed the events of the past in his head, about Athena appearing out of nowhere and almost taking the valuable book from him. The boy remembered that after that, Song Gu-hyun pierced his body with his sword, and the boy woke up inside the gate, and the powerful goblin chieftain that the boy met at the gate almost caused the boy's death. But thanks to the mastery of fire that the fallen angel granted him, the hero was able to survive, although he received many serious injuries. The guy sat down, and the thought entered his head that he ended up in the hospital because other hunters saved him. A nurse entered the room and, seeing that our hero had stood up, worriedly told him that the guy couldn't move yet. The hospital employee came closer and asked the patient how he was feeling and whether he was dizzy. The girl explained that the hunters from the major league found the boy and saved him, and if it weren't for them, she doesn't know what would have happened to him. The main character stared at the medical worker with surprise on his face when she told him about the major league guild. The nurse said that the hero was badly injured and that he was very lucky and that someone from the association would come to him soon. As she left the room, the girl's face flushed, and she thought she should tell everyone what a cutie the guy was. Our hero had a few more questions for the hospital employee, so he turned to her again, apologizing. The girl stopped and turned her head, looking at her patient with confusion after he called her name. The guy was wondering what year it was, and the medical worker realized that the hero's memory was confused and he was dizzy. The nurse told our young hero that it was now 2020, and from her expression it was clear that she was telling the truth. The young man was completely stunned when he was told that it was now 2020, because that was 100 years before he was born. Gates that led to another dimension, and from which monsters fell to Earth, began to appear in 2020. And the year 2020, as our hero from history remembers, was remembered for the fact that many hunters were just beginning to make names for themselves. The main character was in complete shock when he realized that he had traveled back in time to the era of heroes. And at that moment the boy remembered the words of his mentor about hunters who proclaimed themselves gods and ruled over ordinary people. The patient's heartbeat quickened as Song Gu-hyun's question about being ready to change the world by gaining power sounded in his head. The boy knew that in the era of heroes, unlike his time, talented fighters received patronage directly from patrons. Now everything has changed dramatically, because he does not need to be the chosen one of Eden, and the young man tore out the IV to start acting. The liquid medicine mixture that the protagonist was given to help him recover from his injury fell off the counter. The patient's monitor beeped, and all vital signs disappeared as the guy removed the cables from his torso. The nurse began to panic watching this and tried to shout to the hero that it was dangerous to get up like that. Our brave hero assured the girl that he was completely fine and no longer felt dizzy as before. He asked a hospital employee where the bathroom was, which confused her because he was a tall guy, and she explained where to go. The new hunter needed to get himself in order as soon as possible, so he went into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. His eyes widened as he turned around and saw a mirror in front of him, the reflection in it knocking him out cold. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because his body had changed beyond recognition. It became muscular and strong. The young man did not have such muscles before the time travel, and his height increased to more than 190 centimeters. The hero was alarmed by the fact that his facial features were similar to the previous ones, but his body seemed to belong to a completely different person. The boy became wary and looked back when someone knocked on the bathroom door and asked if there was anyone there. The young man was disturbed by a fair-haired guy, and after the hero tidied himself up, they sat down at a table to talk. The stranger placed his business card on the table and introduced himself as Kim Soo-yeon, saying that he came from the association. He explained to our hero that after the incident at the gate, he was saved by the guild and asked if he had any memory lapses. The young man realized that this was the man the nurse had told him about, and he confirmed that he had memory lapses. The guy from the association asked the hero to tell about what he remembers, for example, his name or family details. After the main character was admitted to the hospital, the association tried to find information about him, but they were unable to find out anything. The hero did not answer right away, thinking about the words about how memory loss could have been the cause of awakening or injury in the gate. The boy decided to share some of his details with the person from the association, stating that he was 23 years old. But when it came time to reveal his name, the boy lied and said his name was Lee Jong-kyung, using part of the Demon King's name. For some reason at that moment, our protagonist decided to mix his name with the Demon King's name. He didn't know why, but he had an intuition, and it seemed to the young man that it would be the right decision to do so. Afterwards, he told the man from the association that he didn't remember anything else, and the guy grabbed his head, saying that it was a small problem. A concerned member of the organization asked the young man if he felt anything while inside the gate. The main character decided to answer this question truthfully and told the guy sitting opposite that he heard some voice. The reaction of the association employee made it clear that he knew what this meant, because his eyes widened in surprise. The guy said that he heard words about someone being his patron. His eyes began to shine with a blue light. The association employee became noticeably nervous and began to fidget with his hands on the table, trying to hide his excitement from the guy. The young man in the suit said that it looked like our hero had become a hunter and asked what the guy knew about hunters. When Lee Jong-ken explained that they were something like gifted people, the guy from the association suddenly stood up from his chair. The employee thanked Lee for his time and said the association and someone else would contact him again. As a sign of respect, the boy bowed his head to Jong-ken, stating that our hero had become someone very important to this world. Looking at the floor, the association employee bowed before the young man and wished the main character all the best. Afterwards, the boy in the black formal suit left the hospital, and Lee Jong-ken watched the young man leave, looking out the window. He analyzed the character of the man he had just met and noted that he was very polite. Afterwards, our hero wanted to check his data as a newly elected hunter and said the word status. A screen appeared right in front of him, showing data about his name, level, ability, title, stamina, and other characteristics. The hero saw that he had the player feature, which the Demon King had, for which he was hated. He remembered the Demon King, who had a peculiarity that made the 12 heroes try to keep him in check. The Demon King was special, and to be precise, he was not a hunter due to his unique ability. The Demon King, unlike the others, could become stronger without anyone's help, and did not need the leniency of patrons. The protagonist's aura became active when he realized, after examining his status, that the player was no longer the Demon King, but he. The boy was still recovering from the severe injuries he received during the brutal battle with the goblins at the gate. The joyful nurse ran up to Lee Jong-ken and congratulated him on becoming a hunter, for which the hero thanked her. But the hero did not share the girl's joy and asked the hospital employee if becoming a hunter really needed congratulations. The girl was happy for our hero, because even low-ranking hunters can become rich and receive many preferences. She explained that it is not even necessary to fight monsters for this, because the hero can also become a blacksmith. Also, according to the nurse, the guy has the opportunity to become a bodyguard, and rich people will line up to see him. But Lee was not happy, because he already knew all this, because those who are not elected remain absolutely powerless. The boy laughed nervously, asking the hospital employee if this was the thing he should be happy about. The girl handed the boy a bag, saying that she almost forgot to give this to him, things from Kim Soo-yeon from the association. The nurse explained that these were the things Lee was wearing during the gate incident, and then congratulated him on his discharge. The protagonist successfully left the hospital and found himself on the central street of a bustling Korean metropolis. He looked around, studying the passers-by with interest, because for the first time he was able to move 100 years into the past. The guy ended up in the Gangnam area. In the era of heroes, he was allowed to do so, but 100 years later, he wouldn't even be able to set foot in that place. The protagonist was amazed because the environment around him was surprisingly bright and peaceful. Inspector Kim Soo-yeon from the organization met our hero and said that he had been waiting for him, and he was greeted in return. Kim suggested that the guy join the association, considering that it was not the best idea for a rookie hunter to wander around the city. From the sad expression on the protagonist's face, it was clear that he was not thrilled with the idea of going to the association now. But Soo-yeon asked the guy not to worry, because after registering as a hunter, he would immediately be given an apartment. With a smile on his face, Kim congratulated the hero on the fact that according to the test results, he was a C-rank hunter, a status that not many people in their country had. He suggested that the hero continue on his way and tell the rest of the details after Lee Jong-ken completed registration. The boys headed to the Hunters Association, the central office building where all the local monster fighters gathered. The protagonist sat at the registration table, realizing that usually after waking up, hunters receive an E or F rank. The hunter ranks are listed in alphabetical order, and the association employee gave the boy a badge indicating his rank and name. The higher the rank, the more prospects are opened up to the hunter, and the special attitude also increases with the level. Kim informed our hero that his registration had been completed without any problems, and showed him the door leading to his apartment. The main character was shocked when he entered his new home and saw the environment in which he would now have to live. The apartment was bright, spacious, and modern, with large windows overlooking the city and expensive furniture inside. The guy looked to the right and saw a huge TV, which not every person could afford. The main character was overwhelmed with emotions, finding himself in his own apartment. Tears appeared in his eyes. Although the interior felt old-fashioned to the young man from the distant future, he thanked the manager for providing him with housing. Lee Jong-ken was touched because the day was special, as he finally became a hunter and had his own home for the first time. The guy from the association remembered that he had one more piece of news and said that someone wanted to meet our hero. Hearing this, the protagonist became very excited. His eyes began to emit a bright blue light again. An agitated Lee Jung-kyung looked at Kim with wide eyes, asking if anyone really wanted to meet him. The main character had no idea who it could be, because there shouldn't be anyone here who knows that he is from the future. Surprised by the guy's unexpected reaction, Kim said that it was the head of a major league guild who was interested in him. Kim Soo-yeon explained that the major league guild has been very active lately and has attracted a lot of attention. The protagonist was not against meeting with the guild leader and agreed to set up a meeting with this man. The meeting took place shortly. The guys went outside. The manager from the association introduced our hero to the head. Afterwards, Kim Soo-yeon decided to introduce the guy to the person who was the leader of the Major League Guild that saved our hero. But the mysterious man who led the guild stopped the association employee and said that he would introduce himself. The handsome man with a shaved head noted the new hunter's height and said that his name was Ye Seong-gu and that he was the leader of a major league guild. The main character stared at his new acquaintance with wide eyes and his mouth slightly open. The leader's appearance surprised him. The boy panicked when Ye Seong-gu asked Lee Jung-kyung why he was staring at the man like that. The young man rubbed the back of his head out of embarrassment and began to sweat, apologizing to the man if he had offended him. The hero thought that he had almost made a mistake, and he had no idea that he would meet this man in person so quickly. The boy recognized the leader as his mentor Song-gu Hyun, but did not tell him about it, and the man asked if they had met before. Jong-kyung clearly remembered that Song-gu taught him all the skills in the past, but he replied that he had lost his memory, so he was not sure. It came as a surprise to the guild leader that the next moment our hero bowed before him and thanked him for saving his life. For Jung-kyung, Song-gu was a hero who closed an incredible number of gates and saved so many people. The boy knew that in the future this man would become the famous Heimdall, the hero who was thought to be dead. The sun set behind the horizon and night fell. Our hero went to his new apartment to rest. The hero still couldn't get used to the fact that he had received a new body, so he looked at his muscular arm in the room. To be sure, he clenched his fist once again and stated that everything that had happened to him today was real. But Jong Ken was worried about his body. It felt like it belonged to someone else, but the moles were in the same places, which meant it belonged to him. He wanted to check his status again, and the screen in front of him showed data about his stamina, strength, and other information. What interested the guy most was why the hero had the ability player, which the Demon King also had. He suspected that he had gained the ability because the fallen angel became his patron, but he did not understand what had happened to the Demon King then. The young man knew nothing more about this, and he realized that he would not receive answers to all his questions now. Lee Jong-keng kept telling himself that he had returned to the past, gained strength, and obtained the most powerful ability. The boy's eyes began to glow with a magical blue light as he screamed that he now had the power to change the world. The sleepless night for our hero passed, a clear day came again, and the guy again went to the association's office building. This tall modern building was visited by all the young hunters, who studied there, sitting at desks, as if they were in a real school. The main character also came to class, but unlike the others, he was not studying but sleeping right at his desk. A strong man in a black formal suit entered the office, his face covered by large sunglasses. The man with scars on his face stated that his name was Bei Sang-soo and that he was one of the people who would train the hunters. The hunters were shocked because Sang-soo is a B rank and he is an important member of the association, and newbies are not usually trained like that. The protagonist overheard a conversation about how, since Bei Sang-soo decided to teach them, it meant that the association had its eye on one of the students. The hunters' eyes lit up with a demonic light as they set their sights on attracting Sang-soo's attention and getting a good position. The teacher announced that today there would be a seminar about hunters, and after that everyone would choose a combat weapon and take a test. There was a deathly silence in the office when Sang-soo asked if they knew how the awakening of a hunter was done. One of the guys raised his hand and suggested that in order to awaken, one had to be chosen by a patron. The guy answered correctly, and Sang-soo added that with awakening, the strength that can be pumped up is also determined. When asked about ways to pump up strength, the girl answered by saying that this can be done by closing the gate or by receiving the attention of the patron. The experienced B-rank hunter clapped his hands and smiled, calling the girl's answer excellent and saying that she had clearly prepared. Bei Sang-soo flashed his glasses and decided to ask the guys a more tricky question and asked what the patron's goal was. The question was not as simple as the previous ones, so there was silence in the office and no one could answer. The teacher was not surprised that no one knew the answer, because no one knows who the patrons are and why they choose people. He noticed one of the guys in the office who, unlike the others, wasn't trying to impress him. Sang-soo was interested in our hero, so he turned to the guy who looked indifferent and asked if he could answer his question. The main character removed his hand from his chin and did not answer the teacher. The young man hesitated a little when he was addressed. With a smile on his face, the teacher said that a free-form answer was accepted, and he just wanted to hear his opinion. Lee Jong-keng stunned the entire audience when he shared his opinion that the patrons were engaged in some kind of entertainment. Everyone present in the office, including the teacher, were extremely surprised by such words from the newly minted hunter. The answer shocked Sang-soo so much that sweat appeared on his face, and he asked the boy what he meant by that. The hero stood his ground, explaining that they choose a character, hunt monsters, and enjoy themselves as if it were a game. The man with scars on his face opened his mouth in indignation, thinking that this answer from the new guy was simply incomprehensible. The protagonist remembered the Demon King, who believed that for the patrons this was nothing more than a game. The lesson in the classroom was over, and the boys went to the training ground to undergo a combat test. Sang-soo turned to the huntress girl who had chosen the sword and called it a good choice, then asked if she was ready. The girl, clutching the sword tightly with both hands, answered the teacher that she was ready to begin the combat test, her eyes shining with a blue light. The man explained that the girl would have to fight a hungry goblin, and it would be okay if she couldn't defeat him. The huntress agreed to begin the task after Sansu said that he would then decide for himself whether she passed the test or not. Sangsu said that there was nothing to worry about because the goblin had been brainwashed and would not be able to kill a human, and pressed the button to start the test. The gate holding the hungry goblin opened, and a furious green monster flew at full speed towards the girl. The aggressive monster rushed forward to attack the girl, but the huntress was already ready to strike. With a loud cry, the brave girl swung her sword, glaring at the goblin in an attempt to attack the green monster. The huntress's sword left blue streaks of light behind it. The girl struck the first blow, but the goblin dodged. The goblin bared his sharp teeth and laughed evilly when the huntress failed to damage the monster, and then swung his own. The monster struck the newly minted huntress with its hand, and the girl closed her eyes in pain. The blow was not critical, but it was noticeable, so the heroine lost her balance, and after this attack fell on one knee. The hungry, enraged goblin did not want to leave the girl alone, so he decided to pounce on her again. Teacher Bei Sang-soo, watching the fight, thought it was too dangerous when the goblin was about to attack again. But the huntress did not give up and managed to defend herself. Her next blow with the sword was successful, and the goblin's body was cut into 2 parts. The hungry, bloodthirsty monster was defeated, but the fight was exhausting, so the girl fell, exhausted. The man with scars on his face walked closer to the student, who was lying on the floor, trying to catch her breath after the fight. He praised the huntress for being able to counterattack and kill the goblin in such a situation, so she passed the test. The girl left the training ground, and Bei Sang-soo asked the last cadet to enter the ring to take the test. The iron gates behind which the last newly minted hunter stood began to open at Sang-soo's command. Our main character came out onto the platform. Instead of a sword, he chose a wooden spear and shield as a weapon. Lee Jong-keng looked focused and determined to complete the combat test. There was not a trace of fear on his face. The teacher looked at the weapon that the last cadet had chosen and thought that a spear and a shield were a very strange combination. The guy understood that if he passed the test, he would be able to continue attending graduate courses, and he needed to prove himself in order to get an advantage. Hunter Sang-soo said nothing about the guy's choice of weapon and suggested that they begin the combat test. He stated that all the goblins had been killed and that another monster would have to be fought, but according to the new rules, it was not necessary to kill it. Our hero was noticeably surprised by the news that all the goblins were gone, and he would have to fight another monster. The teacher reassured him that the monster had been brainwashed and would not be able to cause serious damage, and as long as Sang-soo was here, there should be no problems. Bei Sang-soo looked at our hero and asked if he was ready to begin. In response, Jong-kyung only nodded in agreement. The guy guessed that most likely they would release a kobold into the arena, because he was similar in strength to a goblin, and reported his readiness. Sang-soo suggested that they begin the test and asked the young man not to disappoint him, because he was impressed by his answer at the seminar. The teacher announced that in the final combat test, Lee Jong-ken would have to fight a large green orc. The hunters watching the test on TV screens were shocked when they saw an orc enter the arena. The boys couldn't believe their eyes because orcs had never been used for training fights before. Sang-soo knew that this was necessary because of the hunter who had awakened immediately with a B rank and was now the strongest in the world. The teacher knew very well that Jong-ken was a real diamond because he awakened at C rank and dealt with all the goblins. By unleashing an orc against the protagonist that was stronger than 2 grown men combined, he wanted Lee to show him what he was capable of. As our hero prepared to fight the orc, he received a notification that the fallen angel was watching him closely. The duel began immediately. As soon as the orc was released into the arena, the monster immediately ran towards the hunter. As his only weapon, the guy chose a simple wooden spear, which began to emit magical light in his hands. The orc didn't have time to attack the hunter because our brave hero did it first, piercing his shoulder with a sharp spear. The guy concluded that the monster was very stupid because it attacked relying on brute force without any intentions. The spear was sticking out of the shoulder of the orc's muscular body. The green-skinned monster grabbed it with its hand to pull it out of the body. The protagonist panicked because the spear was stuck in the monster's body, and it was impossible to pull it out. The enraged orc held the spear in his hand. He clenched his second fist, preparing to pounce on our hero. The monster with dark green skin began to furiously hit the guy with his fists, but the main character managed to protect himself with a shield. The orc dealt numerous blows, leaving streaks of red light behind his fists, but the wooden shield saved the guy. The hunters were worried, thinking that it was too dangerous to give the orc a start, and the instructor should stop him. Sansu watched the fight calmly, believing that the attack was flawless, but the man slightly underestimated the monster's strength. The bloodthirsty orc continued to strike the shield with his fists, which had already begun to crumble, with splinters flying in all directions. Having taken out his weapon, the instructor became alarmed, believing that everything could end badly if he did not intervene now. B-rank hunter. Bei Sang-soo dropped his weapon from his hand when he saw the turn of events before him that left him in shock. He did not interfere in the fight, watching in amazement what was happening in front of him in the arena between our hero and the orc. Our brave hero removed his shield and jumped to the side with lightning speed, thereby protecting himself from another blow from the monster. The guy kicked the bloodthirsty monster right in the head with all his might. The hero's body glowed with a bright blue light. The blow was impressive because it caused a large, sharp fang to fall off the orc's mouth and fly off to the side. At this point, the main character decided not to stop the attack, but to pounce on the orc again while he was taken aback by the first blow. The fallen angel granted him mastery over fire. The hero's eyes glowed orange, and his shield became covered in flames. Having lost his spear, the hero did not lose his head, and decided to use a burning shield as a weapon, cutting off the orc's head with it. The hunters who were watching everything on TV were amazed, doubting that they really had a newbie in front of them. One of the boys said that Lee Jong-ken squeezed the spear to upset the orc's balance, while the other noted the boy's incredible skills. Sansu was surprised that Jong-ken used the skill without casting any spell, which meant he had the skill since awakening. The instructor said that this was the first time something like this had happened since the beginning of the era of hunters, and the guy's shield strength had dropped to 0. After defeating the orc, the protagonist regained his spear and received a notification that his level had been increased. While kicking the lifeless body with the tip of the spear, Lee Jong-ken was also informed that his fire mastery was now at level 2. Sang-soo made it his goal to recruit the boy into the association at all costs, and praised him for successfully passing the test. The main character took his victory calmly and thanked the instructor for the congratulations without any bright emotions on his face. He looked at his hand and saw that the spear had also turned to ash, guessing that the weapon was failing due to its power over fire. Control over fire is the foundation of the Demon King's strength, and it can even be considered not a skill, but a power. The hero thought that unlike normal skills, this one could be enhanced by the player's trait, but the equipment couldn't withstand the power. Clutching the ashes of the destroyed spear in his hand, the boy realized that he needed to get a weapon made of at least metal. The first day of training at the association ended successfully for our hero. The sun was already setting over the horizon. When it was already dark on the streets of the Korean metropolis, Lee Jung-kyung spent his free time in his new apartment. The boy was chatting pleasantly with the manager from the association and Song-gu, the leader of the top league guild that saved him at the gate. Sang-gu shared with the protagonist his doubt that he, as the leader, should not be in the new hunter's apartment. The young man dismissed all of Sang-gu's doubts and said that he had invited him to the housewarming party and also apologized for not being so rich. Over a modest meal, the men chatted amiably, discussed tomorrow's seminar and the upcoming test at the hunter's school. Kim Soo-yan, who was appointed as our hero's mentor, asked if the final test of the seminar classes was tomorrow. The protagonist was surprised when Sang-gu suddenly asked about his plans for the future and whether Lee had thought about his proposal. Sang-gu opened up to the young hero, admitting that he didn't know why, but something inside him was telling him that he couldn't let the boy go. Kim felt awkward because the atmosphere at the meal had become tense, and the Best Hunters Guild was trying to recruit a newcomer. The bald-headed man told our hero that one way or another, he didn't want to pressure the guy into making a decision. The protagonist stared at the guild leader and his mentor in the past, not daring to give a definitive answer. The atmosphere in the apartment was tense. The association manager pressed his lips together and began to sweat, waiting for the guy to answer. Looking into Sang-gu's eyes, Lee Jong-kyung said that he had to refuse the man, not agreeing to his proposal. Kim Soo-yeon abruptly turned his gaze to the youth, shocked that the hero refused to join the best guild. It was clear from the expression on the bald-headed man's face that the hero's answer disappointed him. He sadly lowered his eyes to the floor. Song-gu asked why our hero refused, because joining the guild would be a lucrative offer for the new hunter. Without admitting it, the protagonist understood that Song-gu Hyun was absolutely right, and this would open up many prospects for him. But the hero decided that it was too dangerous to get close to Brother Gu so early, so he said that he did not want to join any organization. But Lee Jong-kang clarified that if his help was needed, he would always be ready to provide it in order to repay for saving him. For a few seconds, there was silence in the protagonist's apartment. Song-gu silently pondered Lee Jong-kyung's words. The man looked at the young man with a smile on his face and said that he had taken note of this and did not refuse the boy's help. Lee Jun-kyung and Song-gu Hyun stood opposite each other, smiled and crossed their fists, while Kim Soo-yeon felt awkward because of them. Soo-yeon was confused by the fact that a newbie was going to help the strongest A-rank hunter, and the latter was accepting his help. The housewarming party in our hero's new apartment continued. Song-gu and Jong-kyung laughed among themselves, and Soo-yeon did not understand them. The next day has arrived, and the main character must pass the final test for the association's graduates. The instructor announced that before they began, he wanted to say a few words about the exam process. The man stated that the exam would take place at the gate, the portal to which was behind him, but there was no reason to worry. Sang-soo clenched his fist with all his might. The power of a B-rank hunter was so powerful that a bright flash was formed behind his hand. In this way, the man demonstrated his power to the newcomers, reassuring them with the news that he would personally accompany them through the gates. The news shocked the new hunters present at the final exam. They stared at the instructor. The protagonist knew that in front of him stood an experienced B-rank hunter whose strength surpassed all those standing here combined. The enthusiastic instructor said that they would leave the gate immediately after all the supplies were received. The protagonist, tightly clutching a new metal weapon in his hands, passed through the portal into the gate to pass the final test. As soon as he entered the new space, the guy became wary, because the air in the gate felt somehow viscous. The man guessed that the newcomers felt the air was thick and explained that it was all because of the magical power in the gate. Sang-soo suggested that they move out since everyone was already gathered, and told the newcomers to follow his instructions when they encountered monsters. The instructor walked ahead of everyone, followed by our main character, holding a shield made of strong metal in his hand, and the rest walked behind. Bae Sang-soo must have sensed something was wrong because he made a gesture with his hand, silently signaling for them to stop. The experienced B-rank hunter noticed from a great distance that 3 bloodthirsty goblins were waiting for them ahead. One of the green monsters noticed that they were not the only ones in the gate and looked warily towards the hunters. Sang-soo loudly announced that the monsters were coming and ordered hunters 1 and 3 to prepare their weapons. The 2 strong guys immediately followed the instructor's order and firmly grabbed the sword and axe in their hands, their bodies already radiating magical energy. One of the named hunters, when the goblin approached, immediately began to attack, swinging his sword at the monster. The second blow was successful. The guy managed to slash the green monster's body with his sword, thereby killing it. Another hunter, a stronger guy who used a large axe as a weapon, also attacked the goblin. The boys did an excellent job with their task. so the instructor called the next ones, hunters number 8 and 16. The guys with swords in their hands ran towards the two goblins, who were also not unarmed and ready to attack. Hunters number 8 and 16 also coped brilliantly with their task and destroyed the green monsters with the very first blow. Next up was our hero. Instructor Bei Sang-soo called out the name of Lee Jun-kyung to fight the goblin. The other hunters froze in surprise when Lee Jong-ken, who had just been standing next to them, took off like lightning. The guys were amazed by the incredible speed of our hero. He moved as fast as no one else. The main character began to attack the monster with lightning speed, his body radiating blue light. He held the weapon and protection tightly in his hands. Moving quickly and deftly through space, in a matter of moments, the guy destroyed two goblins with his spear. A moment later, our hero managed to cut the third goblin into two parts with one blow, leaving him no chance of survival. The main character moved quickly, like lightning, leaving behind bright streaks of light and numerous corpses of monsters. A few seconds later, the battle was over. The body of the last green monster, cut into two parts, fell to the ground with a crash. The other hunters who were watching this fight opened their mouths and eyes wide in surprise, amazed by the hero's abilities. One of the boys began to doubt that Lee Jong-ken had only recently awakened and did not understand what the point of his training here was then. Sang-soo concluded that the boy was simply incredibly skilled with weapons, like a B-rank hunter, and they had to get him. After an intense battle, the protagonist stopped to catch his breath. The goblins did not cause him any damage. The horde of green-skinned monsters was successfully destroyed, and the team led by Sang-soo continued their journey through the gate. The instructor told the boys that they would soon meet a monster boss, and he was different from the usual ones, so they had to be careful. The man ordered the newcomers to prepare well, drink the potion, and check the condition of their weapons and equipment. The graduates immediately began to carry out the teacher's orders, drinking potions and inspecting their weapons for defects. The protagonist stood to the side. He thoughtfully looked down at the floor, remembering the Demon King and his special player ability. The boy thought about how the Demon King was killed by 12 heroes before he could pump up his power to the maximum. Looking at the fire above his palm, the hunter decided to act differently to avoid being killed like the Demon King. The flame in the hero's hand became stronger. He decided to do everything to become stronger than the 12 heroes and anyone else. Lee Jong-ken removed the fire from his hand and returned to his formation, preparing to face the dungeon boss. All the hunters prepared for a new battle, and the instructor said that they needed to move out and asked everyone to follow him. The gate had a gloomy atmosphere. The sharp rocks were surrounded by red magical energy emanating from the boss monsters. There was a hum inside. The hunters led by Sang-soo were getting closer and closer to the monster, and its energy was growing. The instructor and B-rank hunter led the less experienced guys. They came close to the cloud of magical energy. The monster boss's magic immediately began to act on the heroes. The instructor's body turned black and white, and he visibly tensed up. The same effect was imposed on the other hunters. The guys were very scared, not understanding what was happening. The encounter with the monster boss's magic surprised our hero too. His eyes widened, not understanding what kind of overwhelming energy it was. It was a serious matter, so B-rank hunter Sang-soo immediately shouted at the boys to retreat and run to the gate right now. The cloud of crimson magical light turned into a powerful charge of flame that caught up with our heroes. Like a fiery meteorite, the power of the monster boss rushed towards the hunters. Sang-soo ran away towards the exit. When the man turned around, he noticed a stream of powerful fire heading straight towards him. The distance was very small. A decision had to be made immediately. Sang-soo knew he had to dodge, but if he did that, something else would happen. The man screamed, "Damn!" as the monster came as close as possible, and he needed to dodge, but his boot slipped treacherously. There was no time to escape. The instructor and B-rank hunter decided to cast the poisonous fang spell. He raised his hands up and a giant image of a magical monster appeared above him, shining with a bright blue light. With the help of this spell, the man with scars on his face began to counteract the power of the monster boss's fire. But the fiery power of the mighty monster prevailed, and it gradually captured all of the man's blue energy. The monster retreated, and after the attack, the man remained unharmed, but sat on his knees, holding his knives in his hands. The enemy's strength was astonishingly destructive, even for an experienced hunter. His poison fangs were unable to completely repel the attack. Bei Sang-soo turned his head sharply, remembering his new recruits, not understanding what was happening to the guys now, and whether they were okay. The man stood up, turned around and saw the main character in front of him, holding a shield in his hand, and behind him were the rest of the guys. Around the main character there were streams of orange and blue magical power at the same time. The guy silently looked at the instructor. Sang-soo realized that it was Lee Jun-kyung who helped him repel the attack and praised the boy, calling him incredible. But the guy started denying everything, saying that he only managed because Sang-soo blocked most of the enemy's attack. The protagonist froze when he suddenly received a notification that the fallen angel was requesting a guy. The next notice our brave hero received was that he needed to destroy the great goblin sorcerer. The hunters recognized the monster in front of them as a great goblin sorcerer who could destroy even a B-rank fighter, so they had to run. Sang-soo admitted that even for him, the sorcerer would be a difficult opponent, so he asked everyone to leave the gate and request reinforcements. The protagonist stunned the instructor by telling the man that he wanted to fight the great goblin sorcerer one-on-one. The other guys who heard such a bold statement from Lee Jong-ken were also shocked. The instructor asked the hero not to overestimate himself, even though he had previously managed to destroy a horde of goblins and even an orc. When trying to reason with the guy, Lee Jong-ken said that he knew that the goblin was strong and he knew how to resist him. The young man asked if the monsters here weren't designed for beginners to handle and asked to give them a chance. Bei Sang-soo was puzzled by the blind confidence of the guy in front of him, but still agreed to give him a chance to fight the sorcerer. The protagonist turned around and stared at his enemy, his weapon and magic power at the ready. The great goblin sorcerer did not hesitate, and the next moment activated his magical abilities against the hero. In front of the bloodthirsty monster was a magic circle, with the help of which the monster sent charges of fire towards Lee. The goblin sorcerer launched 3 streams of destructive flame against our hero. They approached the guy with lightning speed. They soon reached their destination, but the protagonist managed to protect himself by putting a metal shield in front of him. The first attack of the goblin sorcerer was successfully repelled. The hunter made the streams of fire swirl and change their trajectory. The amazed boys watching this couldn't believe their eyes because Jong-ken managed to completely reflect the fireballs. Bei Sang-soo was also shocked because the guy didn't just reflect the fireballs, he absorbed them, and he didn't understand how Lee managed to do it. Another blast of fire reached our hero, but the sorcerer failed to hit the guy. Jong-ken absorbed the energy again. The shield took on the fireballs and carried the energy of the flame, after which the main character decided to counterattack the enemy. However, the experienced and powerful monster was prepared for this. He put a magic circle in front of himself for protection. The guy didn't have time to attack the goblin as the monster struck again, causing a giant explosion in the gate. A large wall of flame appeared between the protagonist and the monster, protecting the goblin from the hunter's attack. Seeing this, the other hunters were scared. They shouted that they couldn't handle it, and they would simply be wiped out by long-range magic. But our brave hero was ready to continue the battle. He held out a spear in front of him, the tip of which emitted fiery energy. Watching the rookie hunter's attempts to resist, the great goblin sorcerer smiled widely with his sharp fangs. The next step for the protagonist was to cast the split spell. His eyes were already emitting magical fire. With this spell, Jong-ken managed to create a tunnel in the wall of flames through which he could get to the enemy. The path in front of the protagonist was gradually cleared of flames so that he could safely approach the sorcerer. Now, behind the wall of destructive fire, the guy could see the goblin sorcerer. The monster was surprised by such skills of the enemy. Instructor Bei Sang-soo was also shocked and shouted that it was simply impossible that our hero had managed to do something like that. As the main character walked through the tunnel, he smiled because it was his incredible skill of control over fire that allowed him to do this. The split spell allowed our hero to freely cross the hole in the goblin sorcerer's wall of fire. The evil smile on the monster's face instantly disappeared when he saw the hunter rapidly approaching him. The monster immediately put out a red magic circle in front of itself to defend itself and attack Lee Jung-ken again. But the main character's flame-charged metal spear was immune to this, and the guy managed to strike. Letting out a loud cry, the protagonist attacked the great goblin sorcerer, and the monster did not have time to do so earlier. Just one blow from the spear was enough for the monster's body to turn into a pile of smoldering ash. The protagonist held the weapon in front of him as what remained of the great goblin sorcerer flew past him. The other hunters were amazed at what they saw, shouting that the newbie had actually done it and began to praise him. The guys started calling him a super rookie, and at that time, Lee Jung-ken received a notification from the fallen angel. The guy froze and his eyes widened in surprise when the notification said that the fallen angel would become his patron. He smiled when he learned that he was given the ability to perform the familiar summoning because the Demon King also had that ability. When the hunter's adventure at the gate was over, it was already dark, and the following events took place in the association building. B-rank hunter and instructor Bae Sang-soo entered the association director's office and addressed the man sitting in the chair. The director suggested that the reason for meeting him was probably related to what happened in the gate during the final test. The instructor confirmed that the director was right when the man with the eye patch asked if the conversation was related to the C-rank hunter. The man thought for a moment and assumed that Bae Sang-soo wanted to tell him that the new hunter was actually of a lower rank. The association director fell silent when Sang-soo admitted that it was actually the other way around, and the rookie's rank was higher. The man with one eye leaned on the armrest of the chair to stand up and give his opinion to the B-rank hunter. The head of the association stated that if Bae Sang-soo says this, and the rookie's rank is indeed higher, then that's how it is. The man walked up to the window and then turned around and asked Sang-soo how much potential he thought the guy had. The instructor thought for a moment and replied that perhaps what the association director was striving for was now entirely achievable. After these words, the leader of the Hunters Association grinned because with the help of our hero, he would have the opportunity to achieve his goal. Looking out the window at the street of the night Korean city, the director put his hands in his pockets and said that he wanted to meet Jong-kyung soon. When it began to get light, our main character was no longer asleep, but had already gone to the association building on some business. Manager Kim Soo-yeon and the head of the Major League Guild, Song-gu, were waiting for the guy near the building. The hero's quick arrival was a surprise to them. Kim Soo-yeon admitted that he was worried when he learned that the gate rank for the final test had risen from E rank to C rank. Song-gu asked Jong-kyung if he had already received an invitation to join the Hunters Association. The protagonist said nothing and only nodded in agreement, confirming that he had been invited to the association. Then, after successfully destroying the goblin sorcerer, the instructor approached the guy and asked if he wanted to join the association. The other hunters were shocked when they saw Sang-soo trying to recruit the protagonist and couldn't believe what was happening. However, Lee Jun-kyung declined, apologizing and saying that he had no desire to join any group at this time. Instructor Bae Sang-soo froze and fell silent in surprise, not believing that the young man had just so abruptly rejected his offer. However, the man with scars on his face did not insist any further and was understanding of the fact that the hero did not want to join the association for now. Lee Jung-ken understood that if he joined the association, he would pump up his strength faster, but in that case, he wouldn't be able to hide anything from them. Another compelling reason for our hero to refuse to join the association was that one person belonged to it. The image of this mysterious man appeared in his head, and the newcomer understood that he could not get involved with him under any circumstances. Now, when the protagonist was talking to Song-gu, the bald-headed man asked him if the guy had any food preferences. For our hero, this was a surprisingly difficult question, and he became very tense, and then hesitantly answered that he liked ramen. Ye Song-gu, who had been keeping up with the boy with his questions, asked the protagonist if he liked meat. At the mention of meat, Lee Jong-ken's eyes lit up, and drool began to flow down his chin, and he began to frantically nod his head in agreement. Song-gu laughed and grabbed our hero by the shoulder, suggesting that they go out for lunch and eat whole tons of meat in that case. It was already dark outside when the new hunter finished all his business and went to his apartment to rest. The protagonist went to the shower, hot water poured down, Lee Jong-ken's shower stall was filled with thick steam. The guy stood for a long time under the stream of hot water and looked into space. He was completely immersed in his thoughts and pondering something. Memories of how the guy skillfully dealt with a whole crowd of enraged goblins at the gates came to mind. Then the boy remembered how he stood in front of the goblin sorcerer when he was able to remove part of the monster's wall of fire with the help of a spell. The protagonist thought about how he looked through the tunnel surrounded by flames at the great goblin sorcerer, preparing to kill him. Then the moment of triumph came back to him, when with just one blow of his spear, the young man reduced the monster to ashes. Having refreshed his mind on the battle at the gate during the final test, the boy wanted to look at his status again. He was now level 11, had stamina 30, strength 33, and the ability to summon one familiar. The guy was shocked because only the 12 heroes and the Demon King have the ability to summon a familiar. Realizing that he had obtained the ability that the Demon King had, and that his familiar would not be any worse, he immediately summoned it. Having received a notification asking if the guy really wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, the hero confidently said the word call. The next moment his body began to emit a bright blue light, his eyes glowed orange, and the summoning procedure began. What happened that night in the hero's apartment remained a secret. The next morning came, and the events unfolded in Lee's apartment. The guy was sitting on the couch and looked at the door in surprise when he heard someone suddenly knocking loudly on it. The man knocking on our hero's door was persistent, so the guy had to go and let him into the apartment. It was a joyful Kim Soo-yeon who showed the phone to our hero, asking if the news on the screen was about him. Lee Jong-keng picked up his phone and read the news that some super rookie had awakened with a C rank and defeated an invincible boss. The hero realized that he had made it to the front page, but the news did not contain any personal information about him, but the higher ranks of the association were definitely already aware. Kim said that hunters have become more popular than many idols lately, but it was clear from Jun Kyung's face that he wasn't too interested. The protagonist said that what was more important was what he wanted to discuss with the manager now, and Soo-yeon asked what it was. Lee Jong-keng told the association employee that he wanted to participate in clearing the dungeon of goblins and other monsters. Our hero's request was granted, and soon he was successfully dealing with the goblins in the dungeon. The boy skillfully wielded his spear, leaving large gaping holes in the bodies of the green-skinned monsters. The next attack was also successful. With one blow, the guy managed to cut the body of the bloodthirsty monster into 2 parts. When the main character dealt with the small monsters, he saw a larger, more muscular, screaming goblin in front of him. But the monster was immediately decapitated by a blow from Lee Jong-ken, and the boy received a notification that the fallen angel was satisfied with his actions. The protagonist was focused on the battle. His spear was charged with fiery energy, and his body was emitting a blue aura. The guy stopped and caught his breath when he received notifications that he had leveled up and managed to clear the dungeon. The young man was surprised that the bracelet with the skull did not react in any way after the monsters he killed and the death of the boss, and did not understand how he could use it at all. A message appeared above the accessory stating that the skull is a soulkeeper, and not a single soul was absorbed, so activation is impossible. The protagonist knew that the familiar must be very powerful, but this thing has not yet managed to absorb a single soul. Lee Jong-ken began to suspect that he had been mistaken all this time, and that the familiar did not need the souls of monsters but completely different ones. Our brave hero returned to his dimension through the portal, where he was met by Kim Soo-yeon, who congratulated him on the successful cleansing. The guy said that Jong Ken had already cleared the fourth dungeon, and if he had any items to sell at the auction, he could give them to him. The protagonist, without saying a word, extended his hand and dropped a whole pile of swords taken from the slain goblins onto the floor. The manager praised our hero for being a quick learner and said that as soon as the artifacts were sold, the funds would be credited to his account. But it seemed that the hunter was not very interested in money, and he immediately asked Kim when he could enter the next gate. The boy was surprised when Choy Yon apologized and said that there were no gates left to reserve right now. The hero understood that something was wrong, because the world was literally being torn apart by gates that could not be closed, and the hunter could not be provided with new ones. The guy in the formal suit explained that a guild had recently appeared and had recently reserved about 20 low-level gates. The protagonist was perplexed in his mind by the fact that some guild was able to reserve all 20 gates for itself. The manager agreed with the guy, but the association had to approve the request because the guild had previously successfully cleared all of its gates. Lee Jun-kyung's mouth dropped open in surprise as he began to guess which guild Kim Soo-yeon was talking about. In a panic, he began to shake Kim by the shoulders, begging him not to tell him that this guild was led by a certain Choy Yon's son. Kim Yeon-seong said that the guy was right, and that it was the Northern Army Guild founded by the super rookie Choy Yon-seong. Our hero was terrified because in the future, Jong Yeon-seong would become one of the 12 heroes and become famous as an absolute tyrant and a ruthless killer. The guy was from the future, so he knew this person very well. The man was strong and muscular, ruthless in character. The hero felt hatred for this terrible hero and understood that the moment had come when they could meet. In the future, an incident occurred involving Jong Yeon-seong, who was standing on a cliff and looking at a rainy Korean town. This hunter was protested by ordinary residents who stood with signs calling for the construction to be stopped and for their lives to be protected. One of Choy Yong-seung's henchmen then approached him and asked what should be done because the riots were getting out of control. The ruthless man said that the inhabitants were just ants who would build new homes for themselves if they destroyed their old ones. Drawing his weapon, Yeon-seong activated his magical power and said that humans were despicable slaves who would always be dissatisfied. Towering over the village where the locals were protesting, Choy Yeon's son pointed his gun forward, wanting to kill them all. He pointed the tip of his magic sword towards the town to kill the pathetic slaves who, in his opinion, were not worthy of life from a distance. With this action, one of the 12 heroes caused a huge explosion in the village, which instantly took the lives of many people. Under Choy Yon-seong's command, the once peaceful village began to crumble before our eyes. Houses fell down, and water filled the streets. Now that our hero had become a hunter, he walked down the street, holding his hands in his pockets, and recalled these tragic events. It was a difficult time in Lee Jun-kyung's life, so he let out a heavy sigh as tragic memories came flooding back to him. For the main character, the event was terrible, because after the incident, more than half of the inhabitants of the village where the guy lived died. Continuing his walk down the street, the super rookie suddenly stopped when he heard alarming sounds behind him. He turned his head and looked intently at the man who was shouting the word "enough" not far from him. The main character held his phone in his hand. He squeezed it tighter in case he got into some kind of altercation now. Jongkin saw a man kneeling, asking the strange guys how they could do such things just because they were hunters. One of the young men, who was a hunter, approached the cart that belonged to the defenseless man and brazenly kicked it. The man, sitting on his knees, could not help himself in the situation when there were 2 strong guys against him and began to loudly call for help. Our hero approached the defenseless man, whose body was trembling with fear, intending to protect him from the villains. The main character, Lee Jong-keng, looked sternly at the 2 hooligans and asked the boys what they were doing there. The unknown young hunters looked with contempt at the guy who decided to stand up for them and asked who the hell he was. Jong-ken explained that he heard strange sounds, so he approached them, and then asked if these guys were hooligans. One of the guy's body started to emit a magical aura as he called our hero a moron and asked how he dared to talk to him like that. Our hero did not lag behind and also activated his magical power, telling the guy opposite that he was the one who started all this. The two hooligans were no longer so bold when they saw Lee Jong-ken's blue aura and realized that the person standing in front of them was a hunter. The protagonist approached the man sitting on the ground, who looked at Lee with pleading eyes and asked what happened. One of the hunters intervened in the conversation and explained to the hero that this old man had injured his precious body with his cart. With an evil grin on his face, the bully told Lee Jong-ken that he was simply asking the man for compensation for this act. The man stood up and shouted that they were talking nonsense because the first ones kicked the cart and started beating him for nothing. Our hero began to boil with anger at the injustice, and he asked the hooligans why they had broken the man's cart. The villain again showed his magical power and said that everyone who attacks him is his enemy, and he, as a hunter, must understand this too. The hunter began to laugh maliciously, declaring that he was already beginning to perceive our hero's actions as attacks on himself. The main character advised this hooligan to just quietly get out of here because he had already said enough. Staring at the boy with his glowing blue eyes, Lee said that he would let him go just because he hadn't hurt the old man. The hunter clenched his fists and began to rage, calling our hero a bastard and asking how he could give him orders. The careless guy tried to punch Lee Jong-ken, but he failed because the hero grabbed his hand. The protagonist tightly squeezed the evil hunter's wrist to immobilize him and attack the bully in return. With a deft movement, Lee Jong-ken grabbed the guy and threw him over his back, and he screamed in pain and surprise. Lee Jong-ken looked at the hunter with disdain in his eyes as he lost his balance and collapsed after taking it. The bully was lying on the floor, his arm twisted in the other direction. The hunter could no longer participate in the altercation. The protagonist suddenly turned his attention to the other man when he realized that the second hunter was also going to attack him. The second guy didn't run away either, but took out his sharp knife and looked askance at our hero. Jong-ken remained calm, saying that he never thought he would see a gun in a place like this, asking if the boy was sure. But the second hooligan was determined to attack the one who had just so easily dealt with his comrade and did not put away the knife. The embittered hunter, whose face expressed hatred, asked our hero if he still had a guild. With his knife at the ready, the boy ran towards Jong-ken, shouting that they were on a completely different level than trash like the hero. Lee Jong-ken immediately prepared to attack and swung his fist, which emitted a bright blue light of magical energy. The second hunter also failed to attack our hero, and the guy flew back after Lee Jong-ken punched him in the stomach. Looking down at the defeated hooligans, Lee said that if he didn't know better, he would have thought that their guild was nothing more than under his mother's skirt. Soon, people from the association arrived and arrested the scoundrels, who continued to shout that the grandfather had attacked them first. Manager Kim Soo-yeon, who also arrived at the scene of the incident, thanked our hero for sorting everything out. Our hero replied that, one way or another, a deliberate attack by a hunter on a common man is considered a serious crime. Smiling, Kim said that there was a witness to all of this, and that the association was left to take care of it, after which he thanked them again for their help. The association manager noticed that our hero was worried about something and was looking intently at the arrested hooligans. Kim Soo-yeon asked the boy not to worry about the hunters taking revenge on the old man because the association would look after the man. But Lee Jong-ken's worries didn't go away. He mentioned that the hunter said he was in a guild and asked where it was. Kim replied that it just so happened that the hunter was from the Northern Army that the main character had asked about earlier. The guy clenched his fist in overwhelming anger, realizing that it was impossible to take all the contracts for the low-level gates without help from the inside. Remembering the hated Choy Yon, the leader of the Northern Army, the boy knew that the hunters from the association were also rotten to the core. Jong-ken told the manager that he understood everything, but he was thinking that he hoped that the hunters from this guild would behave more quietly. A couple of days later, as our hero expected, He was called into the association as an attacker, not a victim in that incident. When several days had passed since the incident, the grandfather whom the main character saved changed his previous testimony. The two hooligans, hunters from the Northern Army Guild, were now not the attackers, but the victims in this situation. The blame for everything has now been placed on Lee Jun-ken, who was initially considered the victim, but is now accused of assault. As the guy walked through the doors of the association with his manager, he understood the nature of this turn of events, but he still felt like shit. Kim Soo-yeon asked his protege to stop worrying because everything would be fine one way or another since the association was not that rotten yet. The guy silently looked at Kim, thinking that he didn't know anything yet, but the hero, as a person from the future, knew that the association had been rotten since its foundation. As the boys approached the association's tall office building, manager Kim Soo-yeon asked the hunter to go inside. In the office, the hero sat in front of an employee who asked Lee if he remembered anything from the moment of the incident at the gate. The man in the suit also clarified whether the main character was the first to report the incident with the grandfather and detain those hunters. The protagonist looked at the man interrogating him and confirmed that everything he said was true. A stern association official asked if it was true that our hero had threatened Lee Moon-soo's life and given false testimony about members of the Northern Army. Without hesitation in his answer, Lee Jong-ken, who had become a victim of injustice, immediately replied that all this was not true. He confirmed everything again when the man opposite him asked if he wanted to say that the hunter's testimony was pure fiction. An association official announced that a cross-examination was about to take place, and at that moment, Lee Moon-soo entered the office. The man asked the old man if it was true that Lee Jong-ken had attacked him a couple of days ago, even though he claimed that it was members of the Northern Army who did it. Feeling ashamed, Grandpa Lee Moon-soo looked away and did not look at our hero, thinking about his answer. Without waiting for the grandfather's answer, our hero realized that he was being blackmailed by a rotten association and said that he could not worry. Grandpa looked down with his tear-filled eyes, trembled and confirmed that everything was correct, and the man opposite attacked him. The man from the Hunters Association who was conducting the interrogation thanked Lee Moon-soo for coming. At this point, the cross-examination ended, and the conscience-stricken grandfather quickly left the office where our hero was sitting. The protagonist noticed the behavior of Grandpa Lee Moon-soo, who was clearly deeply saddened by everything that had happened. As the injured grandfather was leaving the room where the interrogation was taking place, the boy noticed a tear running down Lee Moon-soo's cheek. Lee Moon-soo said nothing more to those present and left the room, slamming the door behind him, and the interrogation of our hero continued. The man in the black suit glanced sideways at Lee Jong-ken and asked the new hunter if he had anything else to say. Instead of 1,000 words, the main character threw his phone right on the table in front of the stunned association employee. The interrogator clearly panicked when he looked at Jong-ken's phone screen and saw something there. It turned out that our hero had a video proving he was right, because the incident ident filmed it on his phone. Filled with anger at the injustice, he also looked at the video and said that this was exactly what he wanted to say. The interrogation in the association building ended. The guy was no longer bombarded with questions, and he successfully went outside. But he knew that the association knew why the testimony had changed, and that only Grandpa would get into trouble for giving false testimony. The main character was angry because he could not do anything else in this situation because he did not have enough strength. Outside, a worried Ye Song-gu was already waiting for Lee Jun-kyung, who approached the boy and informed him that he already knew about the latest news. The hero was surprised by the man's appearance. He turned around, saw his friend from the past there, and greeted him. Kim Soo-yeon explained that he called Song-gu just in case, because he had no connections in the association, and the man was the most influential of all his acquaintances. The guy looked at the men in a friendly way and said that they must have been very busy and thanked them both for everything. Ye Song-gu only said one thing, that it was good that Lee Jun-kyung was free, and at that moment, Grandpa Lee Moon-soo approached the boys. The main character noticed the old man, who, feeling ashamed and awkward, approached the guy to say something. Grandpa Lee Moon-soo unexpectedly fell to his knees in front of Lee Jong-kyung and began to ask for forgiveness many times. Trembling with fear, the old man confessed that those bastards had threatened to stab his granddaughter, so he could not allow it to happen. A shocked Kim Soo-yeon shouted, asking if his grandfather meant to say that the North's army was blackmailing him. Raising his head, the old man said that if he had confessed immediately, his granddaughter would have been in danger, so all he could do now was ask for forgiveness. Ye Song-gu tried to convince his grandfather that his granddaughter would be fine and that he, as the head of a major league guild, would take care of it. The man asked his grandfather to go home and not worry about those bastards, and Lee Moon-soo listened to him, stood up, and went on his way. The main character gave himself the order not to miss anything from that day on. Fortunately, he had long ago developed the habit of filming everything on video. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed the magical energy of a person he knew next to him. Lee Jong-keng turned around abruptly and looked at the person who had caused such emotions in him when he appeared on the horizon. Ye Song-gu, who was standing nearby, asked our hero if it was him, and the guy confirmed that it was the person they were talking about. Choy Yon, the leader of the Northern Army, was walking towards the heroes. He was dressed in a military coat, and his body was shining with a bright blue aura. Choy Yon said that he didn't expect to see the leader of one of the most powerful guilds here, and asked if he was that close to the super rookie. Kim Soo-yeon was shocked, not understanding how the leader of the Northern Army knew about everything, and whether the worm in the association was his informant. With a smile on his face, the man with his hair tied in a ponytail extended his hand and introduced himself as Choy Yon, the head of the Northern Army. Ye Seong-gu stared at the man's palm in front of him, his expression filled with distrust as he paused before answering. Although hesitant, the bald-headed man decided to extend his palm and shake the hand of the leader of the Northern Army as a sign of acquaintance. With a smile on his face, the top guild leader looked into the man's eyes and told Choy Yon that he was glad to meet him. But the smile on Song-gu's face instantly faded, and his eyes were filled with magical light, and he asked to let him warn the man. Song-gu warned the dumbfounded leader of the Northern Army that he shouldn't be arrogant if he didn't want to become an enemy to him and the super rookie. The top league guild leader was still tightly gripping the Northern Army leader's hand, causing Choy Yon-seong's eyes to widen in pain. The man with the tail jerked his hand back when he felt how hard and long Song-gu was squeezing it. The head of the top league guild was squeezing her so hard that Choy Yon-seong realized that he had managed to break her, but the man didn't show it. Song-gu asked to be allowed to rephrase and stated that Yan-song was not even fit to hold a candle to him, and urged him to act carefully if he did not want to die. After a tense meeting with Choy Yan-sung, the protagonist and his manager from the association went to a coffee shop. The boy in the formal suit was completely furious. He slammed his fist on the table, shouting that this was absurd. Kim Soo-yeon was furious, not understanding how they could simply issue a fine to hunters who intended to kill a common man. Lee Jong-keng understood that in the future hunters would be untouchable, but he told the manager that what was more important was what would happen to Grandpa. The manager reassured the boy, saying that because Lee had filmed everything, the hunter's actions were deemed incorrect, and the old man was simply given a warning. Jong-kyung guessed that Song-gu had a hand in this, and asked Kim how things were going with the Northern Army now. Kim Soo-yeon, an employee of the association, told the protagonist that all the members of the Northern Army are not as active as before. However, the main character did not believe the manager's words, being sure that it could not be that they would not do anything. The guy was sure that the future god of war Gunther, namely Choy Yeon-sung, is a killer who believes in retribution, so he will definitely take revenge on the hero. Lee asked Kim if the boy could continue to monitor all the actions of the Northern Army. Kim Soo-yeon looked at the guy in front of him with a smile on his face and replied that of course he wouldn't mind doing it. Our hero did not confess to this man, but he understood that he was not going to sit idly by either, and would act. Like the cold-blooded killer and leader of the Northern Army, Choy Yon, the main character believed in retribution and was going to take revenge on his offenders. After some time, the protagonist and his comrade Ye Gu, fully armed, met for a joint adventure. Songgu turned his head and said that he never thought that the guy would contact him for the sake of traveling to the gate together. Li Songken said that the gate this time was much higher in rank, so he requested the support of the senior and asked him to take care of him there. The bald-headed man stated that it was an honor for him to fight side by side with our hero in this gate. The boy and his companion, Song-gu, turned their attention to the other hunters, who asked if this was the super rookie in front of them. The guys from Song-gu's guild told Lee that it was an honor for them to fight alongside him, and they had no idea that they would one day be able to go to the gate together. Song-gu introduced the guys to our hero, saying that they were members of his guild who saved him, and their names were Choy Yon and Lee Han-sung. The main character nodded and greeted the rescuers with a smile, saying that he was very glad to meet them, and then gave his name. The guy thought he didn't remember how the names of these guys somehow flashed in history, but this is not surprising, because their league was erased from all pages. Approaching the portal, the leader of the top league guild loudly announced that this was a C-rank gate and declared the start of the dungeon expedition. Ye Song-gu extended his hand towards the portal. Behind him stood the protagonist, and behind him were the other guild hunters watching everything. At the same time, Choy Yon, the head of the Northern Army, was spending time in his luxuriously furnished headquarters with members of his team. Guildmaster Gunter's vice leader Choy Yon shouted that they couldn't just leave it like that, because they had just started expanding their territory of influence. Another hunter objected, asking whether it would not be better to strengthen influence in the existing territories before expanding. Another vice-guild leader, Zhong In-chang, said that after the latest incident, it was noticeable that the other members were getting out of control. Choi Yong-soo loudly tried to defend his position, saying that those scoundrels were right and ordinary people were nothing more than cockroaches. Zhong In-chang's eyes shone through his iron mask as he asked again what his colleague had just said. The red-haired Yong-soo tensed up as the cloud of magical power from his masked colleague reached his hand, and he felt pain in it. Guildmaster Gunther's vice leader looked at his hand with fear on his face when the man in the knight's mask asked if he wanted to go out with him. The tension in the air reached its limit, and the squabble between the guild members was getting out of control. Zhong In-chang, the second vice leader of the Gunther Guild, sat in a chair, his body glowing with the magical light of a hunter. Leader Choy Yon was furious at the altercation between his colleagues and shouted loudly, ordering both of them to stop it. The man waved his hand and stated that he believed that Yong-soo, the red-haired man, was absolutely right. The fact that the guild leader considered Yong-soo's words to be true caused In-chang to be unpleasantly surprised and made him shut up. Yong-soo was pleased with himself and forced out a chuckle, feeling superior to his opponent after the leader admitted that he was right. Choy Yon-sung said that the people from the association should be punished for daring to pick on them, and he is interested in this. Zhong In-chang completely disagreed with the guild leader's words. He jumped up from his chair and tried to object to the man. The leader stated that a certain person had said the same thing as him, and apparently he had the same interest in that arrogant creature. The hunter, wearing a knight's mask that hid his face, guessed who his boss was talking about and couldn't believe his ears. Choy Yon-sung stated that this person said that the stage would be ready soon, and they just needed to wait for his signal. Meanwhile, our hero, accompanied by a top league guild, was already at the gate. One of the hunters touched the red circle of magic. The hunter successfully disarmed the monster's trap and told his comrades about it, and now they can move without any problems. The hero received a notice with a quote about the one who sees what should not be seen, and Song-gu ordered everyone to act. Ye Song-gu walked through the green forest clearing, holding a huge sword in his hands, and the rest of the hunters followed carefully behind him. But the boy's leisurely walk immediately ended, because enemy arrows immediately began flying at them from all sides. One of the hunters managed to protect himself and the rest of the guys when he cast the Earth Shield spell and surrounded everyone with a wall. Another strong guy cast the Fireball spell, and a bolt of flame flew out of his palm, directed at the monsters. The protagonist watched the hunter's skills with delight, realizing that he too could master all these techniques. Ye Song-gu also entered the battle with the monsters. The man swung his giant sword in a jump. The top league guild leader slashed his sword at the ground, causing a large explosion to stop the horde of monsters. At this time, a whole crowd of monsters with green skin was already rushing towards our heroes, although they were held back by fire. The monsters' bodies were surrounded by flames. They growled in pain, baring their sharp and long fangs, and were in an aggressive mood. Standing before them was the fearless B-rank hunter Ye Song-gu, whose body was illuminated by bright orange magical energy. Our hero witnessed all this and enthusiastically told his comrade that it was incredible. Hearing Lee Jun-kyung's praise, Ye Song-gu turned his gaze to the boy and smiled, thanking the super rookie for his kind words. The main character said that it was he who asked for help at the gate, so he should be thanked. The man asked to be honest with him and asked if the guy just wanted to see how strong Song-gu and his entire team were. The guy said that the top league guild is good and Song-gu is the most incredible, even though he doesn't show what he's really capable of. One of the team members joined the conversation and said that the guild would also like to see what the super newbie is capable of. Ye Song-gu looked at his guildmate and agreed with his words, also wanting to see Lee Jung-kyung's abilities. The protagonist was not averse to showing off his strength, so he grabbed the spear, realizing that there was no point in hiding his abilities from Song-gu. At that moment, a crowd of strong monsters with axes and swords in their hands ran towards the hunters to attack them. Our hero used his mastery of fire. The tip of the metal spear was charged with fiery energy and was ready for use. The monsters with green skin and eyes glowing red were already a few meters away from Lee and jumped into the air. Lee Jong-ken held his spear at the ready, looking up at the monsters, and also protected his body with a charged iron shield. The hunters from Song-gu's team were shocked to see that the boy could activate his skill without a spell, confirming that he was a super rookie. In a matter of seconds, the guy managed to deal with the entire horde of monsters without difficulty, cutting the monsters' bodies into pieces. Our hero's movements were quick and dexterous. He masterfully wielded his spear, leaving the monsters no chance. Watching with interest as Lee Jong-kang used the flaming shield and spear, Song-gu understood that this was not an ability, but a power. The hero successfully cleared the dungeon of goblin mages. The patron strengthened his skills, his characteristics increased, and the guys went outside. The guild guys told Lee that he wasn't called a super rookie for nothing, and even their leader wasn't that strong back in his day. One of the hunters yelled at Song-gu for the fact that he was doing something incomprehensible, since he did not recruit such a talent in the person of our hero. But the guild leader did not get angry at his colleague, but only smiled, realizing that the guy was right. Song-gu looked at Jung-kyung and said that his offer still stands and his guild is strong and continues to become stronger. The head of the Major League Guild said that as he saw it, the protagonist had to go through many difficulties up until this point. Jong-kang knew that Song-gu was right, but he didn't know how the man had managed to understand his goals, because the previous Heimdall had not possessed insight. Ye Song-gu said that the bastards from the Northern Army would not sit quietly, and if the guy was with the guild, they would not dare to harm him. Being persistent, the bald-headed man once again offered to join his guild and offered to give up the position of the guild leader. The hunters who heard these words from their boss couldn't believe their ears when Lee was offered to become the guild leader. The main character was also shocked when he received such an offer, expecting that the maximum he could have been offered was to become deputy head. Lee Jong-kang stood his ground, so he looked down at the floor and said that he really appreciated his offer, but he had to refuse it. Ye Song-gu replied that there was no reason to express such regret, because he knew that the boy's eyes were looking at something greater. An important conversation between our hero and his mentor from a past life was interrupted when a message came from the phone in his pocket. The guy became worried when he saw a message on his phone that the association needed help from the Northern Army and about 100 more hunters. The protagonist became wary, realizing that the leader of the Northern Army, Choy Yon's son, aka Gunther, would not let go of anyone who stood in his way. Songgu found the order to mobilize the hunters suspicious, considering that the largest guild was the Northern Army. Lee Jong-ken came to the conclusion that the Northern Army had decided to use the association for its own selfish purposes. When it was already dark outside, events unfolded in the apartments where the leaders of the Northern Army were working. Vice Guildmaster Gunther Jong-in-chang clenched his fist and slammed the table, feeling angry over the recent events. The man in the Iron Knight mask, remembering the leader Choy Yon-seong and the deputy leader Choy Yong-soo, did not understand when they managed to change so much. Hunter had known Choy Young-soo and his older brother Young-sung since they were children when they played together on the playground. In-chang knew that everything began to change dramatically when his friends met that mysterious man. The man was angry that the warlike but warm-hearted Choy Yong-soo no longer regarded the common people as human beings. What also frightened him was that the guild leader now considered everyone around him to be worse than himself, be they ordinary people or even hunters. In-chang did not agree that they were trying to kill the hunter just because he had endangered the authority of the Northern Army. Even though the Northern Army is rotten from the inside, he can't abandon these two, and at that moment, the man received a message on his phone. Through the slit in the hunter's mask, his blue shining eyes were visible, and he did not understand what to choose, justice or long-standing friendship. The following events unfolded on the territory of an old abandoned multi-story building under the cover of night. The protagonist introduced himself to Jong-in-chang while standing in front of him at a great distance, and the man replied that he would not give his name. Jong-in-chang didn't feel the presence of strangers here, but he found it hard to believe that the guy came to meet him alone. Lee Jong-ken reassured the man, saying that it was just the two of them, and there were no traps in the area, so he didn't have to worry. The masked man said he wouldn't say anything except one thing, and that was for the boy to reject the mobilization order from the association. The protagonist, with concern in his eyes, asked the deputy head of the Northern Army why he should do this. Super Rookie said he knew when Ying Chang asked if he knew that his entire Northern Army was also mobilizing. In Chang said that the hunters are more dangerous than they seem, especially their leader, who is dangerous to meet even on the street, let alone at the gate. Our hero asked if the man now wanted to say that he didn't know what to expect from Choy Yon-sung. Lee Jong-ken repeated the man's words, that it was dangerous to meet the leader of the Northern Army, both on the street and in the dungeon. The guy looked closely at the masked man and shared the conclusion that in that case the army of the North is the army of chaos. Among the patrons there were also devils who gave tasks to kill people, and guilds under such patronage were called chaos guilds. The masked man was furious at the hero's assumption, but the boy said that he, the vice guild leader Ying Chang, had just reported it himself. The super newbie added that if the man didn't mean that, he saw no reason to warn him of danger from the leader. Showing off his hunter aura, Jong-ken said that he realized that In-chang had nothing to say because the hero's relationship with the guild had been like this from the very beginning. The deputy head of the Northern Army reacted extremely hostilely to the guy's words and drew his magical hunter weapon. Jong-in-chang was ready to attack our hero. The space around was filled with fog, which the man can artificially cause. The man in the Iron Knight mask was filled with anger. The entire abandoned building was filled with the loud and terrible sounds of his rage. In Chang's eyes shone brightly, filling the entire slit in his mask with blue light, and he ordered the bastard not to dare insult his guild. The guy was ready to defend himself, drawing his spear. Lee Jong-ken said that the deputy head himself should already understand this. Without taking his eyes off the matter, our hero confidently declared that the Northern Army was rotten to the bone, and the Choy brothers, whom he trusted, had become different. Ying-Jang froze in surprise when Li said that it all started from the moment they met that very person. Although the hunters were angry with each other, after these words of our hero, the duel between them did not take place. In-Chang hurried back home. As he walked back, he thought about how Li had become a hunter about a month ago, but he was no weaker than him, a top A-rank hunter. What amazed Ying-Chang was that Zhong Ken knew that the man would not attack him, and also that that person existed. After looking at the super newcomer one last time, the question of who Li Zhong Ken really was kept spinning in the mind of the deputy commander of the Northern Army. Our hero was well aware of the events of the future, so he knew that Zhong In-Chang was also called Siegfried, the Dragon Slayer. But most often he was called the Immortal Siegfried, because it was he who managed to defeat the most vile monster of the Demon King. After this event, Siegfried received unprecedented power from his patron and was granted immortality. In the upcoming battle against the Demon King, after receiving orders from his friend Choy Yon, the man was unable to become a hero because he was killed by Choy Yon. To prevent this event from happening again in this reality, the boy understood that he had to lure Siegfried to his side. And the most important thing about In-Chang was not his strength and skills, but his moral principles, thanks to which he maintained the balance in the Northern Army. After some time, our hero went into the dungeon again, where he successfully cleared the lands of the dead man from the swarming monsters. This dungeon turned out to be not an easy one, because after the battle the hero received a notification that the durability of his weapon had decreased to 0. Looking at what was left of Li Zhong Ken's spear, the super rookie realized that his weapon was no match for his growing mastery over fire. Now the guy had one more task to complete before mobilization, and he needed to get a new weapon. Soon the main character went to the building where he could get himself a stronger and more durable new weapon. He was invited inside, and when the guy looked around, he thought he was in some kind of medieval forge. He was surprised when he saw a muscular red-haired guy in front of him who was working by hand on creating some kind of weapon. The strong boy asked Zhong Ken to wait because he was in the middle of work. Zhong Ken smiled because he never thought that he would ever personally meet the hunter known as the human who became a dwarf after awakening. The hero knew that this was Park Jae-hyun, aka Brach, the man who would soon become the hero of all hammermen and the wandering blacksmith. 4 hours later, Park Jae-hyun finished working on the weapon. The tired boy wiped the sweat from his face with a rag. He turned a surprised look to our hero, as if he had forgotten that he had previously invited Li Zhong Ken to enter his forge. The protagonist jumped in surprise when Park Jae-hyun pointed at him and asked who he was. Zhong Ken was surprised that the guy was asking this only now, and said that he came to order weapons, and also asked if Park was the only blacksmith. The blacksmith was wary, because everything looks extremely strange, because our hero came to a nameless blacksmith and asked to create a weapon. The boy explained that he was asking if he was the only blacksmith here because he saw someone else's blacksmith hammer over there. Park Jae-hyun was taken aback by the surprise and silently stared at the young man, although there was another blacksmith's hammer hanging behind his back. The red-haired blacksmith laughed and said that our hero had a keen eye, and explained that the hammer belonged to another boy, but that was unimportant. The muscular guy still didn't understand why they were turning to him, because he hadn't created equipment before, and his activity was for fun. The main character explained that it was all about his patron, who told him that the guy should come to Park Jae-hyun. The blacksmith was clearly shocked when he heard that the patron had brought Zhong Ken specifically to him to create the weapon. The red-haired guy couldn't believe that in front of him stood a hunter with whom the patron was communicating directly. Zhong Ken knew that the blacksmith had no choice but to believe him because Pa's patron was also interfering in his life. Park Jae-hyun in history was the man who created all the weapons for the Demon King and all 12 heroes. In his autobiography, the Demon King wrote that if only Park Jae-hyun had stayed by his side until the end, they would have changed history. The blacksmith told our hero that, given how strange the patrons were, he had no reason not to trust Li Zhong Ken. But the bad news was that Park Jae-hyun told the unexpected visitor that he couldn't create anything for him. The protagonist thought that the blacksmith was in a bad mood and asked the guy if there were any good reasons for this. Rubbing the back of his head, the blacksmith replied that he simply wasn't very good with fire, which is why he hadn't accepted orders from clients until that moment. Lee Jun-kyung smiled amiably when he heard Park Jae-hyun's true reason for refusing to create weapons for him. The blacksmith was confused when the main character suddenly extended his palm to him and looked at him without saying anything. Not understanding what was happening, the red-haired guy stared at the hero and asked Jong-ken why he extended his hand to him. The protagonist decided to help the blacksmith create weapons, so he said that he would create the flame that he would need. For the super newbie, this was no problem because he had control over fire, and a moment later, a flame appeared above his palm. While demonstrating his skill, Jong-ken asked the blacksmith if he was already familiar with fire control abilities. Staring at the fire in fascination, Puck asked if the hero meant to say that he could control this small flame in his palm. The red-haired blacksmith, Park Jae-hyun, was shocked and stared at the fire when he saw something that amazed his imagination. By the will of the protagonist, the flame above Jong-ken's palm became stronger. Moreover, the fire turned from orange to bright blue. The blacksmith was amazed by the demonstrated abilities and cried out, asking how he managed to do it. Jong-ken explained to the boy that he had the power to control fire as he wished, and this was not just simple possession, but complete submission. Park Jae-hyun looked at our hero with delight in his eyes and a smile on his face, realizing that many opportunities were opening up before him. After a week of work, the blacksmith managed to complete the magic spear for our hero. The boy was already holding it tightly in his hands. Jong-ken looked at the black and red spear with two sharp tips and additional spikes in delight, his voice trembling with excitement. Park Jae-hyun said that he won't be able to create the shield that our hero asks for, but inside the spear there is the ability to control fire. The protagonist lowered the new spear down and hit the floor with it, the weapon emitting a bright purple magical light. The blacksmith looked away and admitted that he was uncomfortable talking about it, but that was all he could do now. Jong-ken looked at the status of the unique rarity level 1 Muspelheim spear, which increases control over fire. The protagonist, examining his weapon, understood that it was of a very rare type, and for anything more, the direct intervention of the patron would be required. Grinning, the guy remembered about the weapon, which can improve over time on its own, but the chance of getting it is small. Lee Jong-ken was taken aback when the red-haired blacksmith warned the boy that the weapon in his hands was still not completely finished. The guy explained that the guy, his partner, was not here yet, and the spear was too weak for Lee Jong-ken's fire, and he would need to go back to improve it. The protagonist bowed his head to the blacksmith as a sign of respect and gratitude and said that in that case he would leave it to him. With his eyes wide open, the talented blacksmith noticed one little thing that was on our hero's body and was very surprised. Park Jae-hyun was shocked when he noticed that the main character was wearing a black bracelet with a small metal skull on his arm. The blacksmith asked our hero if his patron had given him this bracelet, and concluded that the super newbie's sponsor was also not an ordinary one. Park Jae-hyun shared with the young man that he had a bad feeling and felt that he shouldn't wear this bracelet. The protagonist checked the status of his familiar once again, where it was said that the soulkeeper skull had not yet absorbed a single soul. Looking closely at his magical accessory, Lee Jong-kyung knew that Park might be right in his words. After a while, our hero thought again about the soulkeeper skull on his wrist, knowing that it would be difficult to use while he was mobilized. Using magical abilities, the main character materialized in his hand a spear that the blacksmith had recently made for him. The guy thought that, however, this was much more than what he had originally expected from his familiar. Jong-ken thought that if he could lure Ying Chang to his side, he would have a better chance of defeating the Northern Army. The protagonist reminded himself that he had only 2 weeks left before the mobilization of all hunters and the Army of the North. He knew that he needed to become stronger as soon as possible, So he came to the dungeon and now stood in front of a horde of monsters. A whole crowd of orcs, noticing the hunter in front of them, began to quickly run towards Lee, holding weapons in their hands. Using his new spear, the protagonist pushed off the ground to fly into the air and attack enemies from above. The boy flew high into the air, holding his spear above him to reduce the distance between him and the monsters and attack first. Below Lee Jong-ken was a crowd of green-skinned monsters that had gathered to attack the intruder. Our hero understood that 2 weeks was catastrophically short, and even the fact that he could become stronger through hunting did not improve the situation. All these 2 weeks the guy worked hard on his strength, but soon they passed, and the moment came for the mobilization of the hunters. Choy Yon stood in front of his army when he received notification that the Lord of the Rivers had set his sights on him. Clenching his fist, the man loudly announced to his team that all preparations for mobilization had been successfully completed. The man shouted to the soldiers that today was the day when the army of the North would finally emerge from the shadows. The boys were inspired by their leader's words that everyone would know the name of the North's army, both in Korea and around the world. Choy Yon stopped saying anything to his soldiers. His eyes began to emit a strong, magical blue light. The Northern Army leader's aura was activated. He suddenly stopped his fiery speech and looked into the distance. Jong-in Chang was shocked when he noticed how much magical power his comrade had, indicating that Choy had advanced to A rank. Choy Yong-soo watched the scene before him with delight, realizing that all the requirements for becoming a hero had already been met by his brother. When the leader of the Northern Army demonstrated his full magical power, he once again loudly addressed the team. Raising his fist above his head, the man shouted that today the world would shake in the name of the Northern Army Guild. Choy Yong-sung charged his soldiers with fighting spirit, and they also shouted in response, raising their menacing fists above their heads. After finishing his speech, the leader of the Northern Army smiled slyly, because he understood that this would allow him to obtain the title of king. Meanwhile, our main character was riding in a car with an employee of the association, Hunter Kim Soo-yeon, who accompanied him everywhere. Kim Soo-yeon asked the guy sitting next to him if he really intended to go where they were going now. The manager warned Jong-ken that he might die because the bastards in the Northern Army were much more vicious than he thought. The hero silently listened to the guy's words about how the guild that went on a raid with the Northern Army last time was completely destroyed. The blonde-haired boy's eyes widened in shock when our hero told him that the Northern Army Guild was probably involved. The words so shocked the employee of the hunting association that he swerved the wheel and stopped the car abruptly on the side of the road. The fact that our hero knows about the involvement of the Northern Army in the destruction of the guild made the manager angry, and he covered his face to gain control over his emotions. The main character, without saying anything, looked worriedly at the driver, not understanding what was happening to him. Kim was furious, and, unable to contain his emotions, began to shout that the hero was still going to go there, even though he was an important person for the association. The boy gripped the steering wheel tightly to calm himself down. His voice became very quiet, and he began to persuade Lee Jong-ken. Lee Jong-ken turned his surprised gaze to the manager as he bowed his head in helplessness and asked the boy not to go there. The main character smiled because he was pleased that Kim Soo-yeon was so worried about the fate of his ward. The hunter turned to Mr. Soo-yeon and asked if he was right in saying that nothing was more important than one's own life. Manager Kim looked at the protagonist, his face already covered in beads of sweat from the tension, and he confirmed his words. Jong-ken said that he was also well aware of this, so he would not take part in the mobilization in hopes of the best. Anticipating retribution, the guy smiled and said that these bastards will learn that life is something precious and not an empty phrase. At this time, a huge portal had already opened above the Korean town on the coast, which led to a dimension teeming with monsters. A whole crowd of mobilized hunters gathered around this portal, and they were also accompanied by other employees. The strong, well-equipped guys were in a positive mood and were talking about something among themselves, awaiting further instructions. The event was so large-scale that even journalists came to the giant portal to report from the scene. Our hero turned to Song-gu and asked what the man was doing here if his guild refused to take part in the raid this time. Song-gu replied that he couldn't be anywhere else because he had already declared that the super rookie was his friend and the Northern Army was his enemy. Choy Yon, the leader of the Northern Army, was also already there. Song-gu turned around and the two men met each other's eyes. When the head of the Northern Army Guild noticed the bald-headed man looking at him, he gave him a mocking grin. Choy Yon was causing the Major League Guild leader to feel hatred and irritation, and he exhaled heavily, trying to control himself. Song-gu asked the super rookie if he would go into that portal, even if the man asked the boy not to. The guy confirmed Song-gu's suspicions, and then asked if the man had come here to try to dissuade him. A worried Song-gu warned Jun-kyung that this bastard Choy Yon was much stronger than he looked. Choy Yon-sung's official rank was B, but the boy felt that he had already managed to rise to A rank, which he told Song-gu. The guild leader told our hero that he was amazed at how strong he had become and was sure that the guy had a plan for what to do there. The protagonist asked why he needed this when Song-gu sat down on the bench and said that he would wait for Lee Jung-kyung here. Showing his aura, the man explained that if the guy didn't come out of there, he wouldn't let the Northern Army get away with it. Surprised by Song-gu's recklessness, Jun-kyung thought what kind of crazy guy he was, planning to destroy an entire guild. While waiting for it to begin, our hero heard an announcement that the raid would soon begin, and everyone was told to complete their preparations and get ready. The boy already knew that Choy Yon, based on history, would become the hero Gunther today, and the gate would kill countless people. Many hunters had already approached the portal and began to enter the gates one by one to begin the joint raid. The protagonist, who was watching this from the sidelines and waiting for his turn, knew that at this point history would change its course. It was Lee Jong-ken's turn to enter the gate and join the raid. He walked up to the portal and touched it with his hand. Hearing the announcement that they were entering the gates of the Rhine River, the hero thought that this was where he would be able to gain all his glory. All the hunters successfully crossed the portal. They found themselves in another dimension and ended up on a beach surrounded by rocks. Suddenly, the portal began to behave strangely. A stream of purple magical energy began to flow out of it, which many people noticed. The portal made strange sounds and grew larger. Purple lightning increasingly surrounded the transition to the real world. Choy Yon watched all of this carefully. He was not surprised by the changes in the portal, but only thought about what had already begun. The hunters panicked when they saw a message that the magical power had changed under the influence of the gate itself. Grabbing the radio, one of the strong guys shouted that this was simply impossible, because the gate level had risen from level B to B+. The protagonist remained calm but wary, silently watching from the side as the portal changed. The boys were in a panic, as energy erupted like a volcano from the portal. The gate was blocked, and it was impossible to get back. The portal leading to the real world has turned into a solid clot of powerful magical energy, influencing everyone around it. The dazed and frightened hunters screamed that this was complete madness and realized that they seemed to be stuck in the gate. The hunters were informed that the density of magical energy would increase, and the patrons turned their gaze to this place, and their bodies seemed to begin to burn. The guys received notifications that the patrons' attention to the place had increased, and the awakened had entered a special gate. The boy, who was holding a special device in his hand that showed the gate's rank and other characteristics, was shocked when the numbers started to increase. He shouted something about gate rank, trying to convey to the others that he had changed when he saw the shocking information on the screen. The tough guy couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the letter B with a plus in the right corner of the screen turned into an A. The hunter dropped his gadget to the ground, frozen with panic and fear as he realized the gate's rank had risen again. Another guy walked up to this hunter and started punching him in the chest, trying to get a more coherent explanation from him. The young man, mad with terror, began to wave his fists and demand that he be let out of here because this was an A-rank gate. Many hunters were in despair because it was believed that an A-rank gate could not be cleared without the help of a hero-rank hunter. Zhong Ken, who remained calm, was not surprised by the boy's reaction, because this place could very well become their grave now. Turning his attention to the leaders of the Northern Army standing behind him, Li noticed that they did not even move, which indicated that they knew everything in advance. The protagonist came to the conclusion that this was exactly the situation that Choy Yon Sung and the other members of his team needed. The hunters received a message that the wave was approaching, and at that moment the leader of the Northern Army shouted for everyone to calm down. Raising his voice, the man said that he understood their confusion, but the gates were not yet well studied, and unexpected things happened there all the time. Choy Yon Sung gave a motivational speech, asking the guys if the most important thing right now was to just give in to despair. He shouted that the most important thing now was to survive, and he, Choy Yon Seong, intended to clear this gate side by side with everyone standing here. The speech inspired the hunters. They agreed with the leader's words and said that first they needed to survive, and they would do it. The protagonist looked at the status of the power of the current master, according to which all command skills are enhanced 3 times near rivers. Fortunately, Zhong Kyung was immune to Choy Yon Sung's influence thanks to the fallen angel, and he realized that the hunters were simply being incited. The younger brother approached the leader of the Northern Army and asked if they should start already, to which he received a negative answer. Choy Yon Seong explained that according to their patron, the wave would last for a very long time, and their guild's strength needed to be preserved. Choy Yon Su was at a loss. He looked at his brother with confusion, trying to comprehend what he had just told him. Watching from above, the leader said that they had to follow the plan and maintain the strength of the Northern Army at the expense of these small fry. When his brother asked if they were going to kill everyone, the elder one said that not everyone, but they don't need those who spread rumors. The deputy head of the guild was perplexed, believing that this was impossible, because hunters are not stupid people, and they will figure everything out. The leader of the Northern Army explained that he would send insects from their guild to help them, so that the other hunters would not become suspicious. Choy Yeon Su fell silent, realizing that his older brother was willing to sacrifice even the members of his own guild for this matter. The leader of the Northern Army turned his gaze to our protagonist, who stood below and also looked at the man. Lee Jong-kyung frowned and looked sternly at Choy Yon Sung. The man's instigation skills had no effect on the boy. The super newcomer made the leader uneasy, as if the guy saw through all his plans, so the decision was made to get rid of him as soon as possible. After this, Choy Yong Song loudly shouted the name of Jong In Chang, the second deputy commander of the Northern Army, to call him to him. Jong In Chang immediately approached his boss, reporting that he had arrived while the army leader looked at the river. Choy Yeon Sung thought that In Chang was just a loyal dog from whom he had to hide part of the plan because of his kind nature, but he had no doubts about the man's loyalty. The leader of the Northern Army turned to his loyal assistant and ordered the immortal Siegfried to keep an eye on our hero. The guild leader ordered the vice leader to kill the super rookie as soon as the opportunity presented itself. The unexpected and cruel order from the leader of the Northern Army left Ying Chang dumbfounded, and he paused before responding. With a sly smile on his face, Choy Yon Seong explained that it would be better for them brothers, or rather for the entire guild of the Northern Army. The man with the knight's mask on his face did not say anything to the boss, but only began to frantically nod his head in agreement to carry out the order. The hunters received a notification that the wave was coming, and one of the guys told the others that it was already coming. Large, muscular monsters with scales and fins on their arms, resembling a mixture of man, fish, and reptile, began to emerge from the Rhine River onto the shore. Seeing the monsters, the hunters prepared to attack and realized that they were facing mermen, which meant that the A-rank gate was not so dangerous. The hunters started running, their heads broken, and one of the guys said that they needed to be destroyed as quickly as possible so that they wouldn't have time to group together. Our hero, who was watching this, began to worry, because the hunters ran to attack without formation, and this is reckless even for weak monsters. The guy began to visibly panic when he realized that the situation was getting more complicated due to the terrain, because they were in a river. The mermen took a mouthful of water and puffed out their cheeks to use magical energy against the attacking hunters. Streams of glowing magical water began to erupt from the mouths of the monsters, which were extremely dangerous to the lives of hunters. The guys who ran to attack did not have time to defend themselves from these streams of water, so they were attacked and began to scream in pain. The protagonist decided to take the reins of government upon himself and ordered the wounded to be sent to the rear guard and the rest to take up formation. The rest of the guys started to listen to the super newbie. One of the hunters ordered the others to follow him into formation. But Lee Jong-ken knew that it was too early for him to intervene because he needed to properly understand the situation. Choy Yon, grabbing his sword, spoke loudly to the northern army while his soldiers stood in a row as if spellbound. Pointing his sword forward, the leader of the northern army ordered the soldiers, who had lost their minds under his rule, to destroy the enemy. The hunters immediately ran forward at breakneck speed to carry out their boss's order without even thinking. Jung-kyung's eyes widened in shock when he saw that Choy Yon had decided to involve all of his guild members. The soldiers, energized by the fighting spirit, led by the leader of the northern army, went on the attack, dealing with the mermen. One of the hunters encouraged the others, shouting that they could handle it because they were just mermen, and asked the others to come to their aid. All the soldiers of the guild army, without thinking about anything, ran forward to attack the bloodthirsty monsters without having any strategy. But the mermen turned out to be not so harmless because the first hunter of the northern army was immediately hit by a monster. When the other fighter noticed this, he immediately cast the heal spell to cast healing magic on his fellow fighter. The super rookie still didn't interfere, watching the battle, when he realized that all the guys fighting were the lower-ranking members of the northern army. More and more fighters began to miss blows from the mermen. The monsters struck with their sharp claws without even using weapons. Our hero realized that the army leaders were shamelessly using the boys to encourage other hunters and sacrificed them like cattle. When Lee Jong-ken witnessed such injustice, he decided to intervene and materialized his spear in his hand. The boy prepared his weapon and shield to join the battle as well, and realized that everything was much better than he suspected. The protagonist activated the hunter's magical power, his brown eyes turned into glowing blue, and he decided to move forward. Standing to the side, Jong-in Chang noticed how our hero quickly rushed past him, holding a weapon in his hands. The man with a knight's mask on his face silently and attentively watched the actions of our hero, remembering their previous conversation. Jong-in Chang remembered the guy's words about the Northern Army Guild being rotten to the point of guests, and the head and deputy head being different. Now Ying-chang understood that our hero was not mistaken, and if things continued like this, many hunters from their guild would die. He remembered Choy Yon-sung's words before the battle began, when the boss told him that he believed in the man's loyalty and righteousness. In-chang shook off his gloomy thoughts, believing that his leader had some kind of plan if it was Choy Yon-seong, whom he had known all his life. The other hunters stared at our hero and started shouting for the others to look at this incredible guy. The man in the knight's mask was distracted when he heard the hunters' excited cries and turned his attention to Lee Jong-ken. The space was filled with flames and streaks from the super newbie's spear. One after another, the mermen began to die at the hands of our hero. With his power over fire, Lee Jong-ken masterfully wielded his spear and shield, dispatching the mermen with ease. The delighted hunters screamed, not understanding who this guy was in front of them, because they were sure that they knew all the cool fighters. In-chang was also amazed by what our hero was doing on the battlefield, not understanding how the guy managed to pump up his strength so quickly. Seeing the boy easily destroy another merman, the man remembered that just 10 days ago, they were on the same level. Watching our hero's eyes glow red, Ying-chang came to the conclusion that the guy had now surpassed him. The hero received multiple notifications about increasing stats, clearing a wave, and getting time to take a breather. He was surprised when he received a message that the Lord of all wet things, the spherical representative, and the guardian of the long spear were interested in him. When the boy thought about whether he could be under multiple patrons at the same time, he received a message that the fallen angel was unhappy with him. After the first battle, the satisfied hunters ran up to the main character to express their gratitude for his help. The boys, with admiring smiles on their faces, asked Lee Jong-ken who he was and what guild he belonged to. The super newbie didn't share the guy's joy, saying that it was not the end yet, and there were many waves ahead, so they should prepare. Thanks to our hero's super skills, the hunters' mood improved. They were inspired and wanted to prepare for new waves. After sending the boys to prepare for new battles, the protagonist turned his head and noticed Choy Yon's son standing to the side. The leader of the Northern Army Guild did not take any part in the fight against the mermen, but stood to the side, looking at our hero. It was clear from the guild leader's face that the man was feeling very angry, seeing how the other hunters were obeying Lee Jong-ken. The boy smiled, realizing that he had ruined the man's plans because he had not allowed him to use the hunters for his own purposes. While there is still time before the new wave, the protagonist decided to check his status to see what has changed in his characteristics. Lee Jong-ken was pleased with himself because he had advanced to the 24th level, and this gate would become his foundation for growth, and he would reach the 30th level. The guy was also happy that the hunters who were not in the Northern Army would follow our hero after passing through these gates. A new wave of mermen attacks began, the monsters spewing their destructive water from their mouths, trying to destroy the hunters. Our hero was at the head of the new battle. He held a metal shield in front of him, protecting his body from the magical water of the monsters. After that, the guy put away his shield and looked menacingly at the monsters when the moment came to counterattack the mermen. In a jump, the protagonist struck with a new spear, thereby cutting the body of one of the mermen into 2 equal parts. The protagonist was given a short respite after he successfully dealt with the 4th wave of monster attacks. The guy noticed the other hunters sitting nearby, who were no longer as happy as before. The hunters sat on the sand, despondent, because 4 of them had already died, and they doubted that they would survive. Lee Jong-ken felt sad because he originally wanted to leave the gate without any casualties, even though it was impossible. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly in anger as he saw ordinary hunters die while the rest of them did nothing. He shouted at the Northern Army leaders standing above him, asking why their guild had not yet taken part in the battle. The soldiers of the Northern Army immediately began to show aggression towards our hero, asking him to repeat what he had just said. Getting even more angry, our hero shouted that the Northern Army considered them scum, planning to spare the lives of their guild. The rest of the hunters agreed with the super newbie, shouting that if you think about it, not a single member of the Northern Army had ever died in battle. The protagonist yelled at the Northern Army, asking if they would sit back any longer, watching as the other hunters sacrificed themselves. The younger brother of the leader of the Northern Army approached the leader and asked Choy Yon if he thought this was okay. Choy Yon was angry because the protagonist's actions had caused his planned plan to fall apart. He originally planned to attack the hunters once all the waves had been cleared by his guild's useless soldiers. The soldiers of his guild began to suspect that they too were being sacrificed, and were now also alarmed. Choy Yon was furious when he realized that the plan that person had prepared for him actually worked to our hero's advantage. The leader of the Northern Army silently looked into the distance, wondering what to do next, when the vice-guild leader turned to his brother again. The head of the army told his brother that they would continue as they were for now and watch for a little while longer. The man came to the conclusion that he could defeat Jong-ken because he had already spent a lot of energy in the battle, and Choy was much stronger than the guy. Yon-seong once again believed in his plan and took heart, realizing that our hero was continuing to waste his strength fighting in the vanguard. After some time, the 5th wave was successfully cleared, and the guys received a message about the appearance of the pre-final boss. The hunters, holding swords in their hands, were frightened when they saw in front of them a giant monster that rose from the Rhine River. The boys screamed when they saw that a water golem was going to fight them, and the size of the monster amazed them. A hole appeared in the chest of the huge blue monster, with the help of which he directed streams of magical power against the boys. The water golem used its powers to the maximum, attacking the hunters standing on the shore with a powerful stream of destructive water. The protagonist saw the water golem's power approaching, so he shouted to the others to move aside. Panicking, the hunters began to run back, trying with all their might to escape the destructive flow of the monster's magical water. Using a beam of destructive force, the blue giant monster left a strip of scorched earth, dividing the beach into two parts. The alarmed hunters, watching all this, were amazed, not understanding where the golem got such destructive power from. To attack the monster from a distance, archers entered the battle, pulling arrows to launch them at the monster. The hole in the golem's chest closed up, and the beam of destructive force disappeared as the charged arrows began to deal damage to the beast. The monster turned to dodge, but more and more arrows hit the water golem's body, leaving holes through it. The archers' actions did not completely destroy the monster, but they did buy time, and now the remaining hunters prepared to attack. The water golem, seeing a horde of fighters approaching him, swung his fist to attack the guys. One of the hunters jumped high into the air, swinging his sword, intending to cut off the water golem's arm. The guy tried to prevent the monster's attack by cutting off its arm, but the strength was not enough, and he left the monster with only a scratch. This angered the monster, and he waved the guy away, causing the hunter to drop his sword and fly many meters away. The huntresses came to the conclusion that attacks did not work against the golem, and now they did not understand how to deal with it. Our main character entered the battle against the water golem, running towards the monster, preparing his weapon. The fearless Lee Jong-ken looked straight into the monster's eyes, intending to attack the golem in close combat with his spear. The boy used the weapon to push off the ground and fly up, leaving behind a bright flash of red magical light. Flying high above the shore, the protagonist directed the spear charged with firepower down to attack the monster. The water golem stood motionless below, looking up in confusion as the hunter inevitably approached him. The fearless super rookie managed to deal a crushing blow to the giant monster by attacking it on the head with his spear. After that, the guy successfully landed back on the shore and a large splash of water formed in the place of the water golem. The hunters who saw this were amazed that the guy's attack worked, but they did not understand how our hero managed to do all this. Our hero shouted that the gates were full of magical energy, and the hunters should use it by filling their weapons with mana. The archer was perplexed, believing that only high-ranking hunters could fill weapons with mana, but the girl still decided to try to do it. The huntress drew the arrow again. Its tip began to emit a bright blue magical light, which meant that mana had charged the weapon. When the girl saw it, her eyes widened in delight and surprise, and she shouted to the other guys that it worked. The water golem rose again as it was still alive, but the archers began to fire countless mana-charged arrows at the monster. The monster began to scream in pain as the arrows struck its body, causing irreparable damage to the golem and tearing its body into pieces. One of the hunters was happy when he saw that the guy's attacks were working, and now they had a chance to defeat the giant monster. The main character did not share the joy of the others, because although the damage had increased, such attacks, in the guy's opinion, would definitely not destroy the monster. Lee Jong-ken once again prepared his weapon, which was already ablaze with fire, and received a notification that the Muspelheim spear was consuming the flames. As the super rookie prepared to attack, he knew that in order to finish off the bastard, he would have to destroy his core, which contained all of his magic. The guy stopped when he realized that it was too early to attack the core, and he needed to wait a little before attacking the golem. The water golem was still standing firmly on its feet. The monster was again accumulating mana in order to use that powerful magical force against the guys for the second time. The hunters panicked when they saw that the monster was about to use that attack on them again, and decided to dodge. The protagonist thought that now was his only chance to attack the water golem, while its core in its chest was open. Gathering all his strength into a fist, Lee Jong-ken threw the weapon towards the golem with incredible speed, aiming to pierce its core with the spear. The Muspelheim spear was already meters away from the giant monster, while the beast stood motionless, not expecting such a blow from the hunter. The protagonist's flame-charged weapon pierced a huge gaping hole in the monster's chest, destroying its core. The guy immediately received messages that the patrons were interested and amazed after successfully destroying the pre-final boss. Holding his palm charged with firepower in front of him, the protagonist wanted to return his weapon to himself, as if attracting the spear with a magnet. He succeeded in doing this, and Lee Jong-ken firmly grasped the handle of the spear, which was emitting a bright red magical light. Our hero was delighted because the return ability, which he received not long ago, turned out to be very convenient. The other hunters were speechless when they saw how the protagonist masterfully dealt with the giant water golem. One of the boys said that now he remembered because there was a rumor about a strange hunter with a long spear and an iron shield. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when the guy shouted that this hunter was the same super rookie that was rumored. The short-haired fighter shouted that this hunter was almost a hero, and his skills showed that he was A rank. The hunters began to rejoice, raising their fists in the air and shouting that now they could survive, and it was worth trusting the super newbie. The hero beamed with happiness when he received messages about the acquisition of the water gem, the increase in level, and the interest of other patrons. The boy became angry when he immediately received a message that the fallen angel was expressing his extreme displeasure, and the other patrons had lost interest. But he was not upset, because the Demon King also had only one patron, but he still managed to become strong. Choy Yon was furious because he didn't understand what the hero was doing to increase his strength in such a short time. The man thought that the boy had only recently reached B rank, but from what he could see, the super rookie was already close to A rank. The Northern Army's guild leader could no longer hide his intense rage, seething with hatred towards the protagonist. From behind, Jong In-chang quietly approached and turned to his leader, suggesting that he make his move. The deputy head asked whether everything that had just happened was part of the leader's plans and said that they could not just stand and watch. Choy Yon turned his gaze to his deputy, and the face of the leader of the Northern Army showed that he was extremely annoyed. In-chang said that if his plan was completely destroyed, then he should chart a different course and start moving anew. The eyes of the man in the knight's mask shone blue through the narrow slit, and he declared that he was asking Choy Yon to surrender in that case. Choy Yon gritted his teeth in anger when he heard his partner trying to force him to stop trying to finish off Jong Kyung. He began to shout furiously and accuse his friend of lying, declaring that he had created the army of the North and raised it to such heights so he would not lose. The man was seething with anger and decided to act, so with the help of magic he materialized his weapon in his hand. The enraged guild leader shouted to his Northern Army soldiers to give them a new order. Raising his sword upwards with a stream of mana flowing out, Yon Song shouted that they were now going to take a full-scale part in clearing the gate. The soldiers of the Northern Army were delighted by this statement from their leader and were fully prepared to enter the battle. With a mad smile on his face, the leader of the Northern Army declared that the king would never allow his pride to be trampled. However, the smile on the man's face immediately disappeared when he heard a sound and looked away, seeing something that alarmed him. Choy Yon was frightened when he saw that his partner's knight's helmet was lying on the ground behind him, and In-chang himself had disappeared somewhere. The man looked at the metal mask for a long time, realizing that the owner had decided to get rid of the helmet for a reason. A long-ago memory of handing Ying-chang this helmet and telling him that he was promoting him to vice-guild leader surfaced in the leader's mind. Yong-sun then explained to his friend that with his timid face it would be difficult for him to control the hunters, so he hands him the helmet. Now that Ying-chang had taken off his helmet for the first time in a long time, the guild leader came to the conclusion that the dog was trying to bite its master. The man perceived the act of his loyal comrade as a betrayal, and in anger he kicked the helmet, breaking the strong metal mask. Then, frowning, the leader of the northern army turned around to look for the one who had betrayed him, Zhong Chang. Watching the hunters standing below, the leader of the northern army said that Ying Chang was clearly asking for death. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Choy Yon Seong's guild were inspired and charged with fighting spirit, shouting that it was time to show the power of the northern army. A new wave of gate clearing began, and Choy Yon Seong's hunters used their swords to cut the mermen's bodies into pieces. The boys were very motivated. They attacked the monsters with fury, using all their strength against them. Having destroyed another merman, one of Choy Yeon-sun's soldiers smiled smugly and wanted to praise the northern army, but fell silent. The guy was speechless and froze when he saw how the super newbie instantly destroyed all the monsters, leaving behind many streaks from his weapon. The hunter from the Northern Army Guild was taken aback, and the smug smile disappeared from his face, realizing that our hero was on a completely different level. The other hunters bragged to the Northern Army about their super newbie, shouting that they would now clear this wave without any problems. The main character skillfully dealt with the horde of monsters. He struck the mermen with a spear at lightning speed, piercing them right through. When the super newbie successfully managed to destroy another horde of monsters, he stopped and received a message that he had increased his level. He was pleased because it seemed like he was wasting his stamina, but by leveling up he was successfully restoring it. Distracted by these thoughts, our hero did not notice how a giant merman attacked him from behind, even though the others were shouting at him about it. But at the last moment, the main character managed to react. He immediately put up a shield charged with fire, blocking the monster's attack. When everything calmed down again, the guy turned around and saw an unfamiliar girl in front of him who came up to address him. The mysterious stranger in the black robe told Lee Jong-ken that he seemed to lack the eyes behind him to see who was attacking from behind. Looking at the girl, the protagonist recognized her as Jong In-chang, who took off her mask and rudely told her that he did not need it. The boy pushed off the ground with his spear to fly up and begin a new attack, and the girl was left alone with herself. Jong In-chang's face showed sadness as she watched our hero leave, upset by his indifferent response. The girl looked down with sad eyes, suspecting that Lee Jong-ken was disappointed in her, and this made her feel annoyed. She exhaled heavily to gain control of her emotions, realizing that she couldn't give up because of something like this now. Jong activated her hunter aura and prepared to fight, wanting to do her best to break the limit and protect the hunters. Full of determination, Jong In-chang began to swing her sword, leaving bright streaks of blue magical light in the air. She cut the mermen into pieces, wanting to show our hero her determination by turning away from the Northern Army and the Choi brothers forever. The A-rank hunter demonstrated phenomenal abilities in clearing, easily dealing with large monsters. The girl was focused on winning at any cost, realizing that her justice could protect people from death. Another wave of clearing the gates of mermen came to an end. The lifeless bodies of the monsters were scattered along the banks of the Rhine River. One of the hunters was shaking his friend's body, trying to bring him to his senses while he lay on the sand, showing no signs of life. The boy panicked and screamed, looking at his friend's face. He begged Ken-su to open his eyes, but the hunter with abrasions on his face was unconscious. The boys cried with grief, screaming, begging for more potion, and promised to repay everything 100-fold as soon as they left the gate. The protagonist, standing to the side, thought that they had ended up in a real hell, because at the beginning there were 111 of them, and now not even half of them were left. A worried Jong In-chang approached Lee Jong-ken, who was watching the hunters, and asked him if he was okay. Turning his head, the super newbie said that he felt fine and asked the girl if she was okay. The girl wanted to tell Jong-ken that she was okay, but she was interrupted by the soldiers of the Northern Army, shouting accusations of betrayal. She looked down in confusion as the hunters began calling her a beast and trash, accusing her of spitting in their faces. Our hero was surprised that the hunters were calling their deputy chief such names, even though the Northern Army had always been based on killing others. The guy asked In Chang if she was going to deny their accusations, since after all, the girl was their deputy head. The protagonist invited the girl to join him because she had already turned her back on those she had cared about for so long. Closing her eyes, the deputy head of the Northern Army, Zhong In Chang, confessed to the boy that this was precisely the reason she did it. Li Zhongkeng was stunned when he heard the huntress say that she was joining him because she wanted to take care of them. The girl said that she could no longer sit in one place and do nothing, watching the Choy brothers continue to slide into the abyss. The super rookie shared his opinion that Choy Yon Sung would make his move even if it was beyond his abilities, but Zhong asked him not to worry about it. All the hunters tensed up when they received notifications that the final boss named River Worm had appeared. The fighters watched as the body of a giant, the strongest monster in these gates, began to emerge from the Rhine River. The boys started screaming and panicking when they noticed that the river level had risen significantly due to the influence of this monster. The head of a giant monster appeared on the horizon. The river worm had a round mouth with many sharp fangs in a row. The final boss stood tall above the hunters, his blue glowing eyes staring down at the boys. The hunters froze in fear of the monster. They raised their heads up, watching the movements of the huge final boss. The guys were nervous and screaming. The monster turned out to be unexpectedly gigantic. Some began to lose their balance and fall. Panicking, the hunters called everything that was happening madness, not understanding how they could deal with monsters of such size. The size and power of the river worm surprised even our fearless hero, who looked at the monster and called it all just madness. The boy turned around abruptly and looked at Zhong In Chang when she said that Choy Yon Sung most likely had a way to destroy the river worm. She admitted that the method of murder was shared with the man by the very person who possesses the method for destroying such monsters. The girl turned around and told the protagonist that before Choy Yon Seong himself began hunting the river worm, something else would happen. She said that there are people who will prevent the completion of this raid, so the hero needs to deal with them first. A horde of hunters from the Northern Army surrounded the protagonist, and in Chang, the guy prepared his weapon to defend himself from the soldiers. The rest of the hunters were confused, not understanding what was happening, and suspected that they were about to fight each other. In Chang also prepared for battle, but before that she told the soldiers that the Northern Army had used them all in order to later appropriate all the spoils for themselves. The girl shouted to the hunters that she, the vice chief of the Northern Army, was telling the truth, and now the guild would attack them. The protagonist was surprised by how abruptly the girl's mood changed, and mentally called her a true dragon slayer. The guy thought that Ying Chang was the kind of hunter who only became stronger the more he was pushed into a corner. The hunters from the association believed the girl's words and shouted that they would die anyway, so they should at least try to fight back. Watching all this, the leader of the Northern Army, Choy Yong's son, laughed and called the hunters' actions senseless resistance. The inspired guild leader shouted that nothing would change anyway, and ordered his fighters to continue to act according to plan. The man raised his sword up, the weapon began to emit strong magical energy, and the guild leader shouted, addressing the worm. Meanwhile, the final boss was in no hurry to attack the hunters. The monster was sucking in river water with its mouth. The protagonist became wary when he looked at the monster and noticed that the river worm was sucking up all the water from the river. The monster did this in order to collect water and release it in a powerful stream from itself, turning ordinary water into magical and destructive water. By directing the stream of water upward, the final boss thereby caused a torrential rain above the gate, the downpour soaking everything around in a matter of seconds. Li Zhongkeng was surprised when he saw that it was raining and guessed that the Northern Army was using the worm to take over the battlefield. The vile behavior of the Northern Army made our hero angry. He turned around and looked at Choy Yon's son with hatred on his face. The boy understood that if Choy completed the raid of this gate, he would become another born rotten hero, namely the god of war Gunther. The protagonist had been pumping up his strength without rest for these 2 weeks, but he still doubted whether he would be able to win this battle. The leader of the Northern Army turned to the super rookie and said that the guy's flame was really strange because it continued to burn under this downpour. Choy Yon was right because even though it was pouring rain, it had no effect on the super rookie's fire-charged equipment. The main character understood that in this situation, the only thing left for him to do was to fight, even if there was no certainty of victory. The super rookie used his flame-charged spear to push off the ground and fly high above the shore. The leader of the Northern Army looked up and saw our hero swinging his weapon flying straight at him. The protagonist attempted to attack the man with a spear, but Choy Yon managed to block the blow by holding his sword in front of him. Although the blow was blocked, our hero's attack was strong, and the spear did little damage to the man, causing a grimace of pain to appear on his face. Seeing that the first attack was not completely unsuccessful, a smile appeared on Lee Jong-ken's face because he was right. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of weakness, our strong hero began to strike Choy Yon with his spear over and over again. The leader of the Northern Army held his sword in front of him to protect his body from the destructive flames of the protagonist's spear. The super rookie took the initiative in this fight, once again swinging his weapon to strike. The new attack was even stronger than the previous ones, because the flame-charged weapon left an especially bright flash of mana in space. The blow was so strong that this time the head of the guild of the Northern Army was unable to hold the sword in front of him, and the man was taken aback. Choy Yon began to panic. When he took such a powerful blow, the man spread his legs wide to keep his balance. He shouted that the guy's abilities were simply impossible because they were on the riverbank, and Yonson's strength should increase many times over. The protagonist was jubilant, feeling completely superior to the guild leader, and asked Choy Yon if he knew about something. Lee Jong-ken confessed to the head of the Northern Army that when the boy first entered this gate, he was much weaker than a man. An enraged Choy asked if the boy now wanted to say that his patron had given him incredible support all this time. Our hero said that he had been saving his energy all this time, moving like a little child, and continued to swing while hunting. Choy Yon was at a loss to understand what our hero was trying to convey to him, and Jong-kyung asked if the man had gotten it yet. But the guy decided not to admit why he became stronger here, in the gate, and said that he didn't say all this for that reason. The leader of the Northern Army began to feel fear of our hero, realizing that now he would not be able to easily defeat the super newbie. In desperation, the man began to scream loudly, asking the river worm to have the final boss protect Choy Yon. Apparently, the man had some power over the monster, because the monster heard him and turned its gaze to the leader. The river worm immediately began to protect Choy Yon. The monster released sharp fangs charged with mana from its mouth. The main character began to defend himself. He flew into the air and began to maneuver, dodging the sharp fangs of the monster. Choy Yon shouted that the boy had become so bold after receiving a little support, but that same person had given him much more strength. With difficulty dodging the blows of the worm's fangs, the boy understood that the monster's instincts had awakened, and it was protecting Yeon's as if he were its own child. The final boss's head landed on the shore, and the river worm began to roar loudly, showing everyone its giant mouth. The river worm lay down right behind the leader of the Northern Army and was ready to protect Choy Yon from our hero. With a triumphant smile on his face, the head of the Northern Army's guild climbed onto the tentacles surrounding the monster's mouth to feel safe. The protagonist gritted his teeth and looked gloomily at the enemies in front of him, realizing that he needed to start the attack right now. The boy suddenly moved from his place. His entire body was charged with the mana of power over fire. He was intent on attacking Choy Yon. This stunt clearly took the leader of the Northern Army by surprise, and he stared motionless as the super rookie flew straight towards him. Meanwhile, in another part of the gate, another battle was taking place, with In Chang's pink mana clashing with Choy Yon-su's blue magic power. The girl attacked the younger red-haired brother of the Northern Army leader from the air, swinging her sword expertly, and the man defended himself. The red-haired vice guild leader stood on the ground and looked up, swinging his sword to overcome the girl. The second vice leader of the guild became even more angry when she saw that all her attacks against the man did not work. The girl grabbed the sword tightly again, pointing the tip towards Choy Yon to try to stab her former friend again. Jong Chang gritted her teeth tightly, putting all her effort into this attack, and holding the sword in one hand, she tried to attack the man. Choy Yon was also ready to attack his ex-girlfriend. He raised his sword high above himself, the weapon emitting a bright magical light. Surrounded by pink mana, Choy Yon slashed forward with all his might to clear a path for his next attack. A loud noise erupted in space, and the man managed to split the sand mountain into two parts with his weapon. At this time, Jong Chang watched as the deputy head of the Northern Army tried to get to her to attack. Surrounded by sand dust and a magical aura, the red-haired hunter ran forward to pounce on Ying Chang. The man shouted that he would spare her if the girl fell to her knees, and declared that the Army of the North was the only one who would emerge from the gates victorious. Chang, raising her voice to a shout, asked what had happened to the man, since they had both sworn to protect humanity together until the end. The girl's attempts to reason with her friend were unsuccessful, and the hunters fought, leaving bright flashes and streaks of mana in space. Neither Chang nor Yeon were willing to retreat. They fought with swords, striking each other one after another, and did not spare each other. At some point, the girl briefly released her weapon from her hand, and the sharp sword began to spin around its axis, absorbing more mana. Afterwards, Ying Chang grabbed her sword again and swung it, intending to attack her friend once again to prove her point. In order to dodge and protect his head, Choy Yon hid his face and covered his hair with his hand, holding the sword behind his back. Chang and Yon began to fight again, trying to strike each other with their swords over and over again, but their strength was still equal. At this time, the final boss river worm closed its mouth and raised its head from the ground when Choy Yon and our hero entered inside it. The protagonist climbed into the monster's mouth to fight the leader of the Northern Army, and inside the worm there were many sharp spikes sticking out. The boy stood in front of the guild leader who was ready to defend himself, and so far he hadn't taken any action against Choy Yon Seong. The boss of the Northern Army accused Jong Ken of being simply crazy because he dared to climb into the mouth of a river worm. The boy didn't understand what the man was talking about because he was just waiting for this worm to eat him because they protect their offspring inside their body. The protagonist smiled as he told his opponent that no matter what kind of worm it was always dry inside. The super rookie grabbed his spear, charged with powerful flames, and pierced the tip of the weapon into the wall of the river worm's stomach. The guy was jubilant because the inside of the final boss was dry, and the lack of water only increased the power of the flames around his weapon. He told Yeon Seong that in the dry stomach of the worm, the power of the Lord of the River's patron would be reduced to 0, and his power over the flame would become much stronger. The hero was right, because the messages said that his attack power was temporarily increased, and the spear caused the worm to spew flames from its mouth. Hunters on the shore were shocked to see the river worm begin to spit balls of fire from its mouth, clearly suffering from it. Choy Yon was in a hopeless situation, standing motionless with his legs spread wide and watching as everything around him was engulfed in flames. In horror, he began to quietly repeat that this was simply impossible, because he was the king and, in his opinion, had been chosen to be king. The man did not lose hope of saving himself and defeating our hero, so he squeezed his sword in his hand with all his strength to attack. The head of the Northern Army was angry. He started shouting at the main character and swung his weapon to attack the guy. The guild leader jumped close to Jong Ken and loudly asked our hero who he was while the boy stood motionless. But our hero did not respond, and with a single fatal blow to Choy Yon's son, he left a giant gaping hole in his body. Holding the flame-charged spear in front of him, the boy decided to take away the man's chance to become the war god Gunther in the future with one attack. The super newbie completed the task, but it was too early to relax because he was still inside the body of the river worm. The small skull on the protagonist's bracelet began to show signs of life, and the eye sockets on the familiar began to glow with a bright blue light. The protagonist received a message that the soulkeeper's skull had finally absorbed the first soul of the destroyed hero. Jongken was right that the skull does not absorb the souls of monsters, because it absorbs human souls, and strong ones, like those who became heroes. The guy was stunned when he was bombarded with notifications that the fallen angel had rejected the River Lord, and all support from him had been cut off. The protagonist could not believe that the patron named Lord of the Rivers had just died at the hands of the fallen angel. Looking at Choy Yon's sword, the super rookie didn't understand what was going on, because the Demon King's book said that patrons never die. The weapon left behind by the dead leader of the Northern Army began to undergo strange changes, and a black whirlwind surrounded the sword. The dead guild leader's weapon evaporated, and in its place appeared a black raven with red glowing eyes and a black aura. Our hero was surprised when a bird suddenly appeared right in front of him, in the middle of a river worm's flaming stomach. In a demonic voice, the black crow told Lee Jong-ken that the boy still hadn't answered, and asked what the answer to his question was. The protagonist remembered that a second before he took Choy Yon-sung's life, a man asked him who he was. The guy realized that he killed not a monster but a hunter, and follows the path of a tyrant, not a peacemaker, or rather, acts like a demon king. With his arms outstretched, the protagonist decided for himself that in order to change the world, he would accept any sin for himself and even surpass the demon king. Jong-ken, after thinking, answered the black raven that he was Agriel, according to history, a fallen angel who was stronger than Lucifer. The fallen angel supported the protagonist's decision, and the bird, taking off, called the guy's answer interesting and said that they would see each other again soon. The protagonist watched motionless and silently as the demonic black bird, flapping its wings, disappeared from his sight. Before she completely disappeared, the super rookie asked the raven to tell his master every little thing he saw. The next second, everyone received an unexpected message that the final boss of the River Wormgate had finally died. Our hero's body, engulfed in flames, fell with a crash straight into the river after losing its last drop of life. Our hero was bombarded with messages about how he had made the biggest contribution to this, received the essence of water, many achievements, and also increased his level. The hunters standing on the shore, their eyes wide open, watched without taking their eyes off the fall of the final monster in this battle. The hunters, who belonged to the Army of the North, also stood motionless on the shore, and were no less amazed than the others by what was happening. The lifeless body of the river worm lay on the bank of the Rhine River, the giant monster still burning, raising a column of black smoke above itself. The super newbie emerged from the cloud of smoke and stood before the rest of the hunters, the protagonist emerging from the worm's body safe and sound. The hunters were delighted to see that the super newbie had managed to deal with the river worm, and their faces were filled with joyful smiles. The main character, inspired by victory, looked at the guys who had gathered on the riverbank with a smile on his face, shouting words of admiration. However, peace and quiet did not reign in the gate after this, because the boy heard the screams of Jong In-chang, who was trying to warn him. Lee Jung-kyung turned around and saw Choy Yon-soo flying towards him, holding a sword in his hands, shouting insults at him. Luckily, our hero managed to react in time. The guy put a shield in front of him so that Choy Yon-soo could not hit him with his sword. The deputy head of the Northern Army Guild, mad with rage, shouted, asking what Jong-ken did to his brother, and accused him of destroying everything. Choy Yon-soo used all his strength against our hero. Jong-kyung tensed, trying to hold the shield in front of him to defend himself. The red-haired hunter did not give up trying to take revenge on the super rookie for killing his brother. He swung his sword one more time. The protagonist tensed up, realizing that he would have to fight back against the careless hunter, and decided to attack in response. The guy made a maneuver, changing his position in a flash so that the enemy would miss, raising sand dust underneath him. This time, Lee Jong-keng, instead of using his spear as a weapon, decided to use a shield charged with fire mana, striking at Yon-su. The main character's blow was so powerful that the man immediately dropped the sword from his hands, and his body flew far back like a cannon shell. Choy Yon-su landed, creating a cloud of sand dust around himself. The man screamed in pain, and there were traces of the guy's fire mana on his body. Out of rage, his eyes shone with a magical light with renewed strength. Out of despair, he screamed loudly, cursing the main character. Now the super rookie decided to use his main weapon against the enemy, and Choy Yon-su saw a fire-charged spear in front of him. The guy walked up to the deputy head of the Northern Army and pointed the tip of the weapon straight at him, and Choy Yon-su was scared and sat motionless. The man was very nervous because he was in a hopeless situation, having lost his weapon, and was looking his death in the eyes. Our hero told Yon-su that his guild only gained such enormous power to protect humanity from the crisis. Choy Yon-su groaned in horror and hid his face as Zhang Kyung brought the tip of his spear closer to him and declared that they had no right to call themselves hunters. Suddenly the guy put the weapon away, and it began to gradually disappear as the hero said that he had seen too much blood spilled in vain today. Finally, looking at the vice chief of the Northern Army with contempt in his eyes, the main character declared that he had had enough for today. The super rookie left Choy Yon-su alone on his knees and told him to repent and move on with his life. But the desire to avenge his brother did not disappear. Choy Yon-su raised his head and looked at our hero with eyes sparkling with blue light. He moved his hand to the side and materialized his sword to pounce on Lee Jong-ken once more while he was unaware. Wanting the protagonist to finally die, Choy Yon-su suddenly stood up and swung his sword, intending to pierce the super rookie's back with it. The protagonist looked back in fear when he heard the man trying to attack him again, not wanting to repent. The boy saw how splashes of thick and hot human blood suddenly filled the air above the deadly Rhine River. However, the blood did not belong to our hero because Choy Yon-su did not have time to attack him, being himself attacked by Zhang In-chang. After being mortally wounded by the sword of his once loyal girlfriend, the man looked into her eyes and quietly asked how she could do such a thing. These were Choy Yon-sung's last words, and after that, his lifeless body collapsed onto the sand, leaving a large pool of blood underneath. Meanwhile, the protagonist received another message that the soulkeeper's skull had absorbed the hero's new soul. While it was still pouring rain, Lee Jong-keng asked Ying-chang if she was okay, and she replied that she was okay. But the huntress was devastated, stating that she should have stopped them earlier, and if she had done so, such a tragedy would not have happened. The hero encouraged her by saying that In-chang shouldn't feel guilty about it because she is very different from the Choi brothers. Zhang In-chang thrust her sword into the ground and sadly informed our hero that it seemed like the end had come for her. Perplexed, the main character began to worry about the girl, trying to get an explanation from her, and asked what she was talking about. The girl thrust her weapon even deeper into the ground and declared to Zhang Ken that she had lost the right to touch this sword anymore. With fear in her eyes, In-chang told the boy that from now on she would live, trying her best to atone for all the sins committed by the Northern Army. The protagonist thought that the girl seemed to have broken down, even though he knew from history that her destiny was to become a great hero. The boy felt angry about this because he knew that Ying-chang would become the immortal Siegfried in the future, and he couldn't let her give up. The super newbie and the other hunters successfully left the gate, and in their dimension, the guys were already met by journalists, blinding them with camera flashes. Two strong men intervened and shouted that they were from the Hunters Association and that people should refrain from taking excessive photos. The guys who wanted to interview started to worry when they saw that Choy Yon-sung was not with the hunters, and Choy Yon-su was also nowhere to be seen. The journalist did not understand where the majority of the Northern Army had gone, and concluded that the hunter standing in front had led the raid. The guy was delighted when he realized that the face and name of this leading hunter were unknown to anyone, so the news would definitely become a sensation. Journalists with cameras in their hands pounced on our hero and began asking who he was and what happened at the gate. The main character was approached by Ye Seong-gu, who had been waiting at the portal all this time for his comrade to return, as he had promised the guy. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and told the reporters that the person in front of them was the C-rank awakened rookie that had been rumored. The reporters were shocked by this statement and started screaming when they saw Ye Seong-gu in front of them, and concluded that the guys knew each other. Covering his mouth with his fist, the leader of the Major League Guild coughed to make another statement in front of the excited reporters. The man shouted that these hunters had just returned from a hellish gate clearing, and the journalists should give them some time to rest. Ye Seong-gu spread his arms out and loudly asked the people to give a small honor to the hunters who had returned and to those who had not been able to do so. The journalists were moved by the speech of the head of the Major League Guild and began to applaud the heroes, looking at them with adoration. All the media personnel present followed each other's example and began clapping their hands in honor of the hunters. The returning hunters felt awkward because of the journalists' actions, and our hero understood that these gates had become special. Lee Jong-ken felt deep sadness because 110 people entered that gate, but only 39 hunters were able to return from there. The next action took place in a sunny Korean town on the seashore, over which seagulls flew and merchant ships stood on the water. A black bird circled above the modern high-rise buildings, the raven that Choy Yon had turned into after his death in the gate. A black raven with red glowing eyes and a dark aura flew towards one of the windows that belonged to the Hunters Association. The director of the Hunting Association was surprised when he saw a bird with demonic eyes fly into the office and land right on his desk. The man with the eye patch recognized the raven as Hugin. A smile appeared on his face, and the director told the bird that it had arrived late. After the conversation, the director came to the conclusion that our hero knew about their ability to control the worm and how to become a hero. The black magic raven communicated with the director of the association in a language incomprehensible to the common man, which was clear only to the man opposite. The head of the association learned from the raven's words that the main character becomes stronger by hunting monsters, and he called himself Agriel. The man with the eye patch stood up from his chair and pressed a button on his office phone to contact someone. The director told his assistant that he needed to meet with the surviving hunters from the raid at the Rhine River Gate, and the voice on the phone said that everything would be arranged. The chief also informed the assistant that they no longer needed the Northern Army, and the secretary said that he would immediately prepare everything for the press. The bustling Korean city continued to live its peaceful life, the streets filled with cars and public transport. Jong In-chang, who no longer wore a mask and knight's costume, entered her guild headquarters, which was empty as never before. The girl looked around. She was saddened by the fact that now the army of the North will never be the same as it was before. In-chang looked at the place where the meetings used to be held, and remembered how her friend Choy Yon used to give speeches there. Now the stage above which the painting of the tiger's head hung was completely empty. There were no soldiers or leaders of the Northern Army. The girl lowered her head. The surrounding environment was pressing on her. The hunter's soul was filled with negative emotions after what happened. The grief-stricken future immortal Siegfried spoke to herself and quietly said that she was fed up with being a hunter. Lady Yingchang suddenly fell silent and straightened up when she heard a boy's voice behind her addressing a girl. She turned around and unexpectedly saw that behind her stood the surviving hunters from the Northern Army, who had also come to headquarters. One of the guys told In-chang that she was not guilty of anything, and the blame lies only with the leader Choy Yon and his younger brother, the deputy leader. The words touched In-chang, but the girl could not find the words to answer the guy, and the sadness did not disappear from her face. The girl was taken aback when suddenly all the guys fell to their knees in front of the deputy head and began to beg in Chang not to give up. The guy said that he wanted to live a decent life and therefore intended to take the sins of the Northern Army upon himself, and the girl's fate should not end this way. The heroine objected because she was the last surviving captain on a sinking ship, and simple hunters should not take on this sin. One of the hunters looked into Ying Chang's eyes and told the deputy chief that there was something else that the girl didn't even know about. In Chang looked at the hunter with sadness in her eyes, waiting for the guy to tell her what else she had been unaware of all this time. Having shown the girl his hand, the hunter sincerely admitted to the deputy head that their hands were already covered in blood up to the elbows. The huntress was stunned when she heard these words from the guy, realizing that all this time, the Choy brothers were using the guys for their own vile purposes. At this time, our protagonist was enjoying a walk on a warm summer day, walking near his apartment with Song-gu. After a grueling and stressful day at the gate, the boys grabbed a can of soda to cool down and talk. Sung-gu asked Jun-kyung if his appearance in front of the reporters regarding the super rookie was something he shouldn't have done. The main character asked his friend to stop talking nonsense, because he should thank him for the fact that he managed to become even more famous. The leader of the Major League Guild took a sip of soda, and our hero smiled, realizing that on this day he managed to become a real superstar. On TV, they said that with a snap of his fingers, he was able to rise from C rank to A rank and successfully overcome all the hardships in the dangerous gate. Our hero began to be called the Dark Horse, but Song-gu said that this nickname does not suit him at all, because it is a name for obviously weak people. The guy replied that, given that he had no background whatsoever, he couldn't say that the nickname Dark Horse was completely unsuitable for him. Sung-gu admitted that he was worried that this would be seen as an invasion of privacy, and was glad that Jun-kyung did not bother with it. The protagonist decided to tell his friend about the further plan, and asked Song-gu how he found out about it. The head of the top league guild looked at Lee Jong-kin with confusion, not understanding what he was talking about, and asked the guy what he meant. Jung-kyung explained what he meant by how Song-gu knew that the boy was using the creation of a hero to his advantage, knowing that in this era, such a thing was not discussed. The corners of Song-gu's lips turned down, and he thought about the protagonist's words about creating heroes, repeating them under his breath. Becoming more serious, the shaved-headed man asked the boy if Jong-ken meant to say that he could create a hero on his own. The boy replied that Song-gu himself knew everything, and remembered that people in this era believed that heroes were people born by time, or a mixture of fate and patrons. The main character, although with fear in his eyes, found the courage to voice the words that Song-gu is, after all, a member of Asgard. When Jong-ken said this to his friend's face, the man immediately activated his magical aura, his eyes shining with a bright yellow light. The man clenched his fists tightly, not saying a word to our hero. The space around him began to fill with streams of the guild leader's mana. The surging magical power of the bald-headed man extended far beyond his body, and the swings on the playground swayed in the strong wind. A strong wind caused by Song-gu's abilities suddenly began to blow through the peaceful streets, although it had been calm and quiet before. At this time, the director of the hunting association was sitting in his office at the table and talking about something with one of the employees. The man with the eye patch tensed up and turned his wary gaze to the side when he felt something that made him nervous. Instructor Bae Sang-soo also tensed up when he noticed the man's unexpected reaction to something, and asked the head of the association what was wrong. Smiling nervously, the director adjusted his tie and assured the employee that everything was fine, explaining that he simply thought something funny had happened. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock as he watched Song-gu demonstrate his true strength to him. The top league guild leader stood motionless in front of the boy, his true strength gradually subsiding, and he returned to normal. The man closed his eyes and paused for a moment before returning to his normal state and speaking to our hero again. The man was perplexed. not understanding how the guy managed to find out that Song-gu was a member of Asgard, which is what he asked Jong-ken about. Remembering the book that Heimdall once gave the boy, the protagonist knew that when they first met, the man was already a member of Asgard. But first, the guy was interested in why Song-gu did this, because, in his opinion, this indicates that the man is aware of all his plans. With a smile on his face, the head of the top league guild told Jong-ken that the guy had beaten him to it and made his move earlier. The man admitted that he also had suspicions about our hero, because the incredible growth rate screams that he knows something. The guy said that this was the reason why Song-gu had set up a trap, and he, like a stupid fish, had fallen for the man's hook. Even though the hero knew that he did all this on purpose, he decided to ask Song-gu what he thought Jong-kyung needed all this for. The head of the guild silently looked the guy in the eyes, confused by his question, because he did not know the exact answer to it. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth dropped open when the protagonist admitted that the reason for this was his intention to join Asgard. The boy realized that the real war was starting now, because Asgard was a secret association of hunters with incredible power. When it was already dark outside, the protagonist went to an abandoned industrial building where he had previously met with In Chang. The girl showed up for the appointed meeting, and seeing the super newbie, asked the guy why he wanted to meet her. Without saying any unnecessary introductory phrases, our hero put his hand on his heart and got straight to the point, asking In Chang to join him. Ying Chang was confused because her usefulness had ended back at the Rhine Gate, and now she was completely useless due to her authority having fallen. Sadly, hanging her head down, the girl added that, moreover, she is not a person who is capable of anything useful. The main character completely disagreed with In Chang's opinion, which he told the girl, adding that she was a very valuable asset. In Chang clenched her trembling fist tightly in anger and excitement, saying that Mr. Jong-ken was speaking as if he knew everything. Having lost the ability to control her emotions, the girl screamed with tears in her eyes that the guy was right, and the Northern Army was trash, and she was a part of all of this. The dim moonlight illuminated the abandoned, unfinished building, on the territory of which our heroes continued to talk. Jong In-chang calmed down and fell silent, and Jong-ken realized from her behavior that something had happened, which he asked the girl about. The huntress said that she had been in the dark all this time, and many atrocities, including murders, had taken place behind her back. The protagonist stared at the lady, shocked by her words about innocent, defenseless people becoming victims of the guild leaders. Jong In-chang felt very depressed because of this. The saddened girl sat down and hid her gaze, folding her hands on her knees. The grief-stricken huntress asked Lee Jung-kyung if he remembered what Choy Yon sung and his brother tried to do to him after the conflict between the hunters and the common man. She said that, in secret from everyone, the brothers killed everyone who stood in their way, and Choy Yon's son seriously considered all ordinary people to be cockroaches. The hero understood that things were bad, and if nothing was done, Ying Chang would finally break down, and he could not lose the dragon slayer like that. The guy came closer to the broken huntress and asked what she would do if such incidents continued to happen. Our hero explained that the gates continue to appear, and the hunters become stronger, and ordinary people will not be able to resist such power. In Chang realized something when Lee asked if she would turn her back on everyone in need if something like this could happen in other guilds. She found the strength to rise to her feet when the guy said that he wanted to root it out at the root and get rid of all the evil that was happening around. The protagonist began shouting to get through to Jong In-chang, and repeated that he wanted to nip in the bud everything she saw, heard, and felt. In Chang also couldn't hold back her anger, and shouted that the guy didn't understand what kind of power that person had, and that they were nothing compared to him. She continued that she was too weak compared to that person, and asked if our hero had any plan to change the world. With his pressure, the main character got the words he wanted to hear from the girl, and seized the moment to confess to her. Looking into Ying Chang's eyes, Lee Jong-ken, whose eyes glowed red, declared that he came from the future. The main character's statement shocked the huntress. She stared at the guy, her eyes wide, and was speechless from what she heard. The guy started telling her that many would soon die, and the scale of destruction would be immeasurable, and someday he would need In Chang's help. Jong Ken warned the huntress that the association would soon call them to their place, and they would see each other there, but for now she should think carefully about his offer. When the next day came, our protagonist spent his free time in his personal apartment, lounging on the couch. From the news on TV, he learned that the Northern Army Guild had committed many terrible acts, including the murder of innocent civilians. Holding the TV remote in his hand, the boy realized that this whole situation with the Northern Army had gone further than he could have ever thought. Jong Ken guessed that all of this was planned in advance, and they were simply disposed of when the army became useless, and it could be the work of that very person. The skull on the boy's bracelet began to glow, and he received a message that the soulkeeper's skull had awakened and would now be reborn as a true familiar. The hero was shocked to see that the skull had finally recovered because it had absorbed the essence of water and the golem's gem. The guy was told that the familiar's name was Hen Mu, and to summon him, he had to say his name, which the main character did right away. After the super rookie said his familiar's name, the bracelet disappeared, and the skull came off his hand and began to grow in size. The soul guardian, in the form of a skull with glowing blue eyes, grew to human size and asked the hero if he had called to him. The protagonist felt uneasy when he realized that his familiar Hyun Mu could talk, assuming that it was a bone dragon. The clear and sunny day continued. Lee Jong-ken was still spending his free time in his apartment. While meditating, he thought that magic was like air. Not only he, but other heroes thought so too, and perhaps they were not using the true potential of magic. In search of a way to extract more power from magic, the protagonist cast the mana flow spell, but was disappointed when nothing worked. The boy stood up and thought that the method of using the true potential of mana created by the Demon King was described superficially. He knew that the time of no return would soon come and A-rank hunters would drop to C-rank, and he needed to become stronger before that time. The hero picked up the phone and saw a message from Kim Soo-yeon asking him to go to the road so that the guy could take him to the association. The main character, having read the message, locked the phone screen and lowered his hand down, thinking about something. Lee Jong-ken guessed that the day had come when he would finally be able to meet the person he had been waiting to meet. The super rookie hurriedly left his apartment, and soon Kim Soo-yeon's car was already racing along the busy road towards the association building. The protagonist tensed up when the manager told the guy that it seemed like this was the first time he had seen the super rookie so nervous. Jong-kyung felt awkward about such a remark towards him, justifying himself to Kim by saying that he was also a human. Kim replied that he had not thought so before, and asked what the hero thought of it himself, because before he had not shown a drop of excitement even at the gates of the Rhine River. An association employee said it seemed like only a meeting with the association president could make him nervous. Soo-yeon tried to calm the guy down, saying that there was no reason to worry, and that he would only be given what he deserved, and they would chat a little. The protagonist disagreed because, according to him, more than 50 hunters died in those gates, including the leaders of the Northern Army. He shared his opinion that he does not think that he was called simply to congratulate him, and there will definitely be an investigation. Our hero's nervousness was now somewhat transmitted to Kim Yong-sun, and he agreed with the guy, saying that he hadn't thought about it at all. Sitting in the car, Lee Jun-kyung recalled Song-gu's words that helping to join Asgard was not within his jurisdiction. According to history, Heimdall had disagreements with Asgard because the organization's original goals were for the sake of humanity, but then many turned to the dark side. The super rookie knew that when Song-gu met the Demon King, he was already thinking of leaving Asgard, but there was no good reason, and only did so after his friend did. The hero decided to join Asgard faster than the Demon King in order to squeeze the maximum out of the organization. Jun Kyung and Kim So-yeon successfully reached the Hunters Association building. Inside, the protagonist was asked to go to one of the rooms. The guy stood silently in front of the door that led to the office, where the man he had wanted to meet for so long was waiting for him. Upon entering, the super newbie saw the association's director standing in front of him, looking at the books on the shelf. The president turned around and gasped in surprise, admitting that he had completely forgotten that he was expecting a guest because he had been running around on business all day. The man said he was glad to meet him and introduced himself as Jang Hye-jin, a man who takes care of Korea's hunters. The boy knew that the man in front of him had been following the deeds of the Northern Army with great admiration and had been mentioned many times in the Demon King's book. He shook the director's hand, realizing that this was a powerful man who simply could not be ignored and who would not be easily defeated. Shaking hands firmly with the president of the Korean Hunters Association in greeting and introduction, our hero introduced himself as Lee Jung-kyung. After a simple introduction, a sly smile appeared on the man's face. He decided to put formalities aside and ask a direct question. The office filled with his magical energy, and the director asked, "How about dropping all the masks and getting straight to the point?" The man asked the boy who he was, and then suggested that they already knew each other well enough that Jong-kyung knew that Hye-jin supported the Northern Army. The guy was silent, remembering very well the quote from the book of the Demon King about not believing a single word of Odin, because he constantly lies. The main character decided not to fall for the tricks of the association president, so he answered all his questions briefly, saying that he understood everything. The answer disappointed the man with the eye patch. He became upset and dropped his hands, silently looking at the guy. Grabbing the book, Jang He-jin said that this was complete boredom, and now he was absolutely sure that he and Lee Jong-ken were completely different people. Looking at our hero's questionnaire on a piece of paper, the director of the association told the guy that he was quite an intriguing person. He began listing the super rookie's accomplishments, that he had fought monsters, defeated the goblin chieftain, and been invited to the major league. The president also stated the fact that 2 months after awakening with a C rank, the boy defeated the river worm in the A rank gate. The man admitted that he liked the fact that the super newbie's leveling speed was unimaginable, but asked to be allowed to ask him something. Holding the tablet with our hero's questionnaire tightly in his hand, the paper began to emit a bright magical blue light, because the director began to get angry. Looking at Lee Jung-kyung with hatred, Jang Hye-jin asked him why he killed him, insisting that he raised Choy Yon Sung on his own. The young man replied that the president himself saw everything perfectly well through the raven, and the hero killed the one who tried to kill him, and then asked if there were any problems with this. The director of the association, filled with anger, said that there were problems, and what problems they were, because the guy had destroyed the part he had grown. The protagonist mentioned that Choy Yon Sung was just a pawn in the director's game and suggested that the man get straight to the point. Jang He-jin was taken aback, and the magical aura disappeared from his body when the young man declared that he wanted to join Asgard. He laughed, saying that he could see that the boy had a talent for surprising people, and asked if the hero really knew what Asgard was. The protagonist said that Asgard is a group of first-generation hunters who united to save humanity. The guy confidently stated that Jang He-jin was actually Odin, the king of Asgard, and repeated that he wanted to join this organization. These words shocked the director, but Jong-ken knew that Odin had never been a good person, but even he had weaknesses. The president went crazy and started shouting that it was unthinkable that our hero had found out about all of this, from the presence of the raven to the controlled river worm. The hero quietly rejoiced, because he knew that Odin was a terribly curious person, and he was ready to do anything to satisfy his curiosity, and he could not refuse the guy. The man continued to shout that even his eye didn't work on our hero, and suggested that the young man knew about his special eye. Odin's interest in the boy only grew, because his eye on Jong-ken wasn't working, and Lee asked if he was talking about the truth-piercing eye. Our hero received notification that the fallen angel had destroyed all traces of mental interference and warned the seeker of wisdom. Jang He-jin was amazed at how much the guy in front of him knew, and he laughed, calling the whole thing fascinating. The director agreed to accept the hero into Asgard, although initially the idiot Choy Yon's son was supposed to take his position, but first the guy will pass a couple of tests. The man added that he would naturally impose a ban on Jong-ken, discussing with anyone what was happening here and now. A loud noise was heard from the office of the president of the Korean Hunters Association, and a bright light was shining from the window when they tried to ban the hero. After an important conversation with the director, the main character went to a local coffee shop to think about what happened. He thought that thank God Odin hadn't noticed that the guy's patron had blocked the ban he had issued and the piercing gaze. It dawned on the hero that perhaps the fallen angel had the ability to block any mental attacks, and this could be an imbalanced ability. The guy looked up sharply, and his eyes widened in surprise when he had to interrupt his thoughts because of the girl's voice. He apologized to In-chang for not noticing her because he was completely lost in his thoughts, and invited the girl to sit down. Jong-ken asked if she had come to meet the head of the association, and the girl said that Jang had called everything that had happened in the army a disgrace. The huntress was sad, because when they met, she didn't even have the opportunity to ask the director why he did all this. Jong-ken explained that the president most likely just wanted to cut off all loose ends regarding the girl because she knows all his background. Lady Jong said that knowing the director, he would definitely come up with a new sin to put on the shoulders of an innocent person, so there was no point in it. The hero explained that the girl was only alive because Zhang considered her useless, and the director would destroy the northern army if it suited him. The huntress began to shake, her eyes filled with tears, and she clenched her teeth to keep from bursting into tears right in the middle of the coffee shop. The girl was extremely upset by our hero's words that, in the opinion of the association's president, she was worth nothing. In-chang was surprised when the protagonist suddenly suggested that she take his hand in such a case to support her. The super newbie declared that he would change this world, even if he seemed narcissistic and vain to her now, but she had nothing left to lose. Miss Jong looked at the guy with wide eyes, a blush appearing on her cheeks due to the guy's offer to hold his hand. The girl looked at the main character's palm with hope, deciding to trust the super newbie and join him. The heroes shook hands, thereby agreeing to further cooperate and work together for the benefit of humanity. Under cover of night, the protagonist and Jong In-chang again came to the abandoned building, where there would be no witnesses to their conversation. The curious huntress looked at the hero and asked the super newbie what the guy was going to do next. Jong-ken assumed that the girl had acquired a patron at the Rhine Gate and asked which patron had his eye on her. Ying-chang said she wasn't sure how to use the thing in her hand, but her patron, Prince Charming, gave her a dragon bloodstone. From the autobiography of the Demon King, our hero knows that this artifact has appeared only 3 times, and it is needed to gain immortality. The girl looked at Lee Jong-ken with a smile and said that she had decided to give the dragon bloodstone to the guy opposite. The protagonist was shocked because Miss Jong's offer to give him this incredibly valuable stone was clearly unexpected. The guy got angry and started yelling at the girl, asking if she understood how priceless the stone she was holding in her hands was. Smiling sweetly, Jong In-chang replied that judging by the boy's reaction, he knew much better how valuable this artifact was. Taking the stone, the hero warned the huntress that this thing could help her immeasurably, and asked if everything would be okay. In-chang replied that the stone was a gift for the person who recognized and believed in her, and she couldn't wait to work together. Jong-ken couldn't believe that he had obtained the dragon bloodstone so easily, because he had thought for a long time about how difficult it would be to do so. The main character's face changed dramatically when the thought came to his mind that perhaps something was wrong with the girl opposite him. Looking at Ying-chang with a sincere smile on her face, who so easily gave away such a valuable stone, the guy thought that she might just be a simpleton. Soon the hero visited the blacksmith's workshop, saying when they met that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Park Jae-hyun asked what brought him there. The main character didn't answer the blacksmith, but only raised his head and looked at the wall behind the red-haired guy, which caught his attention. The stone wall in the workshop was decorated with a large number of handcrafted weapons with different characteristics, from swords to hammers. The guy turned his attention to another wall, where metal spears stood on a stand, and he looked at their characteristics too. Lee Jong-ken told the blacksmith that it was simply incredible when he looked around the workshop and saw how many weapons Jae-hyun had managed to create in that time. The blacksmith explained that all these weapons were not yet finished, although the guy's fire was what it should be, but the supply of materials was lame. The hero smiled knowingly, knowing that a blacksmith's skills in creating weapons were important, but the quality of the materials played an equally important role. The super newbie decided to show the blacksmith a little thing he had recently received as a gift and took a dragon's bloodstone out of his pocket. Park Jae-hyun, putting his hand to his chin, began to stare intently at the sparkling red stone in our hero's hand. The unusual thing amazed the blacksmith. He excitedly hit his hand on the table, so amazed was he by Lee Jong-ken's artifact. The red-haired guy started screaming, trying to find out from our hero what kind of stone it was, because he had never seen such a mineral before. The protagonist tried to calm the blacksmith down by explaining to him that the dragon bloodstone in his hand was not a gift from Park Jae-hyun. The blacksmith shouted that he knew the value of the stone very well, and only a spineless rag could accept as a gift something so mystical and valuable. The boy thought that at least one such idiot was present here, and grabbed the hammer, telling the blacksmith that he would borrow it for a while. The protagonist turned around and walked away, holding a hammer in his hand, and Park Jae-hyun shouted after him, trying to figure out what Lee Jun-kyung was up to. The super newbie asked the blacksmith to watch carefully what he was about to do, and swung his hammer to hit the stone. As Jong-ken swung his hammer, he charged the weapon with his fire energy to make the blow even stronger. The blacksmith shouted at the bastard to stop right now when he saw that the guy was about to destroy such a valuable stone with a hammer. However, the protagonist did not listen to the red-haired guy, and a bright red strip of light appeared in the air when Jong-ken hit the stone. Lee Jong-ken struck the dragon bloodstone with all his might, his entire body charged with a fiery aura, just like the hammer in his hands. The blow allowed the precious stone to break into two equal parts, and from the inside the artifact began to emit a bright magical glow. A stunned Park Jae-hyun grabbed his face with his hands and opened his mouth wide when he saw that our hero had destroyed the dragon bloodstone. The blacksmith took the two halves of the stone in his hands and asked the protagonist if he was saying that this artifact should be used exactly like this. This was true because the dragon's bloodstone could often be duplicated, and the hero asked the blacksmith to place one piece in his spear. But Lee Jong-ken still had the task of finding a use for the second part of the stone, and he turned his head to give the blacksmith another task. The boy thought about it, because the gladius that was in the workshop was incredibly similar to the gladius of Siegfried described in the book. Jong-ken asked the blacksmith to place a second stone in the gladius, and Pak said he would do it for free as thanks for the opportunity to use the rare materials. When the work was completed, our hero took the weapon and went to the next gate, where he tried the artifact in a battle against monsters. The main character mercilessly dealt with muscular and large monsters, cutting off one of their hands with a spear. Another screaming monster approached the guy, but a moment later his life was over, because his body was cut into two parts. The guy received a notification that the dragon stone had absorbed the blood of an orc. Next to our hero stood Jong In-chang with a sword in her hand. The girl said that her new one-handed sword was very good, although she had never used such a weapon before. It was no surprise to Lee, because Park Jae-hyun creates the best weapons, and he asked how full the dragon stone was. In-chang said that the stone was about 2% full, and the hero explained that the filling would increase as the hunt progressed. The girl said that giving the stone to Mr. Lee Jong-ken was the right decision because she had no idea that it could be multiplied. The protagonist did not say anything in response to Jong In-chang, but only looked at the girl with a friendly smile on his face. When the hunters were resting after another wave of monsters, they noticed that another large orc was standing nearby. The large, hairy orc let out a loud roar, baring his sharp teeth, his body emitting a red aura, and a necklace of bones hanging around his neck. The monster grabbed its hammer and, screaming, struck hard at the place where Lee Jong-kyung and his partner Jong In-chang were standing. There was a large explosion behind our hero. He cast the evasion spell and managed to jump to the side to avoid taking damage. The main character began to run forward, holding his spear and shield in his hands, trying to increase the distance between himself and the bloodthirsty monster. The guy tensed up because the strength of the boss of this ogre warrior gate was abnormal. Ying Chang was not around, and he started shouting the girl's name. At this time, Jong In-chang was bravely fighting against the gate boss, holding the monster's leg with a one-handed sword so that it wouldn't crush her. The girl was very tense. She clenched her teeth to squeeze out all the strength from herself because the monster was gigantic. The ogre warrior panicked as our huntress managed to almost make the beast lose its balance and fall with one blow. The fact that Ying Chang managed to successfully hit the ogre's body with her sword made the boss of this gate even more angry, and he yelled while looking at the girl. The hero was delighted, knowing that Siegfried's sword was capable of repelling even all the dragon's attacks, and he saw that even the ogre was shocked by the girl's abilities. Jong In-chang continued to bravely fight one-on-one with the giant ogre warrior. She swung her sword once more to strike the monster. The gate boss twisted his face in pain as the fragile girl managed to strike the giant ogre in the shoulder with her one-handed sword. He looked up with fear in his eyes as he saw Ying Chang leap up to swing and attack again. The heroine was merciless. She looked into the monster's eyes with contempt on her face before striking him with her sword once again. The last blow was the most powerful and fatal for the gate boss. With the sword, the girl was able to cut his body into two parts from head to toe. When the gate clearing was successfully completed, the hunters came outside. Ying Chang was sitting on the grass with her head down and was worried about something. Our hero approached the huntress and said that In Chang could not even imagine how calm he felt when she covered his back. The main character's words made the girl happy. She turned around and looked at Lee Jong-ken shyly, smiling sweetly at the guy. The main character told his partner that they would be going there in 2 days, and she replied that this meant it would happen soon. Jong-ken said that they would spend these 2 days hunting to improve their teamwork, and thus their chances of survival would increase. Jong In-chang listened to her leader's instructions in silence and nodded her head in agreement as she sat on the green lawn in front of the boy. Our hero silently looked into the distance, thinking that the time had finally come for the test that Odin had prepared for Lee Jong-ken. Soon the day came to an end. When the sky began to be decorated with stars, the guy went to his apartment to rest. The super newbie was relaxing on his couch, but his mind was filled with thoughts that this moment had finally arrived. He knew they had done all they could, although it would be nice if Siegfried could earn her name now. The guy had to distract himself when suddenly someone rang the doorbell of his apartment. He had no idea who could visit him at such a late hour. It turned out that Ye Song-gu had come to visit our hero. The young man let his friend in, and the men sat down at the table opposite each other. The guild leader decided to tell Jong-ken directly that he shouldn't go there tomorrow, because otherwise he might die. When the man said that tomorrow's test would not be a walk in the park like the one at the Rhine River Gate, the boy realized that his words were quite sincere. Song-gu admitted that all this time he was wondering how Jong-kyung knew about Asgard, why he wanted to join it, and what his true intentions were. The bald-headed man smiled and said that he ultimately decided not to worry about such things because he trusted our hero. These words surprised the main character. He hesitated and asked Ye Seong-gu where he got so much faith in the guy. The man did not have a clear answer to the question, and he said, closing his eyes, that his intuition told him to trust the main character. Standing up, Song-gu once again asked the hero not to go there, because Odin would allow him to enter Asgard even if he did not show up. The worried guild leader said that the protagonist had not yet received the title, and if he went there tomorrow, he would only receive it posthumously. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thanked his friend for his concern, but asked him not to worry about the guy. With a slightly crazy smile, the guy said that no matter what happens there, he will return alive, because he still has a lot of things to do. The day our hero had been waiting for so long had arrived, and in the morning, he went to the international airport to take the test to join Asgard. Lee Jun-kyung and his faithful partner In Chang entered a spacious and bright building, from where they will board a plane and set off on a new adventure. The heroes were serious, which was evident from their faces, because they had an important task ahead of them, and they were dressed in formal suits. At the airport building, the guys were met by an employee of the association, Kim Soo-yeon, who waved to our heroes and invited them to come to him. The protagonist walked closer to his manager and congratulated Mr. Kim Soo-yeon on receiving a higher position in the association. The guy said he saw that the hunters were doing well, and it was incredible that they were going on an international expedition. As a sign of respect, the curator bowed to the hunters, telling them that the passage would soon open and he hoped for their safe return. The hunters said goodbye to Kim Soo-yeon, and the association employee turned around to head towards the exit of the international airport. Jong In-chang was delighted with the curator's behavior, calling him a very good person. Our hero agreed and said that Kim had not changed. A blue portal decorated with stars and other symbols opened in front of the hunters. It will lead them to their destination. The airport employee informed the boys that the gates to London had opened and that they could leave, and also wished them to return safe and sound. Lee Jong-kang and his partner quickly used the magical portal to set off on a dangerous and exciting journey. Upon arrival in London, they were met by a blond man in a suit who said that it was a great honor for him to meet the famous Dark Horse. In Chang was surprised when the super newbie started speaking fluent English as he greeted the people across from him. The girl praised the main character for being so fluent in several languages at once, saying it was very convenient. Lee replied that it was simply fate that forced him to learn English, but he knew that in the Edenic era, people who did not know this language were not even considered human. The blond man in the suit told the boys that he would escort them to their rooms, and that in the evening a party would await them in honor of the arrival of all the hunters. Lee Jong-ken and the huntress Jong In-chang were received in the capital of England as guests of honor and were housed in a luxurious royal building. In the evening, a party was held in this building, which was organized in honor of all the hunters who came on the expedition. Ying Chang admitted that she was frustrated by not understanding what people were saying, and the guy said that some people were calling them racist names. When another hunter entered the hall, the others turned their attention to him. This man caused shock among those present. The hunters became very tense when they saw this unusual guest in front of them. They even began to sweat from the tension. The others began to move aside when a big guy walked through the room, who was at least several times larger and taller than the others. The big guy immediately declared that he expected to see two idiots here who had arrived from Korea, but for some reason he saw two lovebirds in front of him. The main character and his girlfriend stared at the giant hunter, perplexed by his harsh and rude words towards them. After examining Jong-ken, the big guy said that it didn't look like he could land any punches and asked who they were anyway. The agitated Ying Chang didn't understand what the big guy was talking about, but it was obvious to her that the giant wasn't telling them anything good. Beads of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face from the strain, and he thought that this was different from what he expected from this trip. Asgard is a powerful secret organization that operates in the shadows of Korea and pulls the strings of its puppets. Besides Asgard, there are other organizations around the world that are run by hunters, and they constantly fight for power and control over the gates. According to the Demon King's biography, one such event was a dungeon battle, in which the organizations tried to prove to each other who was stronger. The big guy looked at our hero with disdain, and concluded that he had nothing to answer, despite the fact that the guy asked him a direct question. The protagonist silently looked at the giant in front of him, not understanding what this big guy was doing here because he didn't fit into the environment at all. The dungeon battle was originally supposed to be a place where Choy Yon would have been able to participate and would have received the title beforehand. According to history, after the victory of the leader of the Northern Army at the gates of the Rhine River, Choy Yon's son would have become famous throughout the world as Gunther. But our hero, having returned to the past 100 years, intervened in history, changed its course, and Gunther, not having received the title, died tragically. Odin originally planned to send Choy Yon-sung to London, but the plans were ruined and Jong-kyung went on the expedition instead. The protagonist wondered why the guy didn't even compare him to Gunther, suspecting that it was because history had changed. A man approached the big guy with long blonde hair from behind, called out to the giant, and asked him to leave our heroes already. All three of them turned around and saw a slender guy in a white shirt with well-groomed blonde hair approaching them. The blue-eyed blonde extended his hand to Jong-ken and said that he was glad to meet him, because it was a great honor to meet the dark horse who was on everyone's lips. The big guy realized that the little dove in front of him was that same dark horse, in his words, the delusional newcomer that everyone was talking about. The guy in the white shirt looked at the giant with irritation and told Demetrius that he was already going too far by insulting the heroes. The blonde apologized to the hunters and asked them not to pay attention to this mountain of muscles, introducing himself as George with the title Odysseus. The main character was surprised because he knew Odysseus from history. He was a hero who was unlucky because in the future he was killed by his partner Hercules. Jong-ken shook Odysseus's hand and said that he had heard of him, which confused the boy because, according to him, his name was not even close to Dark Horse. George told Demetrius to apologize, which only amused the big guy, because as an apology, he decided to shake the hero's hand. Demetrius showed everyone his hunter aura and extended his hand, introducing himself and stating his title, Hercules. The brute looked angrily at our hero and ordered him to hurry up and make him happy by accepting his apology. From the book, Lee knew that Hercules was an absolute monster, and meeting him gave him goosebumps, and Ying Chang decided to grab the big guy by the wrist. Demetrius turned his gaze to the girl, who decided to grab his hand so that he would not extend it towards the main character. Jong In-chang looked at the big guy with angry eyes and angrily told him to take his hand away, because Lee would not accept his apology. Hercules became angry at the girl's impudent behavior, activated his aura again, and asked Ying Chang what she just said. A small confrontation began between Ying Chang and Demetrius, the girl trying with all her might to push Hercules' hand away. George was shocked to see that such a fragile-looking girl was able to withstand the huge Hercules without even trying. He looked with delight at the picture before him and said that he could not believe that she could so calmly restrain the brute force of Hercules. Ying Chang tensed as Demetrius clenched his fist and used more force against the heroine, trying to free himself from her grip. The brute clenched his fist tightly and struck at Jong In-chang. The attack was so powerful that the fragile girl lost her balance and flew backwards. However, Ying Chang did not collapse to the floor, but quickly took control of her body and got into a fighting stance to fight back against the big guy. The girl grabbed her right thigh in horror when she felt pain in her leg after Demetrius's blow. The heroine tensed up when she realized that Hercules' blow had broken her leg, which only made Jong In-chang even more excited. Demetrius started laughing loudly, shouting that they had another interesting dark horse here, and admitted that he was impressed. The tall, muscular man removed his hostile magical aura from around his body and promised Ying Chang that they would definitely meet again. George lowered his head and placed his hand on his heart, apologizing to our heroes and saying that they would see each other later. The big Demetrius and his faithful companion Odysseus hurriedly left the hall where the party was being held, loudly slamming the door behind them. Jong In-chang took a bottle of potion to restore her health after the fight, and Jong-ken asked the girl if she was okay. The girl admitted to the super newbie that she wasn't quite okay and asked if they were serious about taking on someone like Hercules. The protagonist sadly admitted that they needed to defeat someone like him, but they didn't even have a chance to win, realizing that Hercules was an invulnerable monster. From the book, the boy knew that Hercules had a weakness that prevented him from reaching the top, and he told Ying Chang that there was no chance only under normal circumstances. Parties continued every day in London, with members of secret organizations getting to know each other while gathering information on the strength of their opponents. However, the Dark Horse group, which included the protagonist and his partner Ying Chang, did not take part in the daily parties. The man accompanying them said it was incredible that the guys were cleaning the gates even when they were on a business trip abroad. The main character explained this by saying that he and his friend could do tourist things at any other time. The man said that he was still worried because they would need strength for the upcoming expedition to the gate, and added that he would wait for them. When the boys passed through the portal, they received a notification that they had entered the gates of the ogre horde, and the patrons turned their gaze to them. Jongken explained to his friend that they would stay here until they got what they needed, and if it wasn't here, they would go to a similar gate. The huntress looked at the super newbie with adoration in her eyes and only nodded in response in agreement, without arguing with the main character. The guy told In Chang to act like she did in the Korean gates, and the girl asked if he meant training with an emphasis on defense. Jongken said that with his current skills, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one attack from Hercules, which is why Ying Chang's role is so important. The main character turned around and went somewhere to the side, asked In Chang to wait a little, and left her alone with himself in the middle of the green lawn. The huntress was scared because she thought they would go together, so she asked the protagonist if they would go together. With a sly smile, the guy said that not this time, and she would understand everything while she waited for him here, so he would return soon. Holding the one-handed sword in her hand, Ying Chang saw the protagonist suddenly disappear from her sight by jumping high into the air. The girl sighed heavily, left alone in the dangerous gate because she expected that the two of them would be cleaning up. Looking up at the sky, Zhong In Chang realized that just a few weeks ago she had been blaming herself for what had happened in the guild, but now her soul was calm. Even her patron sent her messages that he was disappointed or angry, and now he smiles at her, and it's all thanks to Li Junken. After some time, the main character returned to the green lawn where the girl was standing. The guy landed on his knees with a crash. The boy immediately rose to his feet and ran forward again, shouting as he ran for Miss In Chang to get ready. The girl stood motionless as the lawn around her began to fill with thick smoke, indicating that enemies were approaching. The huntress saw in front of her a whole crowd of huge ogres who were approaching her, holding weapons in their hands. Zhong In Chang screamed when she saw a dozen bloodthirsty ogres in front of her, and even led by the dungeon boss, a two-headed ogre. The huntress was not prepared for such a battle, so she immediately ran after our hero, but Li Jongken asked the girl not to run away. She didn't stop asking why she shouldn't run away, and she understood why Li told her to take the title of the great enemy of the ogres with her. The protagonist encouraged the girl, saying that it was not impossible, and the lady asked if this was the reason she was asked to take a whole supply of healing potion. Li Jongken confirmed that it was for this reason that the day before he asked the heroine to take a lot of healing potions and the title of the great enemy of the ogres. Ying Chang was still running forward, but she began to glance at the ogres. Even though her lips were trembling with fear, she tried to find the strength to fight. The girl clenched her teeth in fear of the whole horde of bloodthirsty monsters, her face covered in sweat, and she continued to run. But the next moment, Zhong In Chang took control of her fear and still stopped, leaving a cloud of dust behind her. She grabbed her huge sword with both hands and shouted at the protagonist that she agreed to do it, running towards the crowd of monsters. Meanwhile, a dozen ogres were screaming, showing their terrible teeth, all of them aimed at the fragile huntress. The protagonist, while running fast surrounded by trees, called out to Hen Mu, the skull that served as his reliable familiar. A familiar in the form of a skull, emitting a bright, magical blue light, appeared in front of the boy and asked his master if he had called him. Hyun Mu surrounded a whole set of glass flasks with red liquid inside, which were intended to treat wounds received in battles. The super rookie asked his assistant to take these potions and help Miss Ying Chang by using them on her when she was in danger. Realizing that the girl would no longer have any problems, the hero set himself the task of finding the missing thing that would help him defeat Hercules. The underground village where the ogres lived was now ablaze with destructive flames. Wooden houses and other buildings were being destroyed. The monsters themselves were also engulfed in flames, screaming in pain and slowly dying in agony, unable to help themselves. But one of the monsters seemed to be bypassed by the flames. The ogre stood calmly on the ground, and his body did not burn like the bodies of the other monsters. Hiding behind a tree, the protagonist remembered the ogre who could extinguish a flame simply by walking on it, thanks to his power over fire. The guy finally managed to find it, an Easter egg that only appears in B-rank ogre settlements. The Easter egg was a terrifying ogre that all the heroes avoided fighting, even though he didn't use magic, but was a terrifyingly powerful red-eyed ogre mage. At this time, Ye Seong-gu, who remained in Korea, came to the building of the Hunters Association and abruptly opened the door leading to one of the offices. An angry, bald-headed man burst inside and asked the man who was in the office what he was doing. The assistant to the association president asked Song-gu what he was doing, because he had no right to behave like that in a place like this. The director of the Hunters Association told the assistant that everything was fine and asked the secretary to leave him alone with Ye Seong-gu. President Jang Ha-jin sat quietly at his desk when the leader of the top league guild came closer to discuss things. The man with the eye patch asked Ye Seong-gu what had come over him that he had suddenly burst into his office, shouting and complaining. Ye Seong-gu didn't explain anything, telling the director that he himself should know perfectly well what he meant. The association director said he had no idea what the man was talking about, and Song-gu asked if he had any idea. President Jang Ha-jin let out a heavy breath, realizing that a difficult conversation with the man opposite him was inevitable. Using his magical abilities, the association leader created a transparent blue dome around himself and the man that would protect them. Hee-jin said that they could now have a frank conversation and asked if Song-gu would abide by the rules of Asgard outside of their meeting room. Song-gu was outraged that the man was talking about rules because the main rule about acting for the sake of humanity had somehow evaporated. The association president's eye began to emit a blue light as he became angry, asking if Song-gu dared to rebuke him now. Heimdall said that he would have reproached him if the director had listened to him, but as he saw it, there was no chance of that happening. The director got angry and jumped up from his chair, calling Song-gu an impudent bastard, and streaks of black magic power appeared behind him. The bald-headed man explained to Odin that he had come to him with complaints about Hercules, whom our hero had met earlier. When Ye Seong-gu mentioned Hercules, the expression of the president of the Korean Hunters Association showed genuine surprise. The man with the eye patch did not understand what Heimdall was talking about and asked him to explain what he wanted to tell him now. The leader of the Major League Guild explained that he had heard rumors that Hercules would be participating in the dungeon battle. From the man's reaction, it was clear that this was news to him too. He calmed down for a moment and fell silent, lowering his eyes to the floor. Odin said that the battle at the dungeon was supposed to be the final point in their victory, but Hercules' participation suggests that Olympus wants to break their agreement. Heimdall told the president that he seemed to be genuinely unaware, thinking that it was Odin who had originally sent Hercules to fight. Song-gu was outraged that Hee-jin was going to send our hero to his death like that and declared that he was going there. The president said there was no need to worry so much because the death of the super rookie was not part of his plan, just like everything else that happened. The director explained that he had made a pact with him, and as soon as our hero was in any danger, the pact would notify Hee-jin about it. Jang Ha-jin smiled widely, saying that Olympus had broken their agreement, and it was even good because it freed his hand. A premonition of something wrong did not leave Song-gu, because the wily Odin seemed to have foreseen that everything would turn out like this. However, neither Heimdall nor the association president had any idea that the pact had already been broken by the fallen angel. At this time, the red-eyed ogre mage stood and watched as the settlement he lived in was engulfed in flames and the wooden buildings were destroyed. The red-skinned monster turned around to find the one who had destroyed his village with destructive fire. Reaching out to grab the hot stone, the protagonist thought that it was a good idea to lure the monster out with fire after all. Squeezing the stone, the hero realized that he had found what he was looking for, and it was the most important piece of the puzzle in his upcoming battle with the invulnerable Hercules. But things weren't going so smoothly, because Lee Jong-ken got scared when he noticed that the same red-eyed ogre mage was standing right behind him. The guy turned his gaze to the monster and tensed up, not expecting it to appear, and did not understand when the monster managed to come here. The red-eyed ogre mage smiled and blew steam from his mouth when he saw the hunter who had managed to destroy his settlement in front of him. Revenge for the destruction of the village did not take long to come. The monster caused a gigantic explosion in the place where our hero was. But the main character managed to dodge and ran away with all his might, escaping from the giant ogre with red skin, who brilliantly wielded fire. The boss of this dungeon didn't want to let the guy go so easily, so he ran after him. Even though he was big, he ran no slower than our hero. The super rookie screamed, not understanding how the monster, given its size, could have such amazing speed, and found similarities with Hercules. Our hero was unable to escape from the red-eyed ogre mage. The monster caught up with him and wanted to attack, jumping on the guy. As the monster landed back on the ground after its jump, its weight caused the ground beneath the monster to crack. The dungeon boss possessed such powerful strength that his jump caused the ground in a large radius around him to collapse, as if from an earthquake. Luckily, Lee Jong-ken managed to avoid this blow and managed to run away and find himself in a safe zone, watching the destruction. The protagonist realized that a direct confrontation with this monster was inevitable, so he materialized his spear in his hand to fight the ogre. He admitted that he wanted to avoid fighting the monster while he prepared for the fight with Hercules, but there was no point in doing so, and now he had to win. The red-eyed ogre was so strong that he didn't need any weapons. He swung his mana-charged fist to hit the guy. The giant red fist was quickly approaching our hero. Jong-ken was already ready to defend himself with his spear. Suddenly, the guy received a notification that the gate had been cleared, and the giant body of the monster began to disappear. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had done it, until after clearing the gates, he was sent back to our dimension through the portal. He said that it seemed like Ying Chang had managed to defeat the boss, which was good, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to heal himself with potions before fighting Hercules. As the setting sun lit up the sky, the following events unfolded in a house that hosted hunters in London. In honor of the arrival of all the hunters for the expedition, another party was held. The fighters in smart suits were talking about something among themselves. Hercules told his partner that he hadn't seen a hair of our hero since that day, and George replied that the guy was most likely getting ready. Demetrius complained to his friend that at this rate he would die of boredom, and asked permission to at least go to the gate. George refused, saying that there was no need to create more problems for him, because Demetrius had already ignored the order from Olympus. Hercules replied that it was not his fault, and he saw no reason to throw the fight when he could win anyway. Clutching his head, George said that the battle was about to begin, and he had hidden Theseus well, but someone from Olympus would come and punish them. Demetrius asked his friend not to worry, saying that he would protect him, and that the dark horse would not withstand even one of his blows in battle. Odysseus wondered how many opponents Hercules had recognized, since he looked down so much even on the dark horse. George's soul was not in place, because for some unknown reason, everything inside him was howling in anticipation of something very large-scale. The next day, our protagonist spent time in a luxurious hotel where he and Ying Chang were accommodated upon arrival in London. Jong-in Chang asked the guy if he was going hunting again, and if the girl should join the super newbie. The protagonist replied that everything was fine, and that Ying Chang should not go hunting with him this time, since she was not in the best condition right now. The girl felt awkward when she hinted to Jong-ken that it was because of him that she was now in bad shape. Jong-ken was optimistic, saying that thanks to this, she had gained the opportunity to further improve her stamina and physical resistance. When he offered to repeat it, In-chang awkwardly tried to refuse, but the hero calmed her down, saying that he was just joking and that she would rest today. The huntress smiled sweetly at her partner and asked Lee Jong-ken to contact her immediately if anything happened to him while hunting. But today, in addition to hunting at the gates, our hero had some other things to do, so he went for a walk along the London streets. The guy purposefully came to Alchemy Street, which he had heard about before, and began looking for the girl he had read about in the book. While leisurely strolling along London's Alchemy Street, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this place possesses enormous magical power. The super rookie smiled and his eyes began to glow red as he finally found what he came here for. The protagonist entered a small old shop and apologized for the intrusion to the man who worked there. There was a red-haired girl behind the counter who happily greeted the visitor to the phone booth. When Lee Jong-ken saw this girl in front of him, a grin appeared on his face because he realized that he had definitely come to the right place. The girl was delighted to see a Korean in front of her, saying that it was very rare to meet someone from Korea here. The saleswoman froze in surprise when the main character asked the girl if her name was Park Yoo-jin. Now she was irritated and began to ask Jong-ken who he was, who had come to her when she had just opened up. Our hero did not answer the girl's questions, but asked Park Yoo-jin if her blacksmith skills had become so ossified. The girl turned out to be Hephaestus, the younger sister of the great blacksmith and the best alchemist, who guessed that the hero was sent by her brother. A week later, Ye-jin met Jong-ken and told him that she had straightened the red ore and coated the Muspelheim spear with it, and then asked him again who he was. What bothered her was that this was the first time she had seen such materials on his spear, and even the people of Olympus had nothing like this. She once again tried to find out who was in front of her, but in response the hero asked Park Ye-jin to return to Korea. Jun-kyung told Park Ye-jin that if she wanted to work with rare materials, it would be better for her to be in Korea rather than staying here. The blacksmith and alchemist did not understand what the main character was hinting at now, and asked the guy opposite what he wanted to tell her with this. The super rookie explained that he was asking her because he himself was in Korea, realizing that if the brother and sister worked together, he could become even stronger. The girl accused Lee of lying, asking if he meant to say that he would constantly deliver rare materials to Ye-jin that even Olympus did not have. However, the girl liked the idea as a whole. She smiled broadly and admitted that it sounded fun, and she liked it. The long-awaited day has arrived when all the hunters gathered in the British capital will enter the dungeon to set off on a dangerous expedition. All the hunters who had arrived to carry out this task were already fully assembled and standing near the portal to the gate. The mood of the fighters was different. Some were very tense and worried, while others were waiting for the raid with impatience and a smile on their face. Hunters from different countries of the world gathered near the portal, which was noticeable by the variety of costumes of the fighters. The host of the event shouted into the microphone that the raid was about to begin and asked hunters of all nations to get ready for the start. In-chang asked if they would have to fight all these people, to which the hero explained that some of them were not at all interested in fighting in the dungeon. The girl smiled and admitted that she was glad that not all the hunters here were determined to simply kill each other. But Jong-ken did not share his friend's joy, thinking that there were no people here who thought as optimistically as she did. Hercules also came to the square in front of the portal. He looked at all the hunters present and asked who these no-names were in front of him. The other hunters stared at Hercules, clearly feeling fear of the big guy, and did not respond to his insults. The fighter's behavior infuriated the brute. His eyes turned red and he screamed, asking the hunters why they were staring at him. Hercules was furious, but George came up from behind and calmed his partner down, telling Demetrius that they hadn't even entered the gate yet. An angry Demetrius looked at Odysseus, justifying his behavior by the fact that these worms were staring at him like that. The big guy pointed his finger at our protagonist, standing to the side, and informed George that this dark horse was there. Lee Jong-ken acted calmly and did not confront Demetrius, but only glanced at him, keeping his distance. Hercules smiled because he liked the look in Lee Jong-ken's eyes. And then he shouted loudly, wishing Dark Horse good luck. The protagonist let out a laugh and grinned, looking Demetrius straight in the eyes, his face radiating complete self-confidence. The host loudly asked everyone to enter the gate, and all the hunters lined up in front of the portal to go into the dungeon. Before ending up in the dungeon, the main character decided to have one last talk with his partner, In-chan. The guy gave his friend some instructions, saying that as soon as they entered the gate, the girl should run as far away as possible. These words shocked Jong In-chang. The huntress thought that Lee Jong-ken wanted her to simply run away during the battle. After passing through the portal, the girl received a notification that she had entered the gates of Mount Catalan, an ominous place imbued with magical power. Before the huntress had time to come to her senses, explosions began to thunder in the gates, and she heard the cries of pain from other hunters. The heroine held a sword in her hand, waving it to see at least something in front of her, because all the space around was filled with acrid smoke. Jong In-chang became wary, not understanding what was happening, and remembered Jong-ken's words that she needed to escape first. Listening to the advice of the main character, the girl did just that and began to run forward, trying to get through the smoke. However, the huntress was forced to stop when she saw something in front of her that made her eyes widen in shock. Through the curtain of smoke, she saw a hunter lying on the ground, under whom there was a pool of blood. The man was seriously wounded. The wounded hunter, with bruises on his face, met Jong In-chang's gaze and quietly asked the girl to save him. In Jong In-chang's mind, the moment when Jong-ken asked her to run as far as possible when they entered the gate appeared again in front of the portal. The girl began to be tormented by doubts. She understood that she needed to follow her partner's instructions, but she also couldn't help but help the wounded man. Her unwavering moral principles got the better of Ying-chang, and the huntress stopped to give a healing potion to the wounded man. In-chang asked the man what happened, but the healing potion did not work on the hunter, and eventually the fighter stopped showing signs of life. The girl was pierced by fear when she saw that the hunter was dead, and she thought, "What the hell is going on in this gate?" The huntress quickly looked away, frowning as she noticed some kind of monster approaching her. The heroine immediately swung her sword to fight back the red magical force that had overtaken her so unexpectedly. There was another deafening explosion, rocks flew in all directions, and a bright purple-red flash appeared in the air. Behind the curtain of smoke, the silhouette of Hercules appeared, his entire body glowing with red light, and he said that Ying-chang was still able to block this attack. Jong In-chang stood in a fighting stance, clutching her great sword tightly as she looked at Demetrius, who tried to attack her. The huntress's hand, which was clutching the sword, began to tremble from the strain of the powerful attack that Hercules had used against her. In the silhouette surrounded by smoke, the girl recognized Demetrius. She was amazed that the attack was stronger than the one of the ogre boss. The giant, charged with red magical energy, came closer and called the girl a chicken who was hanging around near the Dark Horse. The battle in the dungeon continued. A tall column of smoke rose above the green mountain from the skirmish between In-chang and the giant Demetrius. Explosions continued to thunder in the area. Hercules used all his strength against the huntress, trying to destroy her with his power over fire. Demetrius was merciless against Ying-chang, once again swinging his fire-charged fist to attack the huntress. A giant fist engulfed in flames flew right in front of Ying-chang's face, as the girl managed to dodge at the last moment. Hercules continued to try to destroy the girl by swinging his fists, but so far Ying-chang had managed to avoid getting hit. The huntress was very tense because Demetrius's power, in her opinion, was simply incredibly destructive. Demetrius continued to attack, shouting at the girl at the same time, asking if she had swallowed her tongue since she had become so quiet. The brute caused another explosion with his fist, but the huntress managed to block it, protecting herself with her sword. Hercules punched the air once again, and its destructive power managed to cause a deafening explosion in the distance. Feeling superior to the fragile girl, the invulnerable Demetrius smiled and asked Jong In-chang to watch closely. Surrounded by smoke, the huntress still stood on her feet and did not give up, She gripped her sword tightly, preparing to defend herself. Spitting out blood, the girl thought that his power was terrifying, and her bones were already cracking at the seams, but she believed that all his attacks would be blocked. Zhang In-chang crouched down and raised her sword up, deciding that it was her turn to attack Demetrius. Hercules shouted that he heard that she was one of the huntresses who had not yet received the title, and it was an honor for her to experience this attack. Demetrius cast the wild beast spell to attack again, and a magical image of a giant tiger's head appeared above his head. But something didn't go according to Hercules' plan, because the girl noticed a large fireball flying straight towards them in the sky. In-chang froze in surprise when she saw how the fiery projectile caused a large explosion right in the sky above the girl's head. The girl turned around sharply, suspecting that this explosion was not caused by Demetrius, but by someone else who wanted to save her. Behind her, the huntress saw our protagonist, who had bought them time with these explosions, and he ordered Ying-chang to retreat. The heroes did not have the strength to fight Hercules on equal terms now, so both ran forward, leaving Demetrius behind. Li Zhongkeng's fire projectile did not harm Hercules in any way, but the boy clicked his tongue in annoyance when the girl ran away. After arriving at a safe place, In-chang told the boy that as soon as they arrived at the gate, there was an explosion and many hunters were killed. The huntress was extremely agitated by everything that was happening and, starting to shout, asked Li Zhongken what was going on here. The protagonist explained to Ying-chang that it was a trap, and she immediately wanted to say that it was Demetrius's doing, but she was interrupted. The guy said that Hercules had nothing to do with it, because after the explosion he was immediately attacked. This enraged the big guy, and he started to go on a rampage. Zhang In-chang guessed that the protagonist had foreseen this development, and that was why he had told her to run as soon as she entered the gate. Looking to the side, Li Zhongken said that he felt like what had just happened was only a third of what was to come. The girl said that she was very lucky that she did not have to experience that attack from Hercules, and asked what they would do next. Before explaining to his partner what they would do next, the protagonist materialized his spear and shield in his hands again. Activating his aura, the boy told Zhang In-chang that their main task now was to stay alive in this A-rank gate. This dungeon was filled with A-rank monsters, the Catalan lions, and Demetrius wasn't our hero's only opponent. At this time, our hero's familiar, the guardian of souls in the form of a skull, was also busy with his work, leaving behind a strip of blue light. The skull circled in the air, carefully examining the mountain forest, in order to then return to its owner and report everything. The familiar returned and reported that he had found no hunters in the area and was told to continue to watch the perimeter around his master. The soulkeeper obeyed his master, and the protagonist looked at the huntress and told Ying-chang that it was time for them to move out. The girl was not ready to leave yet, so she asked the guy to wait another second while she finished her preparations. For each of the dead hunters, the girl built a grave, and Li thought that the girl was strange, since she was busy burying her enemies. In-chang reminded Li of what he said about there being 2 ways to win this battle and asked if he wanted to defeat the boss or get involved in this mess. The protagonist said that the boss would definitely be strong, and it would be quite difficult to defeat him in such a small company. Zhang In-chang agreed with Li Zhongkeng's words, but asked if defeating Hercules wouldn't be even more difficult than defeating the boss. The huntress, wanting to get guidance from the leader, asked what they were going to do and if they had any plan of action. The super newbie told his friend that he planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, wanting to destroy both the gate boss and Demetrius. The heroine was shocked to hear such a statement from Li Zhongken, and many questions arose in her head that she had no answers to. After patrolling the perimeter around the hunters, the soulkeeper returned to his master to report some news. The skull told the protagonist that he noticed 3 hunters nearby who had skull tattoos on their bodies. Our hero immediately came to the conclusion that it was these 3 hunters who were stirring up trouble in this dungeon. The boy told Zhang In-chang to get ready, because these were the hunters who had pissed off Hercules when they entered the gate. The girl was perplexed, thinking that it was better to avoid these hunters, but the main character has a plan that does not involve running away. In the forest in the middle of the dungeon, a powerful fire was raging, which was visible even from afar. A column of black smoke rose high into the sky. 3 hunters were sitting near a large tree pole. They were tightly tied up, which made them absolutely helpless. Hercules and George met these tied-up hunters, and Demetrius didn't understand who these idiots were because he was following the trail of Dark Horse. A worried Odysseus told his friend that he believed the 3 hunters were somehow connected to an organization called Borgen. The guy explained that it was a shadowy organization from North Africa that was involved in dark activities such as drug and child trafficking. George looked at his friend and shocked him with the news that these 3 were the ones who ambushed the thug at the entrance to the gate. Hercules cast a suspicious glance towards the men tied to the tree who were connected to the Borgen organization. Demetrius had not yet done anything, but the tied-up hunters began to scream and beg for mercy, repenting that they had made a mistake. Hercules made the men happy by saying that he had nothing against guys who do everything to win, and besides, he himself was one of them. The big guy's silhouette turned black and his body glowed red as he shouted that this was for the guys who at least followed the rules. Ambushes were indeed officially forbidden, so Demetrius raised his fist, declaring that these hunters would now follow the rules in another life. Enraged, Hercules struck with such force that it not only destroyed the 3 tied-up hunters, but also caused a huge explosion. The big guy successfully dealt with his offenders and received a notification from the monster trampler, who approved of his actions. George said that it was not Hercules' place to talk about rules because he did not follow the orders of Olympus and also beat Theseus half to death. With a smirk on his face, Demetrius asked his friend what was wrong with that, because this dark horse turned out to be a very funny guy. Odysseus's eyes glowed with a blue magical light as he asked his friend if he could now regard this as a gift. Hercules and George began to be surrounded by hostile hunters, wearing the same identification marks as the bound men. Demetrius and Odysseus were surrounded by a whole crowd of fighters. Their clothes had symbols in the form of skulls. They all belonged to the same organization. Noticing the approaching hunters, Hercules concluded that they were all accomplices of that guy, and he was not the only one who was on fire. The big guy smiled widely, realizing that he had the opportunity to fight again, and said that he was beginning to like it. After some time, another battle between Hercules and the hunters ended. The ground was strewn with the bloody bodies of dead men. George, looking at the bodies lying on the ground, told his friend that his hobby was indeed terrible. The guy suggested that Demetrius at least use a weapon once for the sake of decency, because he doesn't have a fighting class. Hercules replied that to get the taste of the hunt, you need to feel the crunch of your enemy's bones with your own hands, and a weakling like George would not understand that. Demetrius was not just a lunatic, but a real homicidal maniac who was thirsty for endless victories, so he suggested that George go and meet Jongken. George was worried that Demetrius and Dark Horse would meet while our heroes were walking through the mountain forest. Zhong In-chang noticed that the place was filled with incredible magical power and concluded that they were currently in the boss's chambers. The girl was surprised when the main character stopped and put his palm in front of him, silently analyzing something. Li Zhongkeng informed his partner that there were hunters somewhere nearby, but they were not enemies, because he did not sense any bloodlust from them. Soon our heroes met in person in a forest clearing with other hunters who did not look hostile at first glance. The huntress asked our hero if he was the same Dark Horse, adding that they had been waiting for him here for a long time. The guy was genuinely surprised when the girl said that they had been waiting for him here all this time, and asked what they were talking about. One of the hunters was confused when the hero did not understand what they meant, and asked if Asgard had not sent him here. The protagonist confirmed to the hunter that the secret organization Asgard sent him to London to take part in this raid. The 3 hunters who had just been talking to Jongken moved aside to discuss something among themselves. The boy approached Jongken and said that he was Inev, who came from the lands of the Nile, and they were waiting for him to help Asgard win. The main character thought about it, concluding that this hunter belongs to the Egyptian Nile organization, similar to Asgard and Olympus. Enev said he didn't know if Olympus was to blame for the problem, but with their arrival, everything became much more complicated, so they were waiting for the guy here. Lee Jung-kyung concluded that the reason Choy Yeon-soo won the war was precisely because of this. The hunter who came from the Nile said that he would help our heroes, because it would be difficult for the two of them to defeat the boss. The protagonist responded to the offer to help with a firm refusal, declaring to everyone present that he intended to defeat Demetrius. All the hunters who came here to help Jong-ken were stunned when they heard that the guy wanted to fight Hercules. The guys from the Egyptian Nile were also shocked when our hero told them such unexpected news. Our hero knew that winning by simply beating the boss would mean that he was nothing more than a puppet in Odin's hands, blindly following his orders. Jong and Chang asked her partner in confusion why all the hunters were so surprised that the guy wanted to defeat Hercules. The guy explained that apparently Asgard's victory here was predetermined, so they planned to help them with this. The hero began to doubt himself when he thought that Ying Chang, having learned that victory can be achieved by defeating the boss, would also object to him. However, the girl smiled and said that she would go with him, and if he had a plan, she would simply follow it. A happy smile appeared on the protagonist's face when the huntress agreed to follow him to defeat Hercules together. Lee Jung-kyung praised his friend, telling the loyal and kind Jung In-chang that she can always be relied upon. The protagonist and his girlfriend turned around abruptly and looked at the man who told them that he was going to leave. The other hunter also decided not to get involved in the mess with Demetrius and said to Jong-ken, raising his hand, that he was also leaving. The others said that they would also just sit on the sidelines because they did not want to get injured in a fight with Hercules for no reason. Some of them started shouting, asking why Asgard had sent such an idiot here, and they agreed with him, saying that it was time to leave the gates as soon as possible. Enev told our hero that the boss was a strong lion, deciding to share the information even though he had no intention of fighting Hercules. The huntress girl said that she also wanted to stay out of the way, and the guy behind her said that he would also watch from the shadows. Disappointed by all the hunters refusing to fight Demetrius, Ying Chang said that they were back to where they started. The protagonist told the girl that it didn't matter, not counting on the help of the others before that, and told Jong In-chang to move on. When Enev was alone with another girl from his organization, she approached him and asked him what he thought would happen next. The boy replied, looking into the distance, that it would be hard, but Lee Jong-ken was unusually strong, looking back at what he had already experienced before. A rising Korean star named Lee Jung-kyung appeared out of nowhere, but managed to clear the particularly difficult Rhine River Gate with ease. Among the super newcomer's achievements is that he single-handedly managed to defeat the entire Northern Army, which was considered quite strong. It was also known about the guy that he was in a close relationship with Heimdall, a key figure in the Asgard organization. Moreover, it only took a fleeting glance from the protagonist to arouse Odin's interest in him. The girl didn't believe it when Enev told her that if his potential was to be assessed, Lee Jong-kang was no worse than the leaders of the shadow organizations. He explained that this was why everyone stood back to assess the boy's abilities in the fight against the invincible Demetrius. Meanwhile, the final battle began at the gate against the dungeon boss, a giant lion with a horn sticking out of his forehead. Lee Jong-ken and Ying Chang stood in front of a monster that was hundreds of times larger than them, and received a message that the one in front of them was the lion Catalan. The giant magical beast king roared loudly, the horn on his forehead shining even brighter as he saw the hunters in front of him. The protagonist tensed up when he received a notification that, under the influence of Catalan, his skill level had been slightly reduced. The boy pushed off the ground, destroying the solid ground, and received messages that the resistance allowed him to restore his previous skill level. In flight, he shouted to his partner that the left flank was on him and that Ying Chang needed to focus on the right and not forget to conserve her strength. Zhang and Chang shouted that she understood everything and immediately moved to attack the lion dungeon boss Catalan from the right flank. The familiar Soul Guardian also participated in the battle against Catalan as an assistant, telling the boys that he would cover their backs. Skull distracted the giant lion by flying towards its face, while our heroes headed towards the monster boss to attack from the flanks. The first blow to the predator was dealt by Ying Chang. She swung her sword and hit the giant lion's paw directly, but did not cause any damage to it. The girl was scared when she saw that this angered the monster, and in revenge, he wanted to hit the huntress with his huge paw. The enraged lion Catalan struck Zhang and Chang with his paw, but the heroine softened the blow because she held a sword in front of her body. The monster was no easy opponent. The girl tensed up when the lion began to attack her with his paws, but continued to fight. At this time, the main character used his spear against the monster boss, directing several powerful fire charges at the giant lion. The lion became even more enraged when Li Zhongken, using his power over fire, tried to blow up the giant king of beasts. Our hero's familiar also took part in the duel, the skull releasing a stream of blue magical light from its mouth against the huge monster. The giant monstrous beast opened its mouth and growled in pain as the familiar managed to land a stream of mana right on the lion's eye. This attack by the soulkeeper allowed the hunters to buy some time to rest before the next attack. The guy advised In Chang not to overexert herself and not to forget about the second phase, at the beginning of which Demetrius would immediately appear. Meanwhile, in the forest of Mount Catalonia, Demetrius was raging. The entire space was filled with his destructive magical power. The forest clearing was strewn with the bloody bodies of hunters whom Hercules had mercilessly dealt with. Demetrius stopped, his bandaged fist covered in blood, not his own, but that of the hunters he had mercilessly taken. The brute grabbed another hunter by the throat and told him that he would continue to meet his men in search of that guy's flame. He threw the boy aside, and George asked his friend to hold his horses, because the battle he so longed for would soon begin anyway. Odysseus's words made Demetrius lose his temper. The big man looked at his friend with eyes full of anger and hatred, and ordered him to close his eyes. George thought that the thirst for blood had finally clouded Hercules' mind, and was consuming him more and more with each new murder. Odysseus assumed that our hero knew about this peculiarity of Hercules, and therefore left these guys to be torn apart by him. But he put these thoughts aside, because the secret of Hercules was unknown even to Olympus, and then he turned once more to his friend. The whites of Demetrius's eyes were completely filled with a bright red light. Hercules thirsted for even more blood, and the killings deprived him of his mind. When he heard his friend's voice, Demetrius turned his gaze to George, and the whites of his eyes began to return to normal. Hercules asked what George wanted from him, and the blonde wondered if the boy would be able to remain sane in the future. The big guy irritably replied that Odysseus should not worry about it, because the guy had become stronger and would no longer lose his head in bloodlust. Something caught Demetrius's attention. He turned his head and told Odysseus that it looked like the main course was finally ready. George knew that in front of him was one of the heroes supported by Olympus, as well as one of the rarest top S-class hunters. Odysseus smiled, because he wanted to believe in his friend and his invincible power, so he suggested that Demetrius go there together. At this time, the lion Catalan was still standing on his paws. He did not move, did not attack our heroes, but was alive and in full health. In Chang noted that the monster was not moving and asked the protagonist if they had achieved what they had planned, and the guy replied that they had. But the giant king of beasts was not going to give up. He formed a giant magical dome around himself, preparing for a new attack. A gigantic stream of fiery magical energy, caused by the power of the monster of this dungeon, rose into the sky above Mount Catalan. Leo once again activated his magic power to its fullest, his previously red eyes filled with flames, as was his body around him. The demonic energy of the lion Catalan was a call for the other lions of this forest to come to his aid. Enev, who was watching this, said that it was incredible that our heroes, together, managed to overcome the first stage of the boss of this gate. But what worried him was that usually before the stages, hunters try to inflict as much damage as possible on the monster, but now the heroes do nothing. Jong In-chang told Jong Kyung that she could feel this demonic energy in her bones and asked if they were doing it right. The main character was 100% confident in his plan, so he clearly answered his partner that they were doing everything right. The guy said that the protagonist, the hunter whom the main character most wanted to defeat in this gate, appeared to them just in time. Demetrius was racing towards our heroes at full speed. The entire space around Hercules was filled with powerful, fiery energy. When the giant muscular guy landed on the ground, he left a crater underneath him, like a meteorite had hit. Hercules assessed the situation and told our hero that it looked pretty funny because the guy was inactive during the transition to the next phase. Following Demetrius, a disgruntled George ran there, complaining to his friend that he had asked him to wait for him. The hunters did not notice how one of the monsters pushed off the ground and jumped high into the air to attack one of the boys. Demetrius turned around sharply when he noticed a monstrous lion with long, sharp claws about to pounce on him from behind. For the big Hercules, this monster was a mere trifle, because he was able to destroy the lion with just one blow of his fist. Without even looking at the monster, Demetrius thrust his fist out to the side, causing the giant and bloodthirsty monster to turn to ashes. The protagonist became worried when he saw a monster in front of him that was many times more powerful than the lion that Hercules had just destroyed. It was the dungeon boss, the lion Catalan, who had already successfully moved on to the next stage. Now he had 3 horns, and his mane was colored red. But Demetrius didn't notice the monster boss approaching them because all his attention was focused on the main character. Even an invincible hunter like Demetrius began to panic when he turned around and saw the giant lion Catalan behind him. Ying Chang and Zhong Ken took advantage of the moment and ran away, leaving Hercules to be torn apart by Catalona, causing Demetrius to become indignant. According to the plan, the protagonist and his partner ran away from the place as quickly as possible, so that Catalan could attack Hercules. This action by our hero enraged Demetrius. He clenched his fists menacingly and began cursing at Li Zhongken. The big guy was more interested in defeating the dark horse than the dungeon boss, so he ran to catch up with the super newbie. Lion Catalan also rushed after the hunter. The dungeon boss and Hercules ran after our heroes, trying to catch up with them. In Chang screamed that Demetrius and Catalan were right on their tail, but she didn't understand why the lion wasn't attacking Hercules. Zhong Ken explained that it was because they were the only ones damaging the lion, but soon his demonic energy would destroy all the enemies around him. The surviving hunters were shocked when they saw something in front of them that made them tense up. All the fighters who had gathered in the clearing to wait out our hero's battle with the dungeon boss widened their eyes in surprise. The boys saw Li Zhongken and his partner running straight towards them, and behind them the lion Catalan and the hunter Demetrius. With its mouth wide open, the dungeon boss, engulfed in demonic energy, leapt forward to pounce on the hunters. Lion Catalan landed on the ground, causing it to become covered in large cracks, and the stones flew in all directions from the force of the impact. The wave of power from the giant lion hit the rest of the hunters as well. The men began to lose their balance as the energy blew them off their feet. The monster paused briefly and closed its mouth. It looked at all the hunters to assess its victims before the next attack. The demonic Beast King began to rage. He opened his mouth wide, showing his large, sharp fangs, and roared. Lion Catalan began to walk across the cracked ground. The monster was accompanied by other animals who came to his aid. The hunters prepared to defend themselves and shouted that the boss had completely succumbed to demonic energy and had lost the last bit of his sanity. The Catalan lion began to rage, ready to destroy all the hunters with his destructive demonic power. Swinging its sharp-clawed paws, the boss of this dungeon caused explosions, filling the space with bright red flashes. The first hunter the giant lion targeted was Demetrius, who was standing closest to Catalan. Hercules went into direct combat against the gate boss, swinging his fists as he deflected multiple flashes of red light. The big guy didn't feel even a bit of fear in front of the demonic lion, The guy was excited and shouted how good he felt. Lee Jong-ken and In Chang managed to escape to a safe distance, and the guy said that they managed to buy some time thanks to Hercules. The main character took out a bottle with an unusual liquid inside. It contained many small stones, emitting a bright light. Jong In-chang was surprised when she saw this unusual potion in our hero's hand and asked the young man what it was. Having started working with this liquid in the bottle, the main character briefly explained to the girl that this was his secret weapon. The guy opened the bottle and began to pour this mysterious liquid directly onto his spear. Small glowing stones began to affect the weapon. The dragon's bloodstone glowed even brighter, and the hero received a notification that the Muspelheim spear would become stronger for a short moment. The protagonist became wary when he received another message that the dragon blood stone had absorbed the red ore, not understanding what was happening. Lee Jong-ken grabbed his weapon, but he still didn't know what effect would follow from the dragon bloodstone absorbing the red ore. The way the weapon in the guy's hands began to change worried the girl, and she told the main character that it looked quite dangerous. The dark horse agreed with his friend's opinion, but he understood that this was their only chance to defeat Demetrius. Meanwhile, the lion Catalan continued his battle against the strong hunter Hercules, now using his 3 horns against him. Using the horns on his forehead, the lion Catalan released a giant stream of purple magical energy against Demetrius. In contrast, Hercules cast a spell that allowed him to release a huge stream of fiery energy against the lion. The magical powers of Demetrius and the lion Catalan collided with each other, deafening everyone around with a loud roar. Hercules' fire blast was stronger, and the stream of fire hit the lion Catalan right in the face, causing him to roar in pain. The protagonist, who saw that Demetrius had managed to deal damage to the dungeon boss, realized that the moment had come. A jubilant hunter, Demetrius, lowered his fist and asked the others how they liked his special move called the Beast Roar. The smile disappeared from Hercules' face. The boy looked away and became wary when he noticed the presence of someone else's magical energy. Demetrius began to become noticeably nervous when the purple magical light appeared in front of him, and he felt that it was not the right time. Suddenly, Odysseus covered Hercules' body, thereby repelling the attack against his friend Demetrius. Because of George, the protagonist was unable to attack Hercules, and his Muspelheim spear bounced back and flew back to him. Odysseus began to reproach Demetrius for having already told him that it was high time for the guy to acquire his own weapon. Hercules felt embarrassed that he had almost missed the blow. He rubbed his finger across his face and told Odysseus that he understood him. George laughed in surprise when he saw how embarrassed Demetrius was because he had almost made a fatal mistake. The blue-eyed blonde said that what was more important was that our hero's spear looked unusual and most likely had an effect on it. Indignant, Demetrius replied that such an attack would not be able to touch him even close, and for the guy she was nothing more than an annoying mosquito. Hercules, once again determined to fight the lion, asked George to deal with the midges while he dealt with the real beast. The big guy pushed off the ground and flew into the sky, leaving behind a bright streak of light, and George was left alone with himself, holding the sword in his hand. Odysseus hung his head, offended by Hercules' words, because they implied that George was much weaker than him. George concluded that Demetrius was looking down on him. The boy's body began to emit strong magical energy. Jong In-chang noticed Odysseus looking at her as the girl stood nearby, waiting for our hero's next commands. The huntress looked at the blue-eyed blonde who was addressing her with hatred in her eyes and asked what he was saying. The girl took the guy's words with hostility, so she decided to attack him, and a moment later, she pushed off the ground using her large sword. At high speed, Jong In-chang flew towards Odysseus. She was ready to pounce on the guy who was an ally of their enemy Hercules. A confrontation began between Jong In-chang and George. The huntress swung her sword, intending to hit the guy with it. Odysseus also attacked the girl. He swung his sword to hit her, but at the last moment, Jong In-chang was able to dodge. George's next attack came as he jumped, grabbing the sword with both hands and swinging it, causing a large wave of magical energy. Zhang Yinchang skillfully blocked Odysseus's multiple attacks, blue flashes shattering against her huge sword. George's attempts to kill the girl were unsuccessful. She was still standing firmly on her feet, holding her weapon above her head. George realized that Zhang Yinchang didn't have enough experience yet when he saw her trying to concentrate so much energy from such a distance. Odysseus swung his sword charged with magical energy and looked at the girl with crazy eyes, thinking that the end had come for her. But the blue-eyed blonde from Olympus didn't know that our heroine had an assistant in the form of the Guardian of Souls, who released a stream of mana from his mouth. The guy screamed in pain when suddenly this stream of energy hit him straight. Fortunately, he managed to block it with his palm. Zhang Yinchang took advantage of the moment when Odysseus was distracted by the Soul Guardian's attack and pounced on George with a scream. The huntress used her sword and magical skills to cause a deafening explosion that filled the space with smoke and pink light. This allowed the girl to disappear from Odysseus's sight, who stood there in confusion, not understanding where Zhang Yinchang had run off to. The guy thought that she would attack him, taking advantage of the moment, but she hit the ground and also did not understand why the skull shot sticky liquid at him. George tensed as he realized what the sweet-smelling sticky liquid was that had gotten onto his body after the Soul Guardian's attack. Odysseus clenched his fist tightly, preparing for another battle as he was left alone against the monsters in the A-rank dungeon of Mount Catalona. As the demonic lions surrounded the blue-eyed blonde from all sides, he became convinced that the liquid was the monster's pheromones. George realized he had been caught because our heroes unexpectedly used a potion to turn the hunt into this path. Meanwhile, the battle between Demetrius and the dungeon boss continued, the hunter launching firebolts at the beast. The protagonist remained on the sidelines. Li Zhongken was completely perplexed by what was happening in this gate. Hercules fought bravely against the demonic giant beast, using countless fire blasts against it. Li Zhongken was shocked, not understanding how Hercules was confronting the demonic energy-filled lion Catalan, amazed by his strength. Zhang Yinchang managed to successfully escape from Odysseus and approached the protagonist, who was watching the battle between the lion and Hercules. The guy looked at his friend with pride in his eyes and said that it seemed like she had managed to cope with Odysseus. The girl looked at the Soul Guardian with a smile and replied that Hyun Mu had helped her a lot in this by shooting monster pheromones at George. The protagonist told Zhang Yinchang that before Odysseus returned and found them, they needed to complete their task. At this time, on the battlefield where Hercules fought against the lion Catalan, the entire space was filled with bright flashes of fire and the laughter of Demetrius. Demetrius, judging by the expression on his face, was completely delighted with everything that was happening and shouted out joyful exclamations. The whites of Hercules' eyes began to fill with magma, indicating that the hunter was entering a new stage, the berserker Demetrius stage. Our hero realized that this was starting. Although Hercules could still control himself, he was sure that soon the guy would completely lose his mind. Everything went according to Li Zhongkeng's plan, and he told Yinchang to stop the lion Catalan while he took on Demetrius. The protagonist knew that there was no need to kill Demetrius yet. He only needed to strike while the hunter was in this state. Demetrius, having entered the berserker stage, began to deal even more devastating blows with his fists to the dungeon boss. Without using any weapons, the incredibly strong hunter Hercules managed to cause a huge explosion with his fist, turning the ground into a pile of rubble. When the lion tried to attack him, the boy was unaffected, Demetrius shouted, asking if this was all that Catalan had. Without wasting a second, the big guy pushed off the ground, leaving behind a flash of fire to attack the dungeon boss again. He flew forward at great speed, his entire body charged with powerful fiery energy, forming a dome around him. Demetrius saw a flash of flame in front of him that was definitely not caused by his opponent, indicating that there was someone else on the battlefield. Hercules became wary when he realized that he was now confronted not only by the lion Catalan, but also by another opponent. The brute was forced to land and stop as a curtain of flame and smoke formed in front of him. Assessing the situation, Demetrius came to the conclusion that our protagonist had entered the battle and said the name of the dark horse, looking warily to the side. Lee Jong-ken appeared on the horizon, holding a fire-charged shield and a Muspelheim spear with an effect applied to it. The boy looked at Demetrius with a crazy face and asked the hunter why he didn't play with him too. Demetrius massaged his neck, saying that he had already started fighting against the lion, but then agreed to accept our hero's offer. The main character managed to provoke his opponent because Hercules looked at him with magma-filled eyes and agreed to play with him. Lee Jong-ken prepared for battle, protecting his body with a fire-charged shield, and was glad that everything was going according to his plan so far. Hercules shouted that it was very stupid to charge his shield with mana to protect himself from Demetrius, and now he would prove that it was a stupid idea. Hercules' remark had no effect on our hero as he filled his shield with even more mana, illuminating everything around him with yellow light. Inev suspected that Jong-ken didn't know anything about Hercules' strength because he would still have a hard time blocking his signature rhino kick. Demetrius moved from his place and ran at full speed towards our hero, leaving behind a bright strip of light. With a fist charged with mana, Hercules struck the protagonist's shield with all his might, which began to destroy the fiery metal disc. The big guy managed to completely destroy Jong-ken's mana-charged shield with the first blow, and it shattered into pieces. Demetrius's eyes widened when he saw that there was no one behind the destroyed shield, and Lee Jong-ken had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Hercules glanced to the side, trying to find our protagonist, who had managed to deftly disappear from his field of vision. The brute didn't notice that at this time, Dark Horse was already in the air right above him, aiming his spear at Demetrius. The protagonist screamed loudly and thrust the effect-charged spear straight into Hercules while he was trying to find him, looking around. Demetrius looked at Lee Jong-ken in confusion when he saw that the boy had managed to thrust the spear straight into the big guy's shoulder. But the attack did not deal critical damage to the brute, so Hercules immediately fought back against the guy, throwing his fire-charged fist towards Lee. Without even looking at his opponent, Demetrius managed to successfully attack our hero, causing a small explosion with his fist. The blast wave from this explosion was so strong that the main character was thrown back many meters. Stretching his shoulder, Hercules asked Lee Jong-ken if he had hoped to fool the boy by simply filling his shield with mana. Mad with bloodlust, Demetrius shouted to the protagonist that he really was the Dark Horse and asked him to amuse him some more. Unlike Hercules, there was no smile on Jong-ken's face because he had just received unimaginable damage from Demetrius. The super newbie's mouth was stained with blood, but the guy did not give up and confidently asked Demetrius how he felt. Hercules replied that Jong-ken was being outrageous in simply scratching him and said that the wound would heal on its own. The smile immediately disappeared from the confused Demetrius's face when he felt a strong pain in his shoulder, causing him to cry out. Panicking, the big man looked at his shoulder, the skin on which began to transform, and began to suspect that this was the effect of poison. The protagonist answered the guy that it was not poison, but he knew that the red ore that penetrated Demetrius's shoulder gives life to the ogre magicians. Hercules' body began to disintegrate under the influence of the red ore, which is called the ore of emancipation, or madness. By stabbing the hunter with a spear, our hero infected his body with red ore, which gives ordinary ogres strength superior to bosses. This ore aroused great interest among mankind, so ambitious scientists soon began to study this material. Under the influence of the ore, animals turned into monsters, and the monsters gained incredible strength, and so the material was nicknamed the ore of emancipation. However, experiments on animals were not enough, and scientists decided to soon introduce this ore to hunters as well. The experiments were successful because under the influence of the red ore, the hunters became exponentially stronger. However, the use of red ore was soon banned because people literally rolled towards death from madness. After experiments on hunters who went crazy because of this material, It was nicknamed the Ore of Madness. The entire Catalona mountain was permeated with a strong magical force that shook the earth and raised dust above the trees. The main character was struck by this unimaginable magical energy, which made the entire Catalan mountain shake. Lee Jong-ken heard Odysseus's cries, asking Dark Horse what he had done to his friend. The guy turned around and saw an enraged George there, clenching his fist in anger, looking at our hero with anger in his eyes. The protagonist warned Odysseus that if the blue-eyed blonde came even one step closer, he would inevitably die. But George, whose body was covered with bruises and whose clothes were torn, shouted that even knowing this, he would stand his ground. Using his mana-charged sword, Odysseus pushed off the ground, leaving a dent in it, and jumped high into the air. The boy shouted his friend's name and flew towards Demetrius, who was going crazy because of the red ore nearby. The main character did not stand aside, and also pushed off the ground, flying up when he saw that Odysseus did not listen to him. The boy flew after George, realizing that what had already happened once before his return to the past could happen again. Jong-ken remembered that in the future, the same thing happened as now. Hercules lost his mind, and Odysseus died at his own hands. Under the influence of the red ore, Demetrius went completely mad, so he launched a powerful blast of fire, unaware of who it might hit. George screamed at Jong-ken to go away because the boy could still stop Hercules, who had just descended into madness. Our hero shouted back that even George couldn't stop Demetrius, and he wouldn't let the boy die like that. The argument between the super newbie and Odysseus escalated into an open confrontation. The guys began attacking each other with weapons. While defending himself from George's spear attack, the protagonist shouted to Odysseus that he had a plan. The blue-eyed blonde was perplexed when he heard from the main character that the guy knew what to do. Hearing this argument from the protagonist, Odysseus suddenly stopped swinging his sword and attacking Lee Jong-ken. George warned our hero that he could not trust him, but still decided to listen to him and asked what his plan was. The main character told the guy opposite that he only needed 5 minutes to carry out the plan, and they would hold Hercules off for that time. Odysseus was skeptical of this plan, believing that Jong-ken had no chance of holding the maddened Demetrius for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Hercules, who had lost his mind, was already rushing towards the hunters, destroying everything around him with his fiery power. Noticing this, Lee Jong-ken began to shout his partner's name to warn her of the impending threat from Hercules. Completely gone mad, struck Jong-ken and Odysseus with his fist charged with fire energy, but they managed to dodge it. Demetrius' fist was now aimed at the dungeon boss, the lion Catalan. The boy wanted to deal a direct blow to the beast. Miss Jong-in-chang slammed her sword onto the ground, causing a large pink explosion to draw Hercules' attention to herself. Jong-ken was pleased with In-chang, who was doing a good job of luring Demetrius out, and the lion Catalan, who was now on their side, would help them contain the guy. George sighed heavily, having made his decision, and told the protagonist that he had no idea what Jong-ken was planning. The boy once again gripped his weapon tightly in his hand and charged the sword with mana, deciding to take the initiative in holding back Demetrius's power. Odysseus was prepared to defend and attack, telling Lee Jong-ken that he didn't feel like he had any other choice now. Jong-ken knew that the unstable red ore had a time limit of only 5 minutes, and if they could hold out, Demetrius would come to his senses. The main character understood that if they succeeded in doing this, then he would become the only winner in this war. In another part of Mount Catalan, hunters gathered who had previously successfully fought the simpler monsters of the dungeon. They panicked and screamed when they sensed demonic energy that clearly did not come from the second phase of the Lion of Catalan. The shocked hunter stared at the source of the demonic energy and screamed that the energy was not coming from the monster, but from Hercules. The guy was right, because at that moment, a maddened Demetrius was rushing at the crowd of hunters at breakneck speed, with his fist engulfed in flames. Odysseus made a decision to fight Hercules, confident that only he could stop him, and they entered into a confrontation. The brave boy swung his mana-charged sword, trying his best to resist his comrade's destructive demonic power. George delivered another blow that hit the ground, causing a bright blue flash to form in that spot and sending rocks flying in all directions. This flash began to gradually fill with fiery demonic energy that belonged to Demetrius. Gradually, the stream of Hercules' flames displaced Odysseus's magical power, and this energy pushed the blue-eyed blonde aside. While Demetrius was aiming at his friend, Zhong In-chang snuck up from behind, taking advantage of Hercules' distraction. The girl struck the maddened brute with all her might, using her huge sword that emitted pink light. The raging Hercules took no significant damage from the blow, but turned his attention to the huntress. The guy punched where Zhong In-chang was standing to get rid of the annoying girl who was attacking him. The other hunters noticed that Demetrius was now fighting Odysseus, and said that it was incredible because Hercules was a real monster. One of the men said he was passable, and whether it was just an observation or not, he didn't want to die here just like that, and the other hunter agreed with him. The huntress asked why a simple hunt in the gate had turned into some kind of quagmire, and asked Inev what he would do. A shocked girl in traditional Egyptian dress stared at Inev when he told her about the red ore. Inev told his friend that it looked like there was some red ore involved in this matter, so they needed to intervene. The fierce duel between the lion Catalan and the maddened Demetrius continued, the boy launching flashes of fire at the monster. For the first time, Hercules managed to knock down a lion. His strength was so powerful that the giant king of beasts fell to the ground with a crash. Demetrius, who had been focused on defeating the monster boss, was distracted by another enemy. It was Zhong In-chang, who wanted to attack the guy, but didn't have time because she got kicked by him. Fortunately, she managed to defend herself with a sword. However, Demetrius's blow was so strong that the girl could not stand still, but flew far back. Demetrius was unimaginably stronger than our heroes, and the damaged Zhong In-chang continued to fly back, surrounded by rocks after the impact. Odysseus did not lose hope of bringing back his maddened friend. The guy shouted to Hercules to finally come to his senses. But Demetrius, who had completely lost his mind, did not listen to his friend, so George had to strike the big guy with his sword. The tip of Odysseus's sword collided directly with Demetrius's fist, charged with powerful flames, and the confrontation between the two hunters of Olympus began. Due to the direct contact, Demetrius's demonic energy began to transfer to George's weapon, destroying the sword. The blue-eyed blonde screamed in pain as Hercules' sword impacted him, causing the boy's clothes to be destroyed and turned to ashes. In this direct fight, Demetrius proved to be stronger, the big man pushing away George, who was trying to stab him with his sword. Hercules did not calm down. He cast a spell, after which a giant image of the face of a magical tiger appeared above his head. The protagonist couldn't stand by while Odysseus was taking damage, so he pushed off the ground to intervene. Zhongken rushed past the maddened Demetrius, leaving behind a large streak of fiery magical light in the air. In midair, the protagonist grabbed George's hand, who, after Hercules' blow, could no longer continue to participate in the battle. Li Zhongken decided to pull Odysseus away. The boys flew past Demetrius and landed on the ground, finding themselves at a safe distance from the madman. Odysseus, covered in bruises, asked the protagonist with displeasure how much longer those 5 minutes he had to wait would last. The super newbie knew that experiments had absolutely proven that the maximum limit of the red ore's effect was only 5 minutes. The guy sincerely didn't understand why this monster Demetrius wasn't tired yet, because much more than 5 minutes had already passed. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror and fear when he saw the crazy Hercules rushing straight towards them. Demetrius jumped and intended to pounce on our hero and George, who was sitting on the ground. The guys were already ready to defend themselves. Hercules was stopped when one of the hunters cast the water rampage spell, hitting him with a powerful wave of magical water. It turned out to be Inev and his girlfriend, who ran to the guys, having decided to help the main character and the others in the fight against Hercules. When Li Zhongken had some free time, he approached his friend In Chang and asked her if she was okay. After the fight with Demetrius, the girl was barely able to stand on her feet. She was clearly in pain, and her face was covered in bruises, but she said that she was fine. The main character looked down sadly, realizing from the state of his friend that Jong In-chang would not last long. The guy, out of anger and hopelessness, clutched his spear tighter, thinking that if he were at least a little stronger, everything would be different. Jongken was shocked when he received the message that the blood absorbed by the stone had reversed its flow. Regeneration increased to a small fraction of 1%. The guy became very ill. He began to cough, spitting out blood. Jong In-chang became worried about her friend who was coughing up blood on the side and screamed, asking if Jong Kyung was okay. The boy's body became covered in large veins, and red spikes appeared on his gloves as his regeneration increased to 1%. The blood absorbed by the dragon bloodstone continued to flow backwards, and the protagonist's eyes also began to change before his eyes. The boy screamed loudly, radiating incredibly powerful energy. His eyes began to shoot bright flashes of light. The huntress Jong In-chang saw that something was wrong with the guy, so she shouted his name and ran towards him. The entire space around our main character turned into thick smoke in the shape of a ball, behind which nothing could be seen. Inev and his friend were shocked when they saw this and guessed that Jong Ken was in the same condition as Demetrius. The super rookie's clothes were torn due to his growing muscles. He was looking into the distance with crazy red eyes, and his regeneration had increased to 2%. The hero came to his senses a little and again wondered why Hercules was still going crazy if 5 minutes had already passed. The muscular giant was still not calmed by the effects of the red ore, but now his body was surrounded by bright blue stars. The protagonist, who saw this, assumed that there was now a flow of mana around the body of the maddened Demetrius. An idea came to his mind, and Lee Jong-ken, filled with demonic energy, knelt down, placing his palm on the ground. The super rookie did this in order to charge his legs with magical energy, which would allow him to fly into the air. The protagonist succeeded, and Lee Jong-ken flew up into the sky quickly, like lightning, leaving behind a streak of light. Jong In-chang, who saw this, widened her eyes in fear and screamed loudly, trying to attract our hero's attention. The guy closed the distance between himself and the mouth of the lion Catalan as much as possible, and aimed his flame-charged spear straight into the monster's mouth. The main character began to fight against the dungeon boss. He waved his weapon in the air, decorating the space with bright stripes of flame. The guy's eyes were completely filled with a red glow. His body had changed significantly under the influence of the absorbed blood. Swinging his spear once again, the protagonist delivered the strongest blow, creating a powerful stream of fiery mana. Lee Jong-ken struck straight at the face of the lion Catalan. The monster was now engulfed in the fiery, magical energy of our hero. After the super newbie's fatal blow to the dungeon boss, a deafening explosion occurred, and stones flew in all directions. The guy was bombarded with messages about how he had killed Catalan, received the pure water of the forest, leveled up, and received many achievements. However, one of the notifications was marked with an exclamation mark, stating that the words of Jong-ken's patron had not been delivered to him. The protagonist looked at his weapon. The spear had changed greatly in its appearance. It was covered with veins of red ore. Lee Jong-ken's skin underwent the same changes. His hand became similar to Demetrius's hand, and was also filled with traces of red ore. The hero screamed as he received notifications that he was weakened by demonic energy, and the destruction of his body had already begun. The main character's body began to spew out an unimaginable and enormous flame. It burst out from Lee Jong-ken, filling all the space. The unusual fire, which was both orange and blue, spread and seemed to consume the entire Catalan mountain. The flames began to spread over a large distance, and other hunters also fell under its influence. The men began to writhe in pain as the magical blue fire came very close to the hunters' bodies. One of the hunters was in a panic, feeling that the flames that our protagonist was spewing were starting to suck out his mana. The boys were confused. The fire spread. They started turning their heads in panic, asking each other what was happening. Demetrius, still under the bad influence of the red ore, punched it, causing a powerful burst of flame. A direct confrontation began between the maddened protagonist and his opponent Hercules. Jong Ken blocked the flashes with a spear. Hercules once again swung his fist to attack the super rookie, his hand charged with powerful demonic flames. The protagonist felt no fear of the big guy. He raised the fire-charged spear above his head to strike back. As a result of this mutual attack, a huge explosion erupted in the place where Lee Jong-ken and Demetrius were fighting, destroying everything around. The flames caused by the explosion gradually died down, leaving only thick smoke, behind which the participants in the duel could not be seen. When the fog cleared a little, the silhouette of Demetrius appeared behind it. As a result of the attack, the big guy lost one of his arms. George, who saw that his comrade was now missing one arm, screamed in horror, shouting Demetrius's name. Odysseus screamed about Hercules' hand, but the mad thug was completely calm despite having lost it. A moment later, Demetrius' hand returned to its place. It regenerated and was once again engulfed in demonic flame. George realized that Hercules' body regenerated by using a huge amount of mana, but he wondered what happened to Dark Horse's body. Zhang and Chang was very worried about her comrade. She kept shouting the protagonist's name to reach him. After the explosion, the protagonist received even more damage, but his body also fully recovered, returning his arm, shoulder, and leg to their place. Odysseus was shocked to see that despite Jong Ken's wounds being much deeper, he regenerated faster than Demetrius. Demetrius fully recovered from the damage he had taken and cast Beast Rush to continue the fight. The main character was also ready to continue the fight, so he pushed off the ground to attack the enemy from the air. Engulfed in demonic flames, Lee Jong-ken grabbed the spear with both hands to strike down at Hercules. Demetrius was ready for the protagonist's attack. He prepared his fire-charged fist to punch the Dark Horse. Odysseus was not happy that Hercules wanted to use the beast rampage despite his arm not being fully healed. Throwing his fist forward, Demetrius still used this special move, releasing a powerful stream of flame towards our hero. Hercules' arm had not yet been fully restored, so it had many holes in it, from which blood flowed in a powerful stream. Demetrius's special move was no match for our hero, as he swung his spear to block the enemy's stream of flame. But the situation became more complicated when the stream of demonic fire turned into a powerful explosion that hit the hero. Demetrius, who had lost his mind, chuckled when he saw that he had managed to deal damage to the protagonist using Beast Rampage. When the cloud of flame died down, everyone saw that the main character remained alive, and he was ready to continue the battle against the bully. Driven mad by the red ore in his blood, Lee Jong-ken gritted his teeth and once again aimed at Hercules, his spear ready. The protagonist struck with his spear, leaving behind a powerful stream of fiery magical energy in the air. This blow caused a giant explosion, which became the final battle between Lee Jong-ken and Demetrius. When the hunter Odysseus saw with his own eyes what had just happened, he dropped his sword to the ground in surprise. George, shocked to the core, could not believe his eyes when our hero managed to carry out this successful attack. Inev, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was also extremely surprised, asking if Dark Horse had won. As the raging flames and curtain of smoke began to clear, people saw Jong Ken through the fog, piercing Hercules with a spear. The protagonist planted his boot right into Demetrius's chest, while Dark Horse's weapon was thrust into the big guy's stomach. Lee Jong-ken then summoned a bright flash of flame, which became the finishing move in the fight against the maddened Hercules. The brute threw his head back and spat out blood. Demetrius could no longer continue the fight and was defeated by our hero. The big guy, whose body was completely covered in veins of red ore, fell to his knees in front of the protagonist, losing his last strength. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-ken's madness did not subside. His body was covered in fiery veins, and his eyes were filled with demonic energy. To achieve final victory over Demetrius, the protagonist swung the Muspelheim spear once more. George, who saw that Dark Horse was about to finish off his friend, ran forward, trying to stop Lee Jong-ken. Lee Jong-ken, who had been so greatly transformed by the magical material, ceased to exist. survival instincts, the desire to kill, the blood of monsters, and the blood of the lion Catalan, all mixed with demonic energy. This formed a hybrid crystal, and just like the red ore subjects, our hero will spill everything inside him and die. Demetrius was kneeling and motionless, no longer resisting the hero, and the boy held his spear out in front of him, intending to strike. However, the guy was unable to do this, because an image of a girl in a blue robe appeared between the hunters. The woman with blonde hair and a large shield in her hand looked sternly at our hero, who wanted to harm Hercules even more. The boy wanted to deliver a fatal blow with a spear to Demetrius, but he could not penetrate the magical shield created by this woman. The blonde looked at Lee Jong-ken with her eyes emitting purple and orange light and ordered him to kneel down. The guy panicked when his body stopped obeying him. He was subject to the magical power of the lady who stood opposite him. Under the influence of the woman, the main character immediately obediently collapsed, falling to his knees in front of the blonde with the shield. Jong-in Chang, who was watching all this from the side, was shocked when she saw our hero fall prostrate before the woman. Inev and his partner were also surprised by the appearance of the lady with the shield, who had power over the main character. George placed his fist over his heart, lowered his head, and said that it was a great honor for him to see Athena before him. Athena called everything that was happening a mess, and complained to the guys that because of them the girl was now in debt to Zeus. But what was more important was that the woman had no idea who the man was who had fallen on his knees before her, and she asked Odysseus about it. The guy got nervous in Athena's presence and started telling the woman who our main character is. Odysseus explained to the blonde that the man kneeling in front of her was Dark Horse, while Jong-ken sat on the ground, his body trembling. The blonde girl began to stare at Dark Horse, the guy who was sitting across from her. She realized that all the changes inside the gate were the work of our hero, and she could not believe that Jong-ken managed to push through her shield. Athena already knew that the Dark Horse had engulfed the entire Mount Catalona with its flames, and had begun to steal all the mana from the flora and fauna of that gate. She naively thought that this newcomer was just lucky to join Asgard, but who would have thought that he would be able to defeat Hercules himself? The woman, taking into account all the circumstances, concluded that the main character was incredibly dangerous due to his unimaginable strength. Athena materialized a spear in her hand, deciding to get rid of the protagonist here and now. The girl's face was not visible due to her eyes shining with a bright light. She charged the spear with mana and was already ready to thrust it into the guy. But Athena stopped and turned her wary gaze to the side when someone shouted at her, trying to stop her. Mount Catalan began to transform, our hero's energy being replaced by the rainbow mana of another man who had stopped Athena. A silhouette of a shaved-headed man appeared in front of the woman, who, unlike the other hunters, was dressed in a formal suit. Athena recognized the man opposite as Heimdall. She was surprised by his sudden appearance and asked what he was doing in this place. Ye Song-gu walked closer and answered the blonde woman that he had planned to ask her a similar question. The woman became visibly angry when she realized how Song-gu had gotten there and asked if he had followed her lightning. Athena was perplexed when Heimdall suddenly closed our hero from the woman, protecting the guy with his broad back. The woman began to boil with anger. She screamed for Song-gu to move aside because she had to kill Dark Horse right here and now. Heimdall stated that if Athena intended to kill the young man, the man would perceive this act as a declaration of war on Asgard. Athena calmed down and fell silent. She looked closely at the bald-headed man. His words about declaring war made her think. Clenching her fist, she asked Heimdall if this guy was really that important to him, thinking until then that there was not a single thing in the world that mattered to Song-gu. Heimdall listened to Athena's words in silence, and before answering the woman, he paused, thinking about something. Another person appeared on the battlefield. It was Inev, who asked Athena to intervene in this situation. The blonde looked at Inev and said that he was the leader of the Egyptian group, and the woman knew about him. The boy bowed his head before Athena and placed his fist on his heart, saying that it was an incredible honor for him that she had heard about Innova. The hunter looked at the goddess of Olympus with pleading eyes and declared that the Egyptian Nile was asking her for the protection of the dark horse. The woman's eyes widened in surprise when the guy from Egypt stood up for our hero at the cost of his relationship with Olympus. Appeared in the air, and Inev said that Athena herself most likely knew that this was the eye of Osiris. The Egyptian hunter claimed that the eye proved his right to represent the wishes of the Nile, and he hoped that the woman would guarantee that this request would be fulfilled. When it was all over, Jong Ken received the blessing of the fallen angel and the achievement of one who forges his own path. When the surviving hunters left the gate, they returned to the royal house in London, where they were received as guests of honor. In the living room, Jong In Chang was resting on a chair. The girl was worried and upset about something. She sadly lowered her head down. The huntress raised her head and looked to the side when she suddenly heard sounds indicating the presence of another person. It turned out that our hero Jong Ken had finally woken up. The girl ran up to the super hunter's bed and started shouting his name. Jong In Chang's eyes were filled with tears of joy. She cried out how happy she was when she saw that her comrade was okay. The protagonist tried to answer something, but only managed to make indistinct sounds, and he realized that his vocal cords were not working. The girl explained to the super newbie that his body was currently in a terrible state and asked him to wait while she called someone. The huntress hurriedly left the room, slamming the door behind her, leaving Lee Jong Ken alone. The guy noticed that there was a wooden shield and 2 swords hanging above the door, suspecting that he was now in the house of the Knights of the Round Table. Not all powerful hunters created organizations to rule the world in the shadows. There were also organizations with more noble ideals. One such organization, unlike Asgard, whose symbol was a wooden sword and 2 shields, was the Knights of the Round Table. The protagonist knew that the Knights of the Round Table only began to act when England was on the verge of destruction, and before that, they did not try to change the course of things. Even though this made the guy distrust the organization, he realized that his body was still like a pile of meat. Lee Jong Ken closed his eyes and listened to his feelings. He felt that his body was destroyed, his legs did not move, and his ligaments did not work. In this state, he definitely needed help, so he summoned his familiar by saying out loud the name of Hen Mu. But this didn't work out, because the main character received a notification that his familiar was in a dormant state. The guy checked his status and realized that his level had dropped to 50, but fortunately this was just a temporary effect from the red ore. He was delighted to see that he had acquired skills that were no less powerful than the unique ones, and expressed his hope for further collaboration with the fallen angel. Lee Jun-kyung stood up when Ye Song-gu came to him and immediately asked about the main character's well-being. Song-gu said that he heard that the boy's body was decomposing due to demonic energy, which is an extremely rare case. The boy smiled, mentally thanking the flow of mana and the fallen angel, because now getting rid of the demonic energy would not be a problem. Heimdall advised the super newbie to focus on his recovery for now, and he would question him later. After Ye Song-gu went to a spacious, bright hall, he stood in front of a pedestal on which a large magic circle was depicted. With her arms folded, Athena stated that Jong Ken's power was dangerous and abnormal, so Olympus requested a study of his skills. Heimdall countered the woman by stating that Asgard saw no reason to reveal the abilities of any of its hunters. The man asked if Olympus had not broken the secret agreement between them and Asgard because their hunters were not acting properly. Song-gu stated that if they had not known in advance that Hercules would break the agreement, Asgard would not have sent Jong Ken into the gate. Heimdall concluded that this is precisely why he sees no reason to explain anything here, but asks Olympus to explain all its actions. Ignoring all of Song-gu's arguments, Athena stood her ground and repeated once again that Lee Jong Ken's power was incredibly dangerous. The woman said that the guy covered the entire area inside the gate with blue flames and absorbed the mana of other hunters. Enraged, she stated that this is why she is requesting the transfer of the Dark Horse to Olympus. Otherwise, they are ready to go to war against Asgard. Heimdall, standing in the middle of the hall among the commission from Olympus, silently listened to Athena's demand to hand over our hero to Olympus. The man replied that he understood that the boy had previously unseen abilities, but the hunters themselves were dangerous. The hunters present in the hall looked sadly at the floor when Song-gu declared that they were all very dangerous in their own right. All the hunters who had gathered at this meeting began to listen attentively to the arguments of Heimdall of Asgard. The bald-headed man stated that before the gates opened, they were all unknown people, and the hunters still inspire fear in everyone and everything. According to Song-gu, this means that Olympus, who is trying to start a war over such a matter, are degenerate hunters. When Heimdall stated that Olympus should be held accountable for this, Athena gritted her teeth in anger and quietly said that it was all because of him. The woman asked Song-gu what he was doing there and said that every time she saw him, she was filled with anger and her mind was clouded. Heimdall looked with wide eyes at the fair-haired goddess of Olympus, who began to get angry at the man. The man wanted to interject in response to Athena's statement, but the woman interrupted him, not allowing him to finish his sentence. She stood up from her chair and turned away abruptly, saying that once this was all over, the girl hoped that they would never meet again. Ye Song-gu did not continue arguing with Athena, hearing these words from the woman. He looked down. His eyes became sad. When it got dark outside, the main character began to meditate. He activated the flow of mana in order to feel it and use it. The guy managed to understand all this when he observed the movements of mana inside Demetrius. The brute used all the surrounding mana to gain strength. Jongken realized that if he used it to attack, the blow would be many times stronger, and the defense would be stronger, which was the power of the mana flow. Bright blue mana stars surrounded the guy's body. He received a message about a high level of synergy with regeneration. The body's recovery rate increased exponentially, but something went wrong when Jongken took a mouthful of blood. While using the mana flow to restore his body, the super rookie suddenly spat out a pool of blood onto the floor. He saw that these were impurities of the dragon bloodstone that were rejected by his body, and now he would be able to heal those places with a flow of mana. The boy rose to his feet to continue using the activated mana flow to heal his body. He closed his eyes but realized that something was preventing the flow of mana from working on restoration, and he immediately guessed what it was. The black ball that was in his back was blocking the flow of mana, so the hero needed to change the flow and redirect it. The next day came. The hunters who took part in the expedition were still spending time on the territory of the Knights of the Round Table's house. There was some kind of duel going on in the training ground. The air was decorated with bright stripes of light from two swords. One of the participants in the training duel was Odysseus, who masterfully swung his weapon, leaving streaks of light in the air. George was opposed by Jong In-chang, who, screaming with tension, tried to block the guy's blows with her one-handed sword. Odysseus, who was training the huntress, saw how she blocked his blows and shouted at the girl that she was doing it too slowly. Jong In-chang was clearly outraged, and even asked George again when he began to point out her mistakes during the fight. The girl swung her one-handed sword with renewed vigor, trying to attack George, but Odysseus successfully dodged it. The huntress decided in this case to strike the guy from the air, so she jumped, pushing off the ground with her sword. Jong In-chang attempted to attack Odysseus in a jump and swung her sword, but the boy managed to dodge at the last moment. George praised the girl for this blow and explained that the attacks of people and monsters are different, and the huntress needs to understand this. The girl, whose face was sweaty from fatigue, answered Odysseus that he spoke in too long sentences, so she did not understand anything. She thus distracted the guy and once again swung her sword right over George's head because the hunter managed to duck. Jong In-chang was greatly frightened when Odysseus suddenly counterattacked, his sword flying millimeters away from the girl's face. The huntress then landed on the ground and jumped back to put some distance between herself and George. Seeing that In-chang had stopped attacking, the muscular hunter Odysseus asked the girl if she had enough training for today. After training, Jong In-chang felt depressed because she was completely useless during the battle at the Gate of Catalan. She was worried about the fact that the girl's patron had not yet awarded her a title, which meant that he did not want to acknowledge her. What also upset Jong In-chang was that when the main character was engulfed in demonic energy, she couldn't even protect him. She received a message that Prince Charming looked at her with pity, and she could not believe that she was receiving such words from her patron. Even though Jong Ken was initially at her level, he has already managed to surpass her by several heads, so she wants to become stronger. Jong In-chang blamed herself for the main character almost dying in the Catalan gate, believing it was because she was so untalented. As George wiped his face of sweat after his workout, the heroine approached the guy to address Odysseus. The young man turned around and unexpectedly saw Jong In-chang there, who had previously said that she wanted to finish training. The huntress wanted to earn the right to be called Jong Ken's comrade, and was determined to become stronger, so she asked Odysseus for another round. Looking at the girl's eyes, George realized that they seemed to be a reflection of him, because she also regretted that she could not protect others. He believed that Jong In-chang would soon become much stronger, so he put the towel aside and agreed to another round. The huntress was determined to train hard because she knew she needed to become much stronger to be able to protect others. When the training was over, George, having changed into more formal clothes, went inside the building, keeping his hands in his pockets. He came into a room furnished with medical equipment, and next to it stood a stand with a bag of liquid medication for an IV. The young man said that he had sensed a trace of Jong In-chang's potential back at the gates of Mount Catalan, but it was still unbelievable. Looking at his palm, George said that the girl was truly incredible, because every time she crossed blades with the guy, she became stronger. The boy clenched his fist tightly, saying that Jong In-chang reminded him of Demetrius, as he was in the distant past. Demetrius lay motionless in a hospital bed after his adventures in the gate, the big man unconscious and undergoing treatment. George said his gut feeling was that Hercules would love it, and it looked like Dark Horse had already woken up too. Odysseus turned once more to his comrade, who was unconscious, lying on the bed from his injuries. The blue-eyed blonde man with sadness in his eyes told his friend, even though he didn't hear him, to hurry up and get up. The guy added that it was not at all becoming for Demetrius to lie in bed like that. Hercules' body was wrapped in wires and IVs. The following actions took place in the house where the main character and the other hunters spent their time after the expedition. Ye Song-gu once again visited the Knights of the Round Table's house to visit Lee Jung-kyung, who was still recovering from his injuries. The shaved-headed man knocked and entered the protagonist's bedroom, silently looking at Jong Ken, who was doing something there. Jong Ken was already feeling more cheerful. He stood and stretched his arms, and when he saw Song-gu, he assumed that he had come here for a reason. Heimdall was surprised when he saw that the boy could already move, and said that, as always, Jong Ken was full of surprises. The man decided to get straight to the point and asked the main character if he knew anything about the so-called lightning. The main character told his friend that lightning is a sacred artifact of Olympus, which is endowed with the power of Zeus. Song-gu replied that there weren't many abilities in the world that could match Zeus's lightning, so such skills had always been subject to research. The guy put in a word about Heimdall having a similar skill called Bifrost, and a surprised Song-gu asked how he knew about it. Jong Ken did not immediately explain how he knew about the man's skills, but said that he had something to tell Heimdall. Song-gu understood Jong Kyung, but said that this was not the best place to have such a dialogue, so he asked him to follow him. The main character and Heimdall came to a well-kept green garden. The guys got to this place through a portal that was behind them. Lee Jong-ken began to look at the amazingly beautiful place they had arrived at. The sunny sky was decorated with a multicolored rainbow. The luxurious garden in front of the majestic building was decorated with fountains, and monumental stairs with flowers in pots led to the house. After examining the place, the protagonist told Heimdall that it was amazing, and Song-gu replied that it was Bifrost, his sphere of influence. Song-gu understood what the guy wanted to talk to him about, so he immediately asked him if he was a prophet or a regressor. The protagonist hesitantly answered that something like that. and said that he had read a book about Heimdall and his comrade. Jongken explained that the book was about a man known as the Demon King. These words from the super rookie truly shocked Song-gu. The man stared at the boy with his eyes wide open in surprise. The protagonist and the leader of the Major League Guild continued their private conversation in Heimdall's sphere of influence. The super rookie and Ye Song-gu talked for a long time while walking around the blooming grounds surrounding the medieval Gothic-style house. Heimdall, with a ton of new information pouring out on his head, asked the hero if he was asking him to believe that Song-gu had killed him. Our hero explained that Song-gu did not kill him because he believed that the man knew that this action would lead to everything that is happening now. The man said that he had no choice but to believe Lee Jun-ken because he even knows that he and Athena were once together. The protagonist asked if Bifrost was telling him now that all of this was true and stated that the book about the Demon King was not finished yet. The guy explained that everything described in that book was just the beginning, and the future would depend only on Jong-ken's actions. Bifrost told Song-gu that the young man was telling the truth, and the man asked what our hero's intentions were. Jong-ken declared that he intended to change the hellish future he lived in, and from that moment on, many things would go differently. The boy mentally apologized to Song-gu for not being able to tell him the whole truth about how changing the future was not his goal. When it was already dark outside, the protagonist was again spending time in the house in England, where he and the other hunters were received. Dark Horse was secretly followed by Inev, who climbed up a tree branch to look into the window and spy on Jong-ken. A snow-white smile lit up the Egyptian hunter's face when the guy was convinced that the super newbie had indeed woken up. Jong-ken noticed Inev's presence and said that to think that the guy had entered the round table area, and then asked what happened. Inev humbly apologized for his rudeness, and said that he had taken a great risk by coming here on orders to ask something from Mr. Dark Horse. The protagonist knew that Inev had requested his veto power to protect the boy, but he didn't think they had anything in common in terms of interests. The Egyptian hunter knelt down before our hero and bowed his head, asking him to go to the Nile, which was his request. Jong-ken was shocked when he saw the head of the Nile asking him for something on his knees, and found it all very strange. When Inev, standing on a branch outside the window, rose to his feet again, the protagonist asked the hunter why he needed to go to the Nile. The head of the Nile panicked when someone shouted about an intruder and told our hero that he had been discovered. Before running away to avoid being caught, Inev shouted to Jong-ken that it was related to the red ore and asked him once again to go to the Nile. After these words, Inev jumped from the tree and began to jump high between the trees so that the Knights of the Round Table would not catch him. The main character looked after the Egyptian hunter for a long time, thinking about the dialogue that had just taken place between them. The boy began to suspect that the phenomenon of red ore had already been studied in Egypt, although he knew that no hunter should know about it. While Jong-ken was thinking about how the Egyptian hunters acted when they saw Hercules' madness, the door to his room suddenly opened. A frightened Jong In-chang ran into the room, ran up to the guy and asked Mr. Lee Jung-kyung if he was okay. He turned his head to look at his partner and replied that he was fine, clarifying that at least for now. Jong In-chang looked at the protagonist with genuine confusion on her face, expecting to hear some kind of explanation from him. The protagonist stated that he had only just reached the top of the cliff, but everything inside him tells him that an even higher peak awaits him. Soon the meeting organized by the Knights of the Round Table was concluded, and Athena was accused of starting the war. This was not surprising, because Olympus had broken all the agreements, and now they must be held accountable. When our heroes left the house of the Knights of the Round Table, they were very happy that they would finally return home. Jong In-chang and the protagonist stopped walking when they heard a voice behind them calling for them to stop. The girl became very wary when she turned around and saw Odysseus behind her, calling the boys from the stairs at the entrance to the house. She shouted at Jong-ken to stay behind her as she jumped forward, materializing a sword in her hand. Jong In-chang was very disturbed by what she saw in front of her, Her eyes glowed with a bright purple light, and she did not understand what was happening. Dressed in a formal suit, George stood nearby, silently looking at our heroes, his body filling the space around him with dark energy. Odysseus stared at Zhong In-chang and Zhong Ken. The guy was radiating magical energy, which caused the girl to worry. Zhong In-chang stood in front of the protagonist with a sword in her hand, preparing to defend herself from Odysseus. Lee Jong-kyung tried to calm the girl down by telling the huntress that everything was fine, which left Zhong In-chang confused. The guy explained to his partner that although George looked quite hostile, it seemed that Odysseus just wanted to talk to him. Zhong In-chang listened to our hero in silence and finally calmed down. She breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to retreat. The protagonist came closer to George, who no longer looked as hostile as he had when he asked the boys to stop. Odysseus told the boy that given that Lee Jong-ken was already standing on his feet and Hercules was not yet, this meant that Demetrius was completely defeated. George thanked Jong-ken for everything, saying that he had learned a lot, but that he was still confident that Demetrius would not lose next time. The protagonist told Odysseus that he understood him, but stated that he was not the type of person to leave things unfinished. These words made George angry, and he called our protagonist a fucking bastard through his teeth. Odysseus said that he felt his words were unable to reach her, so Jong-ken needed to help him get them to her, and the hero asked if he meant Ying-chang. The blue-eyed blonde pointed his finger at the girl and told her that she absolutely had potential, so she was capable of becoming stronger. He asked her to remember that her patron's reputation and goodwill towards Ying-chang were very important, so she needed to study her patron better. Zhong In-chang looked at Odysseus with puzzled eyes, not understanding what the guy was talking about when he talked about his patron. The main character explained to the girl that George says that she herself needs to become a handsome prince on a white horse. The guy's words seemed like complete nonsense to In-chang, and Odysseus turned around and left, telling the guys that they would see each other again. However, Lee Jong-ken still had something to say to the blue-eyed blonde, so he called George over to continue the conversation. Odysseus stopped and turned around, looking at the protagonist, asking what else he wanted to tell him. With a smile on his face, Zhong Ken-woo reassured the boy, saying that Hercules would become an even stronger monster than before and would definitely get back on his feet. George was very surprised and looked at the main character with interest in his eyes when he instilled in him hope that Demetrius would come to his senses. Lee Jun-kyung reiterated his recent words that he is not the type of person to leave things unfinished. He said that he hoped that next time he, Odysseus, and Demetrius would fight on the same side, shoulder to shoulder. That was all our hero Odysseus wanted to say, so the boy and his partner turned around, leaving George alone with himself. The main character's statement caused a storm of negative emotions in the blue-eyed blonde. The guy clenched his fist in anger. But he managed to gain control of his emotions and leave the guy alone without starting an argument, and Odysseus relaxed his hand again. Gloomy George thought that it would be wonderful if everything were as Jong-ken said, but Hercules was in critical condition and urgently needed to be sent to Olympus. After the protagonist left the house of the Knights of the Round Table, he went to a small pond to be alone. Lee Jong-ken was throwing stones directly into the water, but he was not just entertaining himself, he was doing it with a specific intention. A small, large stone fell into the pond, causing a splash of water, which was what the guy needed in order to meet one person. But he was unable to summon the one Jong-ken wanted to meet, so standing on the bridge, the super rookie threw another stone. The main character took another swing to throw a stone into the pond, and then heard a voice asking what kind of bad joke this was. Lee Jong-ken's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the voice of the man he had tried to call by throwing stones into the pond. A bright magical glow appeared above the water surface, and yellow stars decorated the space around. An image of a blonde girl appeared in front of the guy, who said that she didn't know who told him how to find her, but all this wasn't very tactful. The protagonist recognized the mysterious girl with a translucent body in front of him as Merlin, and asked her if he was right about this. The blonde with big blue eyes was surprised when she realized that the guy knew her name, because he looked like a simple man. Lee Jong-ken, looking the girl in the eyes, declared to Merlin that he was the true head of the round table meeting. This information was not enough for the girl, and she asked who he was, but received the answer that she herself guessed who the guy in front of her was. Merlin grimaced and said that before her was the man who had defeated Demetrius, the dark horse, and also an overly arrogant hunter. The girl asked the guy what he was trying to achieve from her, deliberately provoking her, suspecting that he knew perfectly well who she was. Merlin flew into the air several meters above the pond, the girl's body turning into a glowing green silhouette. Merlin's image changed dramatically after the transformation. Now a guy in an officer's uniform stood in front of our hero. He said he was sure that all the members of the round table knew that he was not someone to be angered, and asked again who Jong-ken was. The main character didn't try to hide his identity from the guy opposite him, so he immediately began to answer the question asked. Jong-ken looked at the young man with crazy red eyes and declared that he was the one who knew where Excalibur was now. The guy's statement caused genuine shock in Merlin. The guy could not hide his emotions and stared at the main character with wide eyes. When the protagonist finished the conversation, he soon went to London International Airport to return home. When the guy entered the waiting room, Jong In-chang was already waiting for him. The girl was sitting on a chair, doing something on her phone. The girl waited for the main character for a long time, and when she noticed that he had finally arrived, she asked Jong-ken where he had been. The protagonist explained to Ying Chang that he had met with a person they needed to see in London. The huntress was displeased. She looked at Jong-ken with resentment, making it clear that the guy's actions upset her. Then the girl noticed the amulet that was hanging on the guy's neck. It was a lilac crystal wrapped in wire. An indignant Ying Chang jumped to her feet and asked Jong-ken what the necklace around his neck was, assuming it was a gift from the girl. The main character was taken aback by the hunter's unexpected claims against him and hesitated, not knowing what to answer. The girl started pointing her finger at our hero and shouting that she knew the guy was hiding a bunch of girls in England. A hurt Jong In-chang said she hoped it wasn't like that, and never thought that Jung Kyung would be a cable, declaring that she was disappointed in him. Ye Song-gu intervened in the conversation, approaching the guys in the airport lounge and asking them if all the preparations were complete. The protagonist blossomed when he saw Heimdall in front of him. He joyfully asked his comrade if he had taken care of everything. Song-gu's mood improved when he saw that the guy was happy to see him and said that he had taken care of everything and that it was time to go back. Jong Kyung, Heimdall, and Jong In-chang turned around to hurry back to Korea, but suddenly some guy asked them to wait a minute. Our hero stopped and turned around, looking with surprise in his eyes at the man who called him. The guy in the gray coat said that Merlin told him that Jong-ken would be waiting for him here and asked him to pass on her message. The stranger conveyed to the protagonist Merlin's words that the guy would undoubtedly have to repay her debt for the necklace. The action continued to unfold on the territory of the international airport in London, where our heroes were going to return home. After talking with that stranger, Ye Song-gu asked our hero how he knew about Merlin. The protagonist took the necklace in his hand and showed it to Heimdall, explaining to the bald-headed man that they had made a deal. Song-gu was shocked when he saw the Merlin necklace on the guy's neck, and the hero said that he almost died because of this jewelry. Back when Jong-ken first met Merlin and the girl turned into a guy, he shouted and insisted that the hero tell him the truth. Merlin was very angry at the main character. She filled the entire space around with her magical energy and attacked the guy. Rubbing the back of his head, Jong-ken told his friend that facing them all face to face was still too much for him, but he really needed that necklace. The main character's story about meeting Merlin brought a smile to Heimdall's face. He sighed heavily and looked away. This time, Jong Kyung, his friend In Chang, and Song-gu did not return to Korea through the portal, but used the plane. The hour had come when the hunters boarded the plane to fly home, and the aircraft was already in the air. The main character and his partner sat silently next to each other, Heimdall at this time sat a few steps behind, resting after a difficult mission. Jong and Chung broke the silence and told our hero that there was still something she still couldn't understand. The tired protagonist looked at his partner and asked her what the girl still couldn't understand for herself. She explained that this concerned George, because the boy, despite the fact that they were enemies, helped her in training and even gave advice. Jong and Chang said that if Hercules did to Jong-ken what he did to him, she was sure she would be consumed by the thirst for revenge. The girl was surprised that Odysseus helped her and treated our hero well, believing that she simply could not understand the nobility of high-ranking hunters. The protagonist expressed his opinion, saying that the reason why Odysseus helped them must be his intuition. The guy explained to his partner that most likely George simply realized that our hero was not going to deal with Demetrius. Soon the boys heard a voice on the loudspeaker saying that the plane would soon land and all passengers needed to fasten their seatbelts. When the plane landed in Korea, our heroes were already met at the local airport by numerous cameras blinding them with flashes. The waiting room was packed with journalists and reporters who greeted the Dark Horse with enthusiastic cries and took pictures of the guy. Jong-ken felt awkward when he read the banner welcoming the Dark Horse who single-handedly defeated Hercules. Song-gu said that the reporters were told that Demetrius had challenged the guy to a duel and that he had defeated him, and the hero asked why he was only learning about it now. Heimdall said it was a surprise and asked our hero if this was not what he had been striving for, to gain the fame and popularity he deserved. The protagonist looked at Song-gu with a smirk. His mood improved because his friend was right that the guy wanted fame. Lee Jun-kyung decided to go ahead and greeted all the reporters and fans who came to the airport to meet him. As the boy approached the cameras, journalists and fans began to shout enthusiastically, blinding the young man with camera flashes. All the cameras were aimed at our hero. They were constantly photographing the new star called Dark Horse. The internet was buzzing with discussions about Jong-ken, and the world's eyes were glued to the coming era of heroes, and especially to our hero. The boys finally returned home, and when night fell, Jong-in Chang and the protagonist again came to the abandoned industrial building. They stood silently next to each other, leaning their hands on the fence, and looked at the beautiful night sky, decorated with bright stars and light clouds. The huntress was not aware of the further plan after the expedition to London, and she asked the hero what he was going to do next. The main character told his partner that Jong-ken had too many things that he still needed to do. The first thing the guy needed to do was repair his equipment, because the spear was almost completely ruined by the dragon bloodstone. Remembering how difficult it was for him to recover from that gate, the guy was also worried about the fact that his familiar Hen Mu still hadn't come to his senses. Our hero was also very busy because the day before Inev had asked him to go to the Nile, and he was going to do it. However, there was one thing that the protagonist wanted to do first, which he told his partner in Chang about. With a smile on his face, he told his partner that he wanted to move because he had dreamed of having his own home since he was a child, and she was surprised that the move was an urgent matter. The girl said that it was good, but it didn't look like the guy would need Jong-in Chang's help anytime soon. Jong-in Chang told the guy that there was one thing she wanted to tell him, and the protagonist was willing to listen to her. The smile disappeared from the heroine's face. She looked at the hero with concern and declared that from now on, she wanted to act alone. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he did not expect to hear such a loud statement from his partner in Chang today. She said that defending the gate with Jong-ken was fun and very valuable as an experience, but she needed to find something she could do on her own. Inspired by George's instructions, the girl left, leaving the main character alone with himself. The guy looked after her for a long time. After saying goodbye, the heroine went to find a task that would be within her capabilities and that she could handle on her own. The protagonist smiled, realizing that the girl had finally begun to reveal herself, which would allow her to soon become much stronger. The next second, Lee Jong-keng was disturbed by a phone call. He put his smartphone to his ear and said hello. The Dark Horse tensed up when he heard Kim Soon-young's voice from there, saying that the head of the association was calling him and that he would come pick him up tomorrow. The protagonist hung up the phone and dropped his hands down. This unexpected call caused anxiety in Lee Jong-ken's soul. The guy realized that, while planning the near future, he had been careless enough to forget about the most important thing. Namely, about Odin, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, and concurrently, the leader of the secret organization Asgard. Meanwhile, it was still light in London. Not all the hunters had left the city, and other events were unfolding there. An excited George ran somewhere at full speed. He couldn't believe what had happened. The guy was even sweating from the tension. Odysseus was rushing somewhere very quickly, trying to get as quickly as possible to where the young man so needed to go. At this time, the training ground near the house of the Knights of the Round Table was filled with bright, fiery magical flashes. The reason for this was Demetrius, who had already recovered from his injuries and was already fully engaged in martial arts. Hercules felt quite cheerful. He stood firmly on his feet and had the strength to swing his fists, although there was still a scar on his torso. Demetrius trained hard even though he had recently been lying unconscious in bed. The big guy was practicing techniques that caused flashes of light with his fists. A sweaty George finally reached his destination, stopped, and saw a quite cheerful Demetrius in front of him. The big man with the scar on his stomach stopped and looked at his comrade, greeting Odysseus with a slight smile on his face. George asked when the boy had managed to come to his senses, and Demetrius was curious why Odysseus was acting as if it was all his fault. Hercules asked if this was the first time George had seen a defeated hunter, and the blonde explained that it was simply that Demetrius had never lost before. Demetrius admitted that he had never been defeated before, but he didn't seem to be upset by the loss. Odysseus became wary, realizing that something was wrong with his friend, because Hercules had always been on edge and very aggressive before. Looking at the big guy, who looked very calm and peaceful, it seemed to him that his soul had finally found peace. George asked Hercules what happened, and Demetrius explained that it seemed like Jong-ken had not originally planned to be their enemy. Odysseus was shocked when he saw that the eyes of the guy in front of him began to change. He pointed it out in a stuttering voice. Demetrius asked his friend not to be surprised, stating that he had completely subdued his madness and could now use this power without side effects. With a satisfied smile on his face, Hercules said that he felt like the protagonist had handed him this gift on a silver platter. George remembered Lee Jong-ken's words that Hercules would definitely become even stronger than before and would definitely get back on his feet. He also recalled the protagonist's statement that he hoped that one day they would fight on the same side, shoulder to shoulder. A smile appeared on Odysseus's face, because he didn't believe the guy then, but now he could see for himself that Jong-ken was telling the truth. The following events took place in the gate. The terrain was rocky, and the entire air was saturated with magical energy. Many of the monsters had already been defeated by the hunter. The ground was strewn with their lifeless bodies, and the soil was soaked with blood. However, the clearing of the monster-infested gates continued. The battle was in full swing, and Zhong and Chang was participating in it. After the girl inadvertently took damage from the monster, she was forced to land on the ground. The enemy was not an easy one, but the huntress stood firmly on her feet, holding a one-handed sword in front of her, and was ready to continue the fight. In front of the heroine stood a giant ogre with red skin. This monster was tens of times bigger than her, and the girl reminded herself that 3 days had already passed. Zhong and Chang was outraged by the appearance of this monster-like guy. She had a strong feeling that she was fighting against Demetrius again. The red-skinned ogre with pointed ears and red eyes dressed in iron armor looked at the girl, releasing steam from his mouth. The girl received a message that her patron, Prince Charming, had restored her life points a little, but even with this support she was barely holding on. The enraged giant ogre decided to attack the fragile huntress. He struck with his weapon, leaving behind a bright red light. With this attack, the monster managed to cause an explosion, destroying the ground above them, but Zhong In Chang managed to jump back without being destroyed. The huntress jumped high into the air to attack the giant and swung her sword to damage the ogre. This counterattack was successful for our heroine. Jong-in Chang managed to make a deep cut on the monster's shoulder. As she continued to fight the ogre, the girl shouted to herself that she didn't quite understand what it meant to save the princess. She bravely swung her sword back to strike the ogre again, launching an aerial attack on the fearsome beast. At the same time, Jong-in Chang continued to shout about saving the princess, saying that she herself could kill the one who was dangerous to her. The girl used all her strength to deliver a fatal blow to the ogre, her weapon leaving a bright purple trail in the air. The heroine managed to plunge her one-handed sword straight into the chest of the red-skinned monster, depriving the giant ogre of life. The helpless ogre winced in pain after the blow, and the monster began to spit out chunks of ash from its mouth. But the dungeon boss still had the strength to fight back against the huntress, so he decided to strike with a flame-charged fist. Even though the sword of Jong-in Chang was sticking out of his chest, the ogre had the strength to hit the girl, which he did successfully. The attack was successful. The girl who received damage fell to the ground with a crash, leaving behind a cloud of thick smoke. However, the heroine's attack also did not pass without a trace for the monster. The red-skinned ogre fell to the ground, losing its balance. Jong-in Chang was still alive after that blow. Although her entire body was covered in bruises, she began to crawl on the ground. The brave girl looked at her opponent, her pupils turning into two small glowing pink dots. The huntress saw that the dungeon boss was no longer able to continue the fight. He was lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. But our heroine also received heavy damage. She pressed her palm against the red ground to try to get to her feet. She failed, and deprived of her last strength, Jong-in Chang lay on her back on the ground, pressing her hand to her stomach. She knew that the healing potions were gone, and even if they were, she didn't have the strength to even use them. Hope had left her heart. Suddenly, a skeleton with bright shining eyes in a robe appeared in front of the girl. He asked Ying Chang if she wanted a potion. The wounded heroine looked at the skeleton standing nearby with eyes wide in shock and realized that it was a black warrior. The battle ended with Prince Charming granting Jong-in Chang a title, and she now had the right to call herself Siegfried. When Jong-in Chang came to, besides the black warrior, she saw our hero in front of her, asking her if she was awake. The huntress opened her eyes and was very confused. The girl asked Jong Ken in a trembling voice where she was. Smiling, the protagonist replied to Jong-in Chang that she was in the gate, surprised that she herself did not know this. The heroine said that her body felt much better, but the sensations were rather strange, and asked where they got the elixir. The protagonist said that they did not use any elixirs, but asked Jong-in Chang to accept his congratulations. The huntress found the strength to rise to her feet, not understanding what kind of congratulations the guy was talking about when his familiar began to spew magical power. Jong-in Chang looked around, trying to find her weapon with her eyes, and asked the protagonist where her sword had gone. Jong Ken confessed to his partner that he was pretty close to stealing that ogre kill from the girl. But the guy just had this thought, and he didn't do it because he's not some kind of monster who could do something like that. Not far from our heroes lay the giant body of the dungeon boss with red skin, the monster no longer showing signs of life. Taking the sword out of the dead monster's chest, the girl thanked the monster, because thanks to him she was finally able to gain her title. She tightly grabbed the hilt of the one-handed sword to pull it out of her body, and received a message that she had managed to save the princess. A bright green beam shot into the sky as Jong-in Chang received a notification that Ogre Prince Siegfried was defeating the Ogre Mage. A lot of questions appeared in the puzzled in Chang's head. After the messages, she guessed that her patron had been a girl all this time. When Ying Chang looked down, she saw the same ogre mage surrounded by fog, but the monster was already very tiny and did not look hostile. The miniature monster immediately jumped onto Jong-in Chang's shoulder, and the protagonist explained to her that he now belonged to her. The ogre mage, reduced to 1,000 times smaller, sat peacefully on the hunter's shoulder until she understood why this monster was now hers. The guy explained that he was something like his familiar Hyun Mu, and once again congratulated In Chang on receiving the title and becoming a true hero. She was startled when the ogre mage sitting on her shoulder began to scream in triumph and raised his small, muscular arms to the sky. She felt embarrassed, suspecting that she had become attached to the monster while they were fighting, and admitted to herself that he was quite cute. The main character asked the girl, calling her a prince, to protect the princess, and she was surprised that he called this monster a princess. Ying Chang admitted that she had not yet chosen a name for the miniature scary princess, and he said his name was Gongs. The huntress did not immediately understand what her new assistant had just said, and he, raising his hand up, shouted out in a drawn-out voice that his name was Gongs. The handsome prince smiled and the fallen angel laughed at the absurd situation, while our hero rejoiced that In Chang single-handedly defeated the ogre mage. The girl asked Jong Ken how he ended up in the gate, but the guy replied that it was quite a long story. The protagonist explained that Ying Chang usually needed 1 or 2 days to clear the gate, and when she disappeared for 3 days, he began to worry. The fact that Jong Ken was worried about the girl's disappearance made In Chang feel embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her face. He told his friend that he still had something to tell her, but looked away and said that first he needed to deal with that big guy. There was an ogre with 2 heads standing in front of the hunters, and Jong Ken advised the girl to check if she had cleared the gate completely. The heroine smiled and agreed with our hero, preparing for another battle against the giant monster. The girl was filled with the heroic strength she had gained from receiving the title, and she recognized the monster in front of her as the boss of the ogre village. With a smile on her face, Jong In Chang stated that the 2-headed ogre was a perfect opponent to test her new hero powers against. The huntress pushed off the ground to leap towards the 2-headed ogre and suddenly slashed her sword at the monster from the air. Jong In Chang was shocked when her new assistant Gongs charged at the ogre with a loud scream in defense of her. The miniature monster began to quickly circle in the air around the 2-headed ogre, rendering the dungeon boss helpless against its attack. In a matter of seconds, Gongzu managed to deal with the giant monster, depriving the beast of both heads, which flew apart. Ying Chang's new assistant was small, but his fists had incredible strength, capable of easily killing a giant. The girl received a message that she had defeated the dungeon boss, and our hero said that he didn't think Gongzu needed a prince at all. In Chang received a message that the gate had been cleared, and Prince Charming was looking at them with a smile and asked Jong Ken what brought him here. The protagonist said that he needed to go to China and asked the huntress if she would like to accompany him on this trip. The huntress was very surprised, staring at our hero with wide eyes, because the offer was unexpected for her. The test that the leader of Asgard, Odin, set for the main character was successfully passed, despite how difficult it was. The boy wondered if their taboo with Odin would work, but Jong Ken managed to get around it with the help of the pendant he received from Merlin. So Li Zhongkeng managed to get into Asgard. He infiltrated the shadow organization that pulls the strings all over the world. His assistant Hyun Mu has finally grown up and formed a new body. He has not yet reached the level of the evil king of the undead army, but he can already control 7 skeletons. Moreover, another skull appeared on the protagonist's bracelet, the soul of a skeleton, which was not yet active. The guy managed to restore the Muspelheim spear after it broke at the gates of Catalan, turning to Park Jae-hyun with this request. But now the weapon has a new characteristic of the demonic spear, which absorbs its own user. So the guy needs to go to China, the most dangerous region of the world, which has turned into a kingdom of monsters due to the open gates. The hero needs to go to China because there is a man there who can clean the black marble in a place that will soon become the center of a catastrophe. The boy knew from history that this place in China would later become the Northern Front, the epicenter of a gigantic catastrophe. A whole crowd of orcs dressed in skins ran towards the hunters, holding swords, axes, and other weapons in their hands. The hunters screamed as they saw the horde of northern orcs in front of them to warn the others. The cleanup had been going on for over 3 hours now. The hunters taking part in the cleanup were surprised when a high wall of flame formed between them and an entire army of monsters. The fire did not touch the guys, but only destroyed the bloodthirsty monsters. The orcs began to burn alive, screaming in pain and agony. The frightened hunters began to turn around to find those who had managed to protect them with the help of a wall of flame. The main character stood nearby, controlling fire with his palm, and his partner, Zhong In-chang, was standing on the hill next to him. The boy arrived in China to help fight against monsters, his eyes glowing red and his hand engulfed in magical flames. After the cleanup was completed, the protagonist, In-chan and Ye Seong-gu, approached the local hunters to meet and talk. The man in the warm robe thanked Zhong Ken for his help, but he was worried that the boy was actually going to go there. The protagonist said that he should thank the hunters for protecting his country and said that there was something there that he needed to do. The hunter said that he heard that the guy managed to defeat Hercules, but there is a barrier that no man can pass through. Lee Jong-ken asked the man not to worry about it, because he had already managed to find a solution to get through this obstacle. The main character and his partners stood in front of a giant magical wall that filled the entire space with blue light. Song-gu interjected that he was always curious about how Lee Jun-kyung planned to travel without the help of his bever Esta. An excited Zhong In-chang, on whose shoulder Gongzu was sitting, asked our hero what it was. The main character explained to the girl that this was a gate, because literally the entire territory of China had now turned into one solid gate. In-chang didn't quite understand the guy, but he assured her that the girl would understand everything herself when she saw it with her own eyes. Heimdall was the first to approach the giant gates, and he lightly touched the magical wall with his palm. The bald-headed man took the initiative to explore the portal first, so he asked the boys to step back first. Heimdall reminded Zhong Ken and Ying Chang that no matter what happened in that gate, they must know that a man would not be able to help them in any way. When Ye Seong-gu touched the portal again, the wall began to transform, and he declared that he would wait for them at this place once a month. The man explained that if they couldn't get out by that time, he would return in a month, and so on month after month. The main character told his older friend that if everything went according to his plan at the gate, he would be able to get out of there himself. Smiling, the man looked at Zhong Ken and said that he hoped that everything would be just as our hero said. Heimdall remained outside, watching as the protagonist and his faithful companion passed through the activated portal into the gate. Song-gu was once again convinced that the guy had not lied when he told him that he would make every effort to save everyone he could. When the man successfully led the boys through the gate, he stood still, lost in thought, and did not go his way. The leader of the top league guild made the treacherous decision to go and try to reduce their burden as much as possible. The main character and his girlfriend successfully moved to China, a country that turned into a solid gate. It was very cold inside. Zhong In-chang was shivering from the cold, not understanding how anyone could live here, and Gongzu was hiding behind the collar of her warm jacket. It was colder there than our hero expected, which meant that everything there was happening faster than in the original timeline. The hunters heard alarming sounds. Our hero immediately warned his partner that snow orcs were approaching. The girl grabbed a one-handed sword and declared that she would deal with the monsters, because she still wanted to warm up somehow. Zhong In-chang, having become more confident after gaining the title, began to easily deal with a whole crowd of snow orcs. The heroine swung her sword, leaving wounds on the monsters, and instead of blood, a mysterious bright green liquid flowed from their bodies. There was no end to the monsters in these gates, and a couple more orcs rushed at Zhong In-chang with screams. However, the huntress did not feel the slightest fear of the monsters, but only egged them on, shouting for them to attack. She was already ready to tear the monsters to pieces, but was surprised when the frightened monsters turned around and ran in the other direction. The protagonist, who was watching the orcs, told his partner that their behavior looked like they were running away from someone. The guy was right because ice trolls immediately appeared on the horizon, stronger monsters that could defeat a B-rank hunter on their own. The hero knew about the danger of these monsters, so he immediately called his weapon and asked the girl to be careful because they were ice trolls. The duel between the hunters and the bloodthirsty trolls began. Jongken struck with his spear, cutting the monster's body into 2 parts. Zhongin Chang also participated in the battle, jumping with a one-handed sword and was able to kill an ice troll with the first blow. The protagonist and his partner tensed up, barely maintaining their balance, the magical power hovering around them in the form of a black fog. The huntress became alert, her eyes wide with fear, asking Jongken what was happening in this gate. She said that everything was a bit strange here, and there were quite a lot of strong monsters, and the hero interrupted her and asked if it had become more difficult for her to control mana. The protagonist was right, and the girl agreed with him, adding that the movements and combat tactics of these monsters were similar to those of humans. Jongken saw the meaning in the girl's words, concluding that the process of absorption by the gate was going faster, and urged her to move forward further. Further into the gates, the weather became even worse. The trees were covered with snow, a strong wind was howling, and it was snowing heavily. The protagonist and Zhongin Chang walked through the gate together. The snowstorm made them even colder, so they pulled up their hoods. It was clear from the girl's face that she was not delighted with this walk, because large wet snow was flying straight into her face. She asked Jongken how far they still had to go, and he said it would take about a month to walk. Our hero's statement shocked the girl. She opened her mouth wide when she heard that they would have to walk for a whole month. He clarified that this was if they did not stop, so there was no time to waste, and they needed to find a means of transportation. Stopping, Jongken pointed his hand towards the heavenly lake on the top of Mount Paektusan. This would be their first starting point. Let it not be calm, and having reached the first point, the heroes fought with monsters. The whole ground was strewn with their bodies. The hunters lit a fire to make it warmer. Ying Chang warmed her hands by the flames together with Gongzu, and our hero looked into the distance nearby. The main character smiled, looked at his friend, and said that he would go for a walk to check out the situation. The girl silently stared at Jongken, warming her hands by the fire, and Gongzu crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the guy with displeasure. Zhongin Chang jumped to her feet and was surprised when the boy came and brought with him 2 large gray deer with glowing blue eyes. It turned out that this was the very means of transportation that Jongken had spoken of, and soon the boys were saddling the deer, overcoming the gates on horseback. Thanks to the deer, the hero's speed of movement increased. They galloped swiftly on the animals, overcoming the snowy forest. The protagonist and his partner reached their destination and jumped off the deer to continue their journey on foot. In Chang asked if they would be climbing to the top of Paektusan now, and she wondered why it was getting hotter instead of colder. It was so warm that the girl decided to get rid of her winter jacket and asked why they had never met any monsters on the way here. The main character also got rid of his down jacket and explained to Zhongin Chang that there are no monsters because the ruler of the mountain protects it. The huntress looked at Jongken in surprise when she heard about some mountain lord and asked if he was a human. The guy turned his gaze to his partner and replied that the ruler of the mountain was not a person, but did not specify who exactly. The huntress began to list who it could be, and the hero admitted that he didn't even know what the correct name for this creature would be. Jongken said that in any case she would soon see them herself, and suggested leaving the moose here so that they could continue on foot. The boy looked towards the top of the mountain. His eyes glowed red, and he said that we need to break through the barrier. There really was an obstacle between the main characters and the top of Mount Paektu in the form of a magical, impassable wall. Meanwhile, in Korea, the president of the Hunters Association and the leader of Asgard, Odin, stood alone on the roof, looking at the metropolis as if it were in the palm of his hand. The man recalled how he decided to find Asgard and devote himself entirely to people when gates began to open all over the world. But later he realized that the hunters are the ones whose protection it is his duty to protect, and the common people are left behind. Odin knew that Jong-ken had gone to China, but that country had not lived up to his expectations, even though monsters were raging throughout its territory. But he had hoped for the guy who had single-handedly defeated Hercules, thinking that perhaps he could find what Odin had once failed to find. The man's eye flashed blue, and Jin Hyun laughed evilly, raising his palms up, saying that this was getting very interesting. With a sly grin on his face, Asgard's leader Odin stuck out his tongue and licked the tip of it over his lower lip. The man got scared and suddenly covered his mouth with his hand. Cursing, he stopped himself, realizing that he had just done something wrong. One told himself that he couldn't afford to absorb it so early. The man's pupil narrowed and completely turned into a blue ball of light. The jubilant man released his magical energy, deciding to slowly enjoy it because it was his best snack. The main character and Jong In Chang managed to successfully climb the mountain, seeing the beautiful scenery around. The girl was delighted. Jong-ken, looking at the view, confirmed when Jong In Chang asked him if they had arrived at the right place. The guy turned his gaze to the side and noticed the place for which he had climbed the high mountain Pektu for so long. The place wasn't the safest, so the protagonist immediately materialized his Muspelheim spear. Dark Horse immediately activated his aura, emitting a red light, and told his friend that they had arrived at the heavenly lake. They weren't the only ones there, as the boys were met by a shocked crowd of other hunters with an aura of blue light. Yingchang and Gongzu immediately became wary, preparing their weapons, and the girl asked if our hero knew that people lived in the lands of monsters. The hero replied that he knew that people lived here and said that they were survivors from the ancient lands of North Korea. The local hunters were outraged and tried to find out, shouting at the main character how he knew everything about them. The main character stunned the locals with his statement, saying that he was looking for a meeting with the ruler of Mount Pektu. The hunters were shocked to learn that the boy even knew about the king of the mountains, and came to the conclusion that the stranger in front of them was extremely dangerous. One of the locals raised his fist menacingly and shouted to the others that these were invaders, so they needed to prepare for battle. When Li Zhongkeng first arrived here, he wanted to avoid an unnecessary fight, but seeing the behavior of the locals, he came to the conclusion that he had no other choice. One of the hunters turned around sharply when he heard someone's voice addressing everyone present on the mountain. It was a little girl who waved to the hunters and said that the king of the mountain had told her to bring the guests to him. North Korea disappeared from the face of the earth long ago after failed nuclear experiments, and many refugees from there moved to China and South Korea. One of the hunters asked the protagonist how he knew about them, and Jong-ken thought that this was a very difficult question for him. The girl put her hands on her hips and started scolding the man because he decided to behave like that with the guests of the mountain owner. The man began to justify himself to the girl, explaining that these mysterious guests could be accomplices of that bastard. The hunter approached the rest of the locals to consult with them on what to do next with the uninvited guests. The girl asked our hero not to take it personally. It's just that one day bad people tried to kill the owner of the mountain, so people are on edge. The main character came closer to the girl in the pink dress and addressed her. She was ready to listen attentively to the guy. Li Zhongkeng looked at the girl with an angry expression and told her that he was not an old man when she started calling him uncle. The girl pressed her lips and became very frightened, becoming silent from awkwardness when she heard such rude words from the guest of the owner of the mountain. The boys went to a settlement on Mount Pektusen. The village consisted of many well-kept buildings, shops, and stores were open. The locals were surprised when they saw the guests, and their clothes indicated that our heroes came from outside, which was even more surprising because they thought that the outside world had fallen. Assessing the surrounding environment, In Chang concluded that there were about 200 people in the settlement, and most of them were hunters. The guy clarified that these were people who had managed to survive in the most difficult conditions, and then stopped when something caught his attention. It was one of the locals in traditional dress who stood in the way, holding out a spear, and said that our heroes were not allowed there. The hostile man pointed his spear at the boys, and Zhang Ken asked if this was their custom of receiving guests. The main character sternly asked the local resident if the owner of the mountain had not ordered him to personally bring the guests to the ruler. The guy with long hair continued to stand his ground, saying that even if that was the case, he still wouldn't let them go to the owner. A girl in a pink dress intervened in the situation and ran to her uncle, who was not letting Zhang Ken and In Chang through. The man did not want to agree at all, telling the girl that she herself knew perfectly well what state the ruler of the mountain was in now. The protagonist showed his red aura, saying that apparently something happened to the master of the mountains, but the man's opinion still doesn't matter. Noticing this, the local hunter also showed his aura and grabbed the spear tightly, calling the guy an insolent bastard. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the girl in the pink dress also activated her aura and screamed loudly. This allowed her to attract the attention of the main character. The guy stopped and turned his gaze to the screaming girl. The local hunter with long hair also calmed down a little and looked at the girl who wanted to stop them. The formidable girl, whose body was emitting a bright light, declared that in the name of the head of the village of Chenji, she ordered the guard to get out of the way. This made the careless hunter obey. He lowered his head guiltily and answered in a trembling voice that he obeyed her. The girl turned around, looked at the main character, and asked him to follow her so that they could finally come to the owner of the mountain. She led the protagonist and his partner to the ruler of Paektusan. They made their way through a dark cave lit by torches. Along the way, our hero asked In Chang if she knew anything about the myth of Tangun, but it seemed that the girl did not understand what was being discussed. Zhang Kyung told her that there was an old forgotten myth about how Hwanung came down from the mountains and discovered Korea, founding their people there. The huntress became curious as to why the main character suddenly decided to remember the myth of the founding of Korea. The guy explained that the locals obviously knew something about this myth, and the girl ran in front of them with a satisfied smile on her face. The girl in the traditional pink dress was beaming with happiness because they had finally arrived to the owner of the mountain, and she called him. When the boys entered the chambers of the mountain's master, the entire room was filled with blue magical energy, but the ruler was not yet visible. They came closer and saw in front of them the owner of Paektusan. It turned out to be a magical white tiger with shining blue eyes. The protagonist did not feel any fear of this large beast, but took several bold steps forward to talk to it. The girl climbed onto the tiger's paw, and the hero asked him if he was the master of the mountain. The beast was hundreds of times larger than a man. The mountain lord replied that, surpassing all his military forces, and knowing about him, our hero and his partner were in any case honored guests. The tiger stood up on all fours and confirmed that he was the master of Mount Paektu, and then asked what brought them to him. Zhang In Chang felt a piercing fear of the tiger throughout her body because she saw what a terrifying aura the beast had. The main character did not immediately report why he came to the owner of Paektusan, but simply called everything that was happening a mess. The huge tiger looked at Lee Jong-ken carefully, waiting for the boy to explain what he meant. The boy said that the power that the tiger had to protect the mountain would soon disappear, and asked the animal if he was right in his reasoning. Our hero knew very well that the master was dying because the source of his power, Mount Paektusan, was gradually being destroyed. The owner of the mountain became wary because the boy knew such details, so he asked Jong-ken who he was. Jong-ken stated that he was the one who wanted to help the mountain lord, but to do so he wanted to meet someone else instead of him. The main character clarified that he wanted to meet not a tiger, but the true owner of Mount Paektusan. These words enraged the giant tiger. He opened his mouth wide and began to roar, shouting at the impudence of the guest. The guy said that they were able to detain the intruder, but it was not normal for the owner of the mountain to be a dying bastard, so he asked to take him to the true ruler. Tiger took control of his emotions when our hero declared that in exchange, he could save not only him, but the entire village of Chenji. When the conversation with the huge beast ended, our heroes went outside again. The well-kept settlement was decorated with rays of the sun. Li Zhongken, Zhong Chang, and her assistant Gongzu stepped aside to discuss everything that had happened in private. The girl asked who the true ruler of the mountain was and mentioned that the guy had said earlier that it was not a monster. The hero said that she might think of him as a reindeer harnessed to our sleigh, but this creature was much more advanced. Zhongken tried to explain it more simply by saying that after absorbing the magical energy from the gate, their personality and appearance changed. He added that this did not explain his ability to communicate with people and the ability to absorb such large amounts of magic. The boy said that even before absorbing magical power, he was different from other animals, and asked if she knew what alphas were. Without waiting for an answer, he explained that alphas are bigger, stronger, and smarter than other animals, but the owner of Pektusan is even more special. The heroine was shocked when Li Zhongken said that the Mountain Lord was special because he had his own patron. It was no surprise to the boy because the owner was a hunter like themselves, but now he was wounded by an intruder. He stated that this is why not only the owner of the mountain is their target now, but also the intruder who has penetrated here and wounded the ruler. Soon the head of the village, Chenji, demonstrated her magical abilities. The girl put her palms out in front of her. Her eyes glowed with a bright magical blue light as the girl shouted two commands, saying the words, "Open" and "Peace." After the spell was read, a bright blue star appeared in the blue sky, surrounded by white fluffy clouds. This star turned into a large beam that shot from the sky straight down to the ground, between several green mountains. In doing so, the girl created a portal for our heroes to pass through, and In Chang and Zhongken were already ready to do so. The fearless huntress Siegfried pushed off the ground and jumped down to enter the magical portal created by the village chief. The main character got ahead of her and also flew down at incredible speed to overcome the gates that appeared in front of him. The hunters successfully managed to pass through the portal. Stains appeared on the magic screen after our heroes jumped. When the girl in the traditional pink outfit saw that the boys had managed to do this, she waved her hands and gave the command to close the portal. It began to gradually disappear, and the beam became thinner and shorter, until it turned into a small star and disappeared from the sky. The girl sighed with relief, wishing for Li Zhongken and Zhong Chang to return from there safe and sound. The protagonist received a message that they had entered a time gate, the so-called sealed territory. It was dark inside, like a cave, and Zhong Chang was surprised when she read that they had been transported to some kind of time gate. The guy explained that these are gates that appear inside other gates, and since China and North Korea are all the gates inside those countries are temporary. In Chang complained that it was terribly hot here, and Zhongken asked them to take it as a training that would allow them to become stronger and more resilient. The boy smiled when Prince Charming blessed the girl with heat resistance, knowing that her patron was generous with such gifts. It was restless inside this time gate. Soon Zhong Chang was already swinging her sword, dealing with the red-skinned monsters. The protagonist stopped in front of a large stone monster with a gaping hole in its chest when the fight ended. Huntress Siegfried, tired after the battle, breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that the cleanup was finally over. The guy managed to increase his overall level and level of fire mastery, which was expected because this gate with strong flames is ideal for this purpose. In Chang asked Zhongken who the child village leader was, and wondered if she had created this sealed territory. The hero explained that the girl did not seal the territory, but lured the intruder here, and they ended up in the place of concentration and the source of the mountain's master's powers. He told the girl that the girl was the bear from the myth of Tangun, who could also use this energy, and she would give it to the ruler of the mountain. Our hero's story about this girl feeding the mountain's master with power shocked Zhong Chang, and she couldn't believe her ears. She asked Zhongken if it meant that the strongest person here was not the owner of the mountain, but a girl named Un, who ruled the village. The protagonist stated that the invader locked inside the mountain was even stronger than Un, and most likely stronger than anyone they had ever met. Siegfried asked Jongken if the girl's name was really Una, because the name seemed quite unique to her. The guy replied that he didn't know the girl's real name and that Un was just a pseudonym, and added that she was a hero. In Chang laughed nervously, saying that the world was really big because she barely became a hero, and here, wherever you stick your nose, they are everywhere. As the Demon King's book said, Cheonji was the perfect place to hunt, and here, Jongkyung wants to become as strong as possible. So the guy certainly started cleaning up. He rushed with his spear through another monster, leaving behind streaks of flame. The hero's power over fire and his mighty spear allowed him to tear apart a giant local monster with one blow. When Jongken leveled up again and raised his fire skill, Yingchang told him that his patron was simply incredible. The guy said he found the girl's patron more incredible because he knew he was getting ahead due to his player trait. The hero was surprised when he received a notification that the fallen angel sighed and blessed him with a few development points. Jongken was getting excited and started breathing heavily, while Zhong and Chang was delighted, calling their patrons great. The adventure of the protagonist and his partner in the time gate continued, and Un at this time went to the owner of the mountain. The girl came closer to the giant tiger and asked the ruler of the mountain how he was feeling. The owner of Paektusan briefly replied to Una that his health had not changed at all since their last meeting. The mountain's master was dying because he used his powers to protect the mountain and village while sealing the intruder. Un said that they were supposed to deal with these forces of Mount Paektusan, but the master was immediately wounded and asked if she should take the powers back. The girl's proposal caused anger in the owner of the mountain. He rose up and bared his fangs, asking her not to talk nonsense. Referring to our protagonist, the mountain lord said that they were certainly strong, but the invader was much stronger. The girl asked why the owner of the mountain, knowing this perfectly well, still sent Jongken and Inchang to the gates of Cheongji. The tiger's pupils narrowed. The mountain ruler looked intently at the girl and chuckled, thinking about her question. Tiger replied that when they met, he did not see the strength of our hero, but he saw the energy that stood behind this guy, and it was the same as that of the invader. The peaceful green mountains of Paektu began to shake violently, and a powerful magical energy began to fill the space. The entire space was filled with a giant portal that emitted a bright blue magical light. The protagonist and his partner were still inside the time gate. They saw whirlwinds of powerful magical force in front of them. Zhong Chang was very scared when she saw this and asked our hero if this incredible power came from the invader. A man appeared in the mysterious fog. It was a small boy with long blonde hair and bright blue eyes. What distinguished this boy was that instead of human eyes, the boy had pupils similar to the eyes of the ruler of the mountains, the tiger. The huntress was shocked and screamed, asking if this kid was really the intruder, but the hero said she was wrong. The wary protagonist explained to the girl that this was not a person in front of them, and that she should not judge a book by its cover alone. Zhong and Chang thought about Jongken's words and took a closer look at the little boy standing in front of them. The seemingly harmless boy really did possess inhuman strength. His body was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The protagonist and Ying Chang saw how this magical energy formed the image of a giant white wolf above the boy. Now Ying Chang realized that the boy was not harmless and became wary, asking the guy if they could even defeat him. The intruder with a spiked collar around his neck bared his teeth, looking at Jongken and Siegfried with hatred in his eyes. The boy immediately pounced on our heroes. He jumped high and let out a cry. Behind him was the image of a magical big wolf. Ying Chang immediately grabbed her sword, and the miniature assistant also jumped forward to protect his prince. The little ogre could not yet speak and knew only one word, so he looked menacingly at the intruder, shouting his name. Gongzu began to cover his head with his hands as the giant paw of the magical wolf grabbed the baby ogre. The blow was so strong that cracks formed in the ground under Gongzu. The wolf's arm could act alone and was separated from the body. Zhong screamed at the princess when she saw the miniature ogre in danger from the paw of this magical wolf. The brave huntress grabbed her sword and flew towards the intruder, intending to attack the boy with a one-handed weapon. However, the boy managed to dodge. The boy knelt down and spread his arms to the sides, counterattacking the girl with a stream of mana. The two forces, Zhong and the intruder, collided with each other, creating bright blue and purple flashes under the girl's feet. The girl resisted the boy's attack with all her might, clenching her teeth tightly, amazed at the power the intruder possessed. The protagonist took advantage of the moment when the boy was distracted by Ying Chang and aimed a spear at the invader from the air. With a cry, the protagonist channeled all his strength into his spear to deliver a crushing blow to the little bastard. But the destructive power of the Muspelheim spear and flames only damaged the ground because the invader managed to jump away. The boy crossed his arms and counterattacked his enemies, releasing another powerful stream of magical energy towards them. The streaks of bright blue, deadly light were rapidly approaching our hero, but he was ready to defend himself, clutching his spear tightly. The protagonist screamed loudly, and his weapon immediately charged with flame to fight off the kid's attack. The boy's firebolts collided with the boy's flashes of light, creating a loud explosion as the two forces clashed. The village shook, and the hero received a notification that the fallen angel was looking at them all with sunken eyes. Un shouted to all the villagers to evacuate, and those who did not have the strength to find shelter as quickly as possible. The hunters lined up in front of the head of the settlement and folded their hands together, agreeing to carry out the girl's order. Unexpectedly for Un, a guard with long hair jumped from the roof to the ground, who had previously not wanted to let our hero see the owner. The worried man asked the girl if everything would really be okay with the village, but she was not ready to answer right away. The head of the village asked him not to worry, because if things didn't go according to plan, she and the owner of the mountain would sort it out. The man obediently lowered his head and agreed to carry out the order when the girl asked him to take care of the evacuation of residents for now. Une knew that if our heroes lost, she and the mountain lord would not be able to cope on their own, so the fate of Chen Ji was in the hands of Zhong Ken and Ying Chang. The worried girl mentally addressed the main characters who were fighting in the gate and wished them to return safe and sound. Meanwhile, the giant portal that led to the time gate was still open, swallowing up the green mountains of Pektu. Gongzu was lying on the ground inside this gate, unconscious after the giant paw of the magical wolf attacked him. Zhong was also exhausted from trying to get to her feet. All of her clothes were torn after the fight with the intruder. The boy controlled the wolf's paw with his hand, which at that time was squeezing the main character, holding him above the ground and tearing his clothes. The huntress noticed that her friend had been captured and became very worried about the boy, shouting out Li Zhongken's name. The invader was merciless towards our hero. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist even tighter to cause the guy more pain. Our hero was already sweating from the strain. The fight was not easy for him. He tried to pry the wolf's paw apart with his own hands. Li Zhongken clenched his teeth tightly, trying his best to break free from the shackles of the giant paw of the magical wolf. The veins on his face bulged. At that moment, the guy remembered his status the last time he checked it, and something in his characteristics had changed. He remembered that now the growth of his magical powers was blocked, although before they grew perfectly due to the flow of mana. At that time, he was worried that the mana flow was still at the first level, and the firepower was no longer increasing, concluding that in Chenji, he would not increase his power any further. And now, when he was in the wolf's paw, the boy received a notification that his mana flow had moved to the next level. The increase in characteristics allowed the main character to easily escape from the shackles of the paw, and it shattered into thousands of pieces. The intruder was visibly surprised when he saw that Li Zhongken had finally managed to break free from his shackles with a single movement of his hand. After this, the main character landed on his feet, all his clothes torn by the claws of the magical wolf. Placing his hand on his amulet, Zhongken admitted that it was close, meaning that he almost became the kid's victim. He knew that the mana flow was activated in near-death situations, but it was difficult to sense anything like that from the monsters he had encountered before. Grabbing the spear again, the protagonist was not surprised that things had turned out differently with this guy, although a little late. Lee Jong-ken felt good because he felt like mana was enveloping every cell of his body, restoring his health. Using the skill of mastery over fire, the protagonist managed to charge his Muspelheim spear with powerful flames. Our brave hunter did this in order to counterattack the boy who was now standing right in front of him. The boy with long white hair began to act like a beast. He got on all fours and began to growl threateningly. The protagonist raised the fire-charged spear above himself, preparing to strike, and warned the boy that it would hurt a little. But before attacking the enemy, Lee Jong-ken cast the sunburst spell to become even stronger. Jong In-chang saw that the space around Jong-ken was beginning to distort, and realized that the hero was absorbing mana from the air. This allowed the hero to gain a new skill without any help, and charged with mana, he pounced on the boy with a spear. However, the boy was ready for an instant counterattack and released a stream of powerful magical energy to counter Jong-ken's attack. The protagonist's powerful blast of fire and the invader's stream of blue glowing power clashed to determine who was stronger. When this happened, there was an explosion of unprecedented proportions. A flash of light was blinding, and stones flew in all directions. The explosion was so powerful that a large column of fire left the time gate and rose high above Mount Paektu. This explosion meant that our hero's fiery power was stronger, and a wave of flame threw the invader back. The hero received a notification that the level of power over fire had been increased to level 10, and the guy had become a fire monarch. However, the duel did not end there. The invader possessed extraordinary strength, and the image of his wolf appeared through the fire. Hunter Jong In-chang was shocked when she saw that the explosion did not cause the boy to die, and it was not successful. Before our hero appeared the image of a giant magical wolf, which was hundreds of times larger than an ordinary animal. Lee Jong-ken did not feel the slightest fear of the beast, and through the fire the boy took a few steps towards the monster. Through the blazing tongues of flame, the protagonist approached the wolf, and in response, the beast bared its teeth at him, showing its sharp teeth. Thanks to this act, this beast could not go against the will of our hero. This was explained by the origin of this giant wolf. In front of the guy stood only a wounded animal, his eyes, filled with anger and pain, turned into eyes full of sadness. The look of the magical giant beast changed, because he knew that he would soon be able to meet his master. The main character, who was surrounded by raging flames on all sides, boldly looked straight into the eyes of the huge wolf opposite him. The beast took a step forward, and Jong-ken received a message from the fallen angel, saying that the patron was watching him closely. The fallen angel blessed them with a bond, and when the wolf had closed the distance as much as possible, he lowered his head and allowed the boy to pet him. The patron looked at his lost child, once a demon, and also an ally, follower, and like a son to the demon king. This beast had many famous nicknames, including the Snow King, the King of Beasts, the Saber-Toothed God, and Fenrir. Meanwhile, in the settlement, Un bent down to touch the ground with her hand and check if everything had stopped there, underground. Feeling that there were no more vibrations from underground, the girl assumed that everything inside the mountain was already over. She was delighted when she saw the silhouettes of Jong-ken and In-chang in the distance and said that the boys had returned safe and sound. Un noticed that the hunters were not alone. Lee Jong-ken was also carrying a small boy in his arms, who was no longer hostile. The girl's eyes widened in shock when she saw the invader in the protagonist's arms, and she was very scared. The village head immediately activated her magical aura, and she shouted loudly to call the master of Mount Paektusan. The main character and his partner were surprised when the girl began to call for help from the ruler of the mountain, seeing them. The owner of the mountain immediately crawled out of his cave and stood behind the head of the village, looking at the people who arrived from the gate. The girl was furious. She looked at the boys with angry eyes and tried to find out from them what it all meant. Li Zhongken calmly informed Una that he had kept his promise to save the village and the owner of the mountain. The ruler of Pektu asked the protagonist if he had deceived him because he had promised the tiger to destroy this invader. Holding the boy in his arms, Zhongken explained that there was no talk of killing him because he said he would save his master and the village. The protagonist told the ruler of the mountain that the boy who was now resting in his arms no longer posed any danger. The boy with long white hair opened his eyes. He was no longer hostile towards the others. Li Zhongken let go of the boy, and the boy jumped to the ground, making no attempt to attack the hunters surrounding him. The intruder, without saying a word, looked at the mountain lord and Un, standing in front of the tiger, his body emitting a bright blue light. However, Un and the owner of Pektusan still did not believe in the boy's integrity, so they were hostile towards him. The boy turned around and silently looked at our hero with his big blue eyes. The gaze of the intruder and Zhongken collided. To show that he was no longer a threat, the boy abruptly bowed his head to the village chief and the master of the mountain. The main character put his hand on the head of the harmless boy and asked the tiger and the girl if they were convinced of his words. When it was finally over, Li Zhongken and the others stayed behind to spend some more time in the mountain village. Zhongken took up the boy's training because the feral boy could not even pronounce basic words. The hero tried to teach the boy to pronounce the name Zhongken, but instead of Zhong, the boy repeatedly made mistakes, saying Zhubit. Li Zhongken, whose face was already covered in sweat from the strain, concluded that the boy was completely unable to speak. The guy was distracted and turned his attention to Zhong and Chang, who approached them together with Gongzu and called out to our hero. The boy immediately began to growl at the girl, showing her his teeth, but she tried to convince Fenrir that she was not his enemy. The boy's interest in Zhong and Chang faded when he looked up and saw a miniature ogre with red skin behind her. Fenrir immediately grabbed Gongzu in his arms. The frightened ogre began to scream, and Zhong and Chang screamed at the boy to stop. The main character tried to calm the girl down, saying that they were children and could be played with, but she replied that that was hardly the case. The hunters received messages from their patrons that Prince Charming had turned to tears and the fallen angel was smirking in his victory. Soon, Li Zhongken came to the magic gate at the top of the mountain and took Un with him, and the girl asked him why he called her here. He told the girl that he had made a promise to the ruler of the mountain not only to deal with the intruder, but also to help with his restoration. The village chief froze in shock when the boy said that if he helped the owner with this, he would get the right to take her with him. The girl stared at the main character with wary eyes, not knowing what to answer him to this loud statement. He reassured her that he would not pick her up now, but after he had sorted out the rest of his affairs in China, so she needed to prepare herself. After these words, the main character materialized a simple sword in his hand, despite the fact that there was no obvious threat nearby. With a deft movement of his hand, Li Zhongken threw the sword somewhere far away, standing with Un on the top of the green Pektusan mountain. The protagonist asked the girl to look after this sword until he returned, and said that it would be great if she performed a ritual here. Unne looked at the hunter in confusion, not understanding why he had thrown down his sword, and asked her to look after the weapon in his absence. Li Zhongken said that this was very important to him because he wanted to give the discarded sword to one person. The time has come when our hero and his faithful companions will leave the mountain village to go on further adventures. Zhongken, Yingchang, Fenrir, and Gongzu stood in front of a crowd of locals who had gathered to say something to them. The man apologized to the boys on behalf of everyone, explaining that the foreigners who had come to them before were only trying to plunder their settlement. The protagonist accepted their apology, saying that he understood everything perfectly and everything was fine, and In Chang smiled at the locals. Un asked the gentleman if he was leaving already, and Zhongken said that he didn't have much time, but he would be back soon and pick her up. The girl was completely perplexed. She looked at the guy with big eyes and asked him what it all meant. He asked her to ask the mountain master about it, concluding that she did not remember yesterday's conversation, meaning her side effects had worsened. Zhong In Chang tried to hurry her partner. She distracted the guy's attention and asked him to leave already. Finally, the main character addressed all the local residents so that they would take good care of their mountain master. The ruler of Mount Pektu did not come to meet the hero to say goodbye, but spent his time in the cave. It was completely dark inside, and only the beast's eyes emitted a bright blue light, and the ruler of the mountain urged the hero to hurry. The super rookie and his faithful partner left the village and found themselves back in the snowy, frosty mountain forest. The temperature dropped below freezing again, so the boys had to put on their jackets as they moved through the forest. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jong-in Chang stopped. The girl was tormented by some feeling, because of which she could not continue walking. The main character looked in surprise at his partner, who suddenly stopped in the middle of the frosty forest. In Chang told the boys about her experiences, because the girl felt somehow heavy in her soul to leave all those people in the village. The girl was surprised when Jong Ken reassured his compassionate friend that they would return to that mountain settlement. Jong Ken told Ying Chang that once they finished his business in China, the boys would go to that village again. She asked if the guy hadn't come here to sort out the gate problems, and it would be much easier for them to return by plane. He was surprised when the girl said that he had come to sort out the problems with the gate, calling him a man who always performed incredible feats. Ying Chang said that Jong Ken defeated Hercules and tamed Fenrir, and asked if he was in China to solve the gate problem. With sadness in his voice, the protagonist said that he was not able to solve a problem of such a scale, which surprised Ying Chang. The guy said that he couldn't close the gate on his own, and there wasn't a single person in the world who could solve this problem. Jong-in Chang was upset to hear such hopeless words from the young man and stuttered as she replied that she understood everything. The huntress asked the boy why they had come back here then, because although she liked the mountain, she was too cold. The protagonist asked with a smile on his face, "Didn't he say that they needed to find something to travel on?" The girl agreed with him, but the deer on which they had arrived at the foot of the mountain had long since run away. Unexpectedly, our hero turned to Fenrir, who, having turned into a harmless boy, went on a journey with them. The boy standing nearby answered hesitantly. Next to him was his new friend Gongzu, Ying Chang's assistant. The main character asked Fenrir to do them some favor, but the guy did not specify what exactly was required from the boy. The boy silently stared at Jong Ken with his big green eyes, not understanding what service the hunter wanted to receive from him. The hero's request was that he and Ying Chang use Fenrir as a means of transportation, and the boy turned into a giant white wolf. Soon our heroes set off again. Now they were crossing the snowy forest much faster than just on foot. A giant snow-white magical beast quickly rushed through the forest, with Jong Ken and his partner sitting on its back. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he was enjoying the trip. He was looking into the distance while the girl was trying to cover her face from the wind. After the ride, Fenrir, in the form of a magical beast, stopped on a rock while the battle was in full swing in front of him. It turned out that the monsters were fighting not only with the hunters but also with each other. Monsters of different types fought with spears and axes. Standing at the very edge of the cliff, Jong Ken and Ying Chang watched this scene and concluded that orcs were fighting ice trolls. Seeing this, the protagonist understood the reason why they had suddenly stopped and turned to Fenrir again. Seeing the danger, our hero's eyes began to glow red, and he ordered the giant wolf behind him to deal with it. The beast unquestioningly agreed to carry out the order and immediately rushed forward, leaving behind a strip of bright blue light. Jong-in Chang watched Fenrir's battle against the monsters with a nervous smile on her face and decided that it was simply incredible. The boy explained that Fenrir must have just been hungry and told the girl that he needed to teach her something. Huntress Siegfried pursed her lips, waiting to see what exactly Jong Ken wanted to teach her, but she was already beginning to guess. The girl remembered that she had always been curious about how Jong Ken's unusual power and increasing speed worked. Jong-in Chang never asked the protagonist about this because she decided that he would tell her everything himself when the time came. The guy said that he was going to teach her the flow of mana, and thanks to this, she would become a hunter who would level up on her own. Ying Chang was shocked because she thought it was impossible for a hunter to exist who could increase the level of blessings on his own. Realizing that she too could become stronger then, Zhongken told the girl that she already had a small particle of mana flow within her. A small particle of mana appeared above the young man's palm, which looked like a bright blue star hovering in the air. The huntress looked closely at this unusual thing above the guy's palm and said that it looked like a concentration of mana. Zhongken was convinced that Ying Chang was definitely a genius, and she stated that she could see mana if she focused, and then asked if that was the reason he sometimes meditated. The guy explained that, to be more precise, we see and feel the flow of mana, and we try to accumulate this energy in ourselves. The girl admitted that it was hard for her to understand what it was like, but Zhongken said that it was not something that could be understood by the mind. The protagonist stated that he was going to forcibly seal the flow of mana in Ying Chang and warned that it would hurt like hell. But the huntress was willing to overcome any pain because she wanted to become stronger, and she told Zhongken that everything was fine. The girl was serious about learning the mana flow because she wanted nothing more than to stop being a useless burden to the hero. Night had fallen. Zhongin Chang and Gongzu were sleeping in sleeping bags by the fire. Zhongken was sitting next to them, not feeling sleepy. While the others were resting after a hard day, the main character remained on guard. He noticed the sleeping girl. Despite the heavy snowfall, Zhong In Chang slept like a log after undergoing training in mana flow control. Recalling this training, our hero quietly said that the girl was truly incredible because she endured this entire painful process. Li Zhongken looked ahead and saw Fenrir there. The boy was not sleeping, but stood silently alone, looking at the snowy forest. The boy was completely immersed in his thoughts. He stared ahead with his big green eyes, not reacting to the cold. The main character came closer to Fenrir and asked the boy where he was looking for so long and so intently. The guy looked down and saw a giant monster underneath the rocky cliff below, like a huge lizard with horns. Our hero became wary when he realized that this monster was a drake, a rather dangerous monster that was much larger than orcs and trolls. However, Fenrir did not feel any fear in front of this giant lizard. He licked his lip with an enthusiastic expression on his face. Li Zhongken asked the boy if he wanted to hunt a drake, and the boy immediately replied that he would not mind doing so. The boy was worried because although the drake is Fenrir's favorite food, the boy is not in the best condition now and is very weak. The protagonist was worried whether Fenrir would be able to handle the drake, but it had to happen, and he needed to understand his current level of strength. That is why our hero decided to allow the boy to fight the monster and told him that then they would hunt the drake. Without thinking twice, Fenrir jumped off the cliff to pounce on his favorite food. The boy immediately activated his magical aura. The boy wanted to pounce on the drake from the air, so he pushed off the ground with his feet to fly high. The enemy was not an easy one, so Fenrir surrounded himself with strong streams of magical power to deal with the prey. The drake was a large monster, and in order to deal with the monster, Fenrir transformed himself into the form of a giant magical wolf. The monster immediately noticed the approaching threat, opened its mouth wide and attacked Fenrir, releasing a charge of magical power at him. The energy flow emitted a bright blue light. The drake turned out to be no simple opponent, and definitely not a weak monster. Fenrir raised his head up, showing his sharp fangs, and howled loudly, preparing to engage the drake in battle. The giant wolf's strength was greater than that of the drake, and he sent a huge stream of magical energy towards the large lizard. Fenrir's magical power was so powerful despite his weakness that it filled the entire mountain forest. The night hunt was a great success. The wolf managed to easily deal with the drake, and he approached the prey to feast. The protagonist chuckled, realizing that he was wrong about Fenrir's weakness because he dealt with the drake so easily. The smile disappeared from the boy's face as he looked away and realized that all the preparations were already completed. The snowy forest at night, surrounded by mountains, was restless, and our hero still had a lot of unresolved matters. In one of the reservoirs, our heroes encountered the bodies of ordinary residents who were immortalized in ice. Lee Jong-ken and In Chang walked to the edge of the pier where the boat was moored and saw many frozen bodies in the water. Seeing this, In Chang's eyes filled with tears, and she asked Jong-ken if the rest of the world would end up like these people. The protagonist confirmed this, but said that things would get much worse, but they were still able to save many people and minimize the damage. The guy stated that there are many heroes and hunters who will do everything to protect themselves and survive, just like Lee Jong-keng. The girl smiled and wiped the tears from her face, saying that his words were very calming and that she would also do her best to help people. Our hero said that the ice on the river was strong, so they could safely walk along it, and as soon as they crossed the reservoir, they would reach their goal. Jong-ken stated that they needed to get to Guangdong province to find someone there, and the girl was surprised that there might be survivors there. In Chang doubted that there could be living people in such an environment, but the guy assured her that he was sure that they would meet someone there. The hero knew that he was holding back the black marble with his mana flow, but at the same time he felt how the black marble's powers were becoming stronger. The protagonist clenched his fist, realizing that he had now reached his limit, and he began to doubt that he would be able to hold back the black marble any longer. He suggested that Zhong Ying-chang cross the river as quickly as possible because he understood that those people in Guangdong province needed to be found immediately. When the boys successfully crossed the river, Fenrir dropped down so that the main character and his partner could jump to the ground. Jongken explained to his partner that they could no longer ride Fenrir because they didn't want to attract too much attention. The girl liked the new place because the weather here was not so cold, and she was also glad that there were no monsters. The protagonist was also happy about this because it meant that Jong-ken and In Chang were moving in the right direction. They turned their attention to Fenrir, who had already turned back into a boy when the boy began pointing at something. The boys turned around and saw in front of them a mysterious image of a large, bald-headed man holding a sword in his hand. At first the girl was glad that they had met a living person here, but our hero ordered her to immediately prepare her weapon. In Chang was surprised when she was asked to draw her sword because she saw the image of a human being in front of her, not a monster. The main character knew perfectly well that it couldn't be a person, and explained to his partner that in such a place people couldn't be seen. Jongken told the huntress that there was a giant in front of them, and he was right, because the large man's body began to emit a demonic aura. But our heroes easily managed to deal with this giant, and after some time his gigantic bloody body lay on the ground. Zhong In Chang confessed to her friend that it was all a bit strange because the giant on the horizon seemed like an ordinary person to her. The girl said that the monster acted like a starving animal, and the guy assumed that the giant had simply broken away from his group. Jongken explained that giants who were driven out due to weakness or illness often ended up like this, which is why he was weaker than the others. Siegfried said that she was afraid to even think about it, as the boys stood surrounded by the lifeless bodies of giants who were hundreds of times larger than themselves. Zhong In Chang was very scared and stared somewhere with her eyes wide with fear when she noticed something was wrong. The girl looked into the distance and saw a thick, snowy fog in front of her, and what bothered her most was the loud noise. The protagonist concluded that there was clearly more than one giant there, and the heroine complained that they weren't even given time to rest. A giant red-haired man with a beard appeared on the horizon. He held an axe in his hand and rode on a drake. Our heroes watched silently as a whole crowd of huge men riding on monsters approached them. Zhong In Chang was even more surprised when she saw the giants riding on ice drakes, calling the performance incredible. One of the giants with a tattoo on his forehead asked the boys who they were and why they were hunting this small fry. When the giant took a closer look at the boy in front of him, he shouted that Fenrir was not an ordinary person, but special. Jong-ken looked at Fenrir with a grin when he saw that the boy, even in such a situation, was not against tasting the drake. The giants perceived the pair of hunters in front of them as a danger. They decided to attack them, throwing a large net at the heroes. Zhong In Chang became wary when she saw one of the giants trying to throw a net at them. She immediately activated her aura, The girl ducked sharply to avoid falling into the giant's trap and was ready to fight the giants on the drakes. The heroine was already engulfed in her magical aura, but the protagonist suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder to pull her back. He was against In Chang fighting the giants, explaining to the girl that he did not sense any bloodlust from them. Therefore, the main character decided not to resist, and the giant put him in a net, lifted the guy up, and began to examine the prey. The red-haired giant with red shining eyes looked at Zhong Ken, who was sitting in the net, and told him that he would go with him. The 5 giants rode on the drakes and headed to their base, taking with them not only Zhong Ken but the others as well. When they arrived at the place, it was already dark. Now the main character, In Chang, Fenrir, and the others, were sitting in a metal cage. A giant with red hair approached the boys and asked them if they were locals, and the boy replied that they came from distant lands. The giant asked the prisoners in the cage not to worry too much, because they were captured along with the special one, and they were not in danger. Zhong Ken realized that these giants were different from the giants in stories, because in the books, they were described as ordinary monsters. The giant smiled as the hero asked if they would take them to Utgard, because he was surprised that Zhong Ken even knew about their city. The man said they had no intention of harming the boys, then punched his chest and introduced himself as Shachi. He demonstrated his magical powers to the prisoners, claiming that he was a proud warrior of the greatest frost giant tribe. In response, the main character also decided to introduce himself to the giant, smiled, and told the man that his name was Li Zhong Ken. Soon, the place that had been a transit point for giants and boys turned into a fierce battlefield. Many giants died in this battle, their clothes were torn to shreds, and blood flowed in powerful streams from deep wounds. The entire snow-covered field was now soaked in blood. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of many giants. And a giant named Shachi dealt with them all. The man held an axe in his hand, and his body was surrounded by red, magical energy. The main character was still not free. He was sitting in a small iron cage and silently watching the fight in front of him. When the battle between the warring giants ended, Shachi turned around and looked straight into Li Zhong Ken's eyes. Shachi looked at our hero with a slightly crazy smile on his face. The man didn't say anything to the super newbie. The main character also stared at the red-haired giant with eyes full of misunderstanding. The giant's behavior made him wary. After the battle, Shachi stood for some time right in front of the cage where Zhong Ken, Ying Chang, and the others were sitting, looking at it. The giant asked the boys to let him ask them a few questions, and then, if they wanted, the man would set them free. Our hero began to suspect something, believing that the giant was hiding something from them. But in the city of giants itself, there should be survivors. Shachi put his fist to his forehead and swore on the honor of his name that the boys were free to make a choice, and he would not do anything to them, regardless of their decision. The giant swore once again on Shachi's honor and removed his gloved fist from his face, lowering his hand down, waiting for the protagonist's decision. The guy smiled slightly, realizing that they would probably reach their destination even faster, because they were heading straight there. When the ride finally came to an end, Zhong In-chang, sitting in her cage, looked around and was delighted with her surroundings. Smiling, the red-haired giant solemnly announced to those imprisoned in the cage that they had arrived and that their city was before them. The heroes were several hundred meters from the city, but they could already see on the horizon a large medieval settlement surrounded by a high stone fence. The giant said to Zhong Ken and the others, "Welcome to Utgard." He crossed his arms over his chest and admired his city for a while. The settlement where the surviving giants lived was built in a knightly style. The city was surrounded on all sides by high walls. The entrance to Utgard was securely protected by large wooden doors, through which Shachi rode inside on his drake. The rest of the villagers beamed with joy when they saw that Shachi had finally returned and began to greet him. The protagonist and his friends were still sitting in the cage, cautiously examining their surroundings, when they drove into the city. They saw that many of the inhabitants of Utgard were very happy to see Shachi again. Everyone was smiling at the sight of the red-haired giant. In Utgard lived not only warlike men, but also fragile women who were busy with their household chores. In Chang admitted that she felt as if they had entered the Middle Ages, as if they had traveled through space and time. The smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she looked away with interest when she heard someone already discussing their arrival. The giants standing nearby were surprised that Shachi had brought people in a cage with him, asking if they had done something wrong. Fenrir was no longer happy with being kept in a cage for so long and began to scream, demonstrating his magical energy to everyone. The giants were shocked when they saw the special one in the cage and guessed that Shachi had managed to capture the werewolf. Shachi told the astonished villagers that everything was fine and they just wanted to visit the chief, so he ordered everyone to get out of the way. The main character, with a smile on his face, began to stroke the boy's head, trying to calm him down, and told Fenrir that everything was okay. Fenrir stopped being furious, but was still very wary. He began to insist that someone needed to be killed, and that there was an enemy in front of them. Lee Jongken also began to worry when the boy said something about the enemy, and did not ignore the boy's words. The heroes, accompanied by Shachi, went to meet with the leader. The building of the city's head was surrounded by strong magical energy. The red giant, holding the cage with our boys in his hand, approached the two guards at the entrance and ordered them to tell the chief that Shachi had arrived. The chieftain agreed to let the giant in, and the large wooden doors creaked open to allow the heroes to enter. Shachi and the others entered the building where the leader of Utgard lived. The room was decorated with white columns, screens, and carpets. At the very end of the room stood a majestic throne, decorated with gold, on which sat the leader of the settlement, a giant with a white fur collar. Face showed that he was not pleased with the meeting, and he asked Shachi if he had brought another uninvited guest. Fenrir began to get mad again, and our hero concluded that it was the boy who called him an enemy, thinking that he had fought with the leader before getting to Pektisan. Shachi dropped to one knee before his leader and told the giant that he had brought him the werewolf and his companions. The red giant told the city leader that he felt like the werewolf wanted to stay with Lee Jong-kyung and Jong-in Chang. Shachi's statement caused genuine shock in the ruler of Utgard. His pupils narrowed to small dots, and he stared at our heroes. The chieftain asked if the giant wanted to say that these people had managed to tame the werewolf, and Shachi confirmed that this was indeed the case. The head of Utgard showed everyone his powerful purple aura, declaring that the warrior needed to leave the uninvited guests and return back. Shachi began to be indignant, saying that he had given his word as a warrior to the boys and asked the leader not to cause any harm to our heroes. Surrounded by magical power, the chieftain stared silently at Shachi as he declared that after this the boys should go home safely. The giant bowed his head before his ruler and began to beg him on his knees to keep his name as a warrior. It was already night outside. There was a heavy snowfall, but the main character and his faithful companions were still on the territory of Utgard. Jong-in Chang walked up to the door that separated them from the rest of the city and grabbed the iron bars tightly. The girl said that the door was closed, but if she wanted to go outside, In Chang would easily open it. The main character was against it, telling the girl that this would turn the entire tribe of giants against her, and that there was no need to act like that in the heart of their domain. Ying Chang disagreed, asking if they weren't already in trouble and saying that she didn't believe the giant king had good intentions towards them. The huntress Siegfried was especially alarmed by the way Fenrir reacted to the appearance of the leader of the giants. While Fenrir and Gongzu were relaxing by the fireplace, Ying Chang told the hero that she was sure the boy felt pressure on him. Jong-ken did not share the girl's fears. He lay down on the bed and asked her not to worry, because they could leave this place at any moment. The protagonist asked Ying Chang to instead take a little rest after the long journey, saying that they would most likely be staying here for a long time. The entire modern city, which was once peaceful and advanced, was now completely engulfed in destructive flames. The fire left nothing living behind. It destroyed modern high-rise buildings, taking the lives of all civilians. And the reason for all this destruction was an army of giants. Bloodthirsty giants roamed the city, destroying everything in their path. Our hero recalled the war with the giants. It was the most terrible of all wars, and was described in the Book of the Demon King. But he didn't understand how they managed to corner humanity, because even though their king was incredibly strong, ordinary giants were inferior to humans in strength. The guy stood by the window for a long time, thinking about the war with the giants described in the book, but suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The protagonist turned around when he heard someone knocking on the door, disturbing him in the midst of his thoughts about the war. It turned out that it was a girl who brought a tray with a teapot of tea into our hero's room. The girl placed the cups on the wooden table and poured tea into them, taking care of the comfort of the uninvited guests in Utgard. She awkwardly asked the main character if she had poured enough tea. The modest girl's voice stuttered. Lee Jong-ken asked the girl in response if the giants received all guests in this way, and she replied that they did not. The main character asked the girl what he and his partners had done to deserve such a caring attitude towards them. The girl in the long white skirt felt awkward in front of the main character, stuttering. She tried to explain everything to him. The guy noticed that she was afraid to talk to him and told her that everything was fine and that no one was following them anymore. The girl was genuinely shocked when she realized that the main character knew that they had been under surveillance all this time. She said that no one had noticed them before, referring to the magical hourglass standing on a shelf under the ceiling. Jong-ken knew that it was a magical tool for observing the room, otherwise he would not have noticed it, but Merlin's necklace helped him. He dropped to one knee in front of Seun and told her that she could speak freely here, but outside the room she needed to keep the conversation a secret. Seun said she had been here for over a year, and most of the others said they had been here for a year or a year and a half. The guy realized that in that case more than a year had passed since the discovery of Utgard, and once again asked about the reason for such a good attitude towards them. The girl, clenching her fist, explained that it was all because of the guy's strength, because giants like strong people, and that person there was special. Seun explained that Utgard had recently been attacked by the Nars, and that the child had instantly turned into a monster and killed many giants. She said that then the king fought with Fenrir. He fought shoulder to shoulder with other giants and won, and this monster ran away. The protagonist concluded that Fenrir, for some reason, entered into confrontation with the giants, which is why he ended up on Mount Pectuson. The boy asked Seun to do him a favor in exchange for a bunch of sweets and chocolate, but the girl replied that she didn't need it. Instead, she asked to be given some iron so that she could sell it and use the proceeds to buy medicine for her sick mother. Our hero agreed to fulfill the girl's request, but asked to find a certain person for him, saying that his name was Wonhwa. Seun was shocked when she heard the boy say that she needed to find Hwat for him, which indicated that she knew the man. The main character laughed sincerely when he saw the girl's reaction and confirmed that he was looking for this particular person. Several days have passed since our heroes arrived at Utgard Castle, but during this time Jong-ken's group has done nothing. Every time they were brought food at the same time, and from time to time they went for a walk, but nothing else happened. During one of these walks, In-chang became indignant, asking why they weren't just let go if the giants didn't want anything from them. The guy turned around and told his friend with a smile on his face that thanks to this, they found time for training. But In-chang was not happy, telling the protagonist that she would rather die than sit in a cage her entire life. The main character asked his friend not to worry because he would not let the girl get bored here, which aroused her interest. He activated his aura and confessed to Ying-chang that he was wondering if they should organize a demonstration of their strength. The girl smiled, grabbing her one-handed sword as she began to hope that they would finally raze this place to the ground. The main character thought that his girlfriend was kindness itself, since she wanted to raze the entire city to the ground with a smile on her face. The heroine admitted that she didn't like this place because they never saw any people there, and the so-called king irritated her. Jong-ken agreed that something was wrong here and suggested that they stage a show of force to find out what exactly was wrong with this city. The protagonist's entire body was already glowing with a powerful red aura. He looked at Ying Chang and asked, "How about one round?" The huntress Siegfried was genuinely surprised when her partner suggested that the girl fight among themselves rather than with enemies. Our heroes said that they had never fought seriously before, but In Chang was clearly not thrilled with the idea. The guy let out an irritated breath and admitted that Ying Chang was disappointing him, asking if she was really that insecure. The corners of the girl's lips turned down as the protagonist began to accuse Zhong In Chang of being afraid of losing. This provoked the huntress, who assumed a warlike stance and grabbed the sword, declaring that Zhong Ken would regret this. Zhong Ken and Ying Chang began to fight. The entire city was filled with traces of their magical energy, smoke and flashes. At the very height of the fight, the main character told the girl that if he won, then Ying Chang would get what he deserved. The boy gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his might, cutting through the air with bright stripes of fiery magical energy. Zhong In Chang was also very serious, raising her one-handed sword above her head to fight back against the guy. The huntress, whose eyes were emitting a bright purple light, shouted at our hero that the same thing was happening to him. Utgard was decorated with large winter gardens, in which green plants were securely covered by glass walls and ceilings. But today the city's residents have lost this highlight, because our heroes, during a friendly battle, carelessly destroyed the gardens. When Shachi heard the news that the greenhouses had been destroyed, the giant only laughed loudly that the castle was in ruins. Li Zhongken and his partner had caused great damage to Utgard. The large winter gardens were now cracked, and the glass needed replacing. The boys were embarrassed that they had destroyed almost half the castle, but Shachi's reaction was surprising when he heard what the guests had done. Shachi told Zhongken and Ying Chang that it would be nice to see the chief's reaction, and he was very happy that he brought the boys here. This attitude of the red giant towards the leader is explained by the fact that when the giant began to unite the tribes, he began to change greatly. The leader began to demand that he be called not a leader, but a king, and as soon as he began to mine iron, he immediately began organizing an army. But then no one yet guessed against whom the newly minted king was going to go to war, and Shachi could not understand the leader's motives. Standing in front of the castle, the red-haired giant thought about how he had previously hoped that the leader chose his enemies wisely. Then another giant shouted to Captain Shachi to tell the news that the way was closing and they had to act. Captain Shachi, feeling hatred towards the negligent king, prepared to fight and gave the command to his men to go forward. The city of giants Utgard was covered in snow. The main character and his companion still spent all their time on the territory of this castle. Zhong In Chang, sitting in the giant's chair, met one of the giants with long hair who was sitting opposite at that time. Before starting a conversation with the girl, this giant sighed heavily because the conversation was not easy for him. The man said that causing such damage to the castle gardens was a huge harm, but it was also their fault for not taking into account the rights of the guests. Zhong In Chang felt ashamed of her actions, so she bowed her head down and apologized for it. She told the giant that she didn't know how much he knew about their people, but they had a tradition of running around the forest and training. The giant listened calmly to the girl, and she said that she was deeply sorry that they had caused such damage to the gardens and promised to be more careful in the future. The huntress told the giant that she wanted to make amends for destroying the gardens and asked what she could do for them. After clearing his throat, the giant sitting opposite asked to be told about the people of Zhong In Chang as compensation. The man said that given everything that had happened, it turned out that they knew little about the people, so they needed more information. Zhong In Chang was glad that she could repay her wrongdoing at such a small price, and happily agreed to meet him halfway. Remembering their duel, the main character then tried with all his might not to give in to the girl in order to win the fight. The protagonist attacked his partner, directing many fire blasts at her, but she did not give up. Taking damage, the girl understood that she was losing because she could not see the enemy's weak points, and she needed to be faster and more accurate. The heroine made a renewed attempt to attack Li Zhongken. She began to swing her one-handed sword, leaving streaks of light around her. This allowed the huntress, titled Siegfried, to cause a massive explosion, purple flames erupting above her head. For the protagonist, this move from Zhong Yingchang was not a surprise, and he knew what he needed to do next. Zhongken charged the spear with fire and made it so that the entire space around our hero was completely filled with flames. The girl saw that her opponent was open, and this was the right moment to deliver a crushing blow. To do this, Zhong Yingchang pushed off the ground to fly into the air and pounce on the protagonist using her sword. But the guy outplayed the heroine, and when she landed on the ground again, she did not see the enemy in front of her because he was standing behind her. At this moment, Yingchang sadly admitted that she had lost to our hero, and after the duel, her face was covered in sweat. Putting away his spear, surrounded by thick smoke, the protagonist with a smile on his face told the girl that the duel was good. The guy won, so Yingchang had to fulfill his request, and the girl asked him what exactly she needed to do. As a reward, Zhongken asked his partner to pretend to cooperate with the giants and also to get more information from them. The huntress listened carefully to her leader when he said that there was something else the girl would have to do. Meanwhile, the shocked giants saw that there was a fire on the territory of their castle, and they screamed that the city's gardens were ablaze. They were surprised when they saw our heroes in front of them, who were the ones responsible for the destruction of the gardens in Utgard. The giants saw before them Zhong Yingchang, who was completely fine, and the wounded protagonist, who could not stand on his feet. The giants panicked when they realized that their guest was injured and shouted for someone to call a doctor to save our hero. Soon, Zhongken, whose body was covered in blood, was lying on the bed, and in front of him stood an elderly doctor in a white coat. The man carefully examined the patient and determined that the boy had no serious injuries, only minor damage. The main character realized that the doctor did not fall for this whole performance, which cannot be said about the giants, and asked the doctor to patch him up. The local doctor has magical powers. He brought his palm closer to Zhongken's body, and it shone with golden light. The healer began working on healing Li Zhongken. His torso, completely covered in blood, began to glow with a golden magical light. The boy was completely cured, marveling at how the doctor managed not only to stop the bleeding, but also to completely remove all the wounds. The main character thanked the doctor for his help, but the elderly man with a long beard began to be modest, replying that he was not worth the thanks. Li Zhongkeng told the elderly doctor in the lab coat opposite him that it was a great honor for the hero to meet Quata. The man in glasses was stunned with surprise when the main character called him by name, not expecting that the guy, as it turned out, knew him. The doctor in the white coat became very tense, but adjusted his glasses and asked Li Zhongken if the guy knew about him. The boy replied that he knew nothing about Huat, and the doctor assumed that Zhongken had heard about him from Seun. The protagonist replied that he had not learned about it from Seun, and suggested that the doctor get to know each other better, to which he was called a stupid young man. Dr. Quata was categorically against meeting our hero. He turned around and ordered Seun to follow him. Li Junkyung attempted to stop the mysterious Dr. Huat, telling the man that the boy was still sick. The guy got out of bed and asked the doctor if he was really going to just leave a patient here who he hadn't treated properly. Kavata stroked his long beard, looked at the boy suspiciously, and said that it didn't look like he was sick yet. Li Junkyung explained that he had an internal wound and asked why the doctor would make a diagnosis without even examining the organs. The protagonist's argument was compelling, Dr. Kavata thought for a moment, and admitted that he was guilty. When Zhongken extended his palm to the doctor to point to the place where the wound was, Dr. Huata took hold of his wrist to examine it. The doctor began to silently examine the protagonist's wounded wrist, saying nothing, but the doctor's face revealed that he was hiding something. After examining the boy's hand, which showed no obvious damage, Quata said that he still didn't see any problems and was about to leave. When the doctor left, the hero realized that Kavata was definitely a hunter, because he felt magical power from him. However, perhaps the doctor had not yet received his abilities. The doctor's behavior surprised him, because it was impossible for Kavata to check the organs and not notice the wound inside the guy's arm. Quata was a surviving hunter from China who cured the Demon King who activated the mana flow in the Land of Giants. It is said that the Demon King experienced a surge of mana at the beginning of the activation and was able to get through it with the help of Quata. Jongken began to suspect that he had met Quata too early, since the man had not been able to achieve that power due to a lack of time. The protagonist had to stop thinking about that doctor when Jongin Chang entered his chambers and shouted his name. He smiled when he saw that Ying Chang was unlikely to have any problems with the fuss about the garden and asked her how it went. The girl was in a good mood after meeting the giant and told her friend that everything went well. With her fist clenched, Jongin Chang told the boy in an excited voice that the giants wanted the huntress to become their hired warrior. The action was still taking place in the territory of Utgard. It was snowing heavily while our heroes were talking inside. In Chang told Li that the frost giants of Narsa were building a city nearby and wanted to attack Utgard, so the locals wanted their help. Jongken thought that the number of giants was much smaller than he suspected, and this could save humanity from a war with the giants. The heroine said that the giant asked her about the outside world, its population, culture, characteristics, and armed forces. The guy praised her for doing well, and In Chang asked if Jongken had managed to find out anything too. The protagonist replied that he hadn't found out anything, but that was only a plus, and Jongken needed to find out something else. Jongken said that they should return immediately once they found the right people and asked if she wanted to stay here. In Chang explained that she wanted to find a way to help the people who live in this city without leaving it, because otherwise they would die. The protagonist was genuinely surprised when the huntress said that she wanted to stay in Utgard in order to help the local people. He admitted to the girl that she was much kinder than him, and thanked her for this, knowing that in her place he would have fled from Utgard, taking only a couple of people. To Jongken, the idea of sacrificing the minority to save the majority sounded good, but he almost did what he hated the most. Not only Jongin Chang, but also our protagonist decided to sign a contract as a mercenary warrior, staying in the city with other people. When the boy was released into the wild among other people, the locals were skeptical about the stranger, recognizing him as the wolf's owner. The villagers were clearly not happy about Jongken now living with them, claiming that the young man looked quite dangerous. The main character was walking down the street with his partner, realizing that strangers were clearly not liked in Utgard, and they were not happy with the new residents. However, there was one resident who treated Jongken positively. A joyful Seun ran up to the guy. The happy girl thanked Jongken for his help, saying that her sick mother had become much better. Li Jongken's eyes widened in surprise when he saw another person behind the girl, someone he didn't expect to meet. It was Dr. Kavata who approached our hero, stroking his long beard, and asked about his well-being. The guy said that he already feels much better, and all thanks to Dr. Kvat, who helped him. The protagonist extended his hand to the doctor to shake it as a sign of gratitude, and Quata agreed to do so. The elderly doctor suggested that our hero find him if the guy suddenly felt better, and then he would see what was going on. After this sentence, Dr. Quata turned around and left, taking the girl Seun with him, and left Jongken and In Chang alone. Although the conversation between the doctor and our hero seemed friendly, the conversation with the doctor made the guy angry, and he clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions. When the protagonist vented his anger by clenching his fist, he relaxed his hand, calming down a little after talking to the doctor. He was angered by the fact that when they shook hands, Jongken had deliberately redirected the flow of his mana, but the man again didn't notice. The protagonist was sure that Quata should have noticed something, but something was wrong, suspecting that he had misunderstood this old man. Jongken's expression gave away all his emotions, and Jung In Chang asked him if everything was okay, to which the guy admitted that it was not. The huntress tried to calm our hero down, asking him not to worry, and promised that they would find whoever he was looking for. The partner's words of support really calmed the protagonist down, and a slight smile appeared on Li Jongken's face. The guy took control of his emotions and was ready to continue his business in the city, offering In Chang to gather information for now. The protagonist asked one of the locals how many giants there were in Utgard, to which he received an uncertain answer that there were only about 1,000. But the boy sitting next to him categorically disagreed with his friend's words, saying that there were definitely tens of thousands of giants here. Jong Ken closed the topic of the number of giants in the city and asked the locals who the giants of Narsa were. The guy said that there used to be a lot more giants in Utgard, maybe 3 or 4 times more, but then the Nars separated and left. The main character asked the boy what happened to those giants who did not stay in the city, but at the same time did not become Nars. The second inhabitant said that these giants died fighting each other, and some died of disease because they could not adapt to their lands. Jong Ken listened attentively to the story of the locals, receiving a new piece of information about the infectious disease. Our hero's next question was whether there were any strangers in the city besides Jong Ken and his companions. The boy was shocked when the man replied that there was someone else there besides them, suspecting that it was a person he knew. The thing is that Utgard could have been visited by the Demon King himself, because the diary said that he visited the city of giants. The locals said that there were a couple of people, but they left. They themselves did not see them with their own eyes, and know about it only from the words of the giants. The main character wanted to ask the giants about this, and in return for their help, he offered to tell the residents something about the outside world. When the boy finished chatting with the men, he went on his way again, admitting that the conversation had been quite fruitful. He realized that there was someone in the city who could stop the spread of the infection, and the quota he was looking for must be that person. Jong Ken was serious about finding the real Kwatu, and he realized that he needed to ask the giants about it. The hero decided to turn to Shachi, the red-haired giant with a beard turned sharply, and looked at the guys when they came to him. When the giant turned and recognized them as our heroes, he laughed, asking if these were the people who had burned the castle gardens. He thanked the guy for helping them, telling him how the dwarves and the guys from Banir hated them, the giants. The protagonist was surprised when Shachi told him that today the giant would have to go outside beyond the city. Shachi explained that the Nars' attacks were becoming more frequent, so he would need to deal with them, and asked if the boy would like to come with him. Lee Jong Ken smiled at the giant and nodded his head, thereby agreeing to go on an adventure with the red-haired giant. Soon the main character and the giant Shachi left the castle to stop the Nars' attack on the giants. During this journey, Lee Jong Ken and the giants of Utgard encountered a most unexpected guest. Opposite them stood a whole crowd of Narses riding on drakes, and one of them turned out to be the leader of the opposing tribe, named Shrim. The leader of this tribe, when he saw the giants from Utgard, jumped off his drake and took a few steps towards the enemy giants. Captain Shachi, who was the leader of this expedition, also descended to the ground and approached the enemy leader closer. The giants stood opposite each other and silently looked into each other's eyes. The leader of the Nars was dressed entirely in black. Shrim, frowning, looked carefully at the man in front of him and only said his name, saying, Shachi. The giant with red hair did the same, and the conversation between the two giants was laconic. The protagonist, who was watching this meeting, knew that this meeting could be very dangerous because of this leader of the giants. Lee Jong Ken clearly saw the enemy giant's true magical power. Shrima's entire body was surrounded by powerful energy. The boy could see that Shrima was much stronger than Shachi, perhaps even on the level of the giant king from the castle, but he couldn't understand what they were communicating about because they were using their own language. Fortunately, the main character immediately received a message that the fallen angel had decided to bless him with knowledge of the Itun language. Now Jong Ken understood the giant's speech perfectly, and he heard Shrim asking Shachi why he did not want to change his mind. The question greatly angered the red giant, and he rudely answered the giant that he saw no reason to listen to the traitor. Shrim asked if Shachi was going to continue listening to the foolish king, declaring that the giant's tribe had fallen very low. Shachi screamed, trying to shut the giant up when he stated that the giants from the castle were disgracing the warrior's name and that they were not traitors. The giant from Utgard Castle became angry at the giant and materialized an axe in his hand, preparing to fight against the Nar's chieftain. Shri also demonstrated his magical power, saying that they solve their affairs differently, and his hand glowed with a golden light. The leader of the Nar's tribe looked away and became wary when he noticed the presence of not a giant, but another creature nearby. He recognized the special one in the boy standing below, and was surprised that he not only obeyed people, but was also a person himself. Sreem rubbed his chin, calling it all interesting, and told Special that they would see each other next time. Shachi was seething with rage. He shouted at his opponent to stop talking and immediately swung his axe. The Nar's chieftain realized that a duel was inevitable and swung his weapon to defend himself from the red-haired giant from Utgard. The giant from the castle attacked first. He swung his axe, leaving a bright light of magical energy in the air. The head of the Nar's tribe became angry at the man and wanted to hit him with his fist, charged with golden magical energy. When Shachi saw the enemy's powerful fist coming straight towards his face, he froze in surprise, his eyes widening. The red-haired giant didn't have time to react to the blow from his opponent, and Shrima's fist landed right on Shachi's nose. The attack was so powerful that the giant from Utgard lost his balance and began to fall backwards, flying several meters away. At this point, the skirmish between Shachi and the leader of the Nars stopped, and Shrim, pleased with himself, told the man that they would see each other again. Then the man with black braids looked at our heroes and said goodbye to the special one and his special person. When the fight was over, Shachi stood for a long time, looking into the distance, and one of the fighters asked him if they were going to pursue the Nars after this. The man with the red beard sighed heavily when he heard such a question from his fighter, and was not able to answer him right away. Shachi explained to the giant that Shrima was with them, and if they entered into battle with them now, they would only lose their warriors. The red giant followed his leader's orders to avoid clashes with the Nars, so after that, the giants rode on. After Shrim had so publicly humiliated their leader, many of the warriors on Shachi's team were very depressed. The giants dressed in white fur were very upset because they did not have the opportunity to fight with the Nars now. The protagonist saw that all the giants looked broken, but Shachi was right that there was a very big difference in strength between them now. Thinking back to when Shachi and Shrima met, Lee Jun-kyung felt like they looked like they used to be very close, like brothers or friends. Standing in the middle of a snowy forest, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed a man in front of him. There was a guy in a white coat standing on one knee. The giants should have noticed him, but it seemed they didn't care about this man. Lee Jong-ken, who was sitting on the drake in front of Shachi, asked the red giant who the man nearby was. Shachi told Jong-ken that the guy was a hired warrior, like our heroes, and he worked for Utgard Castle. When the boys rode closer, the red giant asked the man if he was again prowling the forest in search of medicinal herbs. The guy in the white coat stood up, turned to Shachi, and confirmed that he had come to the forest to collect herbs. The captain warned the young man that the Narses were wandering nearby and that the forest was very dangerous, and asked if he would like to return with them. The stranger was delighted with this offer, saying that he was just about to go back, and asked Shachi who was with him. Shachi, with a smile on his face, introduced our hero to the guy, saying that this was the hired warrior Jong-ken, and then told the super newbie that this was Dr. Huada. A happy smile lit up the protagonist's face when he realized that he had finally found the person he had been looking for so long. After Lee Jong-ken, in the company of a whole company of giants, returned to the territory of Utgard Castle, completing his forest walk. Inside, the protagonist and Fenrir were met by Jong In-chang. A smile of joy appeared on her face when she saw that the boy had returned. Jong-ken noticed that In-chang looked pleased, and she told him that she had been ambushed by Nars while hunting, but they had fled from her. Our hero said that he had the opposite situation. They did not fight, but he met a very strong leader. The girl replied that the boys must have been very tired and said that during the ambush she had seen people among the Nars giants. This information was unexpected for our hero. Jong Ken looked at his friend with wide eyes, waiting for an explanation. The huntress said that there was a Chinese among them, and he managed to reflect her sword, protecting all the other giants. The guy was surprised that there was another person here who had managed to survive, and he told the girl that he had also come across this person. Zhong and Chang noticed that the protagonist looked unhappy and asked the super rookie what was wrong. He admitted that he wanted to go and talk to him, but he was worried that something would go wrong, so he asked if Ying Chang would go with him. The protagonist took Merlin's necklace off his neck, handed it to the girl, and asked if she could do him a favor. He explained that it was Merlin's necklace, that this piece of jewelry would help Ying Chang understand their language, and said that he knew she could handle it. Meanwhile, there was a line of local residents on the street, many lined up at the house where Kvata received patients. There was a man lying on the bed who was not feeling well. An elderly doctor with a beard was asking him to hold on a little longer. Kvata worked on healing this patient using his magical power and said that this man would soon recover. The hero realized that in China, good doctors are called Kvata, and now he knows why, but he was surprised where so many patients came from. Although our boy was not bothered by anything, Zhong Ken went to the local hospital and approached Kvata, asking for a doctor. Kvata was working on treating a patient at the time, so he replied that he was busy and asked the guy to wait a bit. But the main character did not wait. He handed the doctor a whole bag filled with packets of red healing liquid. Jongkin told Hwata that he thought these potions should help him and gave him permission to use them as he saw fit. The doctor in the white coat looked at the gift with wide eyes. He felt awkward because there was a lot of potion, and he thanked our hero. Thanks to Lee Jong-ken bringing potions to the hospital, Hwata was able to heal everyone, and after that, our hero was able to communicate with him. When the doctor quickly dealt with the influx of patients, the boys left the hospital to talk alone. The young doctor asked our hero if it were not too much trouble to allow him to check his pulse, and Jong-ken asked why he needed it. Kavata explained that he might be overreacting, but he couldn't shake the thought that he felt something strange when shaking hands. The protagonist gave permission to the young doctor to measure his pulse on his wrist. Hwata grabbed Lee Jong-ken's hand. Something was clearly wrong with our hero's health because Kavata began to think, rubbing his chin with his fingers. The boy warned Jong-ken that it might be unpleasant, but asked him for permission to check one more thing. And when Hwata started checking it out, his eyes widened in surprise, analyzing the health of the young man in front of him. The hero's hands touched, and the air around was decorated with many bright stars. A flow of mana passed through two people at once. Our hero knew that having another person's mana flow through you was a difficult process, but Ying Chang had to go through it once. The boy became wary because this time Hwata was using mana to check Jong-ken's condition, but he felt no pain or discomfort. The protagonist guessed what could be the reason for this, but the young doctor emitting mana abruptly removed his hand. The doctor was shocked when he realized why the guy in front of him was special. He wanted to tell Jong-ken about it, but he interrupted him. Our hero told Hwata that it was clear to him, and wanted to ask him if the young doctor had studied what Lee Jong-ken had studied. But the guys' questions to each other turned out to be completely different, because Hwata asked about chi cultivation, and Jong-ken about the flow of mana. The young doctor was taken aback by the question about studying the flow of mana, and he looked at Jong-ken with wide eyes. The main character had a similar reaction. He looked at the doctor as if he had no idea what chi cultivation was. The boys still had a lot to learn, and it was snowing outside, so the boys went inside to continue the conversation. Over a cup of tea, Jong-ken asked the doctor how he came up with the idea of mana flow, but Hwata replied that they called it chi cultivation. The hero was surprised when the doctor hinted that he was not the only one who knew about this, and asked who else was involved in this cultivation. The young doctor shared with the protagonist that people who are on Nars's side also know about chi cultivation. And then Zhongken remembered in Chang's words that she had met some people who were fighting on the side of that tribe of giants. But now he decided to deal with the black marble, so he asked the doctor if he noticed anything when he checked the guy's pulse. Huada said that Zhongken's blood was very thick, and the flow of internal energy was unnatural, and then asked if there was anything bothering him. The hero decided to trust the doctor who cured the Demon King, and told him that he was having problems cultivating his internal energy. One day, an incredible amount of demonic energy released by the monsters flowed through Zhongken's body. This energy mixed with others in the guy's body and formed into black marble spheres, and when these balls released energy, the hero felt a lot of pain. Zhongken told the doctor that he had no idea what these balls were, but cultivating internal energy was absolutely useless. The doctor listened attentively to the main character's story about what was bothering him and made some decision for himself. Huada asked the protagonist to examine him again, but this time properly, but warned that it could be quite dangerous. Li Zhongkeng was not at all worried that the examination could be very dangerous, and he told the doctor that everything was fine. The guy took off his black shirt and lay down on his back on the couch. Huada stood in front of him to fully examine the hero's health. When the doctor did this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that the hero must have felt as if his organs were being torn apart. But it was good that he survived it. The examination turned out to be difficult because the hero's entire body was covered in beads of sweat, and he asked the doctor how everything went. Huada said that the black balls inside Zhongken are quite unique. They stimulate the flow of mana inside him and do not kill the guy. The protagonist sat down on the bed, not understanding what it could mean that the marbles inside his body were unique. The doctor said that the spheres do not cause much harm to the guy, and he experiences pain due to the forced change of flows inside. Huada explained that it was still fundamentally dangerous because the marbles grew stronger with Zhongken. The doctor was especially concerned that these spheres would at some point become stronger than the hero himself, and they would suppress Zhongken as an entity. He warned the boy that the hero would then go crazy and become a psychopath, but he was glad that Zhongken had amazing mental fortitude and he would be able to suppress it. The protagonist asked if the psychopathy he mentioned was the same one that haunted the Narsovs abandoned in the ice. In response, the young doctor, concerned about the main character's health, only nodded in confirmation of Zhongken's guess. The hero knew that the people on the Nars' side were psychopaths who were consumed by the thirst for murder, and he received a lot of new information from the doctor. Thanks to the doctor, Li Zhongken now understood that the black spheres inside his body were safe and were helping him get better. It was only natural for the boy to improve himself while facing danger, so the outcome seemed fine to him. Grabbing his shirt, he wondered if the Demon King was able to learn about mana flow by learning chi cultivation, and if so, then our hero would also be able to improve his mana flow. After getting dressed after the inspection, the protagonist once again approached Mr. Wanhua, asking if they could talk for a bit. The doctor was not against talking with our hero any further, saying that he also had a few questions for Li Zhongken. Zhongken asked why all his patients, who had not even participated in the battles, were sick, and the hospital was full. Kavata explained that there is a lot of energy in these lands, and ordinary people cannot cope with its volumes, so they begin to get sick. The protagonist realized why Utgard was filled with sick people, remembering the appearance of lands unsuitable for life after the opening of the gates. Putting the cup on the table, Kavata said that before the gate building of China, the guy studied medicine in Europe and returned to his homeland after the disaster. The doctor said that outside of these lands, everyone called them the hellish territory that cannot be restored, or rather the kingdom of monsters. That's why Huada decided to ask the hero why he came all the way to China and asked if they would send a rescue team for him. The protagonist knew from history that no rescue group existed, and he answered Kavata that no one would save him. The doctor was upset by these words of Li Zhongken. His face became gloomy when he realized that in case of danger, our hero would not be saved. But the doctor was surprised when the main character corrected himself, clarifying that the rescue team was already in China. The super newbie didn't explain anything to the guy across from him, but just looked at the young doctor with a smile on his face. Quada asked the hero to stop talking nonsense, and Jong Ken said that besides Fenrir, there were two more, including Skeleton. But for the doctor, this did not change anything, and he said that the problem was that he had to save everyone, doubting that they would cope. The hero answered honestly that they couldn't handle it, and the doctor wanted to ask why he even started talking about a rescue team, but Jong Ken repeated his words. Hearing that the protagonist definitely couldn't handle this task alone, Quada wanted to answer something, but he was interrupted again. Lee Jong-keng asked the doctor to tell him about the people on the Nars side, because the main character will need their help. The talented doctor began to shout and be indignant, declaring that this was absurd, because our hero knew nothing about these people. The hero said that this is why he asks about them, because the number of survivors in Utgard is very small, and he suspects that the majority are on the side of the Nars. The guy admitted that he didn't know about it because he learned that many had left Utgard when he was in the forest collecting herbs. The protagonist wondered who could be the person who would lead a whole crowd of hunters who escaped from Utgard. Wonhua's gaze reminded Junkyung of his past, because there was a sense of despair in his eyes due to his powerlessness in wanting to save people. The hero knew that they needed the help of hunters and that they needed to be prepared for the coming cataclysm, so he told the doctor that he wanted to study qi cultivation. The doctor was very surprised by such a request from the main character, not expecting that the guy would want to know more about cultivation. But Jong Ken needed this because by learning qi cultivation, he would be able to get one step closer to the Demon King's strength. Soon the main character, his new acquaintance, and Fenrir went outside the castle. The doctor was doing something, leaning over the ground. The doctor made a small hill out of stones. It was surrounded by a magical wall, and he told Jong Ken that he was finished. He said that he had erected a barrier around the area so that no mana flow would leak out, and therefore no one would suspect anything. Touching the barrier, the protagonist asked if the doctor wanted to say that something like this was necessary during his training. Quada replied that it was certainly yes, because the internal changes required the absorption of energy around, and the giants would be able to notice this. The guy said that it is difficult to collect energy in one place, so a barrier for the natural flow of mana around would not hurt. The main character admitted that he really felt and collected the energy earlier, which naturally flowed around. This amazed the doctor because he considered this impossible without special technology and began to ask who the hero's teacher was. The amazed Quada said that it seemed that Jong Ken had an incredible predisposition to control internal energy. He admitted that he was very pleased that our hero managed to exceed all his expectations, proving to be more than just entertaining. The main character, not understanding what the doctor meant, tried to clarify what exactly made Kavata happy. The doctor said that although our hero's technique impressed him, he thought that after listening to him, he realized that it was possible and that they would cope with their problem. Meanwhile, outside the city, a small camp with tents was set up, and 3 strong men stood on its territory. One of the guys in protective armor asked the other if he meant to say that there was not a single strong hunter among them. A burly man with a bandana on his head and a thick beard confirmed his words, answering that this guy's assumptions were correct. The unfamiliar hunter looked down and chuckled, assuming that they had finally sent out a group to rescue the people. The third hunter, with a very long beard, said he didn't think that was the case at all, and that it was most likely a small team. Not knowing what was going on, the leader of these guys, standing in the middle of the camp, asked what the hell was going on here. He looked up at the sky and said that for some reason, he had been very careless about everything before, but now he had no idea where this was all going. The boy turned around and asked one of his subordinates how quickly hunters could increase their strength. The hunter said that they were making progress, and when they went over to their side, they were already able to collect good supplies. The leader asked the boys what about the 2 of them then, and they answered in unison that it also concerned them. The stern boss of this team looked menacingly at the men standing in front of them and told them that they had to become much stronger. The guy decided to cheer up his team, so he raised his sword to the sky and loudly declared to the other hunters that they would definitely succeed. The hunters, energized by the fighting spirit, began to repeat this phrase after their leader, shouting at the top of their lungs that they would cope. The big man with the black beard was also motivated after this speech of the leader and began to loudly repeat the same phrase. Finally, 3 hunters from the camp decided to cross their weapons. Each of them had a completely different one. At this time, the main character was working on pumping up his chi concentration. He was meditating with his legs crossed, and the doctor placed his palms on his back. The guy's body was surrounded by a green, magical light. He didn't think that the flow of mana could emit such a pleasant warmth, because before everything was completely different. Quada asked the protagonist to concentrate on the doctor's rhythm and warned that they were almost there, so it would hurt. The purpose of this procedure was to affect the black ball inside the guy, and the marble sphere began to glow with a bright green light. The doctor was not lying when he said that Jongken would be in pain, because the hero began to scream due to the unpleasant sensations, and his face became covered in beads of sweat. The pain was severe, but the doctor still asked the main character to try not to make any extraneous sounds. The doctor's face changed dramatically, and his hair stood on end when the man felt a dramatic change during his work. Kavata was shocked. He himself felt incredible pain and did not suspect that everything would be so bad. The marble ball inside Jongken was releasing dark energy. The harmful energy not only absorbed mana, but literally devoured the hero's body from the inside. The pain became stronger. Our hero tensed up even more. Large veins began to appear on his face and body. Similar changes happened to the doctor. Blood started flowing from his mouth, but the doctor understood that he couldn't stop now. The guy continued working, realizing that if he had already started doing this, he had to take responsibility and finish it. The harmful energy emitted by the marble inside Jongken was so strong that it was leaving the barrier. Fenrir, the boy who remained outside, also noticed this and became wary when the barrier began to change. Magical power filled the space far beyond the dome, and a bright beam of light shot out from the barrier high into the sky. This was noticed by Shachi. The red-haired man became worried when he sensed a thick source of energy in the territory of the icy lands. The giant knew it was unlikely to be Hada and the chieftain, because even they didn't have that kind of power, so the only option was Shrim. The giant remembered the unpleasant moment when Srima's strong fist, emitting golden light, collided right with his nose. Remembering this, the giant with the red beard clenched his teeth tightly in anger and hatred towards the leader of the Nars tribe. Realizing that Shrim was up to no good, the captain shouted to all the warriors of Utgard to prepare for battle. The giants froze in surprise when they received the order from Shachi to begin preparing for battle against the enemy giants. One of the warriors turned to his captain, saying that the king, or rather their leader, would not approve of this decision. However, the giant Shachi did not care what the chief thought, and he asked the boy how long they were going to endure all this. He shouted, asking how long they would hide and tremble in fear of the enemy, waiting for the leader's orders, and where the honor of the giants had gone. Shachi loudly declared to all the warriors that all responsibility for all future actions would lie with him, and today they would return the honor of the ice giants. The frost giants bowed before their captain, loudly declaring that they would now act under his command. One of the giants climbed to the top of the city's tower and gave a signal to the others using a large horn. Numerous giants began to leave the borders of Utgard. They were determined to go to Nars to fight against them. At this time, Srima, who also noticed the blue beam directed into the sky, thought that it was the work of a giant named Shachi. But the giant immediately dismissed this thought, thinking that Shachi was capable of such a thing, and began to suspect that it was someone else. The eyes of the Nars chieftain glowed a bright purple light, as did his entire body, when he suspected that the beam had been launched by the head of Utgard. The man became worried, knowing that the Utgard chieftain must have been busy with other things at that time and did not understand what was happening. His face broke into a mad smile as he realized that there would never be a better chance, and he had to take it. The leader of the Nars raised his fist to the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs, declaring a general assembly and declaring that today they would take Utgard. The beam from the barrier created by Kvatoy became more powerful with each passing second, turning into a thick pillar of light. At this time, baby Fenrir was running towards the barrier because this beam and the energy coming from the dome began to bother him. The boy was staring at something as he stood near the barrier. His attention was distracted by the approach of some people. Fenrir saw that a whole horde of giants riding on drakes was approaching him from all sides. There were a lot of giants. On one side stood a whole squad of giants from Utgard, the giants glowing with a bright, magical red light, looking at their opponent. On the other side of the magic dome, the giants of Nars approached. The giants were dressed in black fur clothes. When Shachi saw Shrima, he asked the giant if this was his doing and tried to find out from the man what was going on. But the leader of the Nars concluded that Shachi had done all this and asked the red-haired giant if the leader of Utgard was there. Shachi was stunned by Shrima's question. He asked again if he had just said anything about the leader and stared at the giant with surprised eyes. Shachi's genuine surprise shocked the leader of the Nars because he thought that the giant knew where his leader was now. Fenrir, meanwhile, felt threatened by the approaching horde of giants and activated his magical power. The boy, angry, began to growl at the giants surrounding him and release energy, showing his teeth to the warriors. Jong-in-chang also arrived at the scene, and from the boy's reaction, she realized that this could only mean that Lee Jong-kyung was inside that dome. The chieftain of the Nars tribe took a few steps forward, telling the captain of the Utgard army that he did not understand what he was talking about. Releasing his magical energy, Shrim declared that he could no longer trust the giant, let alone make peace. The man was very sorry that the enemy leader was not here, but he still declared that he would put an end to all this today. Shachi was also ready for battle and took out his axe, telling his opponent that since this was the case, he had no other choice. The giant shouted the word giants at the top of his lungs, addressing his army, signaling that the battle was beginning. The leader of the enemy tribe did the same. He turned to his soldiers, making it clear that the battle was about to begin. The leaders gave the command to their warriors to attack, and the giants from Utgard immediately ran forward, weapons at the ready. The Nars also unquestioningly carried out the order of their leader and ran forward to attack the giants from the castle. There was a personal skirmish between the captains of the enemy tribes. Shachi jumped high into the air, swinging his axe over his head. Inside the dome, the atmosphere was more peaceful. The protagonist sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to work on the mana flow. Lee Jong-ken opened his eyes after the work on the marble ball in his body was completed. His body was still surrounded by green mana. The guy began to turn around to find the doctor. The space around him was filled with the dark energy of the ball. The protagonist tried to get to his feet, turning to the doctor, and the doctor said that Lee Jong-ken had finally woken up. Young Hwata's face changed dramatically. Now he looked like an exhausted old man, and he said that the work was not yet finished. The guy was afraid for the doctor and jumped up to him when Kvata, who had lost all his strength, fell to the ground, unconscious. The protagonist put his hand on the man's neck to check his pulse. Kvata closed his eyes and did not react to the guy in any way. After checking his pulse, Lee Jung-kyung was able to confirm that everything was fine and that Won Hwa, although unconscious, was still alive. Kvata sacrificed his youth to save our hero, and Jong-ken said he wouldn't let him die so easily. He materialized in his hand the golden apple of Eden, called Edgar's elixir, which he had once borrowed from Odin. Our hero turned to the doctor, reminding him of his words about the guy needing to absorb all the energy inside the equipment, and he would do it. Lee Jong-keng placed the golden apple of Eden on Hwata's chest, telling Hwata to consume the fruit to heal. The protagonist rose to his feet to begin working on the mana flow. The dome inside was filled with the concentration of chi and the dark energy of the ball. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and raised his head up. The magical energy around his body began to grow and concentrate. The small marble ball inside the hero's body also underwent changes, and it emitted a larger amount of green mana. At this moment, outside the magical dome, a fierce battle continued between Utgard and Narsami. While the giants from the castle were suffering losses, one of Nars's fighters managed to seriously wound the giant when he hit him with his weapon. Zhong Chang was not idle either. She jumped high into the air and began to fly, passing the fighting giants. The girl was a hired warrior of Utgard, so she fought on their side and dealt with the Nars with her sword. The huntress Siegfried, although she was hundreds of times smaller than the giants, managed to wound one of the Nars with her sword. Continuing the battle after this, the girl thought that the giant she had killed was big, but he clearly lacked strength. Zhong Chang became wary when she noticed something behind her and noticed an approaching threat. While still in the air, the girl suddenly thrust her one-handed sword in front of her body to block someone's attack. The blow was strong, so the attack caused Zhong Chang to land on the ground again after that, almost losing her balance. She looked up and noticed that she had just been knocked off her feet by some kind of blue light-emitting spear that was spinning around on its axis. The opponent attacked her from a distance and then returned the weapon to his hand using a boomerang effect. The attacker turned out to be a strong hunter with a black beard. He told Ying Chang that they met again, and she was still as strong. Frowning, Ying Chang examined her attacker and concluded that this man was definitely stronger than the giants. But now she had no time for him because she saw how her princess Gongzu also entered into battle with one of the enemies. The red-skinned ogre fought with all his might against his opponents, swinging his fists and leaving behind traces of red light. He was forced to stop when his owner called his name loudly, and the monster turned its attention to Zhong Chang. Gongzu approached the girl. Now, during the battle, the small monster returned to its former large size. The hunter who attacked Ying Chang was surprised when he saw a monster in front of him, because such things do not live in these forests. Yingjiang warned Gongzu that she was about to fight the man across the street and asked him to make sure that no one interfered with them. The large red ogre pointed his thumb at himself and smiled, shouting his name to indicate that he agreed to do so. Gongzu left, leaving Ying Chang and the hunter alone. They stood opposite each other, preparing for a one-on-one duel. The huntress was in anticipation, judging by the smile on her face, because the opponent in front of her was more interesting due to his strength. She motioned for the man to begin, and her entire body began to emit a bright, magical pink light, and her weapon was charged with mana. The hunter was delighted with the girl's behavior. He laughed infectiously and said that he was starting to like her. The duel between the Narsi chieftain Shrima and Shachi was in full swing. The giant raised his hands up to attack with his axe. The red giant also screamed threateningly and was ready not only to defend himself, but also to attack his opponent. A direct clash between the two giants began, the men swinging their axes furiously, blocking each other's blows. Shrima had a hard time hitting Shachi, and he shouted to the giant that he noticed that the man had become even stronger. The red giant couldn't say the same about his opponent, so he shouted that Shreem hadn't changed at all. However, Shachi was wrong, because after these words, Shrimu managed to strike the man, the fire attack grazing his shoulder. Shachi knew that the giant had been trying to train hard since their last battle, but the difference in their strength was still great. The red-haired captain shouted at the Nars chieftain, accusing him of being such a revered warrior and becoming a traitor to his people. The giant pushed off the ground to vent his hatred on Shrima, and in midair asked him how he dared to betray them. But Shachi's words did not awaken the conscience of the Nars leader. He put his hands behind his head to launch a fire charge at the red-haired giant. The captain of the castle giants began to scream in pain as Shreem's power began to hit his body, causing heavy damage. The leader of the Nars shouted that he explained his actions by the fact that he simply could no longer bear to see the leader playing king. Shrima told Shachi that the red giant may not know it, but this supposed king had destroyed everything that was once dear to them. The statement of the Nars leader shocked the giant. He stared at Shrima with a puzzled expression on his face. The giant swung the axe around himself to charge it with power and slammed the weapon straight into the traitor's face. The blow was insignificant for the leader of the Nars. The man only became even more angry at the hostile captain of Utgard. The Nars leader reached out to grab his weapon and counterattack the giant that had just struck him. Shrima's counterattack was successful. The man with the stern expression managed to hit Shachi in the face on the first try. The strength of this giant was incredible, because a simple blow to the face caused the giant Shachi to fly back. The leader of the Nars tribe looked at the giant with anger in his eyes and revealed the secret that my friend and father Shachi Ovaldi was killed by the king. Shachi, who fell to the ground after the blow, was in shock when he heard these words from his opponent, not believing his ears. Anger filled Shrima. He screamed at the top of his lungs, repeating to the red giant that this bastard Loki killed Ovaldi. At that moment, everything inside Shachi collapsed. He froze when he realized that his leader had caused the death of his beloved father. Meanwhile, the magical sphere created by Quata began to change before our eyes, the dome emitting even more magical energy. The blue semicircular barrier began to collapse. The magical power released was so powerful that it was impossible not to notice. Nars leader Shrima was distracted from the battle when he turned around and saw the danger that the dome posed. Zhong Chang and the hunter, who were fighting at the time, also noticed the magical barrier that began to change. Filling the surrounding area with a bright, mysterious blue light, the barrier reached its peak to completely collapse and disappear. When the dome disappeared, a thick fog formed in its place, and behind it, everyone saw the lonely protagonist standing. There was no joy on Li Zhongken's face. Working on chi concentration had turned into a disaster for Dr. Wanhua. The guy looked at the doctor lying on the ground. He was still unconscious, not reacting to the main character's words. Quata's face was no longer the same as before he entered this dome, but the positive changes after the Apple of Eden were noticeable. Zhongken realized that Quata's condition had improved. But even though the apple was many times more powerful than the elixir, it still looked like it had barely saved the doctor's life. The guy guessed that the reason for this could be himself. It seems he absorbed the effect of the apple of Eden while he was collecting mana. Clenching his fist, the hero released the energy, thinking that perhaps that was why the guy was feeling strange now, due to the huge flow of mana. The main character felt such incredible strength within himself that he believed that at that moment he could easily defeat Hercules. Li Zhongken panicked, not understanding what kind of strange mana flows were currently hovering around him. They were growing exponentially. The guy was completely confused. Something strange was happening to him, and he did not understand why the mana flows were increasing. The hero turned around and was surprised to see that Zhong Chang had landed on the ground next to him, holding a sword in her hand. The heroine beamed with happiness when she saw that her friend was completely fine, and told him that she was glad that he was okay. But the guy didn't have time for this, because he unexpectedly received a notification from the fallen angel, who expressed his contempt for the hero. The giants of the Narsa tribe saw Li Zhongken in front of them. They thought that he was a simple man and decided that this was their chance. The fierce battle between the two tribes of giants continued. One of the Nars dealt with the giant from Utgard. When the main character saw what was happening around him, the guy immediately called for help from Hyunmu, his faithful familiar. Hyunmu immediately appeared before Zhongken, his skull covered by the hood of his robe, and he said that he was waiting for instructions from his master. He asked the hero to trust him with everything, and asked if he wanted Hyunmu to kill all those giants, and Li noticed that the familiar had changed. Hyunmu was upset because he had become even stronger, but instead of killing the giants, the master told him to take Wanhua to a safe place. With sadness in his voice, the blue light-emitting skeleton in the robe answered his master that he would carry out his order. The protagonist calmed down when he realized that the doctor would be fine, and now he needed to concentrate on something else. The guy immediately pushed off the ground and began to cut through the air with lightning speed to help the giants defeat the Nars. The fight between Srima and Shachi continued. The leader of the Nars grabbed the red giant by the neck and swung his fist. But Sreem didn't have time to strike, because the next moment our hero hit the man's cheek with his fist, causing a bright flash of fire. The main character began to mercilessly beat the leader of the Nars. The giant galloped across the snowy field, receiving blows from the guy. When the leader of the Nars disappeared, the surprised Shachi began to call out to his opponent and saw Li Zhongken in the air behind him. Shachi didn't understand who this Li Zhongken was, because the guy had become incomparably stronger since their last meeting. The battle between the two tribes continued, and it seemed that the Nars were superior in strength to the warriors from Utgard. However, the giants from the castle had worthy helpers. In particular, the ogre Gongzu swung his fists, helping to fight against the Nars. Li Zhongken approached Fenrir and told the boy that he could handle this situation as he wished. Fenrir could no longer hide his rage. The boy's body radiated bright naked energy. He bared his teeth in anger. When the boy allowed him to do as he wanted, Fenrir turned into a giant snow-white wolf. As Li Zhongken stepped forward, Fenrir immediately pushed off the ground and rushed off to deal with the enemies. The main character looked away and thought about whether he should talk to the people standing nearby. He saw a team of 3 hunters in front of him, one of whom was a strong guy who had previously fought with Zhong Chang. The wary leader of this small team approached our hero and asked the guy who he was. Zhongken knew that these guys across from him couldn't be underestimated because they were all heroes, and the 2 behind him were equal in strength to Zhong Chang. The main character did not answer the stranger's question, but decided to ask a counter-question about who they all were. The leader of the hunting gang had no reason to hide his identity, so he immediately introduced himself to our hero as Yubi. Zhongken was surprised because he had never heard of Yubi, thinking that the Demon King's notes should definitely have records of a person with such power. The protagonist said that he would now ask him one thing, and asked if the hunter had betrayed the people because they did not have similar strength. Yubi clenched his teeth tightly, trying to hold back all the negative emotions, and replied to Li Zhongken that he did not betray his people. He flew into the air and swung his sword to attack the hero, shouting that this was the fate of humans, and all for the greater good. The protagonist screamed, accusing Yubi of lying, and managed to strike the hunter with a spear first, causing the guy to scream. After the blow, Yubi immediately fell to the ground. Even though the guy had 2 swords in his hands, it didn't help him attack the hero first. An enraged Zhongken shouted, asking Yubi how great the common good was that he would treat people so treacherously. The hunter explained that he and Srima had a deal, and if the king of Utgard was defeated, he would help them rebuild China. Aiming his spear at the hunter, our hero shouted that Yubi could have made a similar agreement with the leader of Utgard. The protagonist barely managed to dodge when another hunter came to Yubi's aid and attacked Zhongken with a spear. Li Zhongken used the tip of his red aura-charged spear to push off the ground. This allowed the guy to quickly leave the place where, a moment later, one of the hunters struck with a spear. The enemy hunter ducked and shouted to the others for gear as the hero's spear flew over his head. The skirmish between Zhongken and the band of hunters was fierce. The boy ran to the side to apply the next move. Another hunter from their team appeared on the battlefield. A guy with a beard shouted that our hero was caught and attempted to attack him. While in the air, the protagonist saw how the tip of this big guy's weapon was rapidly moving straight towards his stomach. But the thug didn't manage to attack our hero because the guy grabbed the enemy's weapon with his hand in mid-flight. Using the enemy's weapon as a pole, Li Zhongken pushed off from it to flip over in mid-air. This maneuver allowed our brave hero to kick straight at the careless hunter who had betrayed his men. After Zhongken's attack caused the hunter to lose his balance, the boy flew high above the ground. The leader of this gang stated, frowning, that he would never in his life side with the king of Utgard. The guy said that Loki had killed countless people, all because of some kind of infection, and working with such a person was simply pointless. Jongken was surprised to hear this because it explained why there were so few survivors in Utgard and why the hunters had betrayed the king. Yubi had a strong argument, but still the protagonist did not believe in the hunter's explanations, so he looked at the guy with ominous eyes. Showing all his strength, Jongken recalled that Yubi said that it was all for the sake of restoring China, but he still betrayed the people. These words angered Yubi. The guy began to scream at the top of his lungs, repeating that he did not betray people. The team of 3 hunters lined up in a row, their eyes shining with a bright blue light. They were ready to fight against the hero. The boy understood that he had to defeat the hunters first and then listen to their story, so he asked them to attack. Meanwhile, Shrima told Shachi that a long time ago the father of the red giant Ovaldi noticed that their leader was plotting something. Srim explained to the giant standing opposite him that the goal of King Loki of Utgard was to turn this land into Jotunheim. The giant from Utgard was surprised, not understanding what the man opposite was talking about, and demanded an explanation from him. The chieftain of the Narses said that Loki wanted to cleanse these lands, making them the lands of giants and also to remove all other creatures from there. Through gritted teeth, the angry giant with the red beard asked Shrim why he was telling him about all this only now. The fact that the Nars leader had kept this information from Shachi all this time enraged him, and he decided to use a special technique against him. The enemy tribe leader was ready to defend himself. He also activated a special move, and his chest began to emit a soft, golden light. The red-haired captain, covered in rage, struck Shrim in the chest with all his might, his fist charged with red magical energy. The giant put all his strength into this blow, which was fueled by the flows of powerful mana around his fist. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shachi's eyes filled with tears, and he asked Shrima again why he hadn't told him about this before. Shrim explained that he simply could not lose Shachi, because he was too loyal a warrior and would hardly be able to betray the leader. The leader of the Nars shouted that despite the fact that the giant had now learned the whole truth, his body still spoke for itself. He meant that Shachi's body showed that he was still loyal to the leader, so after these words, Shrim swung his arm to attack. The Nars leader delivered a crushing blow with his fist to the giant in front of him, sending his exhausted body flying into the air. The blow was incredibly powerful. Shrim managed to damage the giant's internal organs with his fist, causing Shachi to spit out blood. The body of the giant from Utgard went limp. The leader of the Nars carefully picked up his exhausted old friend, ending the fight. With this blow, Shrim simply wanted his old friend to get some sleep until everything that was happening in the land of the giants was over. The giant placed Shachi's body on the ground and turned to leave, but stopped and looked back when asked to do so. The giant man turned around to look with his red eyes at the person who had just spoken to him. The giant saw that nearby on the ground there was a lifeless body that belonged to one of the hunters. Nearby, other members of the hunting team who worked for the Nars giant tribe lay unconscious, face down. The leader of the Nars saw our main hero in front of him, who looked straight into the giant's eyes with a slight grin on his face. Shrim activated his aura at full power again, felt the threat, and admitted that it was very curious. The giant took a close look at the tiny man standing below and said that he thought he was definitely special. The giant concluded, having studied the aura of the man opposite him, that this boy was now no less dangerous than his old friend Shachi. Shrim became even more wary when he realized that the main character was much stronger than Shachi and could rather be compared to King Loki. The leader of the Nars showed our hero a furious grimace and shouted threateningly, preparing to eliminate the danger. The giant from the enemy tribe cast the spell Determination. It was his special move that he wanted to use against Jongken. The move required a lot of strength, and Shrim hadn't used it before because he was saving it for the meeting with Loki, but now he needed it to stand up to Jongken. The protagonist raised his hand up, signaling to the giant man opposite him that he did not want to fight. Li Jongken's demonic aura completely disappeared, and with his hands raised up, he declared his surrender to the giant. The main character's action was very unexpected for Srima. He stared at the guy with a puzzled face. Jong In-chang also stared at Jong Ken with wide eyes, not expecting that her friend would give up. Even the giants from both tribes, who had been fighting each other mercilessly until then, stopped and looked at our hero. The hunter working for the Nars recovered from the fight and looked at the hero in surprise when Jong Ken handed him the bags with the potion. With a sincere smile on his face, the protagonist asked the hunter sitting in the snow to take it to restore his health. The guy was perplexed. He couldn't understand why the man they had just fought was now caring so much about him. Lee Jong-ken placed his hand on his hip, looked away, and admitted to the hunter that he no longer had a reason to continue fighting. One of the reasons the boy no longer wanted to continue fighting was because Captain Utgard had passed out. Jong-ken also told the hunters that he finally understood why they sided with the Nars, betraying the humans. Smiling, the protagonist stated that he was just a simple mercenary, so he did not want to participate in the battle. Shrim listened silently to Lee Jong-ken's explanation, his face dark against the bright red magical energy. The leader of the Nars was not against not entering into confrontation with the guy, so with a slight smile on his face, he agreed with our hero. The giant told the protagonist that he accepted his surrender, and it seemed that the giant from the enemy tribe was only pleased by this. The giants of the Nars tribe began to rejoice. The giants raised their fists to the sky and shouted, feeling the taste of victory after the battle. Those who fought on the side of Utgard did not share the mood of their enemies, because the battle with Narsum turned out to be not an easy one for them. Shrim loudly ordered his men not to kill the protagonist, because there was already enough frost giant blood in this war. The main character offered to watch them in action. The guy looked at the hunters standing nearby and said that he relied on them. The leader of the Nars hunters stared at Lee Jong-ken silently, his mouth open in surprise, and could not find the words to respond. His partners instantly became friendly. They introduced themselves to our hero as Zhang Bi and Guan Gu, looking at Jong-ken with a smile. But the war was not over, because Shri suddenly declared that they would advance to Utgard and kill King Loki. The leader charged his warriors with fighting spirit. They began to shout, raising their fists up, and were not against going to the city. Jong-ken thought about it when he received a notification that the fallen angel had become embarrassed and was mocking everyone. Shri approached our hero, asking why he had retreated so suddenly, and Jong-ken explained that they were simple mercenaries. The main character told the giant that if he was willing to pay well, the guy would not mind helping Narsam for a reward. Realizing that the man in front of him was special and could help, Srima said that the guy's offer sounded pretty good. The guys were left alone in their company. Behind our hero stood Jong In-chang, and Hyun Moo held Hwata's body in his arms. In-chang asked the main character if the guy really agreed to help the enemy tribe in exchange for a reward. Jong-ken materialized clothes in his hand to put on, and asked the girl if there was something wrong with his decision. The boy, while getting dressed, asked Ying-chang if he hadn't mentioned to her right away that they were going to remain neutral from start to finish. While the skeleton held the doctor on his shoulder, the protagonist explained that they had achieved the goal they had set for themselves upon arriving in China. He added that hunters like Yubi, Guan Wu, and Jiangbi could help the remaining people of Utgard, and that was the best outcome. The main character's words convinced the girl, her mood improved, and Jong In-chang agreed with Jong-ken. The Nars' attack on Utgard went smoothly, with most of the humans losing in battle against the giants of the enemy tribe. The chieftain of the Nars walked around the castle grounds as if he owned the place, while the giants of Utgard knelt before him, their heads bowed. Soon, Wanhua, who had been unconscious for a long time, finally opened his eyes, and the guy asked if he was okay. The doctor regained consciousness, and the main character sat in front of him, carefully monitoring Wanhua's condition. The man still looked ill, but some of his youth had returned, and he turned his head to look around. Kavata saw that Utgard was in decline, the streets were engulfed in flames, and there was war on the castle grounds. The doctor noticed two giants standing in front. They were dressed in black fur, so he realized that they were Narzi. Kavada clenched his teeth in anger when he realized that Utgard had been captured by enemy giants, and that our hero had something to do with it. The angry boy asked Jong Ken if he had really been a traitor all along, admitting that he couldn't even suspect it. The protagonist stood up and asked what Wanhua was talking about, explaining that he had already told him about it before. Lee Jong-keng repeated with a smile on his face that it might be a little late, but the rescue team had arrived in time for them. The doctor was perplexed when he heard these words from the hero, and stared at Lee Jong-ken with eyes widened in shock. Wanhua found the strength to stand up when a team of 3 hunters who were working for the enemy tribe approached the boys. The protagonist asked Yubi to accompany all the peaceful people of Utgard, and if they can find a way out, then they can leave the fortress. He also asked Wanhua to help their case, saying that he relied on the doctor a lot, and everything would go smoothly if he was by their side. Kavada calmed down, realizing that our hero's goal was to help people, and replied that he understood his task, although he didn't quite understand what was happening. Lee Jong-ken smiled at the doctor and said that in that case he was going to return to his duties. The doctor couldn't leave without asking the protagonist how he was feeling, and Wanhua's question surprised Lee Jung-kyung. The guy demonstrated his magical power, which increased after that procedure with the mana flow under the dome. Showing the power of his fiery red energy, the protagonist happily reported that he felt great. The hunters began evacuating people from the flame-engulfed Utgard, and residents left the fortress in a single file. The guys from Team Yubi were assisted in rescuing civilians by Dr. Quada, who accompanied the people. The worried doctor looked at the city and mentally asked the protagonist to be careful, because the king was very strong. Meanwhile, the leader of the tribe, Loki, did not help his people in any way. The giant sat quietly on his throne. Sreem and his horde of giants came to the king's chambers to face their greatest enemy. Radiating dark purple energy, Loki asked how the pathetic renegade Sreem dared to set foot on the threshold of his palace. The leader of the Nars did not answer the king's question, but only boldly declared to the giant sitting opposite that his turn had come. Loki admitted that he should have killed the negligent giant when the man had the chance. The hero thought that Loki was very calm in front of such a crowd of giants, and his aura was striking, and the guy suspected that the giant might have an ace up his sleeve. Shrim asked if the king regretted not killing the giant as he had once taken the life of his friend Ovaldi. The words of the leader of the Nars tribe caused King Loki, who was sitting on the throne, to laugh, and a snow-white smile appeared on his face. The leader of Utgard, radiating an imposing aura, said that he knew that Shrim had decided to become a renegade because of Ovaldi's death. The behavior and words of the Utgard leader made the Nars leader lose his temper. He clenched his teeth in anger and called the giant a bastard. The giant was ready to take revenge on the king. Shri immediately decided to use his special move against Loki. However, the leader of Utgard did not feel any fear in front of Shrim, but only clenched his fist in delight, admitting that it was amazing. The giant sitting on the throne made a gesture with his hand, and with a snap of his fingers, some mechanism was activated that would help him in the fight against Shrima. With this gesture, Loki set in motion the lid of the stone coffin, which stood in the dark basement, and someone inside began to move. The lid of the coffin shattered into pieces, the fragments flew in all directions, and from there appeared the hand of a large red monster. It was a giant that was different from the usual ones because its skin was red and there were large bulging veins on its body. The giant monster rushed to the aid of his master. He broke the window leading to the palace and entered through it. The other giant with red skin did the same. The monster with glowing eyes landed on the floor and was ready to attack the enemy. With one gesture of his hand, King Loki awakened an entire army of buried red-skinned giants, who immediately came to the rescue. The main character recognized these giants as weak-willed giants, the kind he had seen for the first time when he came to these icy lands. The jubilant King Loki burst into loud, evil laughter. He smiled widely, boldly looking his worst enemy straight in the eyes. The action of the Utgard chieftain made Shrima very angry. He asked the bastard what he had done, realizing what it all meant. Frightened, Jong-ken remembered the rumors about the death of many giants due to illness. They turned into spineless killers, and now they came to life and came to the palace. Finally, everything came together for our hero, and he realized that the king had sacrificed his subjects to create his own army. The Utgard chieftain continued to fill the entire palace with his laughter, shouting that he needed a personal army, and these giants became it. Rather than fight the weak-willed giants, Shrim pushed off the ground and flew past them to attack Loki directly. The king was ready to defend himself. He used his special technique. The giant's body was surrounded by powerful fiery energy. Loki got ahead of the Nars leader and attacked first, sending vortexes of mixed energy towards the black-braided giant. The Nars chieftain twisted his face in pain as the enemy's magical force hit him, his entire body tensing in agony. The energy released by King Loki was so powerful that it immediately broke through the roof of the palace and flew far beyond the horizon. The jubilant giant turned to his loyal troops to give the first order to his personal army of weak-willed giants. Wanting to deal with Shrima, the king of Utgard ordered his subordinates to seize the giant and tear the traitor to pieces. The weak-willed giants with red skin opened their mouths and began to scream madly, preparing to carry out the order of their master. An entire army of the living dead ran forward to catch up with the careless giant from the Nars tribe and destroy him. The giants of the Nars tribe panicked, not knowing what to do next, when they saw Loki knock out Shrima with one blow. Although Loki's special attack had dealt heavy damage to the Narsi chieftain, the man was still able to fight, and he held on tightly to the stone ruins. Shrim was kneeling after taking the blow, his magical power still raging, and the enraged giant was determined to continue the fight. The giant shouted at the top of his voice to his warriors and ordered them to defeat the leader Utgard, who had no honor left. This raised the morale of the tribe. They shouted that their leader Shrim was back in action, so they rushed off to attack. Jong and Chung asked the protagonist what was going on, and Jong Kyung explained to the girl that the king had brainwashed the giants to create his own army. A shocked Yingchang asked the guy if he wanted to say that King Loki killed his people and experimented on their bodies. Jong Kang explained that Loki is a deranged tyrant who sees people as nothing more than tools for his own purposes and called him a monster. One of the warriors of the Nars tribe stood right in front of the maddened giant with red skin and began to wave his weapon. The black-furred giant failed to deal damage to the enemy, causing the crazy-eyed monster to laugh loudly. The giant shouted at the freak to get out of the way, but the giant, having lost his mind, attacked him, biting him on the neck. The Nars warrior screamed in pain as the maddened giant managed to tear a piece of flesh from his neck with his teeth. The living dead from King Loki's army attacked the warriors from the enemy tribe, meekly carrying out the leader's orders. The protagonist understood that these giants had no mind, so they attacked mindlessly like berserkers, and this deprived the Nars of a chance to win. Lee Jong-keng looked at King Loki intently as he realized what they had to do in this situation to win. The Utgard chieftain rose from his throne and laughed, asking the hero if he knew it would turn out this way, and then threatened to destroy them all. The protagonist took out his weapon and received a message that the Muspelheim spear was fully charged and ready to use. Lee Jung-ken knew at that moment that the only way to defeat the army of mad giants was to kill the king himself. While the giants were fighting among themselves below, the protagonist flew into the air to get past the giants and attack the leader. Lee Jong-ken raised his spear, charged with fiery magical energy, behind his head to strike at the king of Utgard. The Utgard chieftain turned his attention to our hero, who was circling above his head, waving a flaming weapon. The king managed to repel the main character's attack. The guy struck with a spear, but the giant defended himself by putting his hand in front of his face. The attack did not frighten the leader of the giants in any way. Jong-ken's attack, which was unsuccessful, only made the giant smile. The giant immediately counterattacked the protagonist, telling the guy that he had been watching him all this time, so the blow was not unexpected. Using his special move, Loki said that it was Jong Ken who was emitting such a powerful flow of mana. King Loki's fist was charged with multiple types of energy, and he punched out, screaming at Lee Jong Ken to die. The guy flying in the air noticed a stream of energy approaching him, which was hundreds of times larger than him in size. The main character became very tense and panicked, because he understood that the guy would not have time to dodge such a blow. Something distracted the super newbie's attention, and he looked away as his face was illuminated by a bright blue magical energy. Now the main character was floating in the air when two powerful streams of giant power flew towards him at once. The blue magical flow was friendly because it was launched by someone in order to reflect the power of King Loki. The Utgard chieftain became worried when he saw that his special attack had been repelled and asked who the man was who had managed to do this. King Loki turned around and saw that it was Shachi, who launched his own charge of magic against the flow of the leader's power as a counterweight. The red-haired, bearded giant was breathing heavily, seething with rage. The veins on his body were bulging, and his body was covered in beads of sweat. This attack of Shachi was especially strong. The giant spent a lot of energy at the cost of his health. Blood began to flow from his mouth. The protagonist was afraid for the red giant when he saw that it was he who used that attack, and he loudly shouted the giant's name. The giant gradually lost his last strength. His body trembled. He looked at the hero and said that he entrusted his giants to him. The last remnants of strength left the giant. Shachi could no longer stand on his feet, so he fell to his knees with a crash. The giant, having spoken his last words to Lee Jong Ken, lost consciousness and fell face down on the floor of King Utgard's palace. Shreem screamed loudly when he saw his old friend collapse to the ground, showing no signs of life. The king called Shreema a weak bastard who asked for help from a man and promised to make him his soldier when the battle was over. A look of great concern appeared on the protagonist's face when he saw his fosterling, the wolf Fenrir, nearby. A giant magical wolf attacked King Loki, and the werewolf's attack clearly took the leader by surprise. The wolf began to thrash about in the air, leaving behind bright streaks of blue light as a wary Loki watched him. With his fists ready, King Loki shouted at Fenrir that the werewolf had become much weaker than he had been the last time they met. The man spread his legs wide and spread his arms out to the sides, using another of his special moves. Powerful streams of magical power rushed in all directions. The attack was so powerful that the werewolf Fenrir was unable to repel it, so after receiving damage, his limp body fell down. Our hero received a message that he needed to get rid of the shameless individual in 5 minutes, and he asked In Chang to detain the king for a minute. The huntress felt uneasy and doubted that she would be able to hold off Loki, who had defeated Fenrir with one blow even for a minute. The next to attack was the leader of the Nars tribe, a giant. Emitting his magical power and screaming, he attacked the king. The Utgard chieftain stood motionless, looking at Shreema, who was running at full speed towards the king to attack him. The two giants clashed in hand-to-hand combat, and the entire palace was filled with bright, multicolored flashes. The protagonist told the girl that Shreema alone was not enough here, and stated that he needed Jong In Chang. This inspired the girl, and she grabbed her sword, declaring with a smile on her face that she would try to delay the king for an hour. Lee Jong Ken held the weapon engulfed in flames in his hand and received a notification that the Muspelheim spear had almost reached its mana limit. This situation did not suit the main character because this mana was not enough to win. He needed much more. At this time, Shreema, the leader of the Nars, was losing the battle with Loki. The giant missed a blow, because of which he lost a lot of blood. The huntress, Jong In Chang, entered the battle, cutting through the air while holding a one-handed sword that colored everything around her with purple light. The girl, putting all her power into this attack, tried to damage the king, but the leader Loki blocked her blow with his hand. The head of Utgard immediately counterattacked Jong In Chang, launching a powerful stream of energy at her. The girl tried to defend herself with a sword. But the explosion still happened when Loki's stream of magical energy reached the girl, and she was unable to prevent the collision. Our hero received a message that the spear's level had been increased due to the high temperature, but it was still not enough for him. The guy needed to improve his spear's charge just a little bit more. It was necessary, because he only had one chance. But suddenly, reports came in that the Muspelheim spear had reached its limit, and the weapon began to crumble before our eyes. The main character couldn't waste a second. His weapon turned into a solid column of flame. He screamed before going on the attack. Holding the spear at its maximum charge above his head, Lee Jong-ken scaled the palace, crushing the floor of the building with his feet. The protagonist's Muspelheim spear was charged with so much energy that a powerful beam of power pierced the roof and shot into the sky. Fortunately, this allowed Lee Jong-ken to complete his task, and he immediately received a message that the mission had been successfully completed. The smile on King Loki's face disappeared as the hero completed his mission, and the fallen angel was satisfied with Lee Jong-ken. A huge gaping hole appeared in King Loki's torso, which was burned out by the blast from Dark Horse's Muspelheim spear. The hunters and Dr. Quada, who were evacuating civilians, were shocked when they saw sunlight for the first time in a long time in China. With the charge of his spear, the main character managed to rid the sky of China of all clouds. The sun appeared in the sky, and Jong-ken received the title of the man who raised the sun. Under all the long-awaited rays of the sun, Utgard Loki finally died. His body, like his entire castle, burned to the ground. The giants, who were mad and controlled by the king, were destroyed by the giants from the Nars tribe. When the red giants finally found their peace, the four commanders met at the ruins of the old castle. Shachi survived the battle in the palace, and the leader of the Nars, the giant Shrim, came to meet him and the other giants. The protagonist was also present at this meeting, but there was no smile on his face because he knew that the battle was not over yet. The giant Shrim turned to the hunter Yubi and told the boy that he was going to keep the promise he made earlier. The guy was very happy to hear these words from the giant. He looked at the giant Shrima with a sincere smile on his face. But the conversation did not end there, because the leader of the Nars wanted to say something to his former friend Shachi. The red-haired giant froze in shock when he received an unexpected request from the leader of the Nars to take the giant's life. Shrim dropped to his knees and said that whatever the reason, he considered himself a traitor, guilty of the death of his people. Shrima's revenge was complete, and he told Shachi that he hoped the giant would spare the rest of the Nars who followed him. Shachi stared at the leader of the Nars, silently listening to his speech. He did not answer anything in response to the giant's request to kill him. The red-haired giant silently materialized his axe in his hand, making it clear that he was ready to fulfill his old friend's request. Shachi's weapon emitted a bright red light. The giant took a few steps closer to the kneeling Shrimu and agreed to do so. When it was all over, the giant Shachi stood on top of the fortress, looking at the snow-capped mountains, and our hero was nearby. Lee Jong-ken was worried about what the giant thought of him now, so he asked Shachi if he now despised him. The giant with the red beard turned his gaze to the boy, looking at the main character with bewilderment in his eyes. Smiling, Shachi leaned over and convinced the boy that he did not despise him. On the contrary, our hero allowed the giant to make the right choice. The protagonist broke into a happy smile when the giant said that he considered Lee Jong-ken to be one of their warriors. King Loki fell, but Utgard Castle continued to exist, and the inhabitants began to restore the fortress. One of the hunters working for the Nars amazed the locals with his strength, easily transporting huge logs. The second hunter was in charge of the reconstruction, telling his big friend where to drag the building materials. Yubi and the main character watched everything from above. The leader of the hunters thanked our guy for the fact that thanks to him, the reconstruction is going according to plan. Lee Jong-ken looked at the hunter commander and asked if there was any other help needed from him in the castle. The hunter said that they were doing everything they could, but people could not live long on such uninhabited land, and something had to be done about it. The guy told Jong-ken that their plan was to soon leave the walls of this castle and asked the protagonist to help them with this. Jong-ken agreed to help, but said that he didn't think leaving the castle would be the right decision because a lot would change soon. A puzzled Yubi asked Jongken what he meant by saying that many things would change here very soon. The guy replied that he felt there was no need to leave this place. He would rather try to settle here, because the whole world would become a gate anyway. Yubi tried to comprehend this news, but the hunter was still haunted by the fact that there were problems with food and weather in the castle. Jongken handed the guy a monster named Paramore. It doesn't taste the best, but it grows quickly and can be grown in any environment. The super rookie gave Yubi a whole mountain of Paramores, saying that they could be fertilized with monster bones and this would prevent them from dying of hunger. The main character also made the hunter happy by stating that he knew how to solve the problem with the cold in Utgard. The leader of the hunting team clenched his fist, happy for such help, thanked the hero and said that they would not remain in debt. After Lee Jongken went outside of Utgard, he went to a large tent standing in the middle of a snowy field. Inside was Shrima, who, as it turned out, remained alive, and the giant asked Jongken how the new leader was doing. Jongken replied that if Shrimu was interested, they should meet in person, but the giant doubted that the chieftain would be happy to meet the enemy. The protagonist explained that Shrima was as much an enemy to the leader as he was a friend, and asked the giant what was the matter then. Shrim explained that he refused the offer to become a leader, and led the Nars because he had shed the blood of his own people. He said that it is important for giants to have enemies in order to evolve, and monsters are just prey for them. Looking intently at the protagonist, the leader of the Nars told the boy that the only species that could be enemies for giants were humans. A look of fear appeared on the protagonist's face when he heard that he and the rest of the people were the giant's only opponents. He tried to dissuade him by saying that if there was a battle between giants and humans, both sides would suffer enormous losses. Lee Jongken confessed to the giant across from him that, in truth, he had come here to learn from Shrima. Shrim, with a smirk on his face, said that if this is what Loft Loki wants, then he will fulfill it, especially since it was our hero who saved the giants. The boy asked who Loft Loki was, and Shrim explained that in the ancient language of the giants, this word means the one who defeated Loki. The fallen angel's patron expressed his displeasure, and the hero noted that he did this every time he heard Loki's name. The hero told Shrima that he would like to learn how to level up, and the giant replied that he doubted it was possible to do so. He explained that the leveling technique allows one to use mana to the maximum, but it requires a huge amount of energy. Without the physiology of giants, it is impossible to master this technique, because giants have much more energy compared to humans. When the protagonist demonstrated his fiery mana to the giant, Shrim's eyes widened in surprise. The giant Shachi became wary when he noticed such a huge amount of mana and thought that it might come from Lee Jongken. Jong Chang also felt the mana and smiled because she always wondered if her friend was even human. The boy stood before the giant, demonstrating all his strength to him. The hero's body was surrounded by powerful fiery energy. The hero looked at the giant with a smug smile and declared that he was sure that he had much more mana than Shrima. A bright smile appeared on the giant's face when he saw the protagonist's abilities and called them excellent. After talking with the leader of the Nars, the protagonist climbed a snowy hill to look at Utgard from afar. The main character's thoughts were filled with memories of Loki Utgard, the former king of this castle, and the giant he killed. Lee Jongken called this king an arrogant giant who experimented on his own people to create an army. To him, Loki was an inglorious piece of trash who turned giants into killing machines, along with a master class of Chinese hunters. But the guy didn't understand how Loki managed to make the giants listen to his orders and took complete control over them. The protagonist began to suspect that there was someone behind the king, because, although he was a great warrior, he was unlikely to be capable of such a thing. Lee Jongken remembered the words of local residents that the intruders who entered the fortress did nothing and left. At first, the boy suspected that the intruder was the Demon King, but if it wasn't him, it might be the Black Hood. Remembering the image of the Black Hood in his head, the protagonist was interested in who he was and what he was planning on the territory of China. When the main character was spending time alone surrounded by snowy mountains, someone suddenly called out to the guy. Lee Jong-ken looked to the side warily after hearing someone's voice while he was wandering through the forest, thinking about the Black Hood. It was a joyful Jong In-chang who told the boy that there was a festival going on in the city, and she invited him to take part in it. The main character thought about his girlfriend's offer to go to the party, but hasn't given her a clear answer yet. He was hesitant about going to the festival, so the heroine took the initiative, grabbed Jong-ken's hand, and pulled him along. The protagonist screamed as the girl squeezed his hand tightly, but In-chang asked him to hurry up because the guys were already waiting. In the restored Utgard, a festival was taking place. The streets were decorated with paper lanterns, and residents were relaxing at tables. People were happy that they finally got a taste of real life, remembering the hardships they had to go through. The guy chewing on a chicken leg broke into a happy smile and said that they should be grateful for having managed to survive. Jong In-chang called the festival in the middle of the gate beautiful, and the protagonist said that this view gives him hope. The girl was confused when the guy turned around and asked if they should decorate the end of this wonderful day. Lee Jong-ken walked forward as an idea came into his head about how to make today's festival even more festive. The hero stood on a pedestal in front of the residents. People began to whisper that this was Loft Loki, who defeated the king of the giants. The locals were delighted to see the king's killer in front of them, and were glad that Loft Loki wanted to show them something. The hero decided to put on a show for the kids. He released his magical energy, saying that it was an enhanced flow of mana. The main character's entire body was surrounded by fiery tongues of energy. He turned on the increased level and amount of mana. Streams of blue energy erupted from Lee Jong-ken as he decided to level up one last time by doing something he had never done before. There were also hunters at the celebration. The guys opened their mouths in amazement when they saw that the man had managed to increase his level. It was clear from Jong In-chang's face that the girl was very proud of her friend, who demonstrated his abilities to everyone. At this time, other events were unfolding on the territory of the Nars tribe camp, where their leader Srim lived. The giant also felt the increase in our hero's level and, smiling, realized that Loki's loft was truly incredible. The locals of the fortress were even more amazed when they looked up and saw the sun in the sky, which had not shined in China for a long time. The sky became blue and clear, and a bright sun appeared on it, emitting magical, multicolored rays that fell to the earth. The main character smiled when he gave people this joy. With his palm, he controlled the sun that appeared in the sky. Afterwards, the hero received notifications that the clot of mana had turned into a core, and under the influence of the stone, a weak dragon heart had formed. Lee Jong-ken and Yubi met again at the top of the fortress. The hunter asked the hero if he was going to leave already, and the guy confirmed his guess. The main character said that he placed the heat he generated into those metal structures that are located outside the city. Using the mana input method, he activated Merlin's necklace, casting defensive magic to prevent the heat from escaping. Yubi asked if the guy really needed to leave right now, explaining that the hunter wanted to somehow repay the hero for his help. Lee Jong-ken calmed the boy down, telling him that they would definitely see each other again, so he didn't ask for any reward for his help. The protagonist jumped from the top of the fortress to land next to his companions, Ying-chang, Fenrir, and Gongzu. The heroine greeted her friend with an enthusiastic smile, calling him the hero who brought back the sun. The guy was very embarrassed by the way the girl called him and asked Jong In-chang what kind of jokes she was making now. The huntress replied that this was not a joke at all, because the main character really did manage to raise the sun over China. Jong-ken started to feel embarrassed, rubbing the back of his head with his hand, and Jong In-chang asked the guy if they really had to leave. The guy asked her not to worry about people because he had already taken care of them so that they would always be warm. There was a werewolf boy standing nearby. Our hero called him by name so that he too would prepare to leave. The boy turned into the image of a giant white wolf emitting magical light, and the guys were ready to leave the city. Finally, the hero turned around, looking at Yubi, and told the hunter that he hoped that he would become even stronger when they met again. In response, Yubi smiled and told his new friend that he simply hoped that they would be able to meet again. The boys left the borders of Utgard. They were crossing China again and were surrounded by snow-covered, frosty, rocky mountains. The journey was quite long because it was already dark outside when they stopped to rest. Zhong In-chang and Zhong Ken were warming themselves by the fire. Dr. Huata was also with them. He was sleeping in a sack, and Fenrir was resting nearby. The girl stated that the trip was not without adventures, but she was glad that in the end everything ended well. The protagonist sighed heavily and replied that if traveling was always so tiring, he would no longer want to participate in it. In-chang said that she hadn't heard a joke from the guy for a long time, and then asked Gongzu if he also enjoyed their adventure. Li Zhongken put the jokes aside and asked the huntress how the training was going, knowing that learning the inner skill was very difficult. The girl said that she was gradually beginning to understand both the flow of mana and the inner mastery, but Zhongken asked her to hurry. The protagonist warned his friend that they didn't have much time left, making it clear that she needed to become stronger as soon as possible. He knew that even now, as they spoke, the dragon's heart was charging, growing and filling with mana, and great changes were coming soon. The guy understood that even monsters were getting stronger every day. The whole world was changing, and the amount of mana in China was just the tip of the iceberg. The huntress with the title Siegfried looked ahead with frightened eyes. She called out to Li Zhongken to pay attention as well. Seeing the girl's frightened face, the protagonist also began to worry and asked In-chang what was the matter. The girl could not explain anything clearly to our hero because of fear. She pointed her finger in front of her so that he could see for himself. The protagonist stood up and turned around. When he saw what In-chang noticed, Zhongken froze, his eyes widening in shock. The top of Mount Pektu looked like an erupting volcano, completely engulfed in flames, and even the snow could not extinguish it. Zhong In-chang stood next to the protagonist. Both of them stared at the mountain in shock, seeing everything there being destroyed by fire. The mountain village where Una and the ruler of Baekdusan lived was indeed in the window. The settlement was surrounded by monsters on all sides. Huge monsters wanted to attack the village. They were monsters with developed muscles and gray skin. Their eyes were red. Defenseless civilians went on the run, trying to save their lives without dying in a fire or at the hands of monsters. The hunter on guard in the village was busy evacuating people. He shouted to the townspeople to run to him quickly. The first monster with a sword in his hand had already crossed the village gates. The guards were trying to save the inhabitants, aiming their spears at the monsters. The hunter pounced on the monster, shouting for it to go away, his blue magic charged spear piercing the monster's body. The second muscular guard also entered into a fight with the monster. He screamed, cutting the orc's body into 2 parts with his sword. The hunters successfully dealt with the first wave of the monster's raid. They stopped, waiting for new enemies to arrive. They surveyed the area to make sure the monsters had retreated. The hunter asked if all the monsters were gone yet, and his partner said he thought so. The man said that this was great. Now their task was simply to climb down the mountain with the others to escape. But the plans of the settlement's guardians were disrupted because the giant foot of the red-skinned monster stepped onto the village's land. The hunters opened their mouths and were shocked when they saw another monster in front of them, which was even more terrible than the previous ones. The mountain settlement was disturbed by a giant. The giant had red skin. He was a real monster, unlike those who live in Utgard. The guards did not understand what this giant was doing here, and one of them noted that he felt an incredible amount of mana from the giant. The long-haired hunter said that he felt like they would have to put their lives on the line in a fight with this monster. The maddened giant was distracted from the guards when he looked up at the sky and saw a giant cluster of blue magical energy there. Following her, the werewolf Fenrir appeared, a huge magical wolf, baring his fangs, and attacked the giant from the air. Fenrir's strength was enough to deprive the giant of even the slightest chance of salvation, and he cut off the giant's head. The frightened hunter looked at the wolf with wide eyes. He began to guess who exactly had saved them now. The main character and his companions, In Chung and Quata, arrived at the scene. The guy asked the villagers if they were okay. The guard realized that Lee Jong-ken was the one who organized the salvation of the settlement, so he thanked the guy. Concerned, Jong-ken asked the hunter where the king of the mountain and the bear girl were, saying that he did not sense their presence. In a mournful voice, the hunter reported that the head of the village had gone down to Lake Chonji to isolate Sangun. The protagonist understood what the guard's words meant exactly and shuddered, staring at the hunter with shocked eyes. He immediately gave orders to Zhong and Chang to deal with everything here together with Wan Hua because he had to escape. The main character began to cut through the air at incredible speed, trying to get to Lake Chonji as quickly as possible. The ruler of the mountains stood below. The tiger was clearly annoyed by something, and his aura now emitted red light instead of blue. Next to the guardian of Mount Pactusen was also the girl Un, who held a sword in her hand, and her body emitted energy. The Lord of the Mountains was very angry. The big magical monster Alpha began to roar loudly, showing his teeth. A girl in a pink traditional dress tried to reach out to Sangun and calm him down. She was worried about his behavior. However, the animal did not react to the girl's attempts to calm it down. The giant tiger raked the ground with its paw. The white tiger tried to attack the village chief with its large paw with sharp claws, but the girl managed to repel the attack with her sword. A fight broke out between Un and the tiger. The girl blocked all of Sangun's attempts to hit her and screamed for him to stop. Tears welled up in the village chief's eyes, and she shouted to the guardian of Pectusen that she could not hold out for much longer. The girl pushed off the ground to fly. Tense from the skirmish, Un wanted to stop the guardian of Mount Pactusen. Un swung her sword, putting as much force as she could into the strike to attack the enraged giant tiger from the air. Sangun, overcome by demonic energy, looked at the girl when he noticed that her faithful friend was about to attack him. For Un, the decision to attack the tiger was difficult. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she was forced to stop him. The enraged mountain guardian immediately fought back. The head of the village dropped her sword from her hand, lost her balance, and began to fall to the ground. The fragile-looking girl fell to the ground with a crash, leaving behind a cloud of dust and stones flying in all directions. When Un, charged with magical energy, finally landed, a powerful explosion was heard where she fell. When the acrid fog cleared, the tiger saw the girl. She was noticeably injured after the fight, but tried to get to her feet. After being attacked by a giant beast and falling to the ground, Un received significant damage. The girl coughed, spitting out blood. Wiping her mouth, she turned to Sangun, asking how she could kill him, the beast who had sheltered her, an orphan, like a father. The giant tiger, engulfed in demonic energy, came closer to the wounded girl, still grinning at Una. Un decided to surrender. She showed that she was unarmed, and told the keeper of the mountains that she would rather fall by his hand. Tears began to flow down the girl's face. She asked the tiger to kill her, begged him to end it because she was very tired. Sangun, who had lost his mind, seemed to be willing to comply with Una's request, opening his mouth wide and raising his paw. The maddened guardian of Mount Pactusen slammed his huge paw down on where Un stood, causing a bright flash of red light. However, the monster's attack did not affect the village head. The girl was still alive. She stood with her eyes closed in fear. Then the girl opened her tear-filled eyes and was surprised to realize that she was still safe and sound. Un saw our main character in front of her, who protected the girl from the demonic tiger, covering her with his back. The boy held his hand above his head, protecting it from the beast's demonic energy, and asked Un if she was okay. The girl looked at her savior with her big brown eyes. She was briefly speechless because of what happened. The mountain guardian, who had lost his sanity, was still raging. The beast again swung its mana-charged paw with sharp claws. With this attack, Sangun caused another explosion, but the protagonist at that moment grabbed the girl in his arms to run away to a safe distance. Jong-ken and Un managed to fly away so that the tiger's explosion would not hit them. They soon landed on the ground. The girl looked completely exhausted. He noticed that the girl had some kind of strength and asked her what happened, to which Un told him about the man in black robes. The head of the mountain village, with tears in her eyes, told our hero that the stranger had come, and then this happened to Sangun. A shocked Lee Jong-keng widened his eyes as he realized that the mysterious man might be the Black Hood. The worried protagonist tried to find out from the girl what about the guy who visited their village the day before. Un said that several days had passed since he disappeared, and she thought the king of the mountain had changed because of him. The protagonist was very wary of that guy in black, but first they needed to deal with the owner of Mount Pactison. The girl gathered her strength, clenched her fist, and told our hero, encouraging Jong-ken that they could do it. She said that they had already tried everything they could, and constant exposure to his chi and sealing had not helped them at all. The boy asked her if the only way out was to kill the tiger, and the girl replied that yes. Lee Jong-keng materialized his Muspelheim spear in his hand to deal with the mad master of Pactison. He asked the girl to rest and said that perhaps he could do something, and then prepared to fight the big animal. The boy flew up into the sky and approached the maddened Sangun, using his spear to cause many fiery flashes to hit the tiger. The next attack was even stronger. He grabbed the spear with both hands and pointed the weapon downwards, cutting through the air with stripes of powerful flame. An even more powerful flash of blinding flame appeared in front of the protagonist, which was supposed to kill the tiger. But Sangun, who was emitting demonic energy, was still standing on his four paws, and the protagonist's attack had no effect on him. Un was amazed to see that Jong-ken had become so strong in just a few days, calling it simply impossible. The protagonist continued to fight desperately against the maddened king of the mountain. He rushed at great speed, striking him with a spear. This attack was more successful. The guy managed to cause damage, and the tiger growled in pain when he started bleeding. The demonic beast's fur stood on end as Jong-ken aimed his spear again at the now wounded master of the mountain. Even though the girl knew that her friend would have to be killed, her eyes filled with tears when she saw that he was wounded. Lee Jong-kyung asked the girl not to worry, promising that he was not going to kill the insane Sangun. The dragon's heart, woven from stone and a hero at the peak of his strength, thanks to him, the owner of the mountain became more powerful, which the guy could clearly feel. The main character was going to use the magical power of the dragon's heart to absorb the madness that the owner of the mountain had been subjected to. But something went wrong. The hero tensed up when the spear completely transformed into a demonic one and was now absorbing the tiger's life force. Jong-ken told himself to pull himself together. He decided that he simply had to return the mountain lord his vitality and energy. He was delighted when he received the notification that the cleansing had been activated and took advantage of the chance. The tiger, overcome with demonic madness, tensed up when he noticed that our protagonist was plotting against him again. The purification process was successful. The eyes of the mountain's master, which had been fiery before, now turned blue again. The demonic energy had completely left the body of the master of Mount Pactison, and the giant tiger was once again emitting the energy of its natural blue light. The main character, without expecting it, successfully completed the task. He was surprised that he managed to carry out the purification so easily. But things didn't end there. Lee Jong-ken swung his demonic energy-charged spear. Meanwhile, the ruler of the mountain was unconscious after the purification. His body lay on the ground, showing no signs of life. The girl, noticing that the owner of the mountain had become normal again, flew at full speed to her adoptive father. Un placed her palms on the giant predator's fur to transfer her energy to him through them, replenishing Sangun's strength. She was very worried that the tiger might die. The girl promised that she would heal him and shouted for the ruler of the mountains to just hold on. The giant tiger alpha was still lying on the ground unconscious. Un infused him with golden healing energy to heal him. Rays of golden healing light completely enveloped the white tiger's entire body, while he lay with his eyes closed. The girl's tears flew in all directions. She sobbed, screaming and begging Sangun to open his eyes while she tried to heal him. The last drops of healing energy left the girl, and in despair she fell to her knees, hanging her head down. Unni began to burst into tears. She apologized to Sangun for a long time for not being able to save the owner of the mountain. Someone else came to the heavenly lake. The girl was distracted and looked to the side, paying attention to these people. It was Dr. Huada. He had arrived at the scene to help the village chief save the tiger, and behind him stood Fenrir in the form of a wolf. Seeing the state the master of the mountains was in, Wanhua smiled and said that it was not too late to fix everything. The doctor saved Sangun. After some time, the tiger was already in creation. The main character approached him, asking about his well-being. Li Zhongken was clearly worried about the tiger. He asked the owner of the mountain if all his previous feelings had returned to normal. The giant white tiger reassured the boy, saying that he was fine and that there were no visible injuries on the animal's body. Even though Sangun said he was fine, the boy knew that the mountain lord, who had been freed from madness, was still dying. The protagonist mentioned the man in black who turned the tiger into a monster and asked him who he was. The guy admitted that he didn't understand why a mythical creature like Sangun needed to meet that person, and why he took such power. The owner of the mountain promised the young man that he would tell him everything about that man, but slowly, and first asked about Unni's health. Li Zhongken said that the girl was fine, but she couldn't find peace because she was worried about the tiger. The doctor reported to the village chief that he had healed all of the king of the mountain's external wounds, but the internal wounds were too serious. Un's insides turned upside down, and tears came to her eyes when Dr. Quada told her that it was useless to treat Sangun's internal wounds. Sangun listened to the main character and said that Zhongken probably already knew that the tiger would soon die, and then asked about the promise given to Una. Li Zhongken didn't say anything to the dying master of the mountain, but only nodded to confirm that the promise was still valid. The owner of Mount Pactusin told the main character that in this case, a girl named Unna would be left to our hero. The tiger told about the man in black. He called him very sinister, but his powers seemed somehow familiar to the ruler of the mountain. Sangun said that it was not the man in black clothes who came to him. It was quite the opposite, and the tiger met him on Jeonju. The main character was genuinely surprised when Sangun said that he met that mysterious guy in Jeonju. The owner of the mountain told our hero that back then, during their meeting, that man stood motionless, watching Jeonju. Noticing the stranger, the ruler of Pectusin began to slowly creep up behind the mysterious man in black. The main character listened attentively to the story of the owner of the mountain, rubbing his chin with his finger, and waited for the next details. The owner of Pectusin was not against telling the boy what happened next, but after a pause, he admitted that he could not remember it. Li Zhongkeng was stunned when he realized that after meeting the mysterious man, the mountain lord had lost part of his memory. The white tiger sadly said that he remembered where he met the guy, but he couldn't remember the rest, and Li realized that he wouldn't be able to find out anything that way. At this time, other actions were taking place in the village, which was badly damaged by the fire. Zhong and Chang went up to the roof. All the locals gathered in front of her, and seeing that everyone was gathered, the girl said that she would give the people a choice. The huntress Siegfried clarified that the people of this village will be able to choose for themselves one of the options that seems more interesting to them. The first option was to rebuild the place. In Chang warned that it would be difficult, but in this way they would be able to stay in their homeland. The second option was to go with the guys to Korea. They would need permission from the government, but they would find shelter for the people. The girl said that they planned to leave in 3 days, so the villagers needed to make a decision before then. Meanwhile, the main character was resting, sitting on a wooden bench. Un came up to him and turned to her uncle. The girl said that she was still worried about Sangun. The tiger always trusted our hero, so she asked to visit him together. The main character agreed to fulfill the girl's request to go again to the owner of the mountain, who is gradually dying. Li Zhongken and the village chief immediately went to the dark cave where the mountain lord lived. The girl began to shout his name. As Un got closer to the giant tiger, she realized that something was wrong with it. because the animal showed no signs of life. The girl began to shake the animal by the head. The tiger was sleeping very soundly. She screamed for him to wake up, but he did not react. She immediately placed her palm on the mountain owner's fur, her hand radiating a golden light that transmitted healing energy to the animal. But the next moment this energy completely died out. Ueneni could no longer transmit her power to Sangun. The village chief realized it was time to say goodbye and told Sangun that he was an important member of her family and also her loyal friend. The girl could no longer contain her emotions. She began to cry for her deceased friend, whom she also considered a father. Un told the giant tiger that she was grateful to him for everything, and a bright blue light surrounded the lifeless body of the owner of the mountain. The main character watched this picture from the side, and the girl told Sangun that she would never forget him. The magical light grew stronger with each passing second, and after Sangun's death, his mana flow left his body. The girl knelt down before the deceased owner of the mountain and once again thanked Sangun for everything. A stream of mana left the lifeless body of the giant white tiger and began to flow out through the dark, narrow cave. When the civilians saw the village being filled with the flow of their leader's mana, they knelt down to pay their respects. The locals from the village gathered outside to see how much damage had been done to the settlement after the fire and the monster raid. One of the men asked if it was okay to leave the place in ruins, and the hunter replied that they would definitely be able to return someday. A whole herd of magical deer climbed the mountain. They were needed so that all the inhabitants could set off on their journey. Zhong and Chong, who was organizing the evacuation of people, said that children and the elderly would go first. The girl warned that it would be very cold once they left the mountains, so people should dress warmly. Zhong In Chang was distracted. The girl pursed her lips and widened her eyes in surprise when she saw something happening. Our main character quickly ran up to the girl, holding the head of the village, a girl named Uni, in his arms. He knelt down next to the girl. The village chief looked at Zhong In Chang with a smile, holding a small tiger in her hands. The huntress was shocked when she saw a tiny tiger in the girl's hands, realizing that it looked very much like the ruler of the mountains. A joyful Un picked up the miniature tiger, holding it in her hands, and shouted that it was Sangun. The protagonist confirmed that this was the owner of the mountain, reminding the girl that the same thing once happened to her Gongzu. The patron big man placed the dead king of the mountain into the family, but the tiger was reborn with no strength and no memory. Li Zhongkyung told Zhong In Chang that they would soon be returning to Korea, and the huntress replied that just the thought made her happy. Ready to continue the adventure, In Chang asked the protagonist what their plans were after they returned home. The main character thought about it because he understood that after returning to Korea, he and his partner would have a lot to do. Without telling the girl what plans they would have to carry out at home, the guy materialized a sword in his hand. He grabbed the weapon, showing it to Zhong In Chang. The sword was unusual because it was made entirely of gold. The girl was delighted to see this weapon and asked what kind of magical item it was that had such incredible mana. The protagonist told In Chang that he had a gift in his hands. He acknowledged that the village chief Un had done a great job. It was as if a stone had fallen on Zhong In Chang's head when she heard about the gift. The girl became very angry. The huntress clenched her teeth in anger at our hero and, hiding her face, said that it was clear to her what the guy's plans were in Korea. Jung In Chang left Jun Kyung stunned when she asked him if he was going to shower his secret girlfriend with gifts. The main character agreed with the girl, saying that he would give this sword to someone, but did not specify who exactly would become the new owner of the weapon. The girl snorted in anger, got angry and left, feeling very jealous and offended, and Zhong Ken did not understand why she had such a reaction. All the peaceful inhabitants of the village, as well as its hunters, came down from the mountain and lined up in a group, finding themselves on a frosty field. The village hunters were amazed when they saw before them a wall separating China from the rest of the world. The main character was the first one who decided to come closer to this magical wall. The guy took a few steps forward. Li Jung Ken stood in front of the barrier that was emitting a bright blue light. The guy looked at this wall for a short time. The hero remembered that he had once said that he was going to open this wall in a month, but more than a month had already passed. Touching the barrier, he thought it would be a waste of time to wait for them, but he had progressed much more than he expected. Therefore, the main character was confident that he could cope with this wall without anyone's help, and ordered the others to step aside. The guy placed his palms on the magical barrier. He used all his strength against the wall. His body radiated a bright red light. In order to overcome the barrier, our hero went to extreme measures and activated the level increase, something he learned in Utgard. This technique helped Lee Jong-ken destroy the barrier. The guy's magical power gradually destroyed the insurmountable wall. The guy was very tense, realizing that this was not enough, and then decided to use the dragon heart, which absorbed the powers of the king of the mountain. The dragon's heart, which had been growing and developing next to our hero's real heart, began to emit fiery energy. Other events were unfolding on the territory of the Northern Front. Two men were standing on a high observation tower. One of the men with long hair told his partner that this kind of thing is very rare these days. The second guy didn't understand what his partner was talking about, and he explained that he was talking about monsters because they hadn't been seen lately. When asked who was the guy after whom the monsters seemed to disappear, the young man said that it was probably just a coincidence. The long-haired hunter fell silent, deep in thought. He hardly agreed with his partner, who thought that the man was a loser. The man recalled meeting that person, our main character, who was clearly strong and had magical abilities. The guy admitted that it could be a coincidence, but the man still managed to get rid of all the monsters in the North Korean region. The partner disagreed, saying that it was impossible. Many heroes in the past had already tried to pull off something similar. The man with long hair was in shock. He shouted at the guy to quickly look where he was now paying attention. Both boys standing on the observation tower widened their eyes in shock when they saw the impassable barrier change. The wall, which had always remained unchanged, was now really changing. It was ablaze with fire, and part of it turned pink. The amazed men watched in silence as the magical barrier changed before their eyes, gradually collapsing. Our heroes finally managed to leave the territory of China. After a long journey, they were resting in the building. There was a cup of coffee on the wooden table, which would help Jong In-chang warm up after her adventure in the frosty forest. The girl was amazed when she took a sip and asked the others if coffee had always tasted this good. Sitting opposite her was Jong-ken, who also ordered a cup of coffee to warm up, and at that moment, someone approached them. It was a hunter who wanted to ask Jong-ken about their companions, who were now sitting in the audience. The protagonist explained to the man that those people were surviving residents of North Korea who were definitely trustworthy. The man with long hair was shocked because he knew what it could mean that all these people were from North Korea. Understanding what the man was suggesting, the protagonist confirmed that all of these companions in the audience were hunters. The bearded man was stunned when he heard this, because there were a lot of people who came from China, and hunters are rare. A separate large building has been allocated for all people evacuated from China, where they will all be able to find temporary shelter. All the refugees gathered in the spacious hall. In front of them on the stage stood the head of the village Un, and she was accompanied by the chief guard of the village. Un asked her people to be a little patient and promised that they would be quite comfortable in this place. The residents trusted their leader, they agreed with her words, and were glad that they were able to evacuate to a safe place. The protagonist noticed the girl's appearance, concluding that her curse must not have reached its final stage yet. The boy noticed that there was no longer any energy around the girl from the curse that had given her strength, but in return, turned her into a child. After the girl addressed her residents, the main character approached her, asking if Un had a free minute. A blush appeared on the girl's face. She felt embarrassed in front of our hero when he addressed her right on stage. Jong-ken grabbed her hand and pulled her along, telling the villagers that he would steal their leader for a few minutes, and they were delighted by this. Only the chief guard and assistant to the village leader was not happy that our hero so brazenly took Un by the hand right off the stage. The protagonist and the head of the settlement went to another room of the building to talk privately about the girl's appearance. Lee Jong-keng pointed out the changes in Eun's appearance, and the girl explained that the curse had been completely cleared. This made our hero think. He chuckled and fell silent, rubbing his chin with his fingers. Eun was about to leave, but Lee Jong-ken suddenly grabbed her wrist, asking her to give him a little more time. The girl was confused when the protagonist warned Euna that it might hurt a little, still holding her hand tightly. The guy decided to check the condition of the girl's body, using a mana flow for this. The hero's body began to emit red energy. It also affected the girl, and the space was decorated with bright blue mana stars. Eun was very indignant when the hero began to carry out some manipulations without permission. She removed her hand, asking what he was doing. That time was enough to check the condition of Eun's body, and the protagonist stated that the girl had become much weaker. The village chief was stunned when she heard such news from Lee Jong-ken. She stared at him with wide eyes in shock. This was a surprise for the girl. She closed her eyes and activated her power to see for herself. Eun admitted that she had indeed become much weaker. The girl was confused, asking how this was possible. The guy shared his conclusion that Eun was only strong in the area around Mount Baekdu, and that was why she looked like a little child there. The girl was very saddened by these words of the main character. She lowered her sad face down, falling silent. The main character tried to cheer her up, asking the girl not to worry because he was a hunter and could help her. Eun looked at our hero with wide eyes, her cheeks glowing with a pink blush due to embarrassment. The girl asked Jong-ken why he called her and what the hero initially wanted to talk to her about. The protagonist said that people from the Korean government, as well as from the Hunters Association, will soon find her. He explained that they had many questions for both her and the other people from Chenji, because the power of her people was stronger than the boy had assumed. The guy added that if all these people were accepted into the Hunters Association, everyone would be happy. But there was one problem. The girl seemed to have figured out what kind of problem they were talking about and got ahead of the hero, asking if they should be trusted. Jung-kyung said that there was still a possibility that her people would be expelled from Korea or sign an unfair contract with the government or association. The problem was also in Asgard, because Jang He-jin would most likely come to them in person and want to possess their power. The guy said that he wanted to offer Euna one good option, but of course the final choice would remain with her and her people. The girl was interested in the main character's proposal and asked him what the essence of this option was. Soon, a white modern car pulled up to the building where the North Koreans who had fled the village were temporarily housed. The car stopped abruptly right next to the building. Inside there were people who had come here to meet the refugees. A man in a formal suit and sunglasses stepped out of the car. It was Bae Sang-soo, a hunter and employee of the association. The muscular hunter with scars on his face turned his head and noticed that there was someone else outside besides him. Sang-soo saw our hero in front of him. He congratulated him on his return from China, and the guy noted that they had not seen each other since their training. The man said that the impression of Jong-ken was high because he became a hunter who returned safely after completing a dangerous mission. The hero smiled when Sang-soo mentioned that the guy even managed to bring back surviving North Koreans, who turned out to be hunters. The smile disappeared from Sang-soo's face as he said that there was one problem, and that was whether they could trust those hunters. Lee Jung-kyung realized Asgard was making its move when the man said the president had something to offer the North Koreans. The conversation between the men continued. Sang-soo looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. He said he knew all the surviving North Koreans were hunters, and the association's president would like to make a deal with them. The protagonist asked if the man meant mana contracts, and a surprised Sang-soo confirmed that this was what he meant. Concluding a contract on mana will allow the association to completely control these hunters as slaves and also apply penalties. Lee Jung-kyung decided to disappoint Sang-soo. He apologized and told the man that these people had already signed contracts with him. A man from the Korean Hunters Association was in complete shock when he heard this news from a super newbie. The hero explained that he brought them here of his own free will, They all signed contracts with him on mana, and a person can only sign one such contract. Bei Sang-soo, having calmly listened to our hero's explanation, chuckled and rubbed his chin with his fingers, thinking about something. The man told Lee Jun-ken that he was going to report this to the association president and asked the boy to wait a minute. The main character smiled. He was in anticipation of how the president of the association would react to this, and he was about to find out about it. Meanwhile, the people from the village were settling into their new place, and they praised the modern clothes they were given. It was time for lunch, and all the refugees were given a set meal, which consisted of rice, scrambled eggs, soup, and snacks. The North Koreans cried with happiness when they ate this food and thought they had gone to heaven because in Chongjin they only ate potatoes. Jong In-chang also dined with the villagers, and after trying the dish, she agreed that the food here was really good. The main character, sitting opposite, agreed with his friend because they had never had a chance to eat properly in China. In-chang said that it was nice to sit and chat like this, but she was starting to miss the workload, and the hero realized that she already wanted to get back to work. Jong-ken praised his partner, telling the girl that she was indeed an excellent hunter. He stood up, taking the tray, and said that they would definitely do something, just like when they were preparing to fight Hercules. After lunch, the main character climbed a hill that overlooked a large building where all the refugees now lived. The boy looked at the quiet place in front of him, but he knew perfectly well that it, like the rest of the world, would soon turn into hell. A smile appeared on his face as Jong-ken decided to enjoy his peaceful life while he could. But the smile on the protagonist's face immediately disappeared when he saw something in front of him that shocked him. Une approached Lee Jong-ken. The girl was also dressed in a green tracksuit like the other refugees. The village head decided to tell our hero her real name. She introduced herself as Choy Yon. Confused, Jong-kyung didn't understand what the girl was trying to tell him, and she explained that Choy Yon was her name. The protagonist repeated her name and promised to remember it, but he was more concerned with how the girl managed to hide her presence. The guy was incredibly worried that he didn't notice Yoon-sun until she got close, even though he can sense most of the mana flows. Jong-ken began to worry greatly because he knew that if she had been his enemy, having snuck up on him like that, the guy would have already been dead. The girl explained to the frightened guy that this was her talent, and the main character asked Yoon-sun why she came to him. She said that she was interested in the hero's future plans because they have no choice but to follow him due to the mana contract. The protagonist decided to share his future plans with Yoon-sun, and with a smile on his face, he said that they would go to Seoul. The boy suspected that Odin must already be aware that Chongjin's people had made mana contracts with him. Yoon-sun was not satisfied with the answer, and she clarified that she was more interested in what would happen to them all after the trip to Seoul. The main character shared his future plans with the girl, that after this he would like to give the girl some assignment. From the indignant expression on Yoon-sun's face, it was clear that the girl was not particularly thrilled that they wanted to entrust her with something. Lee Jong-ken asked her not to worry because he wouldn't force them to do anything, he just wanted the hunters to do their job. The girl understood what assignments the main character wanted to tell her about, and agreed to this condition from Lee Jong-ken. The boy was left standing on the hill alone, watching as Yoon-sun walked back to the building where all of her people were gathered. Jong-ken received a message that the dragon's weak heart had stabilized, and he realized that the ability was ready to be used. The young man clenched his fist, and he was extremely interested in how much this new ability of his had now grown in strength. The guy had his doubts about it, but he suspects that he could defeat Hercules in his berserker form now. The main character broke into a smug smile because he was sure that he was getting stronger every day. Jong-ken's loneliness was interrupted again by someone. A man with long hair ran up to the guy, calling him a loser. It was a surprise to our hero that the hunter announced that some person from the association wanted to meet with him. The protagonist went inside the building where the North Korean hunters were stationed to meet the visitor. When the guy entered, he saw a bald head glistening in the sun, which made it possible to immediately recognize the person as Song-gu. Lee Jong-keng was glad to meet his friend. The first thing he did was ask Heimdall how he was doing. Ye Song-gu teased our hero, replying with a smile on his face that he was clearly doing better than Lee Jong-keng. The bald-headed man was shocked when the protagonist suddenly called him Bald Ye Seong-gu. The guy admitted that he dreamed of saying this if he could return from China, and asked to consider it his reward for the hard work he had done. Ye Song-gu was angry at the guy for calling him bald, but he decided to forgive him this time because the hero really tried hard in China. Our hero asked why Heimdall had arrived so late and inquired about the decision made by the Hunters Association. The smile disappeared from the man's face when Lee Jong-ken mentioned the association, and he fell silent for a moment. Song-gu sighed heavily and said that the association was in complete disarray because almost all of its members had returned to Korea. The main character was in a stupor. He stared at the man with a puzzled face. This news was clearly unexpected for him. What Lee Jong-ken heard next was even more shocking, because he learned about the sign of rebellion, the opening of a special gate. The special gates spawn much more powerful monsters, and naturally, their opening has dire consequences for humanity. Such gates began to appear all over the world, so after the raids, many hunters returned to their countries, and even Odin was at a loss. Ye Song-gu told our hero that the association meeting lasted for several days, and naturally, Jong-ken was also talked about there. Holding on to the railing, the bald-headed man admitted that they had been patiently waiting for the protagonist to return. But they could not even dream that Lee Jong-ken would not only return alive, but would also bring with him such a treasure, a whole crowd of hunters. The hero agreed that the hunters from Chongjin were worthy of being called treasure, and their number at Jong-ken's disposal was incredibly large. Heimdall stated that the main problem was that Jong-ken possessed the treasure, not the association. Ye Song-gu said that the mana contract only has one purpose, and that is to force a person to serve our hero. The man warned the boy that Jong-ken would make a lot of enemies because of this, and everyone would see him as a rival. The protagonist listened attentively to Ye Song-gu's words about how a mana contract and a guild were two completely different things. Lee Jong-keng tried to convince his worried friend that everything was okay, because after all, he was also a member of Asgard. Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and admitted that our hero was right. He still had something he wanted to tell the guy. Ye Song-gu hugged the protagonist tightly and told him that he was very glad that the boy returned from China safe and sound. A large number of buses lined up outside the building where all the refugees from the mountain village were temporarily living. Standing in front of the villagers were the protagonist and Ye Seong-gu. Jong-kyung informed the people that this trip would be their final one. One resident said he wouldn't mind 100 of these trips, because they just ate and did all sorts of nonsense the whole time. The guy warned the residents that they would all be very busy soon, so they needed to rest while they could. One of the hunters from North Korea agreed with our hero, and all the inhabitants of the mountain village were happy to go on a new trip. Ye Song-gu pointed at someone and asked Jong-kyung who the woman standing in the crowd of North Korean hunters was. The bald-headed man knew that the villagers called her a goddess or something like that, and he asked Lee if he had gone to China just for her. The boy looked at with a smile and admiring eyes and answered Ye Song-gu that he was not mistaken in his assumptions. Heimdall was stunned, but the protagonist immediately calmed the bald man down, admitting that he was just joking. Jong In-chong intervened in the conversation. She told Heimdall that it was really a joke, and Jong-ken did not go to China for Seething with jealousy, In-chong said that our hero already had plenty of women, so Uni was unlikely to be the girl he was hiding. She was upset, thinking that perhaps our hero really does have girlfriends abroad, and then she might have a lot of rivals. The protagonist didn't understand what was wrong with Jong In-chang's behavior, but Ye Song-gu could literally hear what she was thinking at that moment. A whole line of buses filled with North Korean hunters set off to meet new adventures. The buses left the small town where the villagers were temporarily housed, and have now arrived in Seoul. When everyone arrived at their destination, The villagers got off the buses and began to look around, having arrived in a new city for them. The people from the mountain village were shocked. They looked with wide eyes at the modern city landscape. In front of them stood a glass skyscraper, a building that did not look like those that the inhabitants of the primitive mountain village were accustomed to. Life in the city was also surprising, with whole crowds of people walking along the streets, their clothes different from what they were used to. Also unusual for the North Korean hunters was the traffic on the roads, with entire lines of modern cars racing along them. After leaving the bus, the men looked at their unfamiliar surroundings for a long time with wide eyes. The main character, watching the reaction of the hunters, smiled, seeing how all the residents were simply speechless from what they saw. Lee Jong-ken turned to Una and asked the girl to take good care of her people in this city. But the girl didn't pay any attention to our hero. She looked in the other direction with admiring eyes. The boy saw that Un was as amazed by the city as the others, if not more, and assumed that it was the first time she had seen something like this. Jong-kyung asked Jong-in-chang to escort the people from Chongjin, allowing her to simply follow the people from the association. Fenrir stood next to the boy. He told the boy to go after the girl and asked him to obey Jong-in-chang. But Fenrir did not pay any attention to the words of our hero. The boy was very annoyed and angry, finding himself in this city. The protagonist put his hand on the boy's head and asked if Fenrir felt the same as Jong-ken. An incredibly negative energy that was driving the boy crazy was coming from the building of the Hunters Association, and the main reason for this was the association president, Hee-jin, who was standing nearby, looking at our hero with his one eye. Lee Jong-ken also noticed the director's presence. He looked at the man with a stern expression. Seeing the young man's reaction, the leader of Asgard, Odin, only grinned meaningfully, continuing to look at the guy. But the hero was not in such a good mood. He glared menacingly at the president of the hunting association. The boy knelt down in front of Fenrir and told the boy that from now on he would have to learn something. The protagonist told Fenrir that he shouldn't growl at people anymore, because you can't always use your fangs. He explained to Fenrir that the boy should learn not to show his sharp fangs when it was better not to do so. The werewolf named Fenrir understood everything, and with a smile on his face, he agreed with Jong-ken not to growl at people. The protagonist went inside a tall, modern building, where employees of the Korean Hunters Association were already waiting for him. Inside was the president of the organization, and he greeted Lee Jong-ken with a smile on his face. Hee-jin, keeping his distance, told the boy that he had brought a whole bunch of interesting things with him from China, and Jong-ken agreed. The president of the association began to list these interesting things, among which were more than 100 hunters, 2 heroes, and 3 strange things. Our hero assumed that the director considered Un and Wanhua to be heroes, and Sangun and Fenrir to be strange things, but he did not understand why there were 3 of them. One seemed to be able to read the main character's thoughts, came up, put his hand on the guy's shoulder, and told him that the 3rd interesting thing was himself. The president said he wanted to discuss with Lee Jong-ken his trip to China, but before that, he needed to do something. Placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, Hee-jin filled the space of his office with a bright yellow magical light. With this technique, all 3 men were teleported to Asgardian territory and found themselves at the threshold of the palace. The president of the Hunter Association walked inside. The protagonist and his friend Ye Seong-gu, also known as Heimdall, followed him. Song-gu told the hero that today they would introduce him to Asgard and hold a conference, to which all the heroes of the organization had already arrived. Lee Jong-ken didn't mind taking part in the meeting and looking at Asgard, so he told Heimdall with a smile on his face that he understood everything. The main building of the secret association of Asgard hunters was made entirely of gold and looked majestic. One of the hunters who came to the conference said that he heard that the chief wanted to introduce them to some idiot. Many began to whisper, discussing our hero. They gossiped that Jong-ken had traveled to China and had managed to quickly grow in his skills and strength. One of the guys asked if our hero was there because he felt 3 streams of energy entering the hall. The other Asgard member was stunned to the core and couldn't believe that he was feeling such a strong energy right now. The other hunters had a similar reaction. The guy shouted that the third person's energy was also huge, and he couldn't believe it, because our hero was a newbie. One of the Asgard members was simply horrified, feeling the incredibly powerful energy of Jongken, concluding how strong the hero was. The moment had come for Lee Jongken to meet the rest of the Asgardians, and the gold-adorned door swung open. The main character entered the hall. His whole body was surrounded by a powerful energy that was felt by those present at the conference. The guy greeted the Asgard hunters and introduced himself as the loser, Lee Jongken. The entire space around him was filled with his energy. At this time, in one of the Korean cities, a bright beam of light was directed into the sky, which indicated that the gates were open. Kim Soo-yeon, who had a barrier tape in front of him, stood right next to the portal, waiting for the hunters to return at any moment. The association manager turned out to be right, and soon the first hunter, the main guard of the mountain village, emerged from the gate. Immediately after him, other North Korean hunters left the gate, lining up in front of the portal to watch it close. The North Korean hunters watched in amazement as the magical portal gradually closed and became smaller. Kim Soo-yeon addressed the White Tiger Group, as the villagers decided to call themselves, and praised them for a job well done. In response, the hunters, with smiles on their faces, thanked the guy for his patience with them. The manager said that the guys were able to deal with the gates quite quickly, and now it will be easier for citizens to cope with the consequences. Une, who was holding baby Sangun in her arms, asked if there were any more gates and suggested that they go straight to the next one. Kim was not opposed, but suggested that the hunters needed a break and said that it was not necessary to deal with all the gates today. The girl asked the manager not to worry about them, convincing him that everything was fine, and wanted to go to the next gate. The guy's cheeks turned red from embarrassment, and he, stuttering a little, nevertheless agreed to take the guys to the next gate. Meanwhile, other events were taking place in the territory of the special gate, a place where much stronger monsters posed a danger. Jong In-chang went through this special gate, and now she was fighting a crowd of giant black monsters with beaks. The girl easily dealt with strong monsters, swinging her weapon. Her strength was enough to kill monsters with one blow. For this, Prince Charming sponsored the girl by improving her statistics, but she did not notice how one of the monsters snuck up from behind. Fortunately, Gongzu immediately rushed to the rescue. He grew to the size of a large ogre and grabbed the monster's face with his hand. Gongzu held onto the face of the monster, which looked like a huge upright bird, and began to rid the monster with his fists, charged with red energy. One punch from the ogre was enough to deprive the monster from the special gate of life. Its head flew off its shoulders. Hyunmoo also participated in clearing the special gate. The skeleton in the robe directed a stream of powerful magical power against the enemies. This stream of strong blue light crashed straight into the monster. The monster, with a black, long hair and claws, was unable to fight back. One of the hunters threw a long, magical thread with a needle onto the body of the monster, which looked like a giant cross between a crow and a man. It was a special technique by Dr. Wan Hua. The guy was able to tear the monster's body into pieces with the help of a thin thread of energy. The main character, Jongken, also participated in the battle. With a spear, he flew high above the ground, while a crowd of monsters stood below. The boy pointed the flame-charged Muspelheim spear downwards, causing an explosion on the ground that struck down many monsters. While the other patrons were rewarding their hunters, the fallen angel informed the hero that he was yawning, which confused Lee Jongkang. Lee Jongkang breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky with a smile on his face when he received the message that his level had been raised. After successfully clearing the special gate, the protagonist Jong In-chang, Dr. Hwata, Fenrir, and Gongzu met in a clearing. Jong In-chang shared her opinion that it might be because they are top-class hunters, but patrons are more interested in them than others. The protagonist knew that this was a gate with high-ranking monsters, but they still dealt with it quite easily. Dr. Won Hua and the huntress became more serious, nodding at the hero when Jun Kyung said that he was sure they all felt it. The guy said that the stronger they become, the more special gates appear, and the whole world becomes filled with magic. The main character decided to warn his comrades that soon the whole world would be shaken by a tragic cataclysm. The young doctor was shocked. He stared at Zhong Ken with wide eyes when he was stunned by such unpleasant news. Zhong In-chang also became wary when the main character told everyone that the relatively peaceful days on the planet would soon end. Zhong Ken said that the two of them had done well so far, but Zhong In-chang and the doctor would have to work harder from now on. The main character left the guys and started to go somewhere, but the huntress caught up with him and asked him to wait for a minute. The worried girl asked where Zhong Ken was going and said that for some reason his parting words sounded as if he was leaving for a long time. Lee Jun-kyung confessed to his friend that he was thinking about traveling the world a little, which surprised Zhong In-chang. She did not understand the hero, because he had just spoken about the cataclysm with such a serious expression on his face, and now he was going to travel. The heroine understood that every person needs rest, and even in such a situation it is important, so she answered Zhong Ken that she understood him. Zhong Ken smiled, certain that if he told her the details, In-chang would think that he was going on dates with girls. The main character ordered the guys to join the White Tiger group from that moment on. This instruction also concerned the werewolf Fenrir. The boy looked at Zhong Ken with puzzled eyes and growled questioningly, not understanding what was required of him. Fenrir nodded when the protagonist asked the boy to take care of this group, because in the future those people would be of great help to them. Lee Zhong Ken clenched his fist, realizing that he had to lie about going on a trip when in fact he was going to fulfill his duties. The protagonist realized that as a person who arrived in the past from the distant future, he simply had to do this. Lee Zhong Ken looked at the sky, decorated with the setting sun and clouds, realizing that it was time for him to meet Odin. A few days later, the boy borrowed the rights to use Bifrost from Ye Song-gu, who asked him to be careful. The man did not understand how Odin could agree to hand over the Bifrost, and Zhong Ken explained that he simply gave the president what he valued most by making a deal. Ye Song-gu stared at the protagonist, wondering what exactly the boy could have given Odin in exchange for permission to take the Bifrost. Normally, Asgard's leader Odin did not allow anyone to use the Bifrost, but Lee Zhong Ken was given permission due to some kind of deal. The subject of the deal was a man in black, and upon returning from China, our hero told Odin something that differed from the information given by the survivors. Then our hero told the president that someone called the man in black was up to something, and that he had turned China into a wasteland. An interested Odin asked the guy to find out who he was and what exactly he was planning, and in return Asgard would provide all the necessary support. Afterwards, the main character went to a medieval city. It was clear outside. The sky was decorated with a rainbow and a tower with a large clock. Lee Zhong Ken arrived in this city by air. The guy landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust under his feet. When the protagonist entered the room, he was surprised when the man inside told the guy that he was waiting for him there. Zhong Ken, with a friendly smile on his face, told him that it was an honor to meet him, the lone knight named Lancelot. Lancelot replied that he agreed with the guy, and that it was a great honor for him to see the famous Dark Horse in person. The Round Table Council, of which Lancelot is a knight, is a secret British organization with different world views. While some organizations manipulate humanity by saying that people's lives depend on them, the Round Table Council stands aside and watches. This organization has power, but does nothing, remaining neutral, remaining neither good nor evil. The leader of the organization, Merlin, is at its epicenter, the main source of the Council's power, but even without it, he is quite strong. The Knights of the Round Table are made up of men who are far stronger than the heroes, and they have always played an important role in overcoming English crises. The protagonist entered the main building of the Round Table Council to talk to Lancelot, a man he had never even dreamed of meeting before. The knight said that Merlin herself was interested in him, so everyone, including Lancelot, was curious about what kind of person Lee Jong-ken was. Our hero noticed that the blond man's gaze opposite him was very hostile, and it was probably because of Merlin. Lancelin was known to be in love with Merlin, but she never reciprocated his feelings, and the boy's addiction went too far. The hero felt awkward when he remembered that most of the issues raised in the council concerned Lancelot. The boy stated that all he wanted was to keep the promise he made to Merlin, and the knight latched onto that word, asking if he had heard right. The protagonist sighed heavily and asked the knight of the Order of the Round Table sitting opposite him what the problem was. Becoming stricter, he said that he had come to Merlin on an official visit, but Lancelot began to lecture him and cross all boundaries. Lancelot wanted to find out what the promise was, but the boy interrupted him and said that a knight who does not understand that he is rude has no right to be called so. This phrase of the main character infuriated the knight. Lancelot got angry and loudly hit the table with his fist. The guy jumped up from his chair and asked Lee Jong-ken if our hero dared to insult him, his eyes shining with a bright blue light. The hero assumed that Merlin was watching the situation and knew that the only place she couldn't see was the council's living quarters. Lancelot gritted his teeth and called the hero a loser, declaring that despite the guy's reputation, he could not allow such a display of disrespect. The blond knight in iron armor froze in surprise when someone entered the room and shouted at him to stop. Our hero, who was not at all frightened by the sudden scream, realized that Merlin had finally decided to intervene in the situation. The leader of the organization, Merlin, actually entered the hall, and the girl sat down at the table to discuss their conflict with the guys. The conversation took place in the office of the head of the association, and Lancelot was the first to speak, showing respect to his majesty. Merlin was dissatisfied with the knight's behavior. She stated that he was behaving extremely disrespectfully towards her guest. The knight was shocked by these words of his mistress. He did not expect that even Merlin would be on the side of our main character. Lancelot shouted at Dark Horse and loudly declared that he was challenging Lee Jong-ken to a duel to fight one-on-one. Merlin jumped up from her chair. She was outraged by the knight's behavior and asked the guy what he was thinking about. However, our hero was not against fighting the knight. He answered Lancelot that he accepted his challenge. The head of the Round Table Council looked at Lee Jong-ken with wide eyes because she didn't expect him to agree. The protagonist suggested that his opponent and Merlin go to the training hall, believing that this was the best place for a duel. Rumors had already spread throughout the Round Table that Lancelot had done something wrong again, and the knights were curious as to what this time. One of the knights was even happy, saying that they hadn't seen a cool fight for a long time, and the second guy replied that Lancelot would win as usual. The council members learned that the knight's opponent would be the Dark Horse of Asgard, and they knew that the fight would be glorious. Some more members of the organization came to the square in front of the council building. One of them looked stern. The knights recognized the men as Sir Gawain and Sir Galahad, and realized that even the leaders of the order had come to watch the fight. One of the armored knights put his hand to his head and loudly greeted his leader, Sir Gawain. A big man with blonde hair, as he passed by the guy, put his hand on his shoulder and praised him for a job well done. The assembled knights were delighted to see Sir Gawain, and said how tough he was, and what a noble member of the Order of the Round Table. The final preparations before the duel were completed. Our protagonist was already standing opposite Lancelot, holding a spear in his hand. When Lancelot saw that his opponent was also fighting with a spear, he smiled, thinking that Jong-ken's technique was much worse than his. Sir Gawain watched the duel closely, thinking that a spear fight between the East and the West was very interesting. The knight bowed before one of the leaders of the order and thanked the man for his attention to his duel. Many members of the Round Table Council order gathered at the training ground, watching the duel with delight. Lancelot smiled smugly after making an inappropriate joke at our hero's expense and receiving support from the audience. The indignant hero turned to Sir Lancelot, confessing that he was a little confused as to whether he would fight the comedian or the knight. The boy frowned when Zhang Ken said that his actions were more like a comedian and doubted whether he should be called sir. The protagonist activated his energy and told Lancelot that he heard that in local duels, it was even allowed to take the opponent's life. The knight in response also began to demonstrate his magical energy and confirmed that in such duels, it is indeed possible to kill the enemy. Lancelot brandished his spear and declared that Zhang Ken's life was at stake in this fight, even though he had previously intended to show mercy to the boy. The protagonist replied that, judging by his speech, Zhang Ken would now be fighting a very egocentric and arrogant aristocrat. With a slightly crazy smile on his face, the boy called his opponent a false knight, his eyes filled with fiery energy. Lancelot took this as a very serious insult, called Zhang Ken a bastard, and decided to attack the enemy first. As the knight rushed towards our hero at full speed to attack the boy, surprisingly, Zhang Ken remained calm and motionless. He knew that Lancelot was a lone knight who killed the enemy with one blow, and he was truly a hero, despite his character. The next moment, the tip of the weapon of the Knight of the Order of the Round Table Lancelot and the tip of the spear of the main character were a millimeter apart. The confrontation between the two forces began. The main character and Lancelot clashed with spearheads. The local knights were shocked when they saw that our hero blocked Lancelot's blow by simply meeting it with his spear. Now the blonde knight's face was not so smug, the guy visibly tensed up. The main character didn't just block the blow, but began to affect the enemy with his energy, which made him unable to move. Li Zhongken continued to attack Lancelot. As their spears clashed with each other, he stared at his opponent. The leader of the Order of the Round Table, Sir Gawain, who was watching the duel, decided to end the duel, saying that it was enough. Hearing these words, the protagonist turned around, staring at the leader of the organization, his face expressing complete bewilderment. Li Zhongken was not familiar with the man, so the fair-haired knight decided to give his name, saying that his name was Gawain. The main character knew this name very well. Gawain was truly the Green Knight thanks to his elegant speech and manners. The Green Knight, when he received the powers of a hunter, began to clear the gates of monsters, and he did it with terrifying force. His entire body was covered in the blood of monsters after the battles, which is why Gawain was nicknamed the Green Knight. The protagonist listened to Sir Gawain. He decided to stop the fight with Lancelot, so he put away his Muspelheim spear. Li Zhongken looked at his opponent, raising his weapon high above his head, because he saw no reason to be hostile to this knight. Our hero had a strong negative impact on the fair-haired guy. His strength was exhausted, so the knight fell to his knees. The member of the Order of the Round Table stood on one knee, his head bowed in shame, realizing that he had lost to the protagonist. Sir Gawain approached the boy, advising Lancelot to learn to sensibly assess his strength and the strength of his opponent, but the knight replied that Zhang Ken dared to neglect him. The Green Knight approached Sir Galahad and asked him to help Lancelot clean up the area after the duel. Galahad replied to his superior that he understood him and was not against helping the losing knight clean up after an unsuccessful duel. Lancelot meanwhile bowed his head before our hero and declared that he fully acknowledged his defeat. Zhang Ken knew that Gawain was truly not the type of person to be taken lightly, because he had appreciated the boy's abilities from the very beginning. Gawain thought our hero was amazing because he repelled Lancelot's magical attack with just one blow. The protagonist continued to spend his time on the territory of the Order of the Round Table. He approached the local pond. On the bridge over the pond, Li Zhongken met with the leader of the Merlin organization, and during the conversation, he told her that it was only this time. The guy explained to the girl that he agreed to the duel only because he also wanted this fight, but there would not be a second time. He knew that Merlin had complete control over the Round Table Council, including the knights, so if she didn't want a duel, she would have ordered Lancelot to retreat. Zhang Ken agreed to the duel only because Merlin gave her tacit consent, but he also had his own goals. The boy pointed his finger at Merlin and told the leader of the Round Table that he only did it to pay off his debt. The indignant girl said that our hero was quite straightforward, believing that he agreed to the fight only because he himself wanted it. Jongken replied that he agreed to fight Lancelot because he considered himself a proud enough man. However, the guy knew that he did it to find out in practice how much his skills had grown after the expedition to China, and to pay off his debt to Merlin. The hero asked if Merlin had gotten what she wanted, and said that this way his debt was paid off, and the situation would teach Lancelot something useful. Jongken knew that Merlin was already aware of his progress, so she allowed the duel to take place, knowing that Lancelot would lose. The leader of the Round Table Order admitted that Jongken was much smarter than she thought, and said that she really wanted Lancelot to lose. She explained that this knight had incredible potential, but everything was ruined by his arrogance and obsession with the girl, which is why she used Jongken. Merlin used our hero as a stepping stone for Lancelot's personal growth, so she decided to take it as payment for the guy's debt. This was not all that the girl wanted to tell our hero, and the next second her body turned into a blue silhouette of light. Merlin's image changed dramatically. Now a short guy with blonde hair stood in front of our hero. The boy told the protagonist that Jongken still owed him the fulfillment of the promise he made at their last meeting. Li Jongken saw that it was now Arthur standing in front of him, not Merlin, and the boy asked the protagonist if he had kept his promise. Without saying a word, the protagonist put his hand forward, and a moment later, a sword glowing with blue light appeared in it. This sword turned golden. The precious material glittered beautifully in the sun, and the guy said that he kept his promise first and foremost. Arthur clearly didn't expect this. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the golden magic sword in the protagonist's hand. The boy became angry. He clenched his fists, showing his strength, and shouted, asking if the hero was making fun of him by showing him Excalibur. The protagonist threw the sword towards Arthur, saying that it would be better for him to get angry after he took this weapon into his hands himself. The fair-haired boy grabbed Excalibur in midair, and he tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, agreeing to accept the weapon. The boy did not believe that the decorative sword in his hands with magic inside was the real Excalibur, asking if our hero dared to look down on him. Arthur became furious and yelled at Jongken, calling it all a pathetic ploy and asking if the hero seriously thought it could work. Merlin appeared behind the boy and tried to carefully reach the enraged Arthur. The guy calmed down a little when he turned around and noticed Merlin standing behind him, not expecting to see her now. Arthur's anger disappeared somewhere. He turned and awkwardly looked at the blonde beauty standing in front of him. The fact that Merlin appeared before him meant that Arthur now had the real Excalibur in his hands, and the boy realized this. A shocked Arthur declared that the curse was finally lifted, looking at the golden sword with surprised eyes. Merlin also couldn't quite believe what was happening. She looked at her hands, stating that they had finally separated. With a smile on his face, the protagonist told the boys that he kept his promise by bringing with him a weapon to remove the curse. Arthur still couldn't believe that it actually worked. He looked at Excalibur in bewilderment. The main character was forced to disappoint Merlin and Arthur by admitting to them that he brought the guys a fake. The boy and the girl standing behind him stared at Li Jongken with wide eyes when he admitted that he had deceived them. Li Jongken explained to them that this forgery was made to deceive their patron, the Lady of the Lake. Arthur and Merlin could not believe that, according to our hero, the patrons see only what they want, and everything is fine as long as they please them. The girl said that the Lady of the Lake was the one who instructed them to take possession of Excalibur, but they knew nothing about the thing. She stated that our hero knew what Excalibur was, and he created something similar to deceive his patron. The protagonist silently listened to Merlin's suggestion, realizing that the girl was absolutely right in her statements. Jongken knew that the sword Excalibur was a blade that had been in the lake for centuries, absorbing its magical powers. Arthur asked why they were separated if it was a fake, and Merlin explained to the boy that it was only temporary. She told Arthur that when the Lady of the Lake realized that it was a fake, the curse would become effective again. Realizing that the curse had not actually been lifted forever, the boy grew angry, clenched his teeth, and looked at the hero. The girl extended her hand to stop Arthur. She did not allow the boy to attack the main character. Merlin said that even if it was not a real sword, they still had some time and asked Zhang Ken if she was telling the truth. Zhang Ken explained that it was not a matter of time. He was only able to deceive the mistress, and even if the deception was revealed, the sword would still have value. According to the hero, the curse will remain in effect until they leave the Round Table Council and continue searching for the real Excalibur. Wanting to say goodbye, the protagonist told Merlin and Arthur that in any case, his job was done. The boy covered his face with his hand, trying to contain the negative emotions he felt because of this whole situation. Removing his hand from his face, Arthur looked at our hero, not wanting to let him go, and said that this was not enough. The protagonist knew that Arthur suffered from the curse much more than Merlin because he was forcibly placed into the body of a child. He could understand where the boy got his character from, because Merlin had complete control over her body. Wanting to help the boys, Li Zhongken clenched his fist and said that he would tell them something else, namely the location of the real Excalibur. At this time, some kind of fierce battle was taking place in the dense forest. One of the trees was destroyed by a powerful explosion. And the reason for this was Hercules, who had already fully recovered and was fighting with all his might. His fist was engulfed in powerful flames. Demetrius was fighting against a man in a cloak who was holding a sword in his hand. Hercules waved his hand, leaving a fiery trail in the air. The big guy destroyed everything in his path. With this attack, Demetrius caused another explosion, and large stones flew in different directions. Hercules' eyes glowed red as he gritted his teeth and desperately fought against the man emitting blue energy. Demetrius struck again with his fist, this time even stronger, because all the ground beneath him turned into a pile of stones. However, Hercules' opponent was in perfect order, raising his sword above his hand. The man pointed out that Demetrius was attacking too slowly. The stranger attempted to counterattack Demetrius, but the big guy managed to dodge by jumping up. Flying into the sky, Hercules let out a loud scream, a streak of blue magical energy rushing underneath him without touching him. Demetrius tensed as he noticed that the situation on the battlefield had worsened, and he was now at risk of getting hit. Hercules winced in pain as he unexpectedly took a blow from his opponent right into his muscular back. The big guy screamed loudly. His eyes were completely painted red, signaling his berserker mode. The enemy's attack caused him to return to his normal state, and the red color gradually began to fade from the whites of Demetrius's eyes. The guy was getting closer and closer to leaving the berserker mode with each passing moment. His eyes were already almost completely white. Demetrius was exhausted. He collapsed to the ground and then dropped to one knee and rested his hand on the ground. His opponent stood next to the guy. He stopped attacking Hercules and just silently watched the changes in the big guy's body. Demetrius, who had missed the blow, was perplexed. He pointed his finger at his opponent's weapon, asking what kind of sword it was. The man with gray hair admitted honestly that he did not know what kind of weapon it was, and said that he had picked up the sword quite recently. Hercules was surprised that the guy was able to just find something like that, because after being wounded, the big guy lost control of his magical power. The guy in the cloak told Demetrius that the big guy had reached a sufficient height for him to forgive him for breaking the agreement. Hercules hoped to have his disciplinary reprimands overturned, but the man upset him by saying that Athena planned to hold him accountable. Demetrius was taken aback by the suddenness of his actions when he noticed Athena standing nearby, as he had not noticed her presence before. The goddess of Olympus, Athena, stood nearby, her arms crossed over her chest. She stared intently and silently at the guilty Demetrius. The man in the cloak asked the goddess what was wrong, and she said that she had come here to tell him something. The girl reminded the man that he had recently asked Athena about Dark Horse, our main character. Demetrius tensed when Athena mentioned Dark Horse, the man who had once been able to defeat him. The man with gray eyes silently looked at the goddess of Olympus, waiting for her to tell him about Li Zhongken. Athena reported that after the protagonist returned from China, he immediately went to the UK. The girl said they did not know the specific reason for his trip, but in Britain, Jong Ken met with the Round Table Council. The hunter with long gray hair looked down at the floor. He scratched his chin with his hand, thinking about Athena's words. The man asked Athena to look after our hero and told Demetrius to make sure that Hercules would not neglect his training. With her hand on her heart, dressed in a strict black suit, the goddess of Olympus told the man that she understood his order. In a sign of respect, Demetrius also placed his hand on his heart. The boy closed his eyes in front of his leader, agreeing to watch his training. The man that Athena and Hercules so respect and obey turns out to be Zeus, the hunter who rules Olympus. At this time, the protagonist continued his journey in Britain. He was still talking with Arthur by the pond. The boy managed to find out that the real Excalibur is now in the possession of Zeus, and our hero once again confirmed his version. Arthur did not understand why Zeus needed this weapon, asking the main character about it, because the hunter already had the lightning of Olympus. The protagonist was surprised, not understanding where people got such an idea about Zeus from, because he knew that he did not have lightning. The boy was displeased, asking why Jong Ken addressed him informally, but the hero replied that Arthur did the same. The guy looked Arthur straight in the eye with a smile on his face, asking if he had any problems with this. The main character's question left the boy stunned. He frowned, silently staring at the careless Jong Ken. Forever trapped in the body of a child, Arthur sighed heavily before saying anything else to our protagonist. He returned to the point of the conversation by asking Lee Jong Keng what they were going to do with the real Excalibur now. The hero did not understand why Arthur was asking him about this, saying that he simply told them the location of the weapon and then let them deal with it themselves. Jong Ken reminded him that the guy told him to find a sword that could dispel their curse, and he did, so now it was time for them to repay him. Arthur, looking down sadly, said that he did not think that Zeus would agree to negotiations about the transfer of Excalibur. Jong Ken reassured him by saying that Merlin would help him figure it out, because after all, she was a very smart girl. The fair-haired boy in the officer's uniform breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and said that it was true. Arthur asked the main character what kind of payment he wanted for the work he had done to cleanse the boy's curse. Jong Ken knew there was no point in talking to Arthur, who knew nothing but power, so he replied that he would tell him everything when Merlin returned. When the round table meeting finally ended, Merlin climbed the steps to the bridge over the pond again. The girl told the main character that they were both ready to listen to the guy's wishes regarding payment for his work. Lee Jong Keng, overjoyed that Merlin had returned, said that it was excellent and was ready to make his demands. The protagonist stated that the only thing he demands as payment is for Merlin and Arthur to survive. The boy was stunned, he asked our hero again, not believing his ears that Jong Ken had asked for exactly this kind of payment. Merlin was also wary, not expecting the main character to ask for such a strange thing as a reward. Jong Ken said that he also needed the guy's trust. They would have to do what he said, and if they agreed to it, then the debt issue would be closed. An indignant Arthur asked why the hell the boy was asking for two things to pay off one debt, and the hero replied that it was a shame that the boy wanted to die. Arthur stopped being indignant because the main character's remark was appropriate, and he fell silent, turning the corners of his mouth down. Merlin agreed to the hero's terms, but said that it would be nice to get at least some explanation from Jong Ken. The main character was not against explaining everything. He warned the guys that something really important would happen very soon. Merlin and Arthur listened attentively to our hero. The boy waited for further explanations from Lee Jong Ken about what was so important that was about to happen. Lee Jong Ken said about the special gate and the strange mana. He was sure that they also felt it, so they called the knightly order council. The girl said that her guess then turned out to be correct, and the density of magical power really is growing in Britain at a wild speed. The guy confirmed her suspicions that the special gates were to blame for everything, and stated that there would only be more of them in the future. Concerned, Merlin asked if this was the big event the boy was talking about. The protagonist answered no, because he knew that there was a much more important event that he should warn the guys about. Lee Jong-keng stated that the truly important event was the disappearance of all the special gates, and they needed to prepare for that moment. Arthur and Merlin looked at the main character with wide eyes, trying to digest what they had just heard from Jong-ken. The protagonist was still spending time on the pond area near the Round Table Council building, with Arthur standing opposite. The boy changed his clothes and told Jong-ken that he often trained here alone because few of the council knew of his existence. The guy activated his magical energy and offered the hero to begin, adding that Jong-ken had become noticeably stronger since their last meeting. The protagonist confirmed Arthur's suspicions, saying that he was very different from who he was before. Before the duel began, Lee Jong-ken asked the boy if he had ever fought with that lightning guy. Arthur stared at the protagonist with eyes emitting a green glow and asked what he had just said. The boy laughed, pointing out how easy it was for the hero to say such things, and began to threaten, asking if he wanted to die. However, our hero stood his ground. He was not afraid of Arthur's rage, and asked the boy to simply answer his question. With a smug smile on his face, Arthur confessed to the protagonist that he had fought with that same lightning guy. The protagonist accepted the boy's answer. Arthur's words clearly pleased him, because Lee Jong-ken smiled. His expression instantly changed as he decided to strike the boy preemptively to gain an advantage in the fight. With his spear charged, Dark Horse raced through the air, quickly approaching Arthur as he stood motionless. For the boy, it was a mere trifle. He said that it was too slow and easily blocked Jong-ken's blow. The opponent turned out to be not so simple. The preemptive strike did not work, and the main character visibly tensed up, jumping to the side. Lee Jong-ken knew that the duel with Arthur was not just a test of his abilities, and he had to use everything he had. Therefore, the protagonist's Muspelheim spear instantly began to emit powerful fiery energy. The firepower characteristics of the spear have been increased, and the flame will be on the hero's side under the influence of the Fire Monarch. Seeing how well our hero could control fire, Arthur admitted that it was quite an impressive sight. After this, the duel began. The entire space was filled with flashes and streaks of fiery energy from our hero. After another blocked attack, Arthur landed on the ground and jumped back to prepare for another round. The protagonist, meanwhile, lunged forward. He took the Muspelheim spear with both hands to attack. Arthur's sword was not the boy's only weapon, but he held out his palm and screamed. His hand began to emit a bright blue light. The boy's attack was successful. A stream of powerful energy hit the protagonist's stomach, tearing Jong-ken's clothes. The blow was strong, so the main character almost lost his balance and began to fly backwards. The knight, pleased with himself, smiled, asking the protagonist if he was deflated. His sword was charged with magical power. The protagonist, having received damage, admitted that Arthur is indeed strong, but he cannot afford to give up so easily. The guy made a decision to land at least one successful blow on his opponent. His expression became fierce. The training ground on the water near the Round Table Council building was filled with many streaks of the hero's fiery energy. Jong-ken was ready to continue fighting, his spear glowing with fiery mana with renewed vigor, becoming even more powerful. Arthur was shocked to see the protagonist absorbing magical power, while Jong-ken received a message that the dragon's heart was releasing mana. And following this notification, a powerful explosion was heard, caused by the accumulation of magical energy from the dragon's heart inside Jong-ken's chest. Suddenly it started to rain, and the raindrops gradually began to extinguish the fire that our hero had caused with his skills. After the deafening explosion, everything around was filled with thick fog. Arthur stood motionless, holding the sword tightly in his hand. The boy stared at Lee Jong-ken silently, his eyes shining like emeralds, and there was a small scratch on his cheek. The duel ended, and the boy in the child's body asked the protagonist if he could ask what just happened. It wasn't much of a secret, so Lee Jong-ken told Arthur that he had just caused a solar flare. Arthur seemed to be delighted with this ability of the protagonist, and told the guy that it was a great technique. However, in an instant, everything changed. Shackles of water magical energy appeared around our hero's body. Lee Jong-ken spat out blood from his mouth. The hero, having received heavy damage, fell to the ground, losing consciousness, and Arthur apologized to him for not being able to control his power. The boy reminded him that Jong-ken had asked him about that white lightning and said that at the moment the hero had no chance. While Jong-ken lay on the surface of the water with his eyes closed, Arthur said that perhaps the hero would one day be able to defeat the lightning guy. The heavy rainfall that Arthur had caused had stopped, the sky had become clear again, and our hero was still spending time in the territory of the Round Table Council. The boy had already recovered from the strong blow he had received from the boy. He was sitting on the bed the council had given him. Jong-ken looked at his bracelet and saw that Hyun-moo had activated, and the skull asked the guy if he was okay. Fortunately, thanks to Merlin's abilities, the protagonist managed to recover quickly, and he responded to Hyun-moo that he was fine. Although Lee Jong-ken lost this duel, he was at least consoled by the fact that he managed to land a blow on Arthur. Looking at his bracelet, the protagonist was glad that his spear had reached the head of a huge organization, which meant that he had truly become stronger. Lee Jong-ken was pulled out of his thoughts when someone knocked on the door and he turned his attention to the source of the sound. Outside stood one of the leaders of the Knights of the Round Table. He asked Jong-ken if he was inside and said that Sir Gawain was bothering him. They went outside to talk, and the knight said that he heard from Merlin that the boy had come here to warn everyone about the disaster. Sir Gawain, hanging his head, said that he wished to apologize once more for the rudeness of one of their knights and to thank him for the righteousness of our hero. The protagonist answered the knight that everything was fine and asked if he really came to Jong-ken just for this reason. The man with the light, neat beard paused briefly before speaking and mentioned Arthur. Lee Jong-ken began to listen to the knight more attentively. He stared at Gawain when he said Arthur's name. Gawain said that he knew that Jong-ken had fought Arthur yesterday, and admitted that dueling with Arthur was his pipe dream. After this, the knight materialized his magic sword in his hand, preparing to ask our hero for a favor. Sir Gawain asked the protagonist if he would perhaps agree to fight the knight instead of Arthur. Lee Jong-ken sighed heavily because he thought that the Green Knight would ask the boy exactly this question. Activating his magical power, our hero replied that he was not at all against it, and he would also be interested to know what Gawain was capable of. Perhaps this is a characteristic feature of English knights, but while the protagonist was at the Round Table, he dueled many of them. Then Gawain, Galahad, and, most surprisingly, Lancelot fought against Lee Jong-ken in friendly matches. The main character sighed heavily because he came to England because of Excalibur, but in the end all he does is fight. Suddenly Merlin approached the guy. She extended her hand to him. In her hand lay a red necklace on a white thread. The leader of the Round Table Council explained to the hero that this necklace would help him improve his skills a little, and she was sure that he would need it someday. Lee Jong-ken was delighted by this surprise. He squeezed the red crystal in his hand and thanked Merlin for the gift. The boy put the necklace on his neck, and Merlin asked if Jong-ken could go to kneel if he had some free time. The girl asked if the main character remembered a hunter named Inev who came from the Nile, and said that the man had caused a big stir. The protagonist asked Merlin why she suddenly remembered the hunter from Nile Inev, remembering how that guy invited Lee to his homeland. After talking with Inev, Lee Jong-ken heard rumors that the hunter had been punished after returning to Nile. Merlin realized that our hero remembered about the desperate child Neil, and said that he asked her to persuade Jong-ken to meet with him again. Our hero was confident that the Round Table Council would warn the others of the coming catastrophe, but he still had business to attend to in England. Jong-ken told the girl that he would think about her request, and she thanked the guy for this. The main character, having dealt with all the affairs on the territory of the organization, finally left its borders. He turned his wary gaze to the side when he heard a strange voice in his head saying that they would see each other again. Lee Jong-ken saw a dark silhouette of a man standing on top of the clock tower who was able to tell the hero something telepathically. Looking closer, our hero saw that this man was Arthur, who later also called Jong-ken a twig. The boy smiled, because first Arthur called him the guy with lightning and now this, and he hoped that the boy would give it his all during the cataclysm. The main character went to London, where his old friend, the sister of his blacksmith Puck, worked on Alchemy Street. Lee Jong-ken entered the girl's shop. He called her name, but she did not respond. Becoming wary, he called her again. Inside, there was a completely different saleswoman. In front of the guy stood a girl with short white hair who asked him who he was. Jong-kyung asked if Park Yujin was here and asked if this wasn't her shop, to which the stranger chuckled thoughtfully. She said the guy didn't look like a loan shark, and he didn't look like a hunter who bought a faulty potion. The saleswoman clapped her hands when she realized that there was a real customer in front of her, which made her very happy. Jong-kyung disappointed her by answering that he was not a buyer and once again persistently asked where Park Yujin was and who she was. The girl explained that she was simply looking after the store at the girl's request and that Park Yujin would not appear here again. When the hero explained that he had come here at her brother's request, the saleswoman realized that in front of her was the man Eugene had told her about. Our hero's face showed genuine shock when the blonde announced that Park Yujin had joined Olympus. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly, realizing that the past had been changed again, and the history in this timeline was completely different. Lee Jong-keng knew that Eugene shouldn't have joined Olympus so early, and he wondered what had driven the girl to do so. The guy pursed his lips as he began to suspect that the girl had left her shop because of our hero. The main character was very alarmed by the fact that history continued to change. The guy looked sadly at the floor. After his trip to England, Lee Jong-ken continued his journey, this time heading to the Nile River, to the city at the foot of the Egyptian pyramids. Once in the city, the young man decided to call someone. Lee Jong-ken greeted someone into the phone with a worried expression on his face. The man our hero called was also on a trip. He was basking in the sun, relaxing on the seashore. It turned out that Jong-ken had called Jong In-chang, who was also on vacation, and she asked her friend if something was wrong. The relaxed girl suddenly jumped up when the hero told her that she needed to get ready. The huntress was shocked by this news. Lee Jong-ken said that he needed the girl to come to him in Egypt, and she needed to take everyone with her except the White Tiger group. In-chang was not averse to going on a new journey, complaining to the guy that she was already bored of sitting in one place. Meanwhile, Ye Shong-gu was on the road, the man cutting through the Korean street in his modern car. While he was driving, our hero called him with the news that he was now in Egypt, and Song-gu asked what he was doing there. The protagonist explained that he needed to do something in this country, and Heimdall asked if it was related to the cataclysm. Jong-keng said that it might be related to something similar, and Heimdall replied that going there would cause a lot of problems because Egypt is already unstable. The man was shocked when the hero, in response to his warning that the visit would cause diplomatic difficulties, admitted that problems had already arisen. Lee Jong-ken, when he arrived in Egypt, was not greeted in a friendly manner. He stood with his hands raised up, while a whole crowd of local warriors stood in front of him. Then our hero was captured. The arrested Lee Jong-ken was sent to the local palace and kept there until the circumstances were clarified. As the boy sat at the table, one of the Egyptian warriors asked another why Dark Horse had visited Egypt, and the other hunter replied that he had no idea. The bald-headed Egyptian said he thought they would need a translator to talk to the detained boy. Two other guys with painted eyes entered the hall and asked the warriors to leave the main character to them. These Egyptians approached where Lee Jong-ken was sitting to talk to Dark Horse and sort out the situation. The warriors tensed as the executive branch entered the room, and one of them said that Neil was making his move. A bald-headed man approached our hero and called him Dark Horse, asking if he was mistaken. The protagonist looked warily at the arriving men without answering them and suspected that it seemed to be them. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, and Lee Jong-ken was still a hostage and was inside one of the buildings in the Egyptian city. The guy with glasses told the hero that he works in the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association, and his name is Yoon Kyung-tae. Our hero didn't expect that they would send a Korean Hunters Association employee to the meeting and told the guy that he was pleased to meet him. Smiling, Kente said that he had been contacted by headquarters and told to expect our hero to arrive today. Jongken assumed that it was Ying Chang and the others who warned the guy and asked the employee what was happening in Egypt now. The man in glasses said that at the moment, Egypt is under the complete control of the Nile, and the Nile itself is divided into 3 branches. The first branch, called Memphis, according to Kente, is responsible for all politics within the Egyptian state. Hermopole, whose coat of arms is decorated with wings, is responsible for controlling the business sector and all enterprises in the country. But the most powerful sector in terms of the gate situation was Heliopolis, which monitors the hunters and the association. Yun Kyung-tae said that now all 3 of these branches are fighting for power and are constantly trying to seize each other's spheres of influence. The man in glasses wanted to talk about the situation in Egypt due to the feud between the 3 branches, but our hero beat him to it, saying that it was chaotic. Kente said that Heliopolis used to have the most power, but that changed after the Horus incident and the sector was in big trouble. The protagonist began to remember that Inev had once told him that he had been in Heliopolis, and then asked Kente what incident he was talking about. The man replied that it was not known for certain, and even their sources could not get to the bottom of the incident, but they knew that the tragedy happened during an attack on the gate. After these words, Lee Jong-ken remembered his old conversation with Inev, when the Egyptian shouted to him that it was all because of the red ore, and he should go to the Nile. Dark Horse began to think about that conversation about red ore, remembering the madness that the material caused. The boy stood up and told the association employee that he would like to meet with one hunter first, and Kente asked who he was talking about. The main character said that this hunter's name is Inev. He is an Egyptian captain who managed to achieve heroic rank. A passenger plane landed at an airport in the middle of the desert, and Lee Jung-ken's comrades rushed to Egypt at his request. Jong-in Chang entered the airport waiting room and promptly flew to Egypt, as our hero had previously ordered her to do. Even though the guy interrupted her long-awaited vacation, the girl was glad to meet him, and a sincere smile shone on Jong-in Chang's face. The main character approached the girl and told her that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she replied that, as he asked, she brought everyone with her. Wan Hua also flew to help his friend, along with Fenrir, who was holding a miniature gongzu in his hand. Lee Jong-ken was genuinely happy when he saw that everyone, even Gongzu, had come to Egypt, and he thanked the guys for everything. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy with short red hair interrupted the conversation and asked the hero if he wasn't glad to see him. The boy's eyes widened in shock when he saw in front of him the man he knew was Baldur, one of the strongest warriors of Asgard. The man, with a wide smile on his face, began fanning himself with his hand, declaring that he had not been to a resort for a long time. It was clear from Jong-ken's face that he was not particularly happy to see Odin's right hand, and he asked Baldur what he was doing there. She stared at the hero with sinister eyes and accused Jong-ken of showing his true colors from the very beginning. Fenrir immediately disliked this unpleasant man. He perceived him as an enemy, so he began to growl at Baldur, showing his fangs. Wan Hua and Jung-in Chang were also tense due to the whole situation, and they were closely watching what was happening. The main character remained silent. He stared at the uninvited guest, burning him with a stern and serious look. Baldur said he was just joking, and the president sent him here to help their dark horse complete the expedition successfully. He told the guy not to worry because they had already sorted out the special gates in Korea and said that he was looking forward to working together. Baldur stepped aside to speak with a representative of the Korean Hunters Association in Egypt. Lee Jong-ken was annoyed that Odin's right hand had arrived in Egypt, and he silently watched the conversation of those people. The protagonist realized that this trip to the Nile, in particular because of this woman, was unlikely to be pleasant. The next morning came. Lee Jong-ken was still spending time in the city getting used to the new country. During a new conversation with Kente, the man told him that the hero was denied a meeting with Inev, suspecting that something had happened inside Neil. Kente said that, like other countries, Egypt is now calling all its hunters back to the country due to the opening of special gates. The man in glasses told the boy that the second commander of Heliopolis, named Seth, had recently returned, and then mentioned Horus. Our hero said that Seth would gain power after Kente said that Horus might not regain his status after the incident. The representative of the Korean Association told the protagonist that Seth is currently the strongest hunter in the Nile. Lee Jong-ken visibly tensed up when he realized that he would have to deal with the strongest hunter, and he even began to sweat from the tension. The guy was worried that Nile was the strongest organization behind Egypt, and Seth was their most powerful hunter. During the duel with Arthur, Jong-ken gave it his all, but the only thing he managed to do was scratch the boy's cheek. Jong-ken stood up abruptly from the sofa, wondering how much stronger Seth was than Arthur if he was the most powerful in Egypt. The protagonist approached Mr. Yoon Kyung-tae, asking the man to continue sending requests to meet with Inev. The man in glasses became worried and tried to find out from our hero what he was going to do next. Lee Jong-ken looked away and said that he would try to find another way to meet this hunter. At this time, other events were unfolding in the Korean city. A black bird was flying over the roofs of high-rise buildings. On the roof of the Korean Association, at the very edge, stood its president and the leader of Asgard, Odin, with Ye Seong-gu behind him. Hyejin said that he hadn't asked any questions until now, and he didn't know what kind of relationship Song-gu had with Dark Horse, or what secrets they were keeping. Heimdall remained silent as he listened to the association director's speech, his face showing slight concern. Odin's pupils glowed purple as he stated that he must know everything, and Jong-ken continues to pique his curiosity. The man turned around and admitted to Heimdall that he didn't understand why Song-gu was so nice to the boy, since he wasn't the type to easily trust others. It was strange for Odin to see that Heimdall was showing such trust in our hero, as if he had known this boy for a very long time. The association president asked what the underdog's goal was, and admitted that he had absolutely no idea what Lee Jung-ken wanted. Heimdall told the leader of Asgard that Lee Jun-kyung was the man whose goals coincided with Hyejin's. One remembered that the hunter San-soo told him the same thing about our hero, that Jong-ken was a hunter who would help the president achieve his goals. Song-gu knew very well what to answer Odin to such questions, because the protagonist had already instructed him earlier. The bald-headed man, clenching his fist, repeated that Odin and the main character's goals were the same, and the guy also wanted to kill the sponsors. The association president's eyes widened as he stared at Heimdall, because these words were a revelation to him. The hunters sponsored by he who rules beyond the riverbank have lost their powers, making this the first time a fighter has lost their powers due to anything other than death. Song-gu told Odin that this happened after our protagonist dealt with Gunther, the leader of the Northern Army. It seemed that the news that the hunters had lost their powers didn't upset Hyejin too much, and he admitted with a smile on his face that it wasn't bad. The protagonist continued to carry out his tasks in Egypt. Now he was sitting at the same table with Baldur, Odin's right hand. A radiant red-haired guy holding a cup of coffee in his hand asked the hero what he wanted to chat with him about. Lee Jong-ken, smiling slyly, turned to Baldur, calling him by name, and asked which hero of the Nile had a connection with Asgard. The guy closed his eyes and coughed when he received such an unexpected question from the main character. The hero asked the next question, regarding how highly Odin valued the need for cooperation with Jong-ken when he sent Baldur to Egypt. This question made the right hand of the leader of Asgard lose his temper. The guy abruptly put the cup of coffee on the table, causing a rumble. Staring ominously at Jong-ken, the hunter said that Odin had ordered him to cooperate and help the boy with everything he could. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy to answer him in that case which of the Nile heroes has a connection with Asgard. The young man stood up abruptly from his chair, wanting to end this awkward conversation with Lee Jong-ken, and did not answer his question. Looking down at the boy, Baldur said that he would contact Jong-ken about this matter because the information was somewhat classified. Our hero was not against receiving this information later, and the girl said that then, perhaps, he would take his leave. The boy remembered Kente's words about how they didn't know the details of the incident during the attack on the gate, but after that, a crisis occurred. Analyzing the association staff member's words, Jong Ken realized that the heroic class hunters should indeed be here now. Afterwards, the main character went on a walk with Jong In-chang, Dr. Hwada, and Fenrir along the Egyptian street. The huntress began to fan her face with her palm, complaining to the boys that it was rather hot here. Wan Hua was happy with the weather. The boy smiled, enjoying the warmth, because he thought it was still better than the frost. Siegfried turned around, looking at the young doctor with a slight smile, and said that he was right, that heat was better than frost. The boy turned to Jong Ken, who was walking ahead, and asked if he could inquire about our hero's ultimate goal. Jong In-chang said that if she thought about it, she had never heard of Lee Jun-kyung's ultimate goal either. Hwada said that he felt like the main character was always working towards some kind of global goal, and asked that he not say that he dreams of world domination. When the doctor mentioned world domination, the protagonist stopped abruptly to say something to his friend. Wan Hua's words caused Lee Jun-kyung to become a little irritated, and he closed his eyes and released the air from his lungs before answering. The guy turned around, and with a smile on his face replied that he thought his goal was world domination after all. The doctor fell silent, and Jong In-chang said that when the guy said things like that, she sometimes couldn't tell whether he was joking or serious. The first to notice the approaching danger was the werewolf Fenrir. The boy suddenly turned his attention to something behind him. Nearby, a whole group of Egyptian residents were walking down the street, with a huge dark cloud of negative energy hovering over their heads. The main character immediately jumped forward, protecting In-chang and the others with his back, and ordered the guys to step back. In front of our heroes stood a whole crowd of Egyptians, and from their war paint, it was clear that they were the executive power of the Nile. Lee Jong Ken noticed a tattoo on the arm of one of the warriors, which depicted the coat of arms of Heliopolis. A menacing man in Egyptian robes with tattoos on his arms and black paint on his face confidently walked towards the guys. The main character immediately recognized this man as Seth and realized that this hunter was no less strong than Arthur. Coming closer to Lee Jong Ken, the strongest hunter of Nile, Seth recognized him as the very same dark horse, and the hero confirmed that it was he. Hunter Neela Seth told the boy that he had come here to briefly discuss something with Lee Jong Ken. Dark Horse was not against talking to this hunter. In agreement, Lee Jong Ken only nodded to the guy. The adventures of the protagonist in Egypt continued. Now he went with Seth to talk to him about something alone. Seth said that after Egypt became independent from the kingdom, it was named the Arab Republic of Egypt. He went on to say that Egypt was still under the rule of the Nile dynasty, even though officially it was not. Lee Jong Ken asked the strongest hunter of the Nile whether the boy planned to become the successor of this dynasty. The hunter looked at our hero with a smile, saying that he hit the nail on the head and praised Jong Ken for his intelligence. Seth looked at Jong Ken intently and turned to the smart guy and asked if he wanted to try to guess something. The protagonist did not understand what exactly Seth was talking about, so he asked the strongest hunter Nile what he needed to guess. The guy explained that the hero needs to guess why Set wants to become Osiris's successor and what he needs to do after he gets the job. Seth was persistent. He began to put pressure on the protagonist to guess the answers to the questions of the hunter with black paint on his face. Before they met, Jong Ken thought that Seth had staged the accident to take over the throne, but now he suspects that the boy wants to become king. When the conversation with the most powerful hunter of the Nile ended, the protagonist went out into the city streets again. Lee Jung-kyung, Jong In-chang, Dr. Wan Hua, and Fenrir stood in the middle of the sandy road, meeting after the hero's conversation with Seth. The curious Jong In-chang immediately asked Dark Horse how his conversation with the Nile hunter went. Jungkin said that Seth asked him to guess his goals, and the girl asked what our hero answered him. The guy couldn't even imagine what Seth's goal was. He mistakenly thought that the hunter wanted to become king for the sake of power, but that was not the case. The young man understood that Seth was quite dangerous, but he was not evil at all. In other words, he was neither black nor white at the same time. The protagonist told his friend that he could not answer the Egyptian hunter's questions, and she replied that she understood him. Jong In-chang and Lee Jong-kyung suddenly turned their attention to the appearance of another person nearby. It was Odin's right-hand Baldur, a red-haired guy with a wide smile who approached the guys and asked where they had been. Siegfried felt irritated by Baldur following them around and asked if he had anything else to do. Baldur laughed and said that he thought the boys had finished their business, and he too had quickly finished everything that needed to be done. He looked at Jong Ken with a sly look and said that it was strange, and the Dark Horse team seemed quite unusual to him. Odin's right hand said that all of Lee Jong Ken's team members were Duke-level hunters, and he was surprised that none of them had entered Asgard yet. Baldur asked what could be more dangerous than hunters who are not part of their organization, but have access to the secrets of Asgard. Jong In-chang felt very irritated by this red-haired guy. She wondered if Baldur wanted to test their patience. The main character decided to stop this monologue of the red-haired guy and asked him to put all the jokes aside. He was more interested in something else, so he asked Baldur what the answer was to the question he had asked him the day before. The boy, smiling broadly, replied that Odin had told him to cooperate with Jong Ken to the best of his ability. He wanted to give a final answer to our hero, but the next second everyone had to be distracted by a strange phenomenon. A bright and large magic crystal appeared right above the streets of the Egyptian city, with energy hovering around it. The city began to fill with flashes and streaks of powerful energy that emanated from the sky to the earth. A shocked Jong In-chang realized that the phenomenon before them was the opening of a special gate right in the center of the city. The portal was indeed different from the usual one, because instead of blue it was painted a demonic red. The girl was surprised to notice that the gate had just appeared, but its magical power was already growing, and she realized that a whole bunch of people were in danger. Jong In-chang shouted at Lee Jun Ken and said that they needed to deal with the gate as soon as possible or it would open. The protagonist did not share the girl's panic. He calmly asked Miss Jong In-chang to stop worrying. The girl was outraged and shouted at the guy, asking how he could tell her to calm down if many people could soon die. Lee Jung-kyung told his friend that this was not Korea, but she did not calm down, shouting that if no one joined, she would go alone. The huntress readied her weapon and activated her power, saying that she didn't know why the boy was taking so long to answer, but every second counted now. The heroine suddenly fell silent when she looked at the sky and saw something there that made her even more worried. Directly above her, an entire army of Egyptian hunters was cutting through the air, all the men emitting a bright magical red light. She noticed the men's faces. Their eyes were painted black, indicating that they were members of Heliopolis. Among them was the strongest hunter, Neela Seth. The man also moved through the air, but his energy was golden, not red. The protagonist explained to his friend that they were not in Korea now, but in the Nile, and the locals had their own ways of coping, which made Jong In-chang feel awkward. However, Lee Jong Ken was quite surprised. He didn't expect Seth to personally take part in clearing the special gate. After some time, as our hero expected, the local hunters quickly cleared the gates despite the fact that they were special. When the gate was successfully cleared and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Lee Jong Ken turned his head and spoke to his friend. Hiding her face, the girl asked our hero not to joke about her now, because she already felt extremely awkward about her behavior. But Jong Ken didn't mean to joke about her. He praised her for acting like that because she wanted to protect everyone. The girl scratched her chin with her hand and agreed that she had behaved that way for precisely that reason and wanted to say something else, but was forced to remain silent. The protagonist and Jong In-chang suddenly turned their heads to the side, staring at something when they heard an alarming sound. The huntress said that something seemed to have happened and suddenly took off, running towards the source of the strange sound, leaving the guy standing in the middle of the street. When Zhong In-chang rushed to the scene, she saw a crowd of young men with guns standing over a guy who had collapsed on the ground. The disgruntled girl asked the hooligan with a sword in his hand, who seemed to be the instigator, what he was doing. The big guys felt that a hunter was standing in front of them. The guys started to behave rudely, asking what she said there. The main character also showed up at the scene. Lee Jong-ken asked the hooligans what was going on, and they got scared when they recognized the guy as the Dark Horse. Merlin's necklace proved to be quite useful, because with it the hero could speak Arabic, and Jong-ken asked again what had happened. The big guy answered the protagonist that this was not a matter in which a foreign hunter should interfere. Lee Jong-ken said that after he saw them attacking a man, he simply couldn't pass by, so they had to explain everything. The guy showed the hooligans his phone and said that otherwise he would have to contact the association. To the argument that a hunter has no right to attack an ordinary citizen, the big guy said that it seemed that Jong-ken did not know that things were different in Egypt. An Egyptian hooligan has claimed that in their country, hunters have the right to punish ordinary people with force whenever they want. The tall, muscular hunter concluded that this was their legal right, and with these words, he raised his sword victoriously above his head. The protagonist and Zhong In-chang widened their eyes in surprise when they saw that the street of the Egyptian city was stained with blood. Suddenly, someone took away the hunter's hand, which was clutching the sword, and part of the hooligan's limb fell straight to the ground. The local hunter was horrified. He grabbed his severed hand and screamed in pain and fear, shaking the whole street with a loud roar. The man who punished the bully in this way said that Egypt also has its own laws, and this fighter for justice turned out to be Seth. The Nile's strongest hunter crouched on the roof while the stunned citizens gathered in the street looked on. Seth rose to his feet, demonstrated his magical powers, and declared that the hunters of the Nile had the right to punish other hunters. Our heroes stood motionless, in shock, when they saw what the peaceful Egyptian street had become. The entire land was strewn with the bodies of hunters whom Seth had dealt with, taking their lives for attacking a common man. Zhong In-chang asked the protagonist if Hunter Seth was really a good person, but the guy remained silent, staring at the terrible picture in front of him. The girl understood that Seth did this in order to save a peaceful resident of the city, but she still considered it too much. The hero thought that he was going to save this man without caring about the influence of the Nile, and Seth should have known this too, but he decided to do otherwise. Lee Jong-ken was shocked that the strongest hunter in the Nile still chose to take the lives of people who shouldn't have died. Zhong In-chang asked Lee Jong-kyung again if he was sure that Seth was a good person, and he replied that he didn't know for sure. The following actions took place on the territory of a luxurious palace in the Arabian style, where our hero temporarily lived. The guy was sitting on the couch, and behind him stood Baldur, who, as always, was smiling widely, brightening the room with his smile. Opposite the main character sat Inev, the same hunter who warned him about the red ore, and behind him stood a girl. Lee Jong-ken was glad to see this person, and stated with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but he was curious about who was standing behind Inev. The stranger decided to introduce herself, and told the main character that her name was Lamia, but everyone called her Bastet. The boy was upset because he wanted to talk to Inev alone, but it seemed, as expected, the Asgard were keeping a close eye on them. Hunter Inev wanted to ask the protagonist the reason why Jong-ken wanted to see him, but the guy interrupted him. The Dark Horse, realizing that the people of Asgard were watching them, decided to lie, saying that he just decided to meet with Inev. This came as a surprise to Bastet, and she became worried when she heard from our hero that there was no compelling reason for the meeting. Baldur also didn't expect to hear such words from Lee Jong-ken, and was perplexed by what the boy said. Inev was surprised when he heard Jong-ken's voice in his head, and he immediately began giving him instructions on how to answer correctly so as not to arouse suspicion. The hunter from the Nile thought that our hero was truly incredible for being able to use such magic, and said out loud that he also wanted to meet Jong-ken. The hero noted that Inev had lost a lot of weight, asking if Neil was feeding him poorly, but telepathically told him that he came here because of the red ore. The Egyptian hunter replied that the Nile fed him quite well, thus confirming that the red ore was associated with the strength of Hercules. Jongken asked Inev if he ate whatever he wanted in that case, but telepathically asked about the connection between the Horus incident and the red ore. Inev said that it was correct, and he was quite a picky eater, making it clear to Jongken that the red ore and the Horus incident were connected. Afterwards, the main character asked the guy if everything was okay with Numek, and telepathically asked if the red ore had affected Horus. The Egyptian hunter said that Numek was doing well, and our hero realized that the red ore gave Horus the same power as Demetrius. Baldur was perplexed, listening attentively to the conversation between Lee Jongken and Inev. Their conversation seemed to him to be some kind of absurdity. Jongken asked the boy if he liked Numek, and into his head he transmitted the question of whether Seth was the culprit of the incident. The Nile hunter couldn't hide his surprise when the protagonist mentioned Seth's name. He stared at Jongken with wide eyes. Inev called Dark Horse a joker, saying he didn't know how Numek felt without answering the boy's question exactly. Lee Jongken understood that the hunter meant that he was not sure that Seth was to blame, and asked Inev if he could help him with anything. The Egyptian admitted that it would be good if the main character extended a helping hand to his old friend. The protagonist asked in that case to make time for them to meet again, and Inev thanked Jongken for his kindness. After the meeting between Lee Jongken and Inev ended, he was left alone with an enraged Baldur. Odin's assistant shouted and was indignant, accusing the hero of asking him to make an appointment with Inev for the sake of such a conversation. Baldur said that if Jongken was using Asgard's powers for something like that, he didn't think the leader of the organization would be happy about it. The boy disagreed, asking the man if Odin wasn't famous for being a fairly consistent person. The conversation with the main character was clearly tiring Baldur. He asked Jongken what exactly he was talking about now. The protagonist confidently declared to the right hand of the leader of Asgard that Odin would be pleased later. Baldur asked Jongken to take better care to show proper results of his work in Egypt. The guy didn't answer the red-haired man, but only smiled meaningfully, replacing all the words. The protagonist stated that all business in Egypt was already finished, and in 3 days he was going to return to Korea. Baldur asked why exactly 3 days later, and Jongken explained that he had not yet finished his journey through Egypt. The red-haired guy closed his eyes, trying to suppress the negative emotions he felt because of our hero's behavior. Jongken asked Baldur to let him ask the boy something, and asked who the hero was who had managed to penetrate the Nile. Smiling again, Odin's right hand replied to Jongken that the youth had already met the hero who had entered the Nile once before. This clue made Lee Jongken think he couldn't think of who this person could be. When the sun set behind the horizon and night fell, the main character went to the bank of the main Egyptian river. The guy turned his head when he saw that the person he came here for had finally arrived at the meeting place. It was Inev, his face covered with a black bandage. The hunter apologized for being late, explaining that he had been followed. Taking off his mask, the guy said that he thought that there were quite a few people following him right now because Jongken had attracted attention on the Nile. The protagonist asked the hunter not to worry, and surprised Inev when he created a large magical dome above them. Lee Jongken told the boy that now no one would be able to watch them because this dome protected them from prying eyes and ears. Inev was surprised that the guy could use magic, including space distortion, and his abilities were truly amazing. Looking at the dome, the Egyptian said that this might still not be enough, because there was no place where he did not see the eye of Osiris. Lee Jongken was unsure if the people of the Nile could still see everything even under the strong protection of Merlin's power. The main character asked the man to get straight to the point, and first of all he asked why Inev had called him to kneel that time. The hunter explained that the problem was that Horus was currently unconscious due to the red ore. The red ore was an unusual material that gave a person incredible strength comparable to that shown by Hercules in his final battle with Jongken. Inev said that all the problems began after the hunter Seth brought red ore to Egypt. Our hero was surprised that the Egyptians had already found red ore, but he had already gotten used to the fact that the past had really changed a lot. Red ore was a mysterious item that gave amazing power, and naturally, everyone began to study its properties. Inev said that the research was successful and they managed to increase the amplification rate a couple of times, but there was one problem. Our hero guessed that the problem was that they could not control this power, and the hunter from Egypt confirmed his guess. Li Zhongkeng knew that madness was poison, and that this phenomenon could not be studied through research, and the only one in history who could withstand it was Hercules. The Egyptian continued his story, saying that Horus personally participated in the experiments with red ore as a test subject. This information shocked Li Zhongken because he did not expect that a respected person from the Nile would want to volunteer. The protagonist asked Inev if this was the same incident with Horus that the association employee had told him about earlier. The hunter said that despite everyone trying to dissuade Horus, he was still determined to take part in the research. Inev hesitated when Li Zhongken asked him why Horus needed to gain the power of the red ore. He admitted that Horus did this because of Set, because Set wanted to take control of the Nile, despite not being the rightful heir. The guy said that Osiris and Seth often argued, but the second was too strong a hunter to be discounted. Zhongken realized that Horus wanted to become stronger in order to stop his opponent, and decided to ask something else about Seth. A memory of seeing Seth cutting through the air to get to the gate faster popped into our hero's head. The guy also remembered the image of this strongest hunter in the Nile, when he stood on the roof of the building, getting ready to kill the guys. Li Zhongken asked if it would really be so dangerous for him to end up gaining control of the entire Nile. The boy wondered if Seth had been ostracized simply because he wanted the throne to be his alone. Inev replied that it was not that, it was just that Horus was a righteous man, and his plans were to pass the throne to Seth, but there was one thing. Li Zhongken and the Egyptian hunter turned around abruptly, their eyes wide in surprise, when they heard the third person's voice in the dome. Walking towards the guys was none other than Seth. The hunter somehow managed to penetrate the magical barrier. The protagonist assumed that Seth had been watching Inev all this time, but the barrier was still active, which meant something completely different. The boy realized that Seth had been there from the beginning, and the hunter apologized for accidentally overhearing their private conversation. Seth said that he too knew that Horus wanted to give him the throne, and he wondered why he wanted to wield that power to control the boy. Feeling the tension from the presence of the strongest hunter, Inev lowered his head and tried to explain everything. The hunter looked the young man straight in the eye and stated that Horus had said that someone was trying to control Set. Inev's confession caused genuine surprise on our hero's face. The guy froze, not expecting to hear such a thing. Seth also became wary, as if he knew that there was some truth in the words of the hunter opposite him, and he understood what was being discussed. The strongest hunter of Nila did not justify himself to Inev, but only asked the boy how many people had heard about this. The Egyptian, hand on heart, said that only he had heard about this, but Seth categorically did not believe these words. Inev said that just before Horus was experimented on with the red ore, the man told him about it. Li Zhongken noticed that Seth had been relaxed all this time, but now the boy was worried, so the conclusion was obvious that Horus was right. The protagonist turned to Inev, saying that it would be better if the guy came back right now, leaving them alone. The guy mentioned Horus's treatment, saying that he would think about it, and he couldn't guarantee anything, so Inev shouldn't get his hopes up. Stuttering a little, the Egyptian with the golden collar around his neck thanked our hero for agreeing to at least think about it. Seth also told the boy to return. Inev nodded in agreement and stated that he would follow his orders. The protagonist deactivated the protective dome, and the hunter quickly left the place of their conversation, jumping high on the surface of the river. Seth looked at Zhongken warily and intently when they were alone on the shore of the Egyptian pond at night. The guy asked Seth to stop, even though he understood that it was impossible to do so if the hunter opposite had already made a decision for himself. The man sighed heavily, realizing why our hero was behaving this way, and decided to stay to continue the conversation. The hunter looked at the boy and admitted to Lee Jong-ken that there was something the two of them needed to talk about. Sitting down on a large boulder, Seth admitted to our hero that he had been watching him, but Jong-ken was not surprised, although he had no idea that the hunter was so close. The main character was most interested in one thing: who exactly was behind Seth, and he asked the hunter if he was working for Asgard. Jong-ken recalled Baldur's words that the boy had already met the spy, so he didn't have many options. And given that Seth wants to take the throne of the king, it is entirely possible that the hunter is working with Asgard to achieve this goal. Seth answered our hero ambiguously, saying that the young man was not mistaken, but at the same time, he was not entirely right. Hunter explained to Lee Jong-ken that he does not consider himself a spy, and it would be more correct to say that he and Asgard help each other. Lee Jun-kyung confessed to the guy that his statement sounded quite shocking to him. The strongest hunter of the Nile smiled as he looked at our hero and suggested that he think so. The boy did not give up trying to get the truth out of Seth. He clenched his fist in anger, asking who was controlling this shadow hunter. The smile disappeared from Seth's face when he noticed that the protagonist was raising his voice and was no longer as calm as before. The Nile hunter immediately activated his power and materialized a sword, stating that Jong-ken was quite brave and the rumors about him were true. Raising his sword to his face, Seth smiled evilly, asking if maybe he should kill the main character since he had already sent Inev home. Jong-ken was convinced that Seth was indeed working with Asgard because of the way he held his sword, but he still didn't understand who in the organization could be controlling him. Realizing how strong his opponent was, Lee Jong-ken knew that there was no chance that he would win, so he would have to risk his life. Seth had a happy smile on his face and shared his opinion that it would be fun, but he wanted to say something else to the guy. The strongest hunter of the Nile told Dark Horse that the red ore had fallen into the man's hands for a reason. The protagonist panicked when the next moment Seth pushed off the ground and immediately disappeared, disappearing from sight instantly. Before Lee Jong-ken could even blink, Seth had already managed to jump high, approach our hero and swing his weapon. Luckily, the guy managed to react at the last moment. He arched his back and the blow missed him, and the golden strip of magical light did not touch him. A slight look of surprise crossed Seth's face as he noticed that our hero had managed to avoid his unexpected blow. The protagonist grabbed the weapon and jumped back to increase the distance between himself and the enemy. Lee Jong-ken breathed a sigh of relief. Seitu only had one moment to attack the guy, but he managed to notice. He mentally thanked Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table for this, because if it weren't for the duel with them, the hero might not have been able to dodge. Seth confirmed his assumptions that the guy was truly amazing and that his eyes had not deceived him, which he shared with our hero. He once again told Jong-ken that the red ore had not come to the hunter by chance. That man had specially given him this material. The main character was taken aback when Seth spoke about some mysterious and unknown person, and he wondered who it was. The hunter asked Jong-ken if the boy now understood what Seth was going to do when he finally became king. Lee Jong-ken decided to make a loud statement. He looked Seth straight in the eye and said that he was not real. Hunter Nile was confused when the guy accused him of not being real, not really understanding what he meant. The protagonist said that it was a pitiful sight when Jong-ken thought that Seth even looked like that person for a second. The guy was referring to the hunter who tried to change the situation with his shame and made others tremble, namely, the Demon King. For some reason, when Lee Jong-ken first saw a Nile Seth hunter in person, he immediately thought of the Demon King. Jong-ken said that the main reason Seth wants to become king is so he can do whatever he wants and become a dictator. The opponent's face was not visible in the night. The hunter Neela stood silently opposite our hero, listening to his suggestions. When Seth thought about what Jong-ken had said about the boy's true reason for wanting to become king, he chuckled. And then the strongest hunter of Egypt burst into loud, evil laughter. The words of the main character made him laugh a lot. Seth, who was eager to gain power over the Nile, could not calm down. He laughed loudly for a long time, not paying attention to Zhang Ken. But when Seth stopped laughing, he looked at the protagonist with a crazy smile on his face and confirmed that Zhang Ken's guess was correct. The next day, Dark Horse sat at his desk, thinking about the guy he had met the night before, and wondering if Asgard knew there was someone else behind Seth. The young man understood that if Asgard wasn't supposed to know about this, Seth wouldn't have let him go just like that, although perhaps he just thought that Zhang Ken wouldn't tell anyone. Zhong Chang, who was rubbing her eyes after sleeping, entered the room and asked the hero why he was not sleeping, and Zhong Ken replied that he was just thinking about things. The girl shared her opinion that she feels that something is clearly wrong with Seth, and she is sure that he is definitely not a good person. The protagonist was interested in hearing Zhong Chang's explanation and asked why she thought so. The huntress assumed it was just a feeling, and she couldn't shake the feeling that Seth was simply pretending to be someone he wasn't. Zhong Ken smiled because he realized what Seth really was just last night, which spoke of Zhong Chang's good intuition.